1976, in the Northwest Desert, the sun burned the earth like a furnace. A dark green Liberation CA-10 truck crawled along the rocky road like a tired beast. Dust rose behind it, filling the air with the smell of hot engine oil and dry sand. The truck bed was piled high with wooden crates tied with hemp rope, supplies for the Frontier Construction Corps. At the very bottom, under 2 layers of heavy canvas, Lin Jiaojiao felt she was about to die. Who? She curled up in the narrow space between crates, her whole body soaked in sweat. Her thin floral shirt clung to her skin, showing her delicate figure. Because she hadn't had water for days, her lips were cracked, and her throat burned as if filled with hot sand. It was the 3rd day since she had hidden there. To escape an old widower who wanted to force her into marriage, Lin Jiaojiao had risked everything, climbing onto this passing truck in the dark. She didn't know where it was going, only that as long as the wheels kept turning, she would be far from that nightmare. But she had underestimated the harshness of the desert. 3 days and nights without a drop of water. The heat inside the truck was like a steamer. She felt like a fish thrown onto dry land, her life slowly slipping away. I can't die here. I still have my space. Lin Jiaojiao thought weakly, trying to summon the small 1 cubic meter storage space she carried within her. But her body was too weak, she couldn't even focus her mind anymore. Her fingers unconsciously scratched the tarp covering her body, making a faint rustling sound. Screech. A sharp breaking noise suddenly rang out. The strong jolt threw Lin Jiaojiao forward, slamming her into a wooden crate. The pain almost made her faint, but it also pulled her back to consciousness. The truck stopped. Outside, she heard the heavy sound of a door slamming, followed by rough male voices and the crunch of boots on gravel. Boss, this heat is unbearable. The radiator's boiling over. We need to stop and cool it down, a young, energetic voice complained. Enough talking. 4th, get a bucket. 2nd, check the tires. 3rd and 5th, keep watch, a deep, hoarse, and commanding voice ordered. Hearing that voice through her daze, Lin Jiaojiao's heart began to race. People. Water. Her instinct to survive quickly overcame her fear. With trembling fingers, she used the last of her strength to lift the edge of the heavy tarp. Blinding sunlight pierced through the gap, making her squint. Outside, 5 bare-chested men stood around the truck. They were tall and strong, their bronze skin glistening with sweat, muscles shining under the sun with a powerful energy. They were the infamous 5 wolves of the Luo family, men no one dared to cross on the Sichuan-Tibet route. Luo Yan, the 4th brother, was about to pour water into the radiator when he suddenly froze, his ears twitching. Brother, there's movement in the truck bed. At once, the 5 men tensed up like alert predators. On this road, thieves and bandits were common. Their leader, Luo's son, narrowed his eyes and drew a hidden knife from his belt, signaling to Luo Yan. Understanding immediately, Luo Yan leapt onto the truck bed with the agility of a cat. He grabbed the corner of the tarp and yanked it open. Who dares touch Luo's cargo? What the? Luo Yan's shouting stopped suddenly, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat. The 4 brothers standing beside the truck frowned when they saw him freeze. What's wrong, 4th? Is it a rat or a wolf? Asked Luo Lin, the 2nd brother, pushing up his glasses while gripping a large wrench tightly. Luo Yan swallowed hard, his face turning red as he stammered. Be big brother. It's a woman. A woman? Luo's son frowned deeply, stepped onto the tire, and climbed into the truck bed. The others quickly followed. The 5 tall men surrounded the narrow space, their eyes fixed on one corner. There, in the shadow of a loosened tarp, a small figure was curled up. She looked exhausted and messy, her hair tangled, her face smudged with oil and dust. Yet even in such a state, her beauty was striking. Her face, flushed from fever, was as bright as the sunset over the desert. Her wide, tearful eyes shimmered like clear water, softening the hearts of these rough men. Because of the heat and sweat, her thin shirt clung to her, showing the outline of a white undershirt beneath. Except for Luo's son, who managed to stay calm, The other 4 men suddenly breathed heavily. In this barren desert where even mosquitoes were rare, the sudden appearance of such a delicate woman was as shocking as an explosion. Water. Lin Jiaojiao looked at the 5 towering men before her. Feeling their intense gazes, she trembled in fear. Her dry lips parted, and she whispered weakly, like a kitten asking for help. Luo-sun looked at her cracked lips, his eyes deep and unreadable. In his hand was their last jug of drinking water. In this desolate land, water was more precious than gold. It was life itself. But when he saw those pleading eyes, he couldn't help but lift his military canteen. "Boss, we don't have much water left," Lao San Luomu warned instinctively, his eyes full of caution. "We don't even know who this woman is. What if she's—" Luo-sun ignored him. He unscrewed the cap, his rough hand gently holding Lin Jiaojiao's chin. Though his movements looked harsh, he was careful not to hurt her as he brought the canteen to her lips. "Drink." Just one word. Firm and unquestionable. Lin Jiaojiao didn't hesitate. She held his calloused hand tightly, as if clinging to life itself, and drank eagerly. The cool water slid down her throat, bringing her back to life. Some of the water spilled from the corner of her mouth, tracing her pale neck and disappearing into her collar. A quiet gulp echoed in the stillness of the truck bed. No one knew who made the sound, but it was loud and clear. Half the canteen was gone in one breath. When Lin Jiaojiao finally caught her breath and let go, she realized the air around her had turned strangely tense. It wasn't the silence of the wilderness, but the heavy stillness before a storm. It felt as if sparks were crackling in the air. She looked up timidly and met Luo-sen's deep, unreadable eyes. In them, she saw not only curiosity but also a strong, instinctive sense of possession. Luo-sen took back the canteen, not minding that she had drunk from it, and finished the rest in one long gulp. The simple act made Lin Jiaojiao's face flush red. "What's your name? Where are you from? Why are you in my truck?" Luo-sen's voice was low and commanding, carrying the tone of someone used to giving orders. He looked down at her as if examining something unknown. Lin Jiaojiao shrank back slightly and whispered, "My name is Lin Jiaojiao. I'm a sent-down youth. I escaped. Please don't send me back. If I go back, I'll die." As she spoke, tears rolled down her cheeks like broken pearls. This wasn't an act. Just thinking about that horrible old man made her truly afraid. A beautiful woman crying was a heartbreaking sight. The 4th brother, Luo Yen, was the first to give in. Scratching his head, his face flushed as he said to Luo-sen, "Big brother, look at her. She's crying so hard. She must have been treated badly." The 5th brother, Luo too, leaned closer, sniffing curiously like a big dog. "Brother, she smells nice. She doesn't seem like a bad person." "Be quiet." Luo-sen shot his 2 younger brothers a cold glance, then turned his gaze back to Lin Jiaojiao, his eyes thoughtful. "Lin Jiaojiao? The name suits you, delicate." He tossed the empty water bottle to the 3rd brother, then stepped forward, his tall figure casting a shadow over her. "Do you know where you are?" Luo-sun pointed outside the vehicle at the endless desert. "This is a no-man's land. That bottle of water is our lifeline." Lin Jiaojiao's face turned pale. She knew how precious water was. Her earlier action had been pure instinct to survive. Now, realizing what she had done, she felt both guilty and scared. "I'm sorry." "I'll make it up to you." "Make it up?" The 2nd brother, Luo Lin, who had been silent, pushed up his glasses and gave a cold smile. "Out here, money can't buy water. You drank our lifeline. How will you repay us? With your life?" Frightened by his chilling tone, Lin Jiaojiao instinctively moved closer to Luo-sun. To her, although he looked the fiercest, he was the only one who had given her water, so he seemed the most trustworthy. Her sudden movement made her bump into him. Luo-sun froze for a moment, startled by the unexpected closeness. He didn't push her away, but instead placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. "Since you can't repay us with money," he said calmly, "we'll follow the rules of this land." Rosen's voice grew low and rough, carrying a hint of danger. "What?" "What rule?" Lin Jiaojiao asked in a trembling voice, her wide eyes full of fear and confusion. Rosen lowered his head and gently wiped a smudge from her cheek, revealing smooth, fair skin beneath. Out here, he said, if you drink a man's water, you belong to his group. There's no running away. As soon as he spoke, the other 4 men exchanged heated looks. Belong to you? Lin Jiaojiu stared at him in disbelief.
But
there are 5 of you. The third brother, Romu, smiled as he played with a shining knife in his hand. His tone was soft but chilling. Little sister-in-law, we 5 brothers grew up together. What our big brother says, we all agree with. No, that's not right. Lin Jiaojiao shook her head in panic. It all sounded too absurd. Rosen watched her frightened expression, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. He was only trying to scare her, to test her reaction and show his authority. But seeing her so flustered was unexpectedly amusing. Not right. Rosen raised an eyebrow. Then maybe we should throw you down there for the wolves. They're nearby, and they love fresh meat. No. Lin Jiaojiao cried out, clutching Rosen's arm tightly, terrified. I'll behave. Please don't throw me. Her scent filled the air, fresh and warm, mixed with the faint smell of sweat. It wasn't unpleasant. It simply reminded them she was alive and frightened. The 5 men exchanged uneasy glances. Rosen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew he couldn't keep teasing her. Things might get out of hand. Enough, he said in a deep voice, lifting Lin Jiaojiao easily. The truck's moving. It's too hot in the back, sit in the front. The front? Lin Jiaojiao looked at the narrow driver's seat. Will there be enough space? Even if there isn't, you'll have to make it work. Rosen turned around, jumped down from the truck bed, and reached out his hand. Jump down, I'll catch you. Lin Jiaojiao looked at the truck bed, more than a meter high, and felt her legs go weak. But when she saw Rosen's strong, broad arms, she bit her lip, closed her eyes, and jumped. The pain she expected never came. Instead, she landed safely in a firm, solid embrace. Rosen held her as if she were a bundle of soft cotton. She was so light, it made his heart ache. Second, drive. Third, take the passenger seat. Fourth and fifth, check the cargo in the back, Rosen ordered quickly. What about you, big brother? Fourth complained. Why do you get to hold her? Because I'm the eldest, Rosen replied confidently, carrying Lin Jiaojiao toward the cab. And only I can handle her. Lin Jiaojiao's face turned red as she buried her head in his chest, too shy to look up. She could feel his heartbeat, strong and steady, echoing in her ears. Inside the truck, the narrow cab could only fit 2 people. Rosen sat in the passenger seat, then patted his leg and said to Lin Jiaojiao, who stood hesitantly by the door, "Come on, sit here." The cab of the old truck was cramped, with the engine roaring right beneath them, sending waves of heat upward. Lin Jiaojiao glanced at Rosen's strong, solid legs and felt her cheeks grow warm. "Hurry up, we need to get moving," Rosen urged, his voice slightly tense. Biting her lip, Lin Jiaojiao carefully climbed up. She tried to find a place to sit without putting all her weight on him, but the space was too tight. In the end, she had to sit sideways on his lap, her back lightly resting against his chest. As she settled in, both of them let out a quiet breath. For Rosen, it was a moment both sweet and difficult to endure. The person in his arms felt soft and light, leaning closely against his leg. The warmth passed clearly through the thin fabric between them. For Lin Jiaojiao, however, the surface beneath her felt hard and uncomfortable. Rosen's scent surrounded her, a mix of tobacco, sweat, and something strong and masculine. "Drive," Rosen said hoarsely to the man in the driver's seat, his younger brother, Roland. Roland glanced at them through the rearview mirror, pushed up his glasses to hide a trace of envy, and stepped on the gas. Virum! The old truck roared and shot forward. The road across the desert was rough, full of stones and holes. As the truck moved, it bounced and shook violently, like a boat on stormy waves. "Ah!" The truck hit a deep pit, tilting sharply. Lin Jiaojiao cried out as her body slid downward. A strong hand quickly caught her by the waist and lifted her back into place. "Hold on," Rosen said beside her ear, his warm breath making her shiver. His arm held her firmly around the waist, while his other hand rested on her leg to keep balance. Even through the fabric, his touch felt hot, making her tense and uneasy. Each bump made them move closer, their bodies brushing again and again. Lin Jiaojiao felt embarrassed and nervous. The situation was awkward and far too close for comfort. Trying to distract herself and ease the tense atmosphere, she suddenly remembered the small storage space she carried with her. While Rosen was looking out the window, alert to their surroundings, she quietly slipped her hand into her shoulder bag, actually into the hidden space, and searched for something. "Here, have something to eat," she said softly. She turned around, holding 3 bright red, shiny apples in her palm. In this time of scarcity, especially out here in the barren desert, fresh fruit was even more precious than meat. Roland, who was driving, caught the sweet scent and turned his head in surprise. "Where did those come from?" My family gave them to me before I left. I couldn't bear to eat them," Lin Jiaojiao lied softly. "You shared your water with me earlier, so these are for you to quench your thirst." Rosen looked at the apples, then at the young woman beside him. The irritation in his heart faded, replaced by a strange warmth. She was clearly thirsty herself, yet she had saved these without eating them? What a silly girl. "Here, catch," Rosen said, tossing one apple to Roland and taking another for himself. He wiped it on his sleeve and took a crisp bite. The sweet juice filled his mouth. It really was something special. "There's one left. Maybe the 3 in the back can share it," Lin Jiaojiao said softly. Rosen looked at her. "What about you?" "I'm not hungry." Before she could finish, her stomach growled loudly. Embarrassed, Lin Jiaojiao wished she could disappear. Rosen chuckled, the sound deep in his chest, making her back tingle slightly. He held the bitten apple to her lips. "Eat." "But you already ate that," she said, hesitating. "What? You drank from my water bottle earlier, and now you're being picky?" Rosen teased, pretending to pull the apple back. "Fine, don't eat then." I'll eat." Lin Jiaojiao quickly leaned forward and took a small bite. And so, in the shaking car, the 2 of them shared an apple, taking turns with each bite. The sight of their closeness made Roland's jaw tighten as he gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white. The car drove on through the afternoon, and by evening, the temperature began to drop sharply. That was how the desert was, cold in the morning, hot at noon, and freezing again by night. As soon as the sun set, the cold wind began to howl, sweeping up sand and stones, and the temperature dropped below 0. If the day still felt like a burning summer, then the night here turned into a deadly winter. "There's a sheltered slope ahead. We'll camp there tonight," said Rosen calmly, glancing at the darkening sky and feeling the biting cold. The car stopped, and the 3 brothers in the back jumped out, shivering from head to toe. "It's freezing. This crazy weather changes too fast. Just now it was so hot I was sweating," complained the 4th brother, Luo Yen, rubbing his hands together. When they saw Lin Jiaojiao being helped out of the car by Rosen, their eyes widened. After the long, bumpy ride and the uncomfortable seat, Lin Jiaojiao's hair was messy, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes looked tired. She seemed fragile and exhausted. "Big brother, that's not fair. We're out here eating sand while you're up front taking care of your wife," said the 5th brother, Luo too, sounding pitiful. Rosen ignored him. He set Lin Jiaojiao down and turned to get the tarp to set up a simple tent. "Stop talking and gather firewood. If you don't want to freeze tonight, move faster." Lin Jiaojiao stood in the cold wind, her thin clothes no match for the chill. She began to tremble, her lips turning purple. Rosen glanced back at her, frowning. He took off his warm sheepskin coat and wrapped it around her. "Wear it. If you get sick, I'll have to take care of you," he said gruffly, though his movements were gentle. It was his thickest coat. Without it, he was left with only a thin shirt. Lin Jiaojiao pulled the coat tighter around her, feeling its warmth and his scent. A wave of warmth rose in her heart. These rough men didn't seem as frightening as they looked. The night on the desert plain was as dark as ink and as cold as ice. The campfire flickered in the strong wind, barely giving off any heat. 5 men sat around the fire, chewing on hard, stone-like bread. Lin Jiaojiao sat beside Luo Sun, holding half of a soft, roasted bun, a special treat Luo Mu, the third brother, had saved for her. "It's freezing, and the tent doesn't block the wind," said Luo Lin, the second brother, pushing up his glasses as he looked at Lin Jiaojiao's trembling shoulders. "We only have 2 quilts. How are we going to sleep?" Normally, the 5 brothers squeezed together under 2 quilts to stay warm. But now, there was a delicate young woman with them. Give her 1 quilt alone? Then the 5 men would freeze. Don't give her one? She was so small, she might not make it through the night. All 5 men looked at Lin Jiaojiao, then at their eldest brother. Luo Senator Luo Xin chewed on a piece of dry bread, his expression unreadable. "We'll squeeze in together," he finally said. 1 tent, more warmth. Lin Jiaojiao's eyes widened. Then, how do we sleep? Luo Mu, the third brother, smiled as he poked the fire with a stick. "Jiaojiao, out here in the wild, we can't be too picky. We'll just have to make do." The final plan was what they called the sandwich. They spread a layer of oilcloth on the ground, then a blanket. Luo Sun, the eldest and the warmest, slept on the left side near the wind. Lin Jiaojiao slept next to him. Then came the second, third, fourth, and fifth brothers in order. 2 large quilts were spread across all 6 of them. Lin Jiaojiao's protests were useless. In such harsh conditions, comfort was a luxury. When she crawled under the quilt, she finally understood what it meant to be in a man's world. On her left was Luo Sen's solid, warm chest. On her right, Luo Lin's back radiated heat. The air under the quilt was thick with the scent of smoke and sweat, making it hard for her to breathe. "Move in a little, there's a draft," someone murmured. Rosen whispered something softly, then reached out his long arm and pulled Lin Jiaojiao into his arms, turning her so that her back was against him. His chin rested lightly on the top of her head, and one hand naturally settled around her waist. Because the blanket was too short, his leg also pressed gently against hers. "Ah!" Lin Jiaojiao gasped, her body stiff as a board. "Don't move," Rosen said hoarsely, his tone carrying a hint of warning. "Move again and I'll throw you out." Lin Jiaojiao didn't dare move, but she could clearly feel his strong heartbeat and the warmth of his chest behind her. On her other side, Luo Lin turned over to face her. In the dim light, a faint glint flashed behind his glasses. "Are you cold?" he asked softly. "A little," she whispered. Without a word, Luo Lin moved closer, took her cold hand, and tucked it into his own to warm it. This should help. Now Lin Jiaojiao was truly caught in the middle, Rosen holding her on one side, and Luo Lin holding her hand on the other. In the darkness, every sound seemed louder. The other 3 brothers, though not lying next to her, were clearly still awake. "Big brother," the fourth, Luo Yan, said quietly, "do you think we can keep her here? She seems really nice." "Be quiet and sleep," Rosen said sharply, though his arm around Lin Jiaojiao tightened slightly. Surrounded by the warmth and presence of the men, Lin Jiaojiao thought she wouldn't be able to sleep. But maybe because she was too tired, or because their warmth made her feel safe, she slowly drifted off. In the middle of the night, she dreamed. She dreamed she was standing near a huge furnace, feeling unbearably hot, and instinctively tried to find a cooler place. Then, she unconsciously pulled her small hand out of Lauren's arms, groping around until it rested on the cool metal buckle of Rosen's belt. Rosen's eyes flew open. In the darkness, they glowed red with suppressed emotion. "Darn it!" he cursed under his breath and caught the mischievous hand. The next morning, Lin Jiaojiao woke up to a noisy commotion. Still half asleep, she opened her eyes and found herself clinging to Rosen like an octopus, one leg draped awkwardly over his waist. Rosen's face was dark, and there were dark circles under his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't slept well. "Awake? Ready to let go now?" Rosen asked through gritted teeth. Lin Jiaojiao let out a startled cry and quickly pulled back her hands and feet, her face turning bright red. After a quick wash, each person only got a small sip of water to rinse, and a simple breakfast. The convoy set off again. After spending the night sharing the same bed, though nothing had happened, the atmosphere between the five brothers and Lin Jiaojiao had clearly changed. The awkwardness was gone, replaced by a subtle sense of closeness and protectiveness. The road ahead is rough. It's called the Tiger's Mouth, Rosen said seriously before getting into the vehicle. He checked the knife at his waist and pulled a steel pipe from under the seat. Second brother, stay alert. Jiao, no matter what happens later, keep your head down and don't look. Lin Jiao's heart tightened and she nodded. Sure enough, as soon as the vehicle entered a narrow mountain pass, several large rocks suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, blocking their way. They're here, Rosen said coldly, his eyes sharp as blades. From both sides of the slope, a dozen men emerged, holding crude guns, iron rods, and machetes. The leader, a one-eyed man with a scarred face, was the notorious local bandit known as Zuoshandio. Boss Luo, long time no see, Zuoshandio said with a fake smile. That's quite a heavy load you've got there. Did you remember to leave a little toll for your brothers here? Rosen signaled Lauren to stop the car, then pushed open the door and jumped out. Right after that, the third, fourth, and fifth brothers also jumped down, each holding a weapon. The five brothers stood back to back in a line, their presence strong and fearless, even though more than a dozen men stood against them. I know the rules, Rosen said coldly. Leave 1 box of canned food, and let us pass. 1 box. Zuoshandio sneered, his greedy eyes sliding past Rosen to the passenger seat where Lin Jiao sat. It used to be 1 box, but today is different. I think I smell a woman's perfume in the car. Rosen's face darkened, and a wave of anger burst out. Are you looking for trouble? Well, so there really is a woman. Zuoshandio caught sight of Lin Jiao's frightened but beautiful face through the window, and his expression turned wicked. Boss Luo, leave the lady here to keep us company, and you can take your people and go. Otherwise, you're asking for it. The hot-tempered fourth brother, Luo Yen, roared and charged forward with an iron rod. A fierce fight was about to begin. Lin Jiao watched from the car, her heart pounding. Although the 5 Luo brothers were all skilled fighters, each capable of taking on many opponents, the other side had more people and even guns. Just then, she saw Zuoshandio quietly raise his handmade gun, aiming at Rosen's back while Rosen was surrounded by 3 men. Watch out! Watch out! That desperate scream came from the depths of Lin Jiao's fear, using every bit of her strength. It was a cry born from pure instinct, sharp as nails scraping glass, cutting through the tense air of the desert. Rosen's instincts, honed through countless life-and-death battles, reacted before his mind could. He rolled sharply to the left, moving as fast as a hunting leopard. Bang! A dull gunshot exploded. A bullet grazed Rosen's shoulder and struck the truck's steel wheel rim behind him, sending out a shower of bright sparks. If he hadn't moved just now, that shot would have blown a hole right through his chest. You dare touch my brother, you coward! Luo Yen, the fourth brother, saw what happened, and his eyes turned blood-red with rage. He roared like an enraged bull and charged forward, swinging a solid iron rod as thick as his wrist, not caring whether the enemy still had bullets or not. Fourth. Come back. Don't be reckless, shouted Luo Lin, the second brother, as he smashed a wrench at a thug trying to sneak up on him. But Luo Yen had already rushed in. A chaotic fight broke out instantly. It was a brutal hand-to-hand battle with no fancy moves, only raw strength and determination. Lin Jiao crouched in the passenger seat, covering her mouth tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she didn't dare make a sound, afraid of distracting Luo's son and the others. Through the dusty car window, she saw the 5 men who had once seemed lazy now fighting like fierce warriors. Although Luo's son had just dodged a bullet, he didn't back down. He sprang up from the ground, the sharp dagger in his hand flashing coldly in the sunlight. Ignoring the lesser enemies around him, his eyes locked on the man still reloading his gun, and he charged forward with long, powerful strides. Stop him. Don't let him get close. The man shouted in panic, stepping back. Two of his followers rushed at Luo's son with machetes. Luo's son didn't even flinch. He raised his left arm to block a strike, his muscles tense like steel, and the blade only cut the skin before getting stuck against the bone. With a grunt, he stabbed one attacker in the leg, then drove his knee upward, knocking the other man out cold. It was fierce, so fierce that Lin Jiaojiao trembled deep inside, overwhelmed by the raw intensity of it all. Finally, Luo's son reached the man with the gun. Just as the man tried to lift the barrel, Luo Sen's hand clamped down on it like an iron vice and jerked it upward.
Bang!
The second shot fired into the sky. In the next second, Rosen's hidden knife was already pressed against Zuoshandiao's neck. The blade had cut in slightly, and blood was running down its edge. "Try moving," Rosen said coldly, his voice sounding like it came from the depths of darkness. His face was splattered with blood from the fight just moments ago. The gang members around them froze when they saw their leader captured. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do.
"Get lost."
Rosen spoke just one word. The frightened group, already terrified by the reckless fighting of the Luo brothers, dropped their injured companions and fled in panic. Zuoshandiao's face turned pale. Rosen didn't hesitate. He struck decisively, knowing that in this desolate place, mercy toward an enemy could mean danger for himself. When everything was over, the air was thick with the smell of blood and smoke. Rosen tossed aside the lifeless body like a rag and turned toward the truck. He looked terrifying, covered in blood, his eyes still filled with a fierce, lingering intensity. He walked to the passenger door and pulled it open.
"Ah!"
Lin Jiaojiao gasped when she saw Rosen's blood-covered face. She shrank back, pressing herself tightly against the seat. During the fight, some blood had splattered onto the half-open window, and a few drops had landed on her pale cheek. The bright red stood out sharply against her fair skin. Seeing her frightened expression, the harshness in Rosen's eyes faded. He lifted his hand, wanting to touch her, but noticed it was still stained with blood. He wiped it hard on his pants until it looked somewhat clean, then slowly reached toward her face. "Don't be afraid," he said hoarsely, his voice carrying a hint of awkward gentleness. His rough thumb gently brushed her cheek, carefully wiping away the bloodstain. The touch was firm yet cautious, his callous skin grazing hers lightly. "It's someone else's blood. It's dirty." Rosen spoke in a low voice, his eyes focused as if he were polishing a rare treasure. Lin Jiaojiao looked at the man standing so close to her. Just moments ago, he had been fierce and unstoppable, yet now he was carefully comforting her. The sharp contrast made her heart skip a beat. "Be big brother," she called out softly, her voice trembling. "Yeah," Rosen replied, pulling his hand back. "That shout just now came at the right time. You saved my life."
"Boss."
"Fourth brother is hurt," came third brother's anxious voice from the back of the truck. Rosen's expression changed, and he quickly turned and strode over. Lin Jiaojiao forgot her fear and jumped down to follow him. They saw Luo Yen sitting on the ground, a deep cut on his left arm, the wound so severe that bone could be seen. Blood flowed freely, and though his face twisted in pain, he forced a grin. "It's fine, just a scratch. I'll live." "This is what you call a scratch?" Second brother, Luo Lin, frowned and pushed up his glasses. His tone was serious. "The wound is too deep, and the blade was rusty. In this heat, if it gets infected, even a miracle might not save him." The air grew heavy. In this barren desert with no medicine or doctors, an infected wound often meant death. Rosen pressed his lips together, staring at the injury in silence, his fists clenching tightly. Lin Jiaojiao stood nearby, watching everyone's worried faces, her heart tightening.
She had to do something.
Her mind sank into the secret place only she knew, the absolute preservation mini supply vault. It was her greatest secret, the key to her survival in this world. The vault was a strange space, separate from reality, about 1 cubic meter in size. Small, yet like a corner of time that had stopped. Whatever was placed inside stayed exactly the same, never aging or spoiling. The most amazing part was that every midnight, the space would refresh itself with 3 to 5 random supplies. They were usually small, ordinary items, but in this harsh land, they were nothing short of a miracle. Lin Jiaojiao quickly reviewed the refreshed items in her mind. Her luck was incredible. Maybe even fate was helping her. In a small corner of her space lay 2 things: a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao powder, extremely rare in this era, and a bottle of chilled mineral water, its surface covered with tiny droplets of condensation. The label had been automatically blurred by the space, making it look like an ordinary glass bottle. These had appeared early yesterday morning, and she hadn't wanted to use them yet. Lin Jiaojiao took a deep breath. Pretending to reach into her patched shoulder bag, she actually summoned the items from her space with a thought.
I have some medicine here, she said softly.
She nervously stepped into the group of men and handed the items over. All 5 men immediately focused on her hands. That small bottle with the red and white label, Yunnan Baiyao. A miracle medicine for stopping bleeding, hard to find even in big cities. How could she have it? And that glass bottle. Luo Yan, who stood closest, could even feel the cool air coming from it.
This.
What is this? Luo Lin, the second brother, almost dropped his glasses. He grabbed the bottle, and the icy chill bit into his fingers. It was truly cold. In this desert-like place where even car radiators boiled over, where the temperature reached 40 degrees, she had pulled out a bottle of ice-cold water from her bag. What's going on? Luo Xin suddenly looked at Lin Jiaojiao, his eyes sharp as a blade. Lin Jiaojiao had already prepared her excuse. She lowered her head, nervously twisting her fingers, and said in a small voice, I took the medicines secretly from the staff compound before I left home. As for the water, I don't really know. I kept it wrapped in my coat. Maybe the coat kept it cool. The excuse was clumsy, almost laughable. A coat keeping water cold? Cold enough to make ice? Luo Xin gave her a long, deep look. He didn't believe her, of course. But he also knew everyone had their secrets. Since she brought it out for her own family, there was no need to question her further. Second brother, treat fourth's wound, Lawson said firmly, cutting off anyone who wanted to ask more. Jiao Jiao is our good luck charm. No one is allowed to talk nonsense. With that, he gave Lin Jiaojiao's special ability a layer of protection. Lauren didn't waste time. He quickly opened the medicine bottle and sprinkled the powder on Royan's wound. The bleeding, which had seemed unstoppable, miraculously stopped under the effect of the medicine. This water. Lauren hesitated. Give it to Fourth to drink, Lawson said. It'll help cool him down. Royan was already parched, and with the blood loss, he felt dizzy. Lauren handed him the bottle of cold water.
Gulp.
As the icy water slid down his throat, a refreshing chill spread through his body, driving away the heat and exhaustion. That feels great. Royan's eyes snapped open, the dullness in them replaced by sharp focus. This wasn't just water, it felt like a miracle drink. He drank half, then handed the rest to Lawson. Big brother, you should have some too.
I'm fine.
You finish it, Lawson said, pushing it back. Royan didn't argue. He drank the rest in one go, then let out a long breath. When he looked at Lin Jiaojiao again, his gaze had completely changed. What had once been playful teasing was now replaced by genuine gratitude, and even a hint of admiration.
Sister-in-law.
Royan grinned. Though his face was pale, his eyes shone brightly. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll be the first to stand up for you. You saved my life. Lin Jiaojiao blushed at his heartfelt words and instinctively glanced at Lawson. Lawson didn't respond. He just stood there, his eyes deep and unreadable as he looked at her. For the first time, he felt that this delicate woman carried a mysterious power he couldn't quite understand. Get in the car, Lawson said, turning away to hide the flicker of emotion in his eyes. We're leaving. Before night fell, the convoy found a small hill that could block the wind and stopped there. At night, the wind on the desert plain howled like ghosts crying, making everyone uneasy. This area doesn't feel safe, said Rosen as he jumped down from the vehicle and looked around the dark wilderness. The fight earlier that day had made everyone alert. Although the bandit leader had escaped, there could still be other wolves or wandering robbers nearby. Tonight, no one sleeps alone, Rosen said seriously, his eyes sweeping over his men before stopping on Lin Jiaojiao, who was sitting on a rock hugging her knees. Everyone sleeps in one tent. Before, they had at least managed to split into 2 bedrolls. But tonight, for absolute safety, Rosen decided to set up the small military tent and have everyone sleep inside together. That way, if anything happened, they could react immediately. The tent was soon ready. The space was unbelievably cramped. 6 adults squeezed inside, shoulder to shoulder, packed like sardines in a can. Now came the most awkward question: how to arrange the sleeping order. "I'm injured, so I need to sleep inside where there's no wind," said the 4th brother, Luo Yen, shamelessly crawling into a corner first. "I'll guard the entrance," said the 5th brother, Luo Tu, obediently lying down by the tent flap with his iron rod in his arms. That left the middle spots, the warmest and safest places. "Jiao Jiao sleeps in the middle," Rosen said naturally, pointing to the center. "Then who sleeps next to her?" The 3rd brother, Luo Mu, asked with a teasing smile, glancing around. "I will," Rosen said without hesitation, pointing to the spot on Jiao Jiao's left. "What about the right side?" "I'll take it," said the 2nd brother, Luo Lin, pushing up his glasses seriously. The 4th might get a fever from his injury, and the 3rd snores too loudly. "I sleep very quietly, and I also know a bit about first aid. If Jiao Jiao doesn't feel well at night, or if something happens to 4th brother, I can help take care of it." It was a perfectly reasonable excuse, leaving no room for objection. Rosen narrowed his eyes at his cunning 2nd brother, but in the end, he said nothing and nodded. "All right, let's do that." And so, a new sandwich formation was created. There was no light in the tent. Everything was pitch dark. Lin Jiaojiao lay in the middle, with Rosen's solid, wall-like body on her left and Lalin's warm, thin back on her right. The space was too small. So small that every breath made their chests brush against one another. The air was filled with a strong masculine scent, mixed with sweat, dry sand, and a faint herbal smell from the Yunnan medicine. It wasn't unpleasant, on the contrary, it carried a kind of steady, natural strength. But that sense of calm was soon replaced by another feeling: heat. It was too hot. The tent blocked the wind, but trapped the warmth. With 6 people inside, it felt like a furnace. Lin Jiaojiao was sensitive to heat, and after the fright she had during the day, her body felt weak. Wearing her thin shirt, she felt sticky and uncomfortable, as if wrapped in plastic. "Big brother," she whispered softly in the dark, her voice gentle and small. "HM?" Rosen's voice came from right beside her, low and slightly rough. "It's too hot. Can we open the tent flap a little?" "No," Rosen refused firmly. "The wind outside is strong. You'll catch a cold by morning." As he spoke, he reached out and gently held her restless hand, pressing it down to keep her still. "Don't move. Go to sleep." His palm was warm and rough, the calluses brushing lightly against the back of her hand. The night grew deeper. Outside, the wind slowly faded, while inside the tent, the sound of breathing became heavier. Lin Jiaojiao drifted into a deep sleep. In her dream, she felt like a little piglet being roasted over a fire, so hot that she wanted to find somewhere cool to hide. Instinctively, she searched for something cold in her sleep. On her right, Luolin's body was cooler, but he was facing away, leaving her nothing to lean on. On her left, Luosin was also warm, but the metal buckle on his belt was pleasantly cold. Half asleep and guided only by instinct, Lin Jiaojiao turned over and clung to Luosin like an octopus. Luosin wasn't asleep at all. With someone so soft and warm in his arms, no man could easily stay calm. He kept his eyes closed, silently counting sheep, trying to steady his thoughts. Suddenly, the sleeping girl pressed closer. Her cheek brushed against his chest, and one of her legs rested lightly across his waist. Her small hand moved in the dark until it found the cool metal buckle, and she sighed contentedly. So cool. She murmured in her sleep. Luosen's whole body tensed instantly. For a moment, it felt as if something inside him snapped. The warmth of her touch, even through the thin fabric, was enough to make him freeze. He clenched his jaw, veins standing out on his neck, sweat forming on his forehead. It was pure torture. He didn't dare move. He was afraid that if he did, he would wake her, or worse, lose control of himself. Beside them, Luin stirred, about to turn over. "Don't move," Luosen growled softly in the dark, his voice low and strained. Luin froze for a moment, hearing something unusual in his older brother's voice. Sensibly, he didn't move again, only sighing quietly in his heart. Not everyone could handle the kind of luck his brother had. That night felt longer for Luosen than the 3 days and nights he had once spent walking across the desert. When the first ray of morning sunlight slipped through the gap in the tent, Lin Jiaojiao stretched comfortably and opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Luosen's face, dark as soot, and his bloodshot eyes that looked like he hadn't slept at all. "Awake?" Luosen's voice was hoarse, as if filled with sand. Lin Jiaojiao blinked, then realized her hand was still gripping his belt, and she was practically leaning against him.
"Ah!"
She gasped and quickly pulled her hand back, her face turning bright red. I didn't mean to." Luosen took a deep breath, sat up with a sharp movement that stirred the air, and without a word, crawled out of the tent. His back looked unusually awkward. The convoy jolted along the rough road for another whole day. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, the sun blazing as if it wanted to melt the earth. Inside the vehicle, it felt like a steamer. Everyone was drenched in sweat, their clothes sticking to their skin, unbearably uncomfortable. Lin Jiaojiao felt like she was about to spoil from the heat. As someone who loved cleanliness, the sticky feeling and tangled hair were almost worse than anything she could imagine. She curled up in a corner, and even when Luosen tried to get close, she instinctively moved away, afraid that her smell might bother him. "There's moisture ahead." Old Fifth, Luo too, who had been leaning out the window like a hunting dog, suddenly sniffed the air and shouted excitedly, "It's really water. A lot of it." Luosen's eyes lit up. "Stop the car. Luo 2, lead the way." In this desert, Luo 2's nose was sharper than any radar. They got out of the car and followed Luo 2, stepping carefully into a dried-up riverbed. Under a large crack in the riverbed rock, there was actually a hidden spring. Although it wasn't big, only about the size of a basin, and the flow was thin, it was truly clear, fresh water. "Water. It's really water." Luo Yan shouted excitedly and, ignoring his wounds, rushed forward. "Don't move." Luo's son grabbed his collar and pulled him back. "This is drinking water. Don't make it dirty. Go wash downstream." The spring flowed through the rock crevice, gathered into a shallow puddle below, and then seeped into the sand. The 5 men didn't care much about manners. They went a little downstream, stripped down to their shorts, and began washing themselves with a small stream of water. The cold spring water splashed onto their hot skin, making a faint sizzling sound. Their muscles relaxed under the sunlight, and water droplets rolled down their tan skin. The scene was full of raw, natural strength. Lin Jiaojiao stood upstream, looking at the clear water with longing in her eyes. She wanted to wash too. She wanted it badly. But the riverbed was wide open, with only a few low camel thorns around and not a single tree. The 5 men were just a few meters away. How could she wash? Luosen splashed water on his face, shook his head dry, and turned to see Lin Jiaojiao standing there, biting her lip and staring at the water pitifully. He was a rough man, but very observant. "Want to wash up?" Luosen walked over, his bare upper body radiating heat. Lin Jiaojiao blushed and nodded slightly, her voice barely audible. "I feel sticky all over." "But..." Luosen glanced around. There really wasn't any cover. He thought for a moment, then turned and shouted to the others who were still splashing each other, "Come here, all of you." The 4 men ran over, still laughing. "What's wrong, boss? Something up?" The third brother asked cautiously. No problem, Luo-sun said, pointing to the small space behind a big rock. Jiao Jiao needs to wash up.
Huh?
The brothers looked at each other, their faces showing both awkwardness and a hint of anticipation.
What are you staring at? Keep your eyes to yourselves.
Rosen glared at them, his voice full of authority. Listen up, we'll stay right here, backs to Jiao Jiao, and form a circle. Anyone who dares to turn around will answer to me. That was Rosen's idea, a human wall. 5 tall men stood with their backs to the rock, forming a half-circle of protection. Each held a weapon, watching the wilderness carefully, while also blocking any possible view behind them. Go ahead and wash. We won't look, Rosen said in a deep voice, still facing away from Lin Jiaojiao. Looking at the 5 broad, solid backs, Lin Jiaojiao felt a strange but comforting sense of safety. Though the situation was embarrassing, it was the only way. She hid behind the rock, made sure they weren't turning around, and then began to wash quietly. The sound of water echoed in the still air. In the silent desert, even the smallest splash seemed loud, reaching the ears of every man standing guard. For the 5 young men, it was a real test of patience. Even without looking, the sound alone made their imaginations run wild. The 4th brother, Luo Yen, swallowed hard, his face turning red. Why does the water sound so loud? He muttered under his breath. Quiet, said the 2nd brother, Luo Lin, pushing up his glasses. His hands gripped his wrench tightly, knuckles pale. The sound of water continued, steady and rhythmic. She was washing her arms, then her hair. Every sound was like a feather brushing against the men's hearts, making them restless. Rosen stood in the middle, his breathing growing heavy. He closed his eyes, trying to block out the sound, but the image had already taken root in his mind. He could even smell a faint scent of soap in the air, a small piece that Lin Jiaojiao had secretly taken from her supplies. The fragrance mixed with the steam, making the air feel strangely intoxicating. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. At last, the sound of water stopped. There was a soft rustling as she put on her clothes.
All
done, Lin Jiaojiao said shyly. The 5 men all let out a long breath, feeling more exhausted than after a fight. Rosen was the first to turn around. Lin Jiaojiao had just washed away the dust and grime from her journey. Her damp hair clung to her cheeks, making her face look even fairer and brighter. Because she had just bathed in cold water, her lips looked rosy and her eyes clear, shining like fresh fruit in the sunlight. Her old, faded shirt was still a little wet, clinging lightly to her skin. For a moment, the men were stunned. Rosen's eyes darkened, deep and unreadable. He quickly stepped forward, blocking his brother's gazes. He pulled an old towel from the car and placed it over Lin Jiaojiao's head. His movements looked rough, but he was only trying to protect her modesty. Dry your hair, Rosen said hoarsely, his voice low and tense. He rubbed her head through the towel, then leaned down and whispered softly in her ear so only the 2 of them could hear. From now on, don't take a bath like that in front of others. If we were still in the car, I wouldn't have been able to hold back. After washing up, the group set off again. But this time, everything felt different. The heat and discomfort from before had been washed away by the spring water. The air inside the truck was no longer filled with the smell of sweat, but carried a faint, clean scent of soap. It was the scent from Lin Jiaojiao, drifting lightly through the small, enclosed cabin, teasing the men's senses. Rosen still sat in the passenger seat, holding Lin Jiaojiao on his lap. But the road across the desert seemed determined to make things difficult. After crossing a relatively smooth riverbed, the truck turned onto a stretch of the infamous washboard road. This kind of road was covered with rippling ridges formed by countless heavy vehicles and wind erosion. Driving on it wasn't really driving, it was bouncing.
Clang, clang, clang.
The truck's stiff suspension was almost useless here. The whole vehicle shook violently, as if it had a life of its own.
Ah!
Lin Jiaojiao bit her lip, her face turning pale. Even though she was sitting on Rosen's lap, the jolts were too strong and too frequent. Her body ached from the constant shaking, and every bump made her wince. To make things worse, Rosen's legs were firm and unyielding, offering little comfort. "What's wrong?" Rosen had been paying close attention to her. Feeling her trembling and hearing her quickened breathing, he immediately told the driver to stop. The truck screeched to a halt amid the swirling yellow dust. "Are you feeling unwell?" he asked gently. Rosen held her by the waist, his brows tightly furrowed, his eyes full of worry. Lin Jiaojiao's eyes were filled with tears as she covered her lower back, struggling to speak. "It hurts." "Where does it hurt?" "Your stomach?" Rosen's face changed, thinking she might have eaten something bad or gotten sick.
"No."
Lin Jiaojiao's face turned bright red, her voice barely audible. "It's from sitting too long. The ride was too bumpy and it really hurts." From the driver's seat, Roland adjusted his glasses and glanced at her, saying nothing. Rosen froze for a moment, then understood. He was used to rough conditions, his body strong and tough, so he didn't feel much discomfort. But Lin Jiaojiao is delicate and unused to such jolts. "Come down, let me take a look." Without waiting for her reply, Rosen tried to help her out of the car.
"No."
"Don't look." Lin Jiaojiao grabbed the door handle tightly, embarrassed. It was broad daylight, and even though they were in a quiet place, there were still people around. "Don't be afraid. I just want to make sure you're okay," Rosen said firmly, gently turning her so he could check her injury. Her face burned with embarrassment. He carefully lifted the edge of her shirt and saw that her lower back was red and swollen, with a few bruises forming. The sight made his heart ache. He took a sharp breath. Her skin was so delicate. He thought he had been careful, yet she was still hurt. If the ride had gone on any longer, it could have been worse. He reached out, wanting to touch the injured area, but stopped halfway, afraid his rough hands might hurt her more. His voice was low and tense. "It's this bad. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" I'm afraid we'll lose time on the road." Lin Jiaojiao buried her face in her arms, her ears burning red with embarrassment. Rosen's heart softened, as if something had struck him hard. This silly woman, she was in pain but still trying to endure it. He adjusted her clothes and held her gently, his face dark with thought as he tried to find a solution. A blanket? Both were in the truck bed under the cargo, covered in dust and too thick to fit in the cab. Clothes? His sheepskin coat was too rough and scratchy. Just then, someone knocked on the door. "Big brother, why aren't we moving? What happened?" It was their fourth brother, Royen, peering in through the window with a puzzled look. His left arm was wrapped in bandages, and because of the pain, he had it hanging in front of his chest, which made him look a bit funny. When Rosen saw him, his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked Royen up and down. Royen was tall, about 1.88 meters, with a strong, solid build. Unlike Rosen and Roland, his muscles were thicker and softer, giving him a sturdy, cushion-like look. Most importantly, he was broad and well-built. His legs together could easily serve as a comfortable seat. "Royen, get in," Rosen said in a low voice.
"Huh."
Royen pointed at himself. "Big brother, I'm injured. It's fine in the back. The front's too cramped." "Stop talking and get in," Rosen said impatiently, opening the door and stepping down with Lin Jiaojiao in his arms. Still confused, Royen scratched his head and awkwardly climbed into the passenger seat.
"Sie properly, useninstructed."
Royen obeyed, spreading his long legs and looking puzzled. "Big brother, and then?" Standing outside, Rosen looked at him with a faint, meaningful smile. He lifted Lin Jiaojiao slightly and said, "The seat's too hard for her, and it's hurting her. You've got more padding. Let her sit on your lap for now."
"What?"
Luoyan looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes widened in shock, and his face turned red from his neck to the top of his head. "BB brother, you must be joking, right? I can't do this." A man shouldn't say he can't. Before Luo Yan could refuse, Luo Sun pushed the soft and fragrant Lin Jiaojiao into the carriage and placed her on Luo Yan's lap. "Jiaojiao, sit still. Fourth brother is strong and steady. It won't hurt this time." Lin Jiaojiao was stunned. She looked at the young man beneath her, who was as red as a cooked shrimp and stiff as a board, and felt a wave of awkwardness. But there was really no other choice.
"Um."
"Fourth brother, sorry to trouble you. she said softly, trying to adjust her position so she could sit more comfortably. As she moved, she accidentally brushed against Luo Yan's legs a few times.
Ah.
Luo Yan let out a strangled sound, his hands frozen in the air as if surrendering, not daring to touch her at all. Drive, Luo Sen called out from the step behind the driver's seat. The vehicle started again. Amid the rumbling noise, the real challenge had just begun. The wheels rolled on, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. This time, however, Lin Jiaojiao felt much more comfortable. Luo Yan's legs were firm yet springy, and his loose green uniform pants had become soft from many washes. Compared to Luo Sen's rock-hard muscles, Luo Yan was like a comfortable cushion. "Yan, you're really warm," Lin Jiaojia murmured after about 10 minutes, shifting slightly. It was already noon, the sun blazing, and the carriage was hot and stuffy. Luo Yan felt like a walking heater, radiating heat nonstop. Jiao Jiao sat in his arms, her back against his chest, her hips pressed against his thighs, feeling as if she was almost being roasted.
I'm not hot. I feel cool inside," she said.
Luo Yan clenched his teeth, forcing out a few words through his teeth. God knows what he was going through right now. Holding a delicate beauty in his arms, with her soft touch and faint scent, was slowly eroding his self-control. Especially as the vehicle jolted, she moved up and down on his legs, each bump like a spark that seemed to burn right into his tailbone. His hands still held stiffly, unsure where to place them. If he hugged her, it might look like he was taking advantage of her. If he didn't, the car swayed, and she might hit her head. "Fourth brother, is your hand broken?" Luo Lin, who was driving, looked at his younger brother's funny yet pained expression in the rearview mirror and smirked. "Hold on tight to Jiao Jiao's waist. The road is rough, and if she falls, it's only your fault." "Second brother, shut up," Luo Yan shouted in embarrassment, his face turning red as if it might bleed. "Listen to your second brother," came Luo Sen's voice from outside the window. He was standing on the running board, half of his body leaning in, alert. If Jiao Jiao scraped her skin, he said he'd cut off the other arm. With the elder brother's order, Luo Yan finally trembled and lowered his hand. His right hand was fine, but his left was in a sling. Carefully, that big right hand gently wrapped around Jiao Jiao's slender waist, lightly resting on her small belly. When he touched her, Luo Yan felt as if his palm was burned. She was too delicate, too soft. Her waist was just a small grip, as if it could break with a little more force. Through her thin shirt, he could even feel her soft belly rising and falling with her breath. Suddenly, the car hit a large stone, jolting violently upward. "Ah!" Jiao Jiao cried out, her whole body being thrown up, then falling heavily back into Luo Yan's arms. This fall was not only forceful, but also slightly off-center. She leaned back suddenly, hitting the back of her head on Luo Yan's broad shoulder, and her bottom happened to. Ugh! Luo Yan suddenly lifted his head, his neck bulging with veins, his Adam's apple moving violently, and he let out a muffled groan that was suppressed to the extreme. In that moment, he felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. The sensation was 10,000 times more intense than when he was fighting fiercely with a mountain eagle earlier. His body, already on the edge, completely lost control after this heavy hit. It was as if a dormant beast had suddenly awakened, roaring and lifting its head. As the person involved, Lin Jiao Jiao's feelings were the most direct. She clearly sensed a fundamental change happening. Now, the awkward atmosphere was thick enough to seem frozen. Lin Jiao Jiao froze there, not daring to move. Although she had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. Plus, with her modern mind, she knew exactly what was happening. This innocent little brother had reacted, and it was a very fierce reaction.
See.
Fourth brother, Lin Jiao Jiao's voice trembled, her face flushed like a ripe apple, and her eyes nervously avoided everyone's gaze. Luo Yan wanted to disappear right then, but the body was honest and not controlled by the brain. It was the most primitive, instinctive urge of a young male. Sorry. Luo Yan was sweating profusely, sweat running down his determined face, not sure if it was from heat or panic. I didn't mean to. The road was too bumpy. Hee hee. Next to him, Luin let out a soft laugh. It wasn't loud, but to Luin, it sounded sharper than thunder. Fourth brother, it's good that young people have strong energy, Luin said casually, steering the wheel slowly with a teasing tone, but you still need to practice your self-control. We're just getting started. There's a long way to go. Sorry, I can't assist with that request.
Cool.
Cool, he answered dazedly, his voice hoarse and barely understandable. Do you want some water? I have a little left. Lin Jiao suddenly pulled out half a bottle of water and handed it to him as if performing a magic trick. Luin didn't care who had drunk from it. He grabbed the bottle and tilted his head back to drink, trying to calm the fire in his heart. At that moment, Luo's son outside the car window suddenly knocked on the glass. There's a situation ahead. Luo Sen's voice was cold, instantly breaking the romantic yet awkward atmosphere inside the car. Luo Yan's eyes sharpened. The fighting instinct of a man immediately overtook his romantic thoughts. His gaze became fierce, and although his left arm was still injured, his right hand moved toward his waist to reach for his dagger. What's the situation? Luin also put away his joking expression and gently pressed the brake. The road ahead is blocked. Luo's son pointed a few hundred meters ahead. Someone has set up a roadblock. Lin Jiao's heart tightened, and she instinctively clutched Luo Yan's sleeve. Luo Yan felt the fear in the person inside his arms. His protective instinct instantly surged. He gently patted Lin Jiao's back with his hand holding the dagger and spoke in a low, firm voice. Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. I'm here. No one will hurt you, not even a hair. Even though a certain part of his body was still aroused at that moment, the desire in his eyes had completely transformed into a fierce protectiveness. The road ahead was indeed blocked. It wasn't a natural collapse, but a man-made deep ditch, about 2 meters wide and bottomless. There were a few dead poplar trees piled at the edge of the ditch, clearly used to block vehicles from rushing through. Behind the ditch, 2 old jeeps were parked, and 7 or 8 rough-looking men sat on the hood, smoking cigarettes and looking street smart. This group was different from the bandits from yesterday. The bandits from yesterday were pure outlaws, but these men wore mismatched old military uniforms, and instead of crude guns, they held standard semi-automatic rifles. Lin Jiao curled up in Luo Yan's arms, sticking out her head, curious yet scared, and asked, "This area is controlled by the biggest smuggler, who also robs travelers," Luo Yan explained softly, with a hint of dislike in his voice. "They are more difficult to deal with than the mountain bandits, and they have real weapons. They are also very ruthless. What should we do?" Lin Jiao's voice was nervous. "Don't panic," Luo Sen said as he walked to the front of the car, patted the hood, and signaled Luo Lin to turn off the engine. "Second brother, stay in the car and watch over Jiao and the fourth. Third and fifth brothers, bring your weapons and come with me. Big brother, I want to go too," Luo Yan exclaimed when he heard about fighting, trying to put down Lin Jiao in his arms. "Sit still." Luo's son turned to glare at him, his eyes sweeping over Luo Yan's still raising arm. "You're disabled. Are you going to go and get yourself killed? Stay here and guard this gate. If anyone rushes in and hurts Jiao, I will hold you responsible." Luo Yan clenched his teeth in frustration, but could only obey. He held Lin Jiao tighter, gripping his dagger with a reverse grip, muscles tense, like a guard dog ready to attack. Luo's son led third and fifth brothers away. They were about 10 meters from the ditch. A bald man leading the group jumped out of a jeep, playing with a black star pistol, and cheerfully shouted, "Hey, isn't that Luo family boss? Why are you taking this route today without giving a heads up?" Luo Sen stood still with a calm expression, exuding a strong presence like a mountain. "Grey Wolf, everyone has been taking this route for over 10 years. When did this ditch suddenly appear? That was in the past. Now is now." The bald man, Grey Wolf, spat out the cigarette butt and greedily looked at the truck loaded with supplies. "Recently, my brothers are tight on money. I heard Luo boss has some good cargo this time and we want to share some of the profits. Rules are rules," Luo's son said calmly. 2 boxes of canned food and a pack of cigarettes. Fill in the road. Ha ha ha. Grey Wolf laughed loudly, and his men around him cheered. Luo boss, are you still asleep? 2 boxes of canned food are from the old days. Now then. He stretched out his short, thick finger and pointed toward the truck's cab, showing a very lecherous smile. I heard there's a beautiful woman hiding in your truck. I could smell her scent from far away just now. Leave that girl behind and give up half the cargo. You brothers can get lost. Inside the cab, Luo Yan heard everything clearly and instantly exploded with anger. Darn you, he shouted loudly, his eyes turning red, ready to jump out and fight desperately. Don't move. Luo Lin quickly grabbed his shoulder and calmly pushed up his glasses. Big brother has a plan. If you go out now, you'll only cause trouble. Jiao Jiao was trembling with fear. They were coming for her again. A beautiful woman was a troublemaker. In this lawless, wild land, her beauty was seen as a sin and the biggest danger. Luo's son saw this, and his last bit of patience disappeared completely. He slowly drew a hidden dagger from his waist, his voice cold as ice in the cold winter. It seems you want to die. How dare you? Grey Wolf's face changed, and he raised his gun, about to pull the trigger. Brothers, attack. Kill all the men and the women. Bang. A gunshot. But it wasn't Luo's son who fell. Instead, Grey Wolf screamed in pain as his gun was knocked away, and a bloody hole appeared suddenly on his right wrist. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads quickly toward the sound of gunfire. They saw behind Luo's son, the third brother Luo Mu, who had been smiling and cooking, now holding a modified hunting rifle, its barrel still smoking. It turned out Luo's son had given Luo Mu a look before getting out of the car. Attack! Luo's son seized this chance and charged out like a leopard. Fifth brother Luo, too, also didn't want to fall behind. He swung a terrifying solid iron rod and knocked a younger brother trying to raise his gun flying. A fierce fight broke out again. But this time, the Luo brothers seemed well prepared. Luo Mu's shooting was very accurate, aiming specifically at the other side's hands or legs, hitting one shot after another without missing. Rosen and Luo too are close-range fighters, rushing into the crowd like they own the place. Inside the cabin, Luo Yan feels excited and wishes he weren't injured. Suddenly, a survivor takes advantage of the chaos, sneaking past the front lines with a knife in hand, quietly moving toward the truck. Be careful. Lin Jiao Jiao keeps her eyes on the outside and is the first to notice the person. Luo Lin snorts coldly, pulls out a large wrench from under his seat, and is about to open the door. Second brother, you stay in the truck. This one's mine. Luo Yan can't hold back anymore. Although one of his hands is injured, his fighting spirit remains strong. He suddenly pushes open the door, shoves Lin Jiao Jiao into Luo Lin's arms, and says, "Watch my wife." Then, he leans on the door with one hand and jumps out of the half-height driver's cabin like a cannonball, charging at the attacker. Don't think you can mess with my wife. Luo Yan shouts angrily, his dagger flashing with a cold gleam. The attacker didn't expect anyone to be so crazy on the truck, hurriedly raising his knife to block. But Luo Yan's strength is too much. He crashes into the attacker, and they tumble together. Ah! Lin Jiao Jiao screams in fear from the window. Luo Yan is injured too. Luo Yan doesn't care about his bleeding wounds. He tightly grips the attacker's neck with his injured arm, blood staining the bandage, while his dagger stabs into the attacker's thigh. Fourth brother. Luo Lin sees the situation turning bad and jumps down to help. After a few minutes, the fight ends. The Grey Wolf, holding his wrist, along with the remaining soldiers, runs away in panic. Rosen walks back covered in blood, seeing Luo Yan sitting on the ground, panting heavily, with half his body soaked in blood, his face darkening. Who told you to get out? Rosen demands sternly. Luo Yan wipes the blood off his face, grins, and shows his big white teeth. Big brother, that guy tried to attack my wife. I couldn't hold back. Rosen looks at his brother's battered state, his anger choking him, but finally, he sighs helplessly. Get in the car. Hurry up and go. Since this is wolf territory, the sound of gunfire will soon attract more people. Back in the car, the atmosphere becomes heavy. Luo Yan's wound is opening up, bleeding nonstop. Luo Lin is urgently bandaging him, while Lin Jiao Jiao helps by passing gauze, tears falling uncontrollably. Why are you crying? Luo Yen, sweating and in pain, tries to act tough. This little blood isn't a big deal. As long as my sister-in-law is okay. Seeing his stubbornness, Lin Jiao Jiao feels a mix of sadness and tenderness. This big boy is risking himself to save her. She quietly reaches into her bag, but actually, she uses her mind to take out a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao spray. It's new and more convenient than powder. Don't move. I'll spray the medicine on you, she says softly, sniffling. The cool spray hits the fiery wound, carrying a special medicinal scent. Luo Yan looks at her tear-streaked face, and his heart softens completely. Suddenly, he feels that enduring this pain is worth it. Luo's son sits in the driver's seat. The second brother is caring for the injured. The eldest is driving. Through the rearview mirror, he watches the warm scene on the back seat, his fingers tightening slightly on the steering wheel. His gaze falls on Lin Jiao Jiao's reddened eyes from crying, and a strange feeling of irritation and deep possessiveness rises in his heart. She is a treasure guarded by all 5 brothers. But this treasure seems to be increasingly capturing their attention. Sit tight, Luo's son suddenly speaks, his voice deep. The road ahead is worse. Hold on. With a burst of acceleration, the truck roars into the deeper wilderness. The wheels crush the gravel, making a monotonous, dull sound, like sawing wood in the mind. Although the sun is setting, its fierce aftershock still burns, roasting the cab like a baking bun about to be baked. The convoy has been traveling across the Gobi Desert for 10 hours straight. Luo Sen stops the vehicle under a windbreak on a dirt cliff. The terrain here is a bit lower, which helps avoid the fierce winds carrying sand and gravel. Take a 20-minute break and eat something, Rosen said, unlocking the car with a tired voice after a long journey. Luin was still sitting in the front passenger seat. Because of blood loss, his lips looked pale, and he seemed very weak, like a wilted eggplant. Lin Jiao Jiao was carried out of the car by Rosen. As soon as her feet touched the ground, her legs went weak. She was too tired. This exhaustion was not only from the rough ride, but also from constant mental tension. The third brother, Luo Mu, quickly took out a bag of dry food. This was their main food for the trip, hard flatbread, commonly called dry naan. The best thing about it was that it wouldn't spoil, but the worst was that it was very hard, so hard it could break a dog's teeth. Jiao Jiao, here, Luo Mu broke off a piece and handed it to Lin Jiao Jiao. She took it and looked at the stone-like bread in her hand, feeling bitter inside. She had been eating this for days, and her throat was already sore and burning. She tried to take a small bite. Crack. A sharp sound, and her teeth felt weak. The bread wouldn't soften in her mouth. It was full of rough grains, and swallowing it felt like she was swallowing blades. Cough, cough. Lin Jiao Jiao covered her chest and started coughing hard, tears welling up in her eyes. Rosen was checking the tires. When he heard the noise, he walked over quickly, frowning like a mountain character. Can't swallow it. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded with red eyes, holding up the bread and saying sadly, Big brother, it's too hard. My throat hurts. A few big men around fell silent. They had tough skin and could eat this dry bread with cold water, but Jiao Jiao's throat was delicate, used to fine grains, and couldn't handle this hardship. Third brother, light a fire and cook some soup to soften the bread before giving it to her, Rosen ordered. Brother, there's no firewood nearby, Luo Mu said with a bitter smile, pointing to the barren salt-alkali land around them. There's not even any cactus. Plus, water is running low, and boiling soup uses too much water. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. Luo Yen, holding his wound, leaned against a tire and weakly cursed, When I get back, I must go to the state-run restaurant to eat some braised pork. My mouth is so bland now. Lin Jiao Jiao looked at everyone's worried faces, but started to get curious. Earlier today, her absolute fresh micro-supply cache was refreshed. She hadn't had a chance to look closely until now. While everyone was sighing and complaining, she hugged her patched satchel, pretending to search inside, but actually she was focusing her mind into the space. Just one glance made her heart race. Today's luck was simply incredible. In the tiny 1 cubic meter corner of her space, there were 2 items quietly lying. 3 large, pink, juicy-looking peaches with soft fuzz on their skin, and 2 heavy metal cans, melon luncheon meat. In this era, these were luxury items, especially the peaches, which looked so juicy that they seemed ready to burst open with a gentle touch, spilling sweet, sticky juice. Lin Jiao swallowed hard.
She was going to take them out.
Not just for herself, but also for the men who protected her. Luoyan had lost so much blood and needed nourishment. Everyone had been through tough days. Lin Jiao hesitated, her voice soft and gentle. I think I still have some food here.
Huh?
Luo's son, who was pouring the last murky water from his bottle into his mouth, paused and looked down at her. Still apples? Everyone remembered the apples from before. No, not apples. Lin Jiao reached into her bag and fumbled around. Under the watchful eyes of 5 men, she first pulled out the 2 cans, placing them on the ground with a loud clink. Then, her small, delicate hand reached in again, digging and rummaging, and she carefully pulled out 3 peaches, each bigger than a grown man's fist. When the peach was taken out, a strong, sweet, and rich fruit aroma instantly filled the dry, dusty air. Silence. Dead silence. The 5 grown men's eyes widened, and their throats moved in unison as they swallowed loudly.
This
is? Old Fifth Luo Tu's nose was the sharpest. He leaned close to the ground, nostrils flaring wildly. Meat smell.
And
what kind of fruit is this? Why does it smell so good? Luo Lin adjusted his glasses, and a look of extreme surprise flashed in his eyes behind the lenses. Canned luncheon meat was easy to explain, but this peach. In the vast northwest desert, where did such a water-rich peach, usually found in the south, come from? And look at those leaves, bright green, just like they were freshly picked from a tree. Is this also hidden in your coat? Luo Sin squinted, his tone calm but firm. Jiao lowered her head nervously, fiddling with her clothes, and started to come up with a clumsy excuse she had already thought of. When I went out, I was worried about being hungry on the way, so I brought some extra. This can was a gift from my dad's old comrade, and I've never dared to eat it. Maybe the peach was steamed and cooked inside the bag? Cooked and steamed? Whose peach could be so tender and juicy just from steaming? But Luo's son didn't speak. He looked deeply at this little woman who was making up stories, then raised his head and cast a sharp glance at his 4 brothers around him. Listen carefully. Luo Sen's voice was steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Jiao is lucky. It's a blessing from heaven. Anyone who dares to ask more questions or say a word outside of this, don't blame me for not considering brotherhood. This set the tone. No matter where this thing came from, even if she made it up, it was her own skill as a wife. If it's a skill, it should be kept secret and only enjoyed by the family. Big brother, we understand. Luo Lin nodded first, his eyes dark and unreadable as he looked at the food. Jiao is our lucky star, a bit of fairy aura normal. Luo Yan had already drooled with hunger, no longer caring whether this thing was reasonable. Big brother, hurry up. If I don't eat something good soon, I won't be able to recover my blood. Luo's son looked away, picked up the can on the ground, weighed it in his hand, then threw it to the quiet 3rd brother, Luo Mu. Luo Mu, you're in the fire team.
This is for you, Luo's son said.
Don't waste it. Luo Mu took the can and the peach. His usually smiling face suddenly showed a look of almost reverent seriousness. As the team's cook, in this remote place, he only had dry bread and pickled vegetables. His cooking skills had been bottled up and frustrated for a long time. Now, holding such top-quality ingredients, he felt excited, like a mischievous kid seeing a beautiful girl. Don't worry, big brother, Luo Mu said, drawing a sharp little knife from his waist. He spun a pattern on the blade, his eyes shining brightly. Tonight, I promise Jiao will be so happy she'll swallow her tongue. He turned to look at Lin Jiao, who was squatting on the ground, watching him eagerly. His smile deepened. Jiao, come help me, Luo softly invited, his voice gentle like water. Lin Jiao nodded obediently and moved closer, like a cute little rabbit. Luo-san watched their backs, then looked at the dry bread in his hand. Suddenly, he found it even harder to swallow. He tucked the bread into his chest, then walked to the windward side to keep watch. His ears stood up high, listening carefully to the sounds from that direction. The sunset had completely dipped below the horizon. The night on the Gobi Desert looked like a huge black curtain falling over everything. The temperature dropped quickly, but in this small camp, everyone was busy and lively. Luo gathered some stones to make a simple stove, cleaned a metal bucket from the car, and placed it on the stones. He poured in precious water. He didn't rush to open the can. Instead, he first handled the dry bread. Jiao, help me hold this. Luo handed an empty bowl to Lin Jiao, then took the dry flatbread from her hand. Using a shiny, sharp little knife, he patiently peeled off the hard outer crust, leaving the softer inside bread. His fingers were long and bony, and he held the knife very steadily. His movements looked more like carving art than cutting food. Lin Jiao crouched beside him, their knees sometimes touching. "Third brother, your knife skills are really good," she said sincerely. Luo turned to look at her. In the firelight, her face was rosy, and her big eyes were full of admiration. This look made Luo feel very happy, and his excitement was stronger than the fire under the stove. "I learned it in the kitchen team," Luo explained with a smile, but he kept working. "If you want to eat, I will make it for you in the future." There was a gentle, caring promise in his words. After finishing the bread core, the main part was coming. Luo picked up a can of Mei Lin luncheon meat. The can didn't have a pull tab, so he had to pry it open with a knife. Click! The sharp sound of the knife piercing the metal was clear and pleasant. As he slowly pried open the lid, a strong smell of meat quickly spread out. It was a special aroma from the mix of fat, starch, and spices. For these men who had been eating vegetarian for days, it was like the best kind of temptation. Swallow. Someone's gulping sound broke the quiet night, loud and clear. Luo Yan, who had been lying nearby pretending to be dead, couldn't ignore his pain anymore. He struggled to sit up, stretching his neck to look over. "Smells so good. Darn, it smells so good. Third brother, hurry up. My craving is about to burst out." Luo ignored him, poured out the luncheon meat, and cut thick slices. The pink meat slices still had white fat particles on them. Snip! The meat hit the hot pan. Although there was no oil in the pan, luncheon meat is rich in fat. When it touched the hot surface, it sizzled and released oil, with the edges curling and a fragrant aroma filling the air. Lin Jiao sniffed her nose, feeling so hungry she could eat a whole cow. "Smells so good," she whispered, and her stomach growled loudly in response. Luo heard it and smiled. He used chopsticks to pick up a slice of golden fried luncheon meat, blew on it, and held it near Lin Jiao's mouth. "Try the saltiness." This was a clear sign of favoritism. The other four brothers looked on eagerly, their eyes shining with green light. Luo Sen stood nearby, turned away, seemingly looking at the stars, but his back muscles were tense. Lin Jiao felt a little shy and tried to refuse. "Third brother, no one has eaten yet. You are a hero and our family's treasure. You must be the first to eat," Luo insisted, holding his chopsticks with a gentle but firm look. "Open your mouth." Red-faced, Lin Jiao opened her small mouth and bit into the meat. The hot oil burst in her mouth, and the salty, savory flavor excited every taste bud. It was so delicious. In this resource-scarce time, in this desolate desert, this bite of meat felt like heaven. "Is it tasty?" Luo watched her lips move as she chewed, his voice low. Lin Jiao nodded repeatedly, a bit of oil on her lips. Luo raised his thumb and naturally wiped the oil from her lips, then, right in front of her, put his finger in his mouth and sucked on it. "Yes, it's quite fragrant," he said with a squint and a smile. Lin Jiao's face suddenly turned bright red, and she lowered her head like a startled quail, her heart pounding fast. This third brother looked gentle, But how could he be so charming and teasing? A pot of mixed stew was quickly prepared. They cooked the fried luncheon meat and chopped bread core together. Though it looked simple, it was definitely a luxurious meal. 5 men sat around the campfire, holding bowls, eating eagerly, finishing every drop of soup and water. Luin ate the fastest, licking the bottom of his bowl until it shone, then wiped his mouth with satisfaction. We survived. This is the life we should be living. My sister-in-law, if you can keep producing such good things every day, I would be happy even if I get hurt every day. Stop talking nonsense, Rosen said, patting him on the back of the head. Then he deliberately left the thickest 2 slices of meat from his bowl and put them into Lin Jiaojiao's bowl. Eat more, you're too thin. Holding you feels uncomfortable. As soon as he said that, the warm atmosphere suddenly became a bit flirtatious. Lin Jiaojiao almost choked on her soup. Rosen pushed up his glasses, slowly swallowing the last piece of cake. His gaze swept over Lin Jiaojiao's slim waist, and he lightly added, "Big brother is right. You should gain some weight. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle the teasing in the future." The hidden meaning in his words made the men all smile knowingly. Lin Jiaojiao buried her head in her bowl, not daring to speak. These rough men, once they finished eating, started acting silly. After dinner, everyone leaned on their luggage to digest. Rosen cleaned up the dishes and then took out 3 peaches he had been reluctant to eat earlier. "These can't be kept overnight, so we have to eat them tonight," Rosen said, taking out a military-style enamel cup, pouring some water, and starting to wash the peaches. Actually, the peaches were very clean. The Space's products are always top quality. But he still washed them carefully, rubbing off the fine fuzz on the skin. The water droplets slid down the pink peach skin, dripping onto Rosen's rough, calloused hands. This strong visual contrast made Lin Jiaojiao, who had been watching him, unable to look away. "Jiaojiao," Rosen finished washing 1 peach, took a small knife, and started peeling it. The thin peach skin peeled into a long red strip, revealing the juicy, pinkish-white flesh inside. Juice flowed down the knife blade onto his hand, then down his wrist into his sleeve. Here, Rosen cut the peeled peach into small pieces, placed them on the lid, and handed them to Lin Jiaojiao. Just as she reached out to take them, Rosen turned his wrist and avoided her hand. "I just cooked, so my hands are dirty." "Don't get your hands dirty," Rosen said with a gentle smile. "Should I feed you?" And again, he was feeding her. Today's meal seemed to be at odds with the word, feed. Nearby, Rosen was wiping his hidden dagger. He paused briefly and looked over with a cold gaze. Luin was biting his corner of the blanket, full of envy and jealousy. Lin Jiaojiao, under the fierce looks of everyone, forced herself to move closer. She took a piece of peach meat from Luomu's hand and ate it. It was sweet. Too sweet. Almost overwhelming. Juice spilled from her mouth, running down the corner of her lips. Luomu watched her lips, shiny and wet with juice. His smile deepened, turning into a dark, unsettling look that made her feel nervous. "Is it sweet?" he asked, his voice softer and more husky than before.
"Sweet,"
Lin Jiaojiao whispered. "I want to try too." Luomu didn't reach for the remaining peach. Instead, he suddenly leaned in. Just before the juice from her lips could drip down, he quickly licked the corner of her mouth. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Lin Jiaojiao froze completely, her mind went blank. The warm, rough touch, with a hint of tobacco and the salty flavor from lunch meat, brushed past her lips so fast it felt like an electric shock, running through her whole body. Luomu finished licking and sat up straight. He slowly rolled his tongue over his lips, eyes fixed on Lin Jiaojiao, smiling like a fox who had just caught prey. It's really sweet. Sweeter than canned syrup." This was clearly teasing her openly. "Third brother," a low warning came from nearby. Rosen thrust his hidden dagger into the sand with a dull thud. He looked up, his dark eyes filled with stormy anger, staring hard at Luomu. "Don't go too far," Rosen said coldly, each word sharp and icy. Luomu turned his head, still smiling, but his eyes showed no fear. He slowly chewed the remaining peach, juice splattering everywhere. Big brother, I just want to taste it. Luo Mu shrugged innocently. This peach is so precious. Wasting even a drop of juice is a crime. Don't you think? Yes, big brother. Luo Lin, the second brother who had been silent, suddenly spoke. He sat cross-legged nearby, his glasses reflecting light, making his eyes hard to see. Third brother is also trying to save. Besides, Jiao Jiao will be one of us in the future, no matter what. This phrase, no matter what, left Luo's son speechless. The rule they set, if you drink water, you are considered a wife, meant that since the third brother's wife was already chosen, he could be seen as exercising his rights early. It was a bit bold, but not crossing any lines. Luo Sen's chest rose and fell twice, then he snorted coldly and didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, he pulled Lin Jiao Jiao closer to himself, keeping her away from the smiling, cunning face. Are you all finished eating? Once you're done, clean up and go to sleep, Luo's son ordered in a deep voice. Jiao Jiao felt like she had been given a reprieve. She quickly moved behind Luo's son, her heart pounding wildly. She secretly glanced at Luo Mu, noticing he was still watching her, playing with a small knife stained with peach juice. The possessive look in his eyes made her spine tingle. This seemingly gentle third brother was actually the most dangerous. Tonight's plan was still to sleep in the tent. But because Luo Yan was injured and had just eaten meat and regained some blood, he was now overly energetic. Big brother, I don't want to sleep at the edge where the wind blows, Luo Yan whined. My wound hurts. I need to be near the warm air. Who do you want to sleep next to? Luo Sin shot him a sidelong glance. I want to sleep next to second brother. Luo Yan initially wanted to say next to his sister-in-law, but under big brother's murderous gaze, he changed his mind. Finally, they adjusted the positions slightly. Luo Yan slept at the innermost. Next to him was Luo Lin. In the middle was Lin Jiao Jiao, and on the left was Luo Senator. The original spot at the door was taken by Luo Mu, who was arranged to sleep at the outermost, near the wind vent, supposedly to let off some steam. The tent quickly grew quiet, with only a few breathing sounds remaining. Lin Jiao Jiao lay in the middle. Although she had eaten well and felt warm and comfortable, she couldn't relax her mind. The night had been too intense. First, they took out things from the space, and then she was treated like Luo Mu. She could sense that the men's gazes on her were becoming more strange. Before, their looks were like those of hunters or men interested in women. Now, there was a new, urgent desire to consume her, especially Luo's son, who was beside her. He boldly rested one arm across her waist, holding her tightly in his embrace. His hot chest pressed against her back, and his strong heartbeat pounded loudly in her ears. Can't sleep? In the dark, Luo Sen's voice suddenly sounded near her ear, warm breath brushing her sensitive ear. Lin Jiao Jiao shrank her neck and whispered, I'm a little full. Earlier, Luo Mu had fed her too much. The large pieces of meat and half a pancake were a bit too much for her small stomach. Luo Sen's large hand moved from her waist to her lower belly. Lin Jiao Jiao stiffened and instinctively tried to dodge. Don't move, Luo Sen said, holding her gently. His palm pressed softly against her tender belly, massaging in a slow, circular motion. Let me massage you. His hand was big, rough, and hot. Even through her thin shirt, the heat kept passing into her. His technique was quite comfortable, with just the right pressure, quickly easing her stomach ache. But in this tight, enclosed, hormone-filled environment, this simple massage soon took on a different tone. Lin Jiao Jiao felt that his large hand was moving wider, not just on her belly, but occasionally brushing lower. Ugh, she couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her voice gentle and watery. That sound was like a drop of water falling into a calm oil pot. The breathing inside the tent suddenly grew heavier. Rolling over on the other side, Lin turned to face this way. Although she couldn't see his expression clearly, she could feel that he was watching her. The person outside, Luo Mu, sat up directly and was feeling around for something. What's wrong? Luo Sen's hand stopped, and his voice was very hoarse. It's nothing. Nothing. Lin Jiao Jiao blushed so much, she felt like she was burning. She quickly held down his wandering hand on her stomach. Big brother, it's okay now, I'm not bloated anymore, but Luo's son didn't immediately pull his hand back. He was silent in the dark for a few seconds, then suddenly turned over and half-pressed on her. The heavy weight made Lin Jiao Jiao gasp. She looked at him in shock, eyes wide. Though she couldn't see clearly, she could feel his face so close. Jiao Jiao, Luo's son called her name, with a hint of struggle and warning in his voice. Remember, you belong to us. Don't just smile so sweetly at the third brother. It makes me annoyed. So he was jealous after all. Lin Jiao Jiao felt a little relieved but also tense again. She quickly nodded obediently. I understand, big brother. I only listen to you. This seemed to make Luo's son happy. He gave her a heavy kiss on the forehead with a loud pop, like stamping a seal. Good girl. Luo's son then lay back down and held her even tighter. That night, although the atmosphere inside the tent was romantic, it didn't get out of control. As the wheels crushed the gravel, a heavy feeling like a lead weight settled in her stomach, sometimes accompanied by sharp, stabbing pains. Ugh. The wheel hit a deep pothole, causing the car to shake violently. Lin Jiao Jiao couldn't hold back and furrowed her brows tightly, letting out a low, painful moan. Luo Yan, holding her, immediately tensed up as if pricked by needles. What's wrong? Jiao Jiao. Luo Yan placed his large, uninjured hand protectively on her belly, his palm warm, voice full of concern. Did I press on you again? Should I spread my legs wider? He tried to adjust his sitting position, hoping to make his stiff body more relaxed. Don't move. Lin Jiao Jiao weakly pressed his hand, her forehead already covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. It's not your fault. I just have a stomach ache. A stomach ache? Luo Lin, who was driving, glanced at her through the rearview mirror. The eyes behind the glasses narrowed slightly, showing a hint of suspicion. He remembered the lunch meat from noon. Jiao Jiao ate it happily. Could it be that the meat was expired? That shouldn't be possible. Canned food, as long as it's sealed, can last for 10 or 20 years without issue. Are you having diarrhea? Luo's son, sitting on a small stool beside the passenger seat, to make room for the injured, turned around and reached out his rough hand to touch her forehead. Do you have a fever? No. Lin Jiao Jiao avoided his hand and buried her face in Luo Yan's chest, too scared to look up. The feeling was growing stronger. A hot wave was uncontrollably rushing through her. With each bump in the bumpy car, it seemed to push her further. Suddenly, she realized what it was. Counting the days, the original owner of this body, though malnourished, seemed to be experiencing this monthly visitor right around now. Oh no! Lin Jiao Jiao's heart sank to the bottom. In the remote Gobi Desert, far from villages and towns, under the watchful eyes of a group of grown men, and even sitting on a man's lap. If it got dirty, just thinking about that scene made her feel so ashamed she wanted to jump out of the car window. Stop the car, Lin Jiao Jiao whispered softly, almost like a mosquito, with a hint of crying. Hold on. The road ahead is too open and unsafe. Luo's son frowned as he looked outside. In 20 more miles, there's a sheltered slope. No, I can't. Big brother, I need to go to the bathroom, Lin Jiao Jiao said anxiously, tears welling up at her eyes, her body twisting uncomfortably as she tried to cross her legs. But as she moved, Wu Luo too, the fifth brother who had been breathing fresh air through the car window, suddenly turned his head sharply, like a shark sensing blood. Smell of blood. Luo too's nose twitched, his brow furrowing deeply. He quickly scanned the inside of the car, finally fixing his gaze on Luo Yan. Fourth brother, your wound has burst, Luo Tu said firmly. The smell of blood is very strong, even more than before. The moment he said that, the atmosphere inside the car froze. Luo Lin slammed on the brakes, and the truck slid a few meters on the sandy ground before stopping. Fourth brother, Luo Sen's face turned pale as he grabbed Luo Yan's injured arm. Didn't I tell you not to move? Did you strain it again while protecting Jiao Jiao? No, I didn't. Luo Yan looked confused. He looked down at his left arm, hanging in front of his chest. The bandage was a bit dirty, but there was no fresh blood seeping through. He knew himself that although his wound hurt, it was a dull pain, not the tearing sensation of a rupture.
I'm really fine.
Look, isn't this just a scratch? Luo moved his shoulder to prove it. But where's the blood smell coming from? Luo too still insisted on his judgment. He leaned in, sniffing Luo like a hunting dog, then his nose stopped near Luo Yan's thigh. More precisely, it was near the seat where Lin Jiao was sitting. Here, Luo too pointed to Lin Jiao's lower body with an innocent and confused look. The smell is coming from here. Jiao, are you hurt too? Bang. Lin Jiao felt something explode in her mind, and her face turned so red it seemed like it might bleed. Luo was also stunned. Although he was a rough man, he could feel a strange warm, damp sensation from the cloth on his thigh. It wasn't just sweat. The heat carried a sticky, unsettling feeling that made his heart race. He slowly looked down, following Lin Jiao's pant leg with his eyes. At the back of her faded blue work pants, there was a faint dark red mark. That red spot on the light blue fabric looked very striking and alarming. Jiao. Luo Yan's voice trembled. His hand around her waist suddenly stiffened like iron. Are you bleeding? Did that mountain eagle just now? His imagination immediately kicked in. Could it be that during yesterday's fight, she was injured inside and didn't say anything? Or maybe she was cut by something sharp during the bumping just now. I'm not hurt. Lin Jiao saw everyone misunderstood and was so anxious that tears finally fell. She buried her face in her arm and mumbled, I just had my period. Which one? Luo Xin looked confused, his eyebrows furrowing deeper. How can someone bleed so much just because of that? Don't worry, Big Brother will check your injury. He even reached out to examine her. Don't touch me. Lin Jiao screamed and clung tightly to her waistband, curling into a ball. It's my period. Women. You don't understand. Suddenly, the carriage fell into a strange, silent stillness. The wind howled outside the window, blowing sand and gravel against the glass with a crackling sound. 5 grown men looked at each other, their expressions changing from shock, confusion, and embarrassment to a helpless panic. They are brave men who risk everything, facing wolves without fear and guns without trembling. But when it comes to this woman's matter, they are completely clueless. Rosen's hand, which was hanging in the air, seemed frozen in place. He couldn't bring it back or put it down. His face, usually tough and weathered like stone from wind and sand, was now turning a suspicious red, spreading from his cheeks to his neck. Cough. Rosen first reacted by pushing up his glasses. He turned around, pretending to check the dashboard to hide his nervousness. Big Brother, this is a normal bodily reaction. I know it's normal. Rosen withdrew his hand, clenched it into a fist, and coughed into it, his eyes flickering uncertainly.
So,
what do we do now? Who should he ask? Besides Lin Jiao, everyone in the car was single. Ruo still held her in his arms, but now he felt like he was holding a lit firecracker instead of a soft, beautiful woman. Especially feeling the warm, damp area on his thighs spreading, that subtle sensation made his throat tighten, and his face turn a sickly color. Jiao, do you want to get down first? Ruo stammered. Lin Jiao nodded, then shook her head.
Get down?
Where could she go? Her pants were dirty, and if she stood up, everyone would see that red area. In this remote countryside, she didn't even have a clean pair of pants, let alone that special strap. My bag. Lin Jiao suddenly remembered something and looked at the yellow purse at her feet, hoping for help. She remembered that yesterday, a package of thick cotton facial wipes was added to her space. It wasn't a special one, but it was cotton and could temporarily cover things. But with the current situation, how could she feel comfortable handling it in front of 5 men? Everyone, get out, Rosen suddenly ordered in a deep voice. Huh. Luo, too, was still sniffing around, seeming to study the difference between this blood smell and pig blood. I told you all to get down. Luo's son raised his voice sharply, his gaze sweeping over his brothers. Get out of the car and stay alert. Pull up the curtains. No one is allowed to peek. The car door was slammed shut, blocking out the howling wind outside. Lin Jiao Jiao curled up alone in the driver's seat, hurriedly digging into her bag to find a pack of facial cleansing wipes. In the past, these were used for washing the face, but now, they were her lifesaver. She folded the wipes into a long strip, trying to make them thick enough. But there was a problem. There was no special menstrual belt, so she couldn't keep the wipes in place. Her pants were old-fashioned, elastic work pants, with a large pair of homemade shorts underneath. If she just stuffed the wipes in, they would fall out after a few steps. Lin Jiao Jiao was sweating with worry, tears involuntarily falling down her face. This was too hard. Really too hard. In this era with nothing, maintaining a woman's dignity was almost more precious than gold. Outside the car, 5 grown men stood with their backs to the truck, lined up as if guarding a leader. But their attention seemed a bit distracted. "Big brother, are we just waiting here?" Luo Yan, holding his wet thigh from earlier, looked troubled. The bloodstain was drying in the wind, sticking uncomfortably to his skin, but he dared not wipe it, as if it were some sacred mark. "Otherwise, can you go in and help her?" Luo's son glared at him, took out a cigarette from his pocket, wanted to light it, but then irritably put it back. "This isn't really a solution." Luo Lin leaned against the tire, frowning, tapping his knee absent-mindedly. "Jiao Jiao's condition won't get better in just a few days. Our car still has 3 days to reach the destination. We can't just let her suffer like this." Luo Mu was turning a small knife in his hand. His smiling face was no longer cheerful, but looked cold and fierce. "Maybe I should go to the nearby village and steal something." "You know, steal what?" Luo's son slapped the back of his head. "That's a woman's personal item. Are you crazy enough to steal it? Do you want to lose face? Then buy it." Luo too cautiously suggested. "Buy it." Luo's son muttered the word slowly. Buying was possible, but how to ask for it? In his life, Luo's son had bargained for knives, horses, and car parts. But this woman's thing? A strap? Paper? Ash. He didn't even know what it was called. "Second brother, you read a lot. What's that thing called?" Luo Yan asked eagerly. Luo Lin pushed up his glasses, which reflected the sunset with a white glow. He spoke seriously. "It's called a hygiene belt. But here, folks usually call it a monthly belt, and it contains ash from plants." "Ash from plants?" A few rough men looked surprised. "Isn't it used as fertilizer?" "How can it be used there?" "That area is so delicate." Luo Mu frowned, a hint of concern in his eyes. "Wouldn't ash from plants hurt or itch?" "There's no other way," Luo Lin sighed. "Out here in the wild, having ash is already good. Better than leaking everywhere." Just then, someone gently knocked twice on the car window from inside. Luo's son immediately threw away his cigarette butt, turned around, and stepped a few paces to the car door. He asked through the glass, "All good?" "Yeah," came a faint voice like a mosquito buzzing. "Big brother, I want some hot water. And, can I find a place to wash up?" Luo Sen's heart was tugged by the voice's sadness. He looked back at his brothers, waved his hand, and said, "Get in. Find the nearest place with people." The car started again. This time, the car ran much more smoothly. Luo Lin drove as carefully as if embroidering. He avoided small stones, worried about jostling the young lady behind. Lin Jiao Jiao was still sitting in the front passenger seat, but this time she was not sitting on Luo Yan's lap. Luo Sen folded his sheepskin coat into several layers and spread it on the seat, creating a small space for her in the narrow seat. Luo Yan was reluctantly pushed into the truck bed, squeezed among the cargo, and caught in the cold wind. After driving about 40 kilometers, when it was completely dark, a small light appeared ahead. It was a tiny settlement with only a few houses, low mud brick buildings clustered together, and a sheep pen nearby. "We've arrived." Luo's son looked at the light, as if seeing a savior or a looming execution. He took a deep breath inside the car, then turned to look at Lin Jiao Jiao. Her face was as pale as paper, and her lips lacked color. She curled up inside the sheepskin coat, holding her stomach with both hands, looking fragile as if she might break at any moment. "Jiao Jiao, wait in the car," Luo's son whispered softly, as if afraid to disturb something. "I'll go get something useful." After speaking, He didn't dare meet her eyes and pushed the door open, jumping out. I'll go too. Luin followed him. What are you going for? Luin glared. Translation: Luin pointed at the house over there. That's the house of our Uyghur neighbors. Do you speak Uyghur? Luin choked. Indeed, language was a big problem in this place. The two brothers walked toward the house with the light on, one after the other. The door was opened by a chubby Uyghur woman. Seeing two tall men like iron towers, especially Luin with his dark face and fierce look, she was so scared that her non almost fell from her hand. What do you want to do? She asked cautiously in broken Chinese. Luin opened his mouth, but the words "buy menstrual supplies" stuck in his throat and he couldn't say them. It was too embarrassing. His face, usually capable of calming children's night crying, was now red as if he had drunk 2 gin of strong liquor. Finally, Luin stepped forward. He pushed up his glasses and put on a polite, slightly mischievous smile. Using fairly fluent Uyghur, he said, "Ma'am, sorry to bother you. We have a lady with us. She's feeling uncomfortable. We'd like to ask for some ash or clean cloth strips. We'll pay you with food coupons." The woman paused for a moment, looked at the two men, and finally focused on Rosen, who was blushing and avoiding eye contact. "Oh," she said slowly, her expression turning from suspicion to teasing. "I see. She's your wife, right?" Rosen nodded stiffly. "Yes, she's my wife." The woman chuckled softly. "That's a caring man." She shook her head with a smile and went inside. "Wait here. I'll get you the finest ash, 3 times sifted." A few minutes later, she came out holding a small cloth bag and several pieces of clean, white cotton cloth. "Here," she said, handing the items to Rosen. "This ash is clean and safe. The cloth strips are boiled too." Rosen held the bag carefully, as if it were a ticking bomb, his palms sweaty. "Thank you." "Thank you, ma'am," he said, pulling out some money from his pocket. Without counting, he quickly handed it to her and turned to leave. His hurried retreat looked a bit like someone fleeing in embarrassment. When Rosen returned to the car and handed the bag to Lin Jiao, he didn't even dare look at her face. "Here." The woman said it's sifted. "Fine ash," he mumbled. Lin Jiao took the still warm cloth strips and ash, her eyes filling with tears. In this era, in this desolate land, this was the best they could find. Though simple, it showed the man's care. "Thank you, big brother," she whispered. "Thanks for what?" Rosen said, waving his hand. He turned away from her. "Hurry up and get it done. Don't catch cold." Lin Jiao struggled to change her makeshift menstrual cloth inside the car. "To be honest, I don't feel comfortable. Although the ash from the plants is fine, it still feels like foreign matter." But the constant fear of it leaking out finally disappeared, replaced by a sense of relief. After she finished tidying up, a sweet smell drifted in from outside the car. Luin had somehow found a small iron pot and placed it over the fire. The water inside was bubbling and boiling, with brown bubbles rolling. Jiao, come here," Luin said, holding a porcelain cup wrapped with a towel around the rim, carefully bringing it over. "What is this?" Lin Jiao looked at the dark brown liquid and smelled a familiar caramel scent. "Brown sugar ginger tea." Luin pushed up his glasses, which were fogged up from the steam. "I saw you had a piece of brown sugar in your bag, so I used that. The ginger was borrowed from the auntie. Drink some hot, to keep warm. It will help with the stomach ache." Jiao remembered. That was the old brown sugar block she refreshed the day before yesterday. She had taken it out and kept it in her bag ever since. It had been in her bag all this time untouched. She didn't expect Luin to be so thoughtful and find it. She took the cup and sipped it slowly. The spicy ginger mixed with the sweet brown sugar flowed down her throat into her stomach, like a warm current spreading quickly through her limbs. The persistent stomach pain seemed to ease a little. "Is it tasty?" Luin squatted in front of her, level with her eyes. His gaze was less calculating and more caring. "Yes, it's good," Jiao nodded, a little sweat forming on her nose from the heat. "If it's good, drink more," Luin said, naturally helping her tuck her loose hair behind her ear. "For the next few days, don't do any heavy or rough work. Just lie in the car. If anyone tries to make you move, tell second brother. Luin, who was gnawing on dry bread nearby, heard this and muttered sadly, Second brother, it sounds like we're going to bully Jiao Jiao. I just offered my pants earlier. His pants, stained with blood, had already been washed by Luo too at the river. Now he was wearing borrowed shorts, shivering from the cold. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. He was fully focused on the soft little woman in his arms. The gentle feel of her hand under his palm and the sweet, milky scent with a hint of red sugar made his calm heart ripple again. But right now, he had no naughty thoughts. He only felt a new desire to protect her, to shield her from all harm. As Lin Jiao Jiao was about to fall asleep, Rosen suddenly felt her stomach gently twitch under his hand. Then, a soft sigh escaped her lips. Rosen, you're so kind. This time, the name, Rosen, was no longer shy but spoken with dependence and closeness. Rosen's hand froze suddenly, his heartbeat skipping a beat. He looked down at the woman sleeping peacefully in his arms. Her usually cold eyes now seemed to melt like ice, showing incredible tenderness. In the dark nearby, a pair of green eyes quietly watched the camp. A sharp crack of a dry branch breaking sounded in the silent night, very loud and startling. Rosen's gentle eyes instantly sharpened like a hawk. He didn't pull his hand away from her belly, but his other hand quietly reached for the hidden knife at his waist. Rosen's voice was very quiet, close to her ear, and entered her mind. He didn't get up right away, but kept the hugging position. Only his eyes shone brightly in the dark, staring fiercely at the black poplar forest outside the camp. There were two small green lights flickering, like ghostly flames floating in the air. Then, a second pair, a third pair. In just a few breaths, more than 10 strange, green lanterns lit up in the darkness. Second, third, Rosen said without turning around, his tone steady but commanding. Get to work. We have visitors. Actually, he didn't need to call out. When the dry branches snapped, Lin and Mu, sleeping nearby, had already woken up. Living on this dangerous Gobi desert, staying alert is a way to survive. Lin pushed his glasses up his nose, slowly sat up, and already reached for his pistol under the pillow. Mu rolled over and sat up, turning a small peach knife in his fingers, holding it in reverse grip. It's wolves, Lin squinted, using the dying firelight to see the faint shadows. There are quite a few. Looks like we've been targeted. Probably attracted by that smell. Mu sniffed and glanced subtly at Jiao Jiao's lower body, a cold, bloodthirsty smile on his lips. These beasts have a good nose. Jiao Jiao is the best bait. Hearing this, Jiao Jiao's face turned pale instantly. It was her. Because of her blood-stained scent. That intense shame and guilt mixed together made her wish she could find a hole to hide in. If she caused trouble for her brothers because of her. Shut your mouth. Rosen's cut off Mu coldly. He felt her trembling in his arms. It's not her fault. This place is a wolf's den. He loosened his hand that was covering Jiao Jiao's stomach and turned to carry her horizontally. Because of the large movements, it tugged at Lin Jiao Jiao's sensitive spot. She couldn't help but frown but said nothing. Go to the top of the car, Rosen said, lifting her to the truck bed where Luin was standing. Fourth brother, your hand is injured. Stay up there and watch over Jiao Jiao. If anything tries to climb up, kick it or bite it, just don't let it get close to her. Don't worry, big brother. Luin caught Lin Jiao Jiao with one hand. His young face showed no fear, only a fierce protectiveness. Unless I die, those darn dogs won't touch a single hair of Jiao Jiao. Lin Jiao Jiao was placed on the truck roof. It was over 2 meters above the ground, so for now, she was safe. She lay on the cold metal, her stomach cramping more sharply after the recent movement. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead. She couldn't care less about that now. She could only open her eyes wide and look down in fear. Near the campfire, the 4 Luo brothers stood back to back in a circle. Luo too was also awakened. He held a solid iron rod, standing like a guardian at the front. Howl. A piercing wolf howl tore through the night sky. The sound was like a battle horn. The green eyes in the darkness suddenly moved. They're coming, Rosen shouted softly. The first to rush out were 3 smaller gray wolves, clearly used as scouts. Their shadowy figures, carrying a stench of blood, charged from 3 directions toward Rosen, Luin, and Luo Tuesday. You're asking for death. Rosen stayed still until the wolf's sharp teeth nearly bit his throat. Then he moved.
He was fast.
Too fast. Lin Jiao barely saw how he made his move, only catching a flash of cold light. Clink! It was the sound of a blade piercing flesh. Rosen's hidden knife accurately stabbed into the wolf's mouth, piercing through its head. He flicked his wrist, and the wolf, weighing dozens of pounds, was thrown away. It crashed heavily onto the ground, twitched twice, and then stopped moving. On the other side, Luo too was even more direct. He didn't need any special skills. When the approaching wolf charged at him, he swung his iron rod and delivered a wide strike. Crack! That was the sound of bones breaking. The unlucky wolf was hit in the waist, and its spine was shattered. It collapsed on the ground, howling like a broken rag doll. Only Lin Jiao's side was a little more complicated. He was a gentle man and not very strong. That wolf was very clever. Instead of attacking him directly, it tried to bite his ankle. Lin Jiao stepped back half a step, holding a burning stick. He directly poked it at the wolf's nose. Yowl! The wolf was most afraid of fire. It squealed in pain and retreated, tail between its legs. The first wave of testing was over. The 4 brothers were unharmed. But the tense atmosphere didn't lighten. Instead, it became more serious. The smell of blood. The blood of the dead wolf spread in the air. This smell didn't scare away the wolves. It made these wild animals even more aggressive. The wolves, which had only been lurking in the dark, finally revealed themselves. Lin Jiao watched clearly from the top of the car, feeling like his heart was being squeezed tightly. 1, 2, 3. There were more than 20 wolves. They no longer hid but moved closer in a circle, growling low in their throats, saliva dripping from their sharp teeth. At the back of the wolf pack, on a large, raised rock, sat a huge white wolf. It was bigger than an ordinary wolf, with cold, cunning eyes, looking down on the hunt from above. That was the Wolf King. Big brother, there are quite a few. Luo Mu licked his lips, spinning his knife quickly between his fingers. Looks like tonight will be bloody. Save your bullets, Luo's son said firmly, staring at the Wolf King. If you shoot now, you'll attract more trouble. Use your knife if you can. Understood. Lin Jiao crouched on top of the car, listening to the men's conversation below. She clutched the tarp tightly, her nails turning white from the effort. She knew these men were risking everything, and she could only watch here, unable to do anything else. That feeling of helplessness made her feel suffocated. Jiao, don't be afraid. Luo Yen, standing nearby, seemed to notice her trembling. He gently patted her back with his uninjured hand. They're just a few wild dogs. We've faced worse in the old forest before. Big brothers can handle it. Although Luo Yen spoke casually, Jiao could feel that his palm was sweaty with cold. He also wanted to go down and fight alongside his brothers, but he was injured and needed to protect her. At that moment, the White Wolf King raised its head again. Howl woo. This time, the howl was sharp and powerful. The full attack had begun. The wolf pack seemed to have received orders, no longer testing individually, but rushing forward like a gray tide from all directions at once. Kill! Luosin shouted loudly. His hidden dagger flashed with a cold light, quickly forcing back the 2 wolves at the front. A fierce fight broke out. There were no fancy moves, only raw, primal fighting. Luo too was like a bulldozer, swinging his iron stick wildly. Whether hitting a wolf's head or waist, each strike broke bones and tendons. But he couldn't fight 4 wolves alone. Soon, some wolves circled behind him and bit his calves. 5th brother, Luo Mu reacted quickly, kicking the fire on the ground, sending sparks flying toward the attacking wolf. At the same time, he threw a flying knife, stabbing it into the wolf's neck. But more wolves kept coming. Luo Lin was caught tightly by 2 wolves, his glasses crooked. He threw down his torch, drew his dagger, and without caring about being refined or rough, He rode on one wolf and wildly stabbed. Blood splattered on his face, making him look fierce. Luo's son was under the most pressure. He was guarding the front of the car, the only way to reach the roof. 5 wolves circled him, biting and tearing alternately. His clothes were torn in several places, and deep blood marks showed through his bronze-colored skin. Lin Jiao watched with tears streaming down her face, feeling heartbroken and unable to breathe. Suddenly, a very strong black wolf took advantage of the moment when Rosen was restrained. It ran a few steps, then kicked off with its back legs and jumped directly onto the truck's hood. Its claws scraped loudly against the metal, and its green eyes greedily stared at Lin Jiao on the roof. It could smell her. There was the tastiest meat and the most tempting smell of blood nearby. "Get down!" Luin shouted angrily, struggling to stand up and trying to kick the wolf. But he could only use one hand, and his balance was poor. As soon as he moved, he tripped over the rope at his feet and staggered, falling onto the roof. The black wolf seized the chance. Its back legs pushed again, and it leapt onto the roof. Its wide-open mouth was less than half a meter from Lin Jiao's face. She could even smell the disgusting rotten smell coming from its mouth. Time seemed to stretch in that moment. Lin Jiao stared at the wolf's close face, where sharp teeth still had bits of unknown animal meat hanging. Fear was like a cold hand grabbing her heart instantly, making her stiff all over. She couldn't even scream. Her scream was stuck in her throat. Jiao! Luin fell nearby, eyes wide with rage. He desperately tried to move his body to block her, but he was too late. Just at that critical moment, the quiet space inside Lin Jiao's mind suddenly trembled. Her instinct to survive, the most basic, strongest desire to stay alive, overwhelmed her fear. "I can't die. Absolutely cannot die here." Her pupils suddenly shrank, and her consciousness instantly connected to that tiny 1 cubic meter space. Inside, there were a few unfinished peaches, and some things she had taken out last night to cool Luin then put back. There were several bottles of frozen mineral water and 2 solid ice bricks used for preservation. On this freezing night in the Gobi Desert, they are tougher than steel.
"Get
lost!" Jiao silently shouted in her mind. Her hand didn't reach into her bag as usual, because there was no time. Instead, she directly waved at the black wolf that was leaping into the air. This was her first time trying this, directly throwing an object from her space into a specific spot outside. Normally, space couldn't hold fixed points for objects. You had to hold them in your hand. But in desperate situations, people's hidden potential can be terrifying. No strange lights appeared in the air. Only a sudden, heavy object materialized out of nowhere. It was a solid ice block about the size of a brick, carrying the coldness of absolute zero from her space, and appeared suddenly 5 centimeters in front of the black wolf's open mouth. At that moment, the laws of physics took over the battlefield again. The black wolf was in the middle of an attack, moving very fast. It didn't expect an invisible wall to suddenly appear in the air. Bang! A dull, heavy impact sound. That was the sound of the ice hitting the wolf's nose and teeth. The wolf's nose is one of its most fragile spots, often called brass head, iron bones, tofu waist, but in front of that it also has a glass nose. The black wolf didn't even have time to scream. Its face was directly smashed inward by the sudden ice block. The huge recoil made it pause in midair for a moment. Then, like a torn sack, it fell backward onto the engine hood, then rolled onto the ground. It twitched twice on the ground, spitting out pink ice shards and broken teeth, clearly not going to survive. This scene happened too quickly and was too strange. Even Rosen, who was fighting below, was stunned for a moment. He only saw something flash, and the black wolf, which was the biggest threat to him, was finished. Good job. Rosen didn't know what it was, but he knew Jiao did it. He felt a surge of joy inside. His woman was not just a burden who cried all the time. Fourth brother, watch over Jiao. Don't let her fall, Rosen shouted loudly, boosting everyone's morale. He kicked a wolf away, and then turned back to fight. On the roof, Lin Jiao was gasping heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly. It felt like all her energy had been drained in that last attack. Her stomach hurt even more, as if a knife was twisting inside. But she ignored the pain. She looked down at the men being attacked by the wolves. Rosen was covered in blood, but still stood firm like a tall tower. Luo Tu's iron stick swung more slowly now, and his arms had several bloody cuts. Luo Lin and Luo Mu stood back to back, their faces showing a crazy determination in their desperate situation. They couldn't stop. They had to help them. Jiao Jiao clenched her teeth, trying to endure the pain in her belly, and struggled to climb to the edge of the roof. There were still things in the space. A few bottles of frozen mineral water and some cans of thick canned lunch meat. These everyday items now became her weapons. Third brother. On the right, Jiao Jiao saw a wolf sneaking up from Luo Mu's blind spot on the right side, ready to attack. She screamed to warn him and threw a canned lunch meat fiercely. She wasn't very strong, and her aim was just okay. But she didn't need perfect accuracy. The heavy metal didn't hit the wolf's head, but it struck its back. Yowl! The wolf froze from the hit. That brief pause was enough for Luo Mu. He didn't even turn around. He swiftly stabbed his knife into the wolf's eye socket. Thanks, Jiao Jiao. Luo Mu pulled out his knife, blood dripping from it, and a bright, fierce smile appeared on his face, covered in blood and dirt. Then, an extremely strange scene unfolded on the battlefield. The men below are fighting fiercely, each wound showing flesh. The women above are shouting, "Be careful," with tears in their voices, while throwing strange objects down like careless children. There are frozen water bottles, metal cans, and even a package of unwrapped rock sugar. Although these items can't kill the wolves, this sudden barrage greatly disrupts their attack. Wolves are naturally suspicious animals. Every time something falls from above, they instinctively dodge or hesitate. And that hesitation gives the Luo brothers a chance to strike back. This useless woman. Luo Lin kicks a wolf aside, looking at a can of braised pork on the ground, and winces. That's meat. And she just throws it away. Even if we're losing our lives, we shouldn't waste food. Luo Tu roars loudly, swinging a metal rod to smash a wolf trying to get close to the can, splattering its brains. The situation seems to be slowly turning better. The number of wolves is decreasing, with 7 or 8 carcasses lying on the ground. The White Wolf King, who has been watching from above, clearly senses something is wrong. Its cold green eyes flash with a hint of human-like anger. They thought the prey was easy to catch, but this bone is tougher than expected. Especially that 2-legged creature hiding above, still able to attack from the air. The Wolf King stands up. It shakes its silvery fur and lets out a deep, commanding roar. This roar is different from before. The wolves that had been attacking the Luo brothers suddenly retreat, stepping back a few meters, circling but not attacking. What's wrong? Are they scared? Luo Yen, lying on top of the car, gasps and taunts. Not quite. Luo's son wipes the blood from his face, looking more serious. They're changing tactics. Wolves are the most strategic animals. And now, the White Wolf King has personally come into the fight. It did not rush directly at Rosen, but instead carried the 3 strongest male wolves and started circling around. They moved very quickly, running along the edge of the firelight, making it hard to tell what was real or fake. Hold the circle. Don't break apart, Rosen shouted loudly. But the Wolf King's plan was not to attack head-on. While running, it suddenly sped up and charged toward the weakest side of the defense. That was where Roland was. Roland was a smart fighter, but weak in close combat. Be careful, second brother. Rosen wanted to go help, but the 2 wolves in front of him immediately lunged and held him tightly. Roland clenched his teeth, raised his dagger, and prepared to fight hard. But just as the White Wolf King was about to reach Roland, it suddenly stopped, changed direction, and slid along the ground. It was a fake move. Its real target was the back tire of the truck. If it bit and burst the tire, the truck would be useless. And with the height of the tire, it could. Oh, Rosen instantly saw through the Wolf King's plan. This beast wanted to use the back tire as a stepping stone to jump onto the roof. Its true goal was Lin Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Run into the driver's cabin. Rosen's voice was almost breaking. But it was too late. The White Wolf King was as fast as a flash of white lightning. It stepped on the tire, leaped into the air, and its strong claws already grabbed the edge of the truck bed. Its green, glowing eyes were now fixed tightly on Lin Jiao, who was helpless and lying on the roof. That was a look of a predator watching its prey about to die. On the roof, only a crippled Luin was there, unable to stop the Wolf King. It was over. Lin Jiao closed her eyes in despair. She didn't have time to live her life properly. Jiao! A heart-wrenching shout exploded in the air. That was Luin. This boy, usually cheerful and called Dog by his brothers, suddenly unleashed a surprising strength. Despite his injured left arm in a sling, he lunged across from the other side of the car roof. He didn't use a weapon or his legs, but his whole body, like a shield, forcefully collided with the White Wolf King who had just climbed onto the car edge.
Bang!
The two, a boy and a wolf, collided. Normally, Luin might have knocked the wolf down with this move. But now, injured and in such an unstable position, he was at a disadvantage. The Wolf King's claws deeply dug into the tarp, holding firm. Luin was pushed back by the recoil, blood rushing to his head, but he tightly held onto the Wolf King's neck, opened his mouth, and bit down on the wolf's ear. A howl. The Wolf King, in pain and furious, shook its head. Its strong neck muscles contained terrifying power, and it flung Luin away. Fourth brother, Lin Jiao shouted in alarm, reaching out to grab him, but only caught a piece of Luin's clothing. Luin fell heavily into the truck bed, coughing up blood. With the obstacle gone, the front half of the Wolf King's body had already climbed onto the roof. Its cruel eyes were full of mockery as it opened its bloody mouth and bit down at Lin Jiao, who had already gone soft with fear. This time, no one could save her. Luo Sun was entangled, Luo Lin was at the other end, and Luo Mu was cornered. Beast, come at me. At this critical moment, a massive figure, as strong as a black bear, charged from the side with unstoppable momentum. It was Lao Wu, Luo 2. He had been guarding the back of the car. When the Wolf King pretended to attack Luo Lin earlier, he sensed something was wrong. He was the least clever among the brothers, but his instincts were the most beast-like. He smelled the killing intent targeting Jiao on the Wolf King. So he abandoned his defensive position and even turned his back to the other wolves, rushing forward bravely. But he was a bit far away, and the iron rod couldn't reach him. Just as the Wolf King's teeth were about to touch Lin Jiao's delicate neck, Luo 2 made a move no one expected. He threw away the iron rod. He stretched out his thick arm, as strong as a tree, and directly shoved it into the Wolf King's open mouth. Crack! At that moment, the sound of bones breaking was so clear and sharp that it made everyone's scalp tingle. The Wolf King's upper and lower jaws slammed shut hard, and its sharp teeth pierced Luo 2's small arm, sinking deep into the bone. Blood gushed out like a turned-on faucet, instantly staining the wolf's mouth and half of Luo 2's body red. Fifth brother. Little brother. A few sharp shouts rang out at the same time. Lin Jiao opened her eyes and saw a scene she would never forget in her life. The usually silly Luo 2, who only listened to his older brother and always smiled foolishly at her, saying, Jiao is so fragrant, had no sign of pain on his face now. His arm was in the wolf's mouth, but he was smiling. It was a fierce, grim smile. I've got you, Luo 2 said through clenched teeth. The Wolf King clearly didn't expect this human to be so crazy. It wanted to loosen its grip and retreat, but Luo 2's hand in its mouth became a hook, tightly gripping its throat. Big brother, attack now, Luo 2 shouted loudly. This was the chance gained by sacrificing one arm. Luo Sen's eyes turned red. That overwhelming anger and heartbreak made him go into a wild state. Ignoring the two wolves biting behind him, even as they tore deep wounds into his back, like a furious lion, he took 2 steps forward onto the cart. Die! Luo's son gripped his hidden dagger with both hands, using the momentum to stab down fiercely into the Wolf King's neck. This time, he held nothing back. The blade sliced through flesh and skin, severed the spine, and went straight into the handle. The Wolf King couldn't even let out a scream because its mouth was stuffed with Rhoda's arm. It twitched violently a few times, and the green eyes quickly dimmed, turning into a dull gray. With the death of the Wolf King, the remaining wolves instantly lost their composure. They looked at the bloodied man who seemed like a killing god, then at their dead leader, and finally their fierce expressions turned into fear. "Get lost!" Rosen drew his sword, spilling a splash of hot blood, and howled loudly. This roar carried a strong, deadly aura. The remaining wolves, tails between their legs, whimpered and turned away, disappearing into the dark desert sands, running away in an instant. The fight was over, but no one cheered. The air was filled only with heavy breathing and the strong smell of blood. Old 5, Rosen threw down his sword, trembling as he tried to open Wolf King's mouth. The wolf's bite was very strong, and even after death, its jaws remained tightly shut. Don't force it open." Lin Jiao hurried over, her glasses long lost, face covered in blood, trembling as she tried to cover the wound but dared not touch it. Rhoda's face was pale, a sign of heavy blood loss. But when he looked at Lin Jiao, tears streaming down her face, he surprisingly managed a silly smile. "No, it doesn't hurt," he said weakly, with a foolish grin. Jiao, I'm glad you're okay. I told you I'd be your flesh cushion." This sentence shattered the last barrier in Lin Jiao's heart. She always thought she was using them, relying on them just to survive. But these fools are really risking their lives to protect her. "Stop talking." Rosen tore off his own clothes and tightly bound Luo 2's arm to stop the bleeding, his face looking very grim. "Second brother, come and check. Is the bone broken?" Luo Lin crouched down and examined carefully, his face looking very worried. "The bone is definitely cracked, maybe even broken," Luo Lin said with a dry voice. "The worst part is the wound is deep, dirty from the wolf's mouth, full of bacteria. If it gets infected here in this terrible place." Even though he was educated, he dared not say the word dead or amputation aloud. Everyone around fell into a deadly silence. Luo Yan lay nearby and slapped himself hard across the face. "It's all my fault. If I weren't so useless." "Shut up," Rosen growled. The thick, suffocating smell of blood in the air made everyone's nerves stretch tight, like a bowstring about to snap. Rosen was half kneeling beside Luo Tuesday. His usually steady hands trembled slightly. "Big brother, what should we do?" Luo Yan, voice trembling with tears, held onto Luo 2's shirt with his uninjured hand, his knuckles turning white. "Fifth brother's hand. Is it ruined?" "Don't talk nonsense," Luo Lin shouted sharply, but his pale face betrayed his worry. He crouched nearby, trying to reach out to clean the wound but afraid that touching it might cause heavy bleeding. "What we need most now is disinfectant and antibiotics. Just using ash won't heal this wound. I'll go boil some water," Luo Mu said and turned to leave, but Rosen stopped him. "There's not enough water," Rosen said hoarsely, showing deep helplessness. "And washing with water won't remove the poison. We need strong alcohol or what?" He didn't say. "In this deserted area, where even birds refuse to defecate, where can we find medical alcohol?" Amidst this suffocating despair, a soft, gentle voice broke in. "Let me try." Several men turned their heads at once. Lin Jiao held her bulky yellow satchel and stood at the edge of the truck bed. Her face looked pale and tired, probably from the shock earlier, and feeling unwell. She looked like a thin sheet of paper, but her eyes were very firm. She didn't wait for the men to react. She jumped down from the truck bed, but her legs were weak, and she nearly fell. Luo Mu quickly caught her. Jiao, don't look. "It's scary," Luo Mu said, blocking her view. "I'm not afraid." Lin Jiao pushed his hand away and walked toward Luo Tuesday. She looked at his nearly useless arm, feeling sick inside, but she clenched her teeth and forced herself to stay calm. She couldn't panic. Luo too was hurt trying to save her. Deep breath. She put her bag on her lap and reached inside. With her mind, she summoned supplies from the corner of the space, Things she had just refreshed today, and some she had saved before, but didn't want to use. All of it appeared in her hand. What is this? Luo Yan's eyes widened. She pulled out a brown glass bottle, a roll of white gauze, and 2 capsules wrapped in foil, as if by magic. Hydrogen peroxide. Luo Lin recognized the label on the brown bottle immediately, his glasses making his eyes shine with surprise. And amoxicillin? That's imported antibiotics. Lin Jiao didn't explain. She unscrewed the bottle, and a strong, sharp smell spread out. Big brother, hold down Lao Wu. Lin Jiao looked up at Luo's senator. Pour this medicine on him. It will hurt a lot, worse than a wolf bite. Don't let him move. Luo's son looked at her deeply. Second and third brothers, hold his legs, Luo's son ordered in a deep voice. He pressed his knee against Luo Tu's healthy shoulder and used both hands like clamps to hold his injured arm. Lao Wu, bear with it. Jiao is helping you heal. This is your luck. Luo Tu was feeling so dizzy from the pain that he could barely think. When he heard the words Jiao, he struggled to open his eyes and managed a silly smile.
Jiao.
I'm not hurt. You did this. Lin Jiao felt a pang in her heart. Without hesitation, she aimed the hydrogen peroxide at the ugly wound and poured it on. Sizzle. White foam instantly bubbled up over the wound, as the medicine worked to kill bacteria and dead tissue.
Ah!
Luo Tu, who had been silent even when bitten by the wolf and had his bones broken, suddenly let out a sharp, painful scream. He jerked like a fish thrown into hot oil, bouncing wildly. Hold him down, Luo Sin shouted loudly, veins bulging on his forehead, using all his strength to keep his brother from struggling. Luo Lin and Luo Mu both almost lost their balance trying to hold his legs, showing how intense the pain was. Lin Jiao's hands trembled, but she didn't stop. She carefully used the bottle of medicine to wash every part of the wound, until the white foam carried away the dark, bloody dirt and gravel, revealing fresh, red tissue inside. All done. All done. After finishing the hydrogen peroxide, Lin Jiao took out some Yunnan Baiyao powder and generously sprinkled a thick layer as if it was free. Luo Tu was too hurt to cry out anymore. He collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily, sweat soaking the dirt beneath him. But his unfocused eyes kept staring straight at Lin Jiao. Eat this, she said softly, peeling 2 amoxicillin capsules and handing him the remaining ice water from earlier, holding it to his mouth. Luo Tu obediently opened his mouth, rolled his tongue over her finger, and swallowed the medicine. The warm, moist feeling made Lin Jiao quickly pull her hand back, as if shocked. That's it, she said softly while wrapping the wound with gauze. The bleeding has stopped, and the infection is gone. As long as you don't get a fever tonight, this arm should be okay. A few men nearby let out a long breath, as if they had just lifted a heavy burden. Rosen let go of the hand and sat heavily on the ground. He fished out a cigarette, trembling several times before lighting it. He took a deep, harsh puff, and the spicy smoke filled his lungs, helping him feel a bit more real. Jiao, Rosen exhaled a smoke ring, looking through the swirling smoke at the small woman tying bandages. This kindness the Rosen family will remember. Big brother, what are you saying? Lin Jiao wiped sweat from her forehead. Her face was pale, but she smiled. We are all in this together. Fifth brother was just trying to save me. One thing at a time. Rosen pushed up his glasses, his gaze lingering on the strange bag for a moment before shifting naturally away. Wife, your medical skills are better than the county doctor's. The word, wife, sounded very smooth and serious when he said it. If before they saw Lin Jiao as someone to be admired or a pretty bird to keep, from this moment on, that word carried a new weight. She is a lifesaver. Someone who can snatch people from the grasp of death in this harsh world. Since it's all taken care of, get on the car quickly. Rosen snuffed out his cigarette and returned to his usual cold tone. The smell of blood is too strong. We can't stay here long. Head north, find a high, windless spot to camp. A few men hurriedly lifted Luo Tu, who was already asleep, into the back of the truck. Let him sleep in the cab, Jiao suggested. It's windy outside. And he's hurt. He shouldn't be exposed to the wind. Rosen hesitated. The cab couldn't fit so many people. If Luo too went inside, someone else would have to stay out.
And
I'll take care of him. Jiao Jiao seemed to see Rosen's concern. I'll change his bandages and check his temperature. Rosen looked at his brother's pale face and finally nodded. Second brother, drive. Jiao Jiao, sit in the middle. Fifth brother, lie in the passenger seat with your feet on the dashboard, Rosen ordered. Third and fourth brothers, follow me to the back to press the car. The wheels crushed the gravel as the truck started again in the dark night. Inside the cab, the heater was on full blast. Lin Jiaojiao sat in the middle seat, with Luo Lin focused on driving beside her, and on the other side, Luo Tu's large hand tightly gripping the corner of her clothes. Even in his sleep, the injured man instinctively sought the presence that made him feel safe. The car jolted across the desert for about 2 hours before stopping behind a strangely shaped hill carved by the wind. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, it was a natural shelter from the wind. Luo Lin turned off the engine and looked to his side. Inside the narrow cabin, the air felt heavy and tense. Although Luo too had taken medicine, his injuries were too serious, and now he was burning with fever. His whole body felt like a piece of hot coal as he curled up in the passenger seat, murmuring weakly. His uninjured hand clung stubbornly around Lin Jiaojiao's waist, leaning most of his weight against her. She was pressed so close to Luo Lin that she could hardly move. Hot. Luo too frowned in his sleep, his head nudging toward Lin Jiaojiao's shoulder as if searching for a cooler place. Jiaojiao.
cool.
He was clearly delirious from the fever. Lin Jiaojiao wore only a thin shirt, and his warm breath on her neck made her shiver. Fifth brother let go. I'll get you some water, she said, pushing gently at his head, which was hot and damp with sweat.
No.
Luo too only held on tighter. He rubbed his face against her shoulder, breathing in softly, like a sleepy child seeking comfort. Smells nice. Feels safe. Lin Jiaojiao's face turned bright red, and she glanced nervously at Luo Lin. Luo Lin calmly removed his glasses to wipe them, his movements slow and deliberate, a faint smile playing on his lips. Fifth brothers always had a sharp sense of smell, he said as he put his glasses back on, hiding the glint in his eyes. Seems you really do have a calming scent, Jiao Jiao. Even someone with a fever feels at ease around you. Second brother, don't talk nonsense. Lin Jiao blushed and angrily glared at him. This is the smell of body wash. I used it before. Actually, she knew deep down that this might be a side effect of drinking the kind of spiritual spring water in the space, though it's still just basic preservation water. Her skin was becoming smoother, and she always carried a faint, sweet, milky scent. I'm going to check on Big Brother and the others in the back, Luo Lin said, not continuing the topic. He politely opened the car door and jumped out. You watch over Fifth Brother. Don't let him open his wound again. After the door closed, only Lin Jiao and the large, sick dog remained in the small space. Water. Luo too made a dry, low growl in his throat. Lin Jiao sighed and carefully took out a bottle of chilled mineral water from her bag, actually from the space. Today was her last chance to refresh. She unscrewed the cap, wanting to feed him, but Luo too was in an awkward position and couldn't drink easily. No choice. Lin Jiao took a sip herself, then lifted his chin. Of course, not mouth to mouth. She carefully poured water into his half-open mouth. The cool liquid flowed down his throat. Luo too hummed comfortably, and his furrowed brows relaxed a little. Jiao. He blinked drowsily, his eyes full of red veins. Looking at her close-up face, his gaze was full of pure dependence and obsession. So good.
Didn't die. Can still see you. That fool.
The softest part of Lin Jiao's heart was touched. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Don't talk anymore, save your strength. But Luo too didn't listen. He grabbed her hand, pressed his face against her cool palm, and rubbed it, his rough stubble making her hand itch. Does it hurt? Lin Jiao asked. It hurts. Luo too honestly nodded, like a wronged child. It feels like someone is drilling inside my bones. Jiao Jiao. You need to call for help. A tall, muscular man with rough features was acting cute and asking someone to hush. If outsiders saw this scene, they might be so surprised their jaws would drop. But Lin Jiao Jiao didn't smile. She lowered her head, leaned close to his wound wrapped in thick gauze, and gently blew on it. The warm breath brushed over the gauze, which didn't really relieve the pain, but for Luo too, it was more effective than morphine. He grinned, showing 2 rows of big white teeth, smiling like a 3-year-old who just got candy. It doesn't hurt anymore. You're lying, Lin Jiao Jiao scolded him with a look. Really? Luo too buried his face in her neck, took a deep breath, and looked greedy, as if he wanted to breathe her in completely. Just smelling your scent makes the pain go away. This level of closeness was beyond normal. His lips almost touched her collarbone, and his hot breath slipped inside her shirt, making Lin Jiao Jiao feel weak all over. Fifth brother, don't do this. Lin Jiao Jiao tried to push him away, but found she couldn't. Just then, there was a knock on the car window. Thud, thud, thud. Luo Sen's cold face pressed against the glass, watching the scene inside with a serious look. Lin Jiao Jiao was startled, like a frightened rabbit trying to jump away, but Luo too held her tightly around the waist. The car door was pulled open, and a cold breeze blew in. Big brother, Lin Jiao Jiao explained nervously. Fifth brother has a fever and is a bit confused. Luo's son didn't speak. His gaze lingered on Luo too's overstepping hand for 2 seconds, then looked at Lin Jiao Jiao's flushed face and her slightly messy collar. If it had been normal times, the fifth brother would have been kicked out for such boldness. But now, Luo's son looked at his brother's arm, and the anger in his eyes faded, leaving only helplessness. Fifth brother, Luo's son said, patting Luo too's face. Let go. Get out and pee. Lu Tu was disturbed from a good thing and muttered unhappily, but he still obediently let go of his grip. In front of his older brother, his natural obedience was still there. Can we leave now? Luo's son asked. Yes, Lu Tu gritted his teeth, leaning on the seat trying to stand up, but his legs went weak, and he almost fell. Luo's son sighed, not minding, and directly helped the over 200-pound strong man up, dragging him out of the driver's cabin. Jiao Jiao, come down and get some fresh air, Luo Sen said as he turned back. Second brother has cooked some hot porridge. Eat a little and then sleep. The campfire crackled loudly in the windless spot. Although Luo Yan had injured one hand, he was feeling much better now, holding a stick and drawing circles on the ground. When he saw Lin Jiao Jiao approaching, his eyes lit up. He wanted to get up but was held back by Luo Lin. Don't move around. Your wound has just scabbed, Luo Lin said, handing Lin Jiao Jiao a bowl of hot porridge. It's made with compressed biscuits and some dried wild vegetables. Just eat it. Lin Jiao Jiao took the bowl, feeling the warmth on her face, which eased some of the embarrassment she felt earlier in the car. How is Lao Wu? Luo Mu asked with a smile while cutting pickled vegetables. I saw him in the car earlier. He looked lively and even trying to take advantage of the situation. Third brother. Lin Jiao Jiao glared at him. All right, don't tease her, Luo's son returned, helping Lu Tuesday. At this moment, Lu Tu seemed to have been awakened by the cold wind or was exhausted from the earlier fuss, looking listless. Luo-san arranged him on a sheepskin mat beside the fire. Come here, Luo-san beckoned to Lin Jiao Jiao. Lin Jiao Jiao hesitated for a moment and moved closer. Sit here, Luo-san pointed to Lu Tu's side. Tonight you sleep next to him. Huh. Lin Jiao Jiao was stunned, and a few of her brothers also looked surprised. Big brother, isn't that against the rules? Luo Yan was the first to oppose. Although Lao Wu is injured. But this is a man and a woman alone. Rosen coldly looked around and asked, Everyone is around the fire. Who here is not a man? He paused, then looked at Lin Jiao Jiao and slowed his tone. Wu is running a high fever and needs someone to take care of him. Also, you saw how he was in the car earlier. Only you can keep him calm. Whether his injury heals depends on whether he can sleep well tonight. He was entrusting Luo Tu to her like a child. Lin Jiao Jiao looked at the man curled up on the quilt, still reaching out unconsciously even with his eyes closed. Her heart softened. I understand, big brother. She put down her bowl and sat beside Luo Tuesday. As soon as she moved closer, Luo too, as if he had a radar, immediately reached out with his uninjured hand and grabbed her wrist tightly, then pulled her forcefully. She fell onto him naturally. Luo too quickly wrapped his arms and legs around her, burying his head below her chest, and let out a satisfied sigh. Smells good. The brothers around watched the scene with different expressions. Luo Yen felt so jealous his teeth almost ached, wishing he could be bitten by a wolf too. Luo Mu was turning the small knife in his hand, his expression dark and unreadable. Only Luo Lin, pushing up his glasses, added some firewood to the campfire. All right, everyone go to sleep, Rosen said from the outer side, lying down with his back to everyone. The third brother will take the first half of the night, I'll take the second. Stay alert. Night deepened. The starry sky over the Gobi Desert hung low, as if you could reach out and pick the stars. Lin Jiao Jiao was held tightly in Luo Tu's arms like a pillow, unable to move. The man behind her still radiated high body heat, like a warm fire, making her back sweat slightly. But strangely, this warmth didn't feel unpleasant. In this cold wilderness, this unreserved, slightly animalistic attachment gave her a sense of safety she had never felt before. Jiao Jiao, in a half-dream, half-wake state, she heard Luo Tu whispering in her ear. From now on, if anyone bullies you, I will bite their throat. This sentence has a strong sense of violence, but it is a sincere expression of love. Late at night, Luo Tu's fever worsened. Lin Jiao Jiao was awakened by the heat. She felt like she was holding a piece of hot, freshly forged iron. Luo Tu beside her was trembling all over, teeth chattering loudly. His grip on her hand was so tight it seemed like he wanted to crush her bones. Cold. So cold. Although his body was hot enough to fry an egg, he kept saying he was cold. This was a shivering response caused by the fever rising. Brother 5? Luo Tu. Lin Jiao Jiao struggled to pull her hand away and touched his forehead. It was boiling hot, at least 39.5 degrees Celsius or higher. Big brother. Lin Jiao Jiao panicked and whispered loudly. Luo's son, who was sleeping in his clothes, immediately turned over and sat up, walking over quickly. What's wrong? The fever is too high, Lin Jiao Jiao said nervously, her voice trembling. The medicine we took earlier doesn't seem to be working. If he keeps burning like this, his brain might get damaged. Luo's son reached out to feel his forehead, and his face darkened immediately. The temperature was indeed frightening. We need to lower the fever. Luo's son looked around. There was no ice pack, no alcohol, and only a little water left. Use snow. Lin Jiao Jiao suddenly remembered something. I saw some snow in the cracks of the rocks on the shady slope, although there wasn't much. The desert's large temperature difference between day and night meant there was often some leftover snow in shaded areas. I'll go get some, Luo Sen said without hesitation. He grabbed a porcelain basin and ran into the darkness. A few minutes later, he returned with half a basin of dirty snow mixed with sand. Lin Jiao Jiao didn't care about the dirt. She grabbed a handful of snow, wrapped it in a handkerchief, and placed it directly on Luo Tu's forehead. Crack! It sounded like the snow was melting. Luo Tu shivered from the cold, but the icy coolness clearly made him feel much better. He unconsciously let out a groan, no longer shouting about the cold, but starting to tear at his collar. Hot. Fire. There's fire burning. He began to shout about feeling hot again. The chills had passed, now he was in a high fever. Don't scratch. Lin Jiao Jiao held his hand, afraid he would tear open his wounds. Big brother, help me unbutton his clothes to cool him down. Luo Sen followed her instructions and unbuttoned Luo Tu's shirt, revealing his strong but sweat-covered chest. Lin Jiao Jiao used a damp towel, wiping repeatedly under his arms, on his neck, and his palms. Her movements were gentle and focused, like she was caring for a precious porcelain piece. Luo's son held a flashlight, watching Lin Jiao Jiao's serious side profile. Under the dim yellow light, she had tiny beads of sweat on her nose and a few strands of hair stuck to her cheeks. Her gentle expression was almost tender enough to melt. Jiao Jiao, Luo-sen suddenly spoke, his voice a little hoarse. If you're tired, let me do it. I'm not tired. Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head, still working carefully. Big brother, your strength is too much. You're about to hurt his skin. Fifth brother's skin is sensitive now. Luo-sen looked at his rough, calloused hands and fell silent. Indeed, he was good at killing wolves, but caring for someone so delicately was not his strong suit. Just then, Luo too, who had been whimpering, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was strange. He was unfocused, yet had a wild, animal-like instinct. He suddenly swatted away the towel in Lin Jiao Jiao's hand, then quickly wrapped his arms around her, pulling her onto his chest. Hey! Lin Jiao Jiao exclaimed, falling onto his hot chest.
Fifth.
What are you doing? Luo-sen frowned and reached out to stop him. Don't touch my stuff. Luo too snarled at Luo-sen, showing his teeth and growling low, like a protective wolf king. Then he buried his head into Lin Jiao Jiao's embrace. To be precise, he buried it into that soft, rising and falling part of her body. He looked like a thirsty traveler finding water, his cheeks rubbing wildly against the soft, cool skin, while his nose took deep breaths.
Cool.
Fragrant. Lu Tu mumbled unclearly, even sticking out his tongue to lick through his clothes.
Bang.
Lin Jiao Jiao's mind snapped. This was too embarrassing. And right in front of Luo-sen. Fifth brother. Let go. Lin Jiao Jiao blushed and was furious. She pushed against his shoulders trying to get up, but Lu Tu was so strong now that she couldn't move him at all. Don't let go. Medicine. You're my medicine. Lu Tu was so heated that he lost all reason. He only knew that this place was comfortable, that it smelled good, and that it could save his life. Luo-sen's hand froze in midair. He looked at his brother's expression and then at Lin Jiao Jiao, whose face was red and eyes filled with tears. The awkward and tense atmosphere in the air made everyone's throat dry. According to the rules, the fifth brother had crossed a line. Although they had agreed to share a wife, that was still a matter not yet settled. What was this now? A prankster? But seeing Lu Tu's breathing gradually calm as he was comforted, Luo-sen's hand, which had been reaching out, finally withdrew. Jiao Jiao. Luo-sen's voice was calm, without any hint of anger or happiness, just very deep. Be patient. He's saving your life. What kind of reason was that? Using this way to save her? Lin Jiao Jiao bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. She felt like a pillow, like a cooling patch, even like a toy. But she sensed Lu Tu's trembling body was stopping. His once wild heartbeat, pressed against her chest, slowly became regular. He was calming down. All the frustration in Lin Jiao Jiao's heart suddenly eased a lot. Forget it. Why argue with a fool? His arm was still injured because he was trying to save her. Lin Jiao Jiao gave up struggling, her body softening as she allowed Lu Tu to hold her. She even reached out and gently patted Luo Tu's broad back, as if soothing a baby having a nightmare. Sleep now. Sleep. Luo Tu snuggled in her arms, finding the most comfortable position, his cheek pressed against her soft skin, his nose touching her collar, finally stopping his movement. His breathing gradually became steadier. Luo's son turned off the flashlight. Darkness once again covered this small space.
I'm sorry.
In the dark, Luo Sen's voice suddenly sounded. It was very soft, almost blown away by the wind. Lin Jiao Jiao was momentarily stunned. This proud older brother was actually apologizing to her? I know I made you upset, Luo Sen said, watching their intertwined figures in the dark. But Lao Wu. He's very straightforward. Once he's set on you, he'd give his life for you. He was just confused earlier. It's instinct. Instinct. Lin Jiao Jiao asked back. Yes. Luo Sen turned over, his voice carrying a faint, almost unnoticed self-mockery. Men have instinct for things that are tempting, soft, and can save their lives. Not just him. Lin Jiao Jiao's heart skipped a beat. She didn't dare reply, only pretending to be asleep. That night was extremely long. Lin Jiao Jiao kept that stiff posture, almost half her body numb. Luo too seemed to grow on her, and every slight movement made him hum softly, until the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, casting the first rays over the desert. Luo too finally woke up. His fever had mostly subsided, though he was still weak, his eyes now clear. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the soft, slightly rising and falling chest close to him, and the rich scent of milk at his nose. Then he felt one of his hands slipping inside her clothes, palm pressed against that smooth, warm skin.
Luo tu froses.
His memory flooded back. Last night's wildness, the heat, and the desperate desire to hold on to something. He slowly looked up and met Lin Jiao's bloodshot eyes filled with anger and embarrassment. "You're awake," Lin Jiao gritted her teeth. "If you're awake, let go. My waist is about to break." But Luo too didn't let go. Not only did he not let go, he instinctively pinched the soft flesh in his palm. That feeling was so good, he was reluctant to release it.
Jiao.
"Wife." Luo too grinned, showing two small tiger teeth. His pale face was full of mischievous triumph. "Good morning. You smell really nice, even better than steamed buns. You..." Lin Jiao was so angry she wanted to hit him. "Can we sleep like this every night?" Luo too shamelessly asked. "I found that as long as I hold you, the pain from my wound goes away. You're my medicine." Just as Lin Jiao was about to kick him away, Luo Sen's cold voice came from outside the carriage. "Fifth brother, since you're awake, get down and do some work." Jiao isn't your pillow." Luo too pouted and reluctantly pulled his hand out of his clothes, then took a deep breath, savoring the scent. "Got it, big brother."
Wife.
Hee, Jiao wife. When he called her Jiao wife, the tenderness and possessiveness in his tone made Lin Jiao shiver. When the sun rose, the Gobi Desert changed its face. Last night, it was a freezing ice cellar, but now, with the sun just overhead, it turned into a giant steamer. The bare ground was steaming, and the air twisted and distorted. The truck jolted over the rough road like an old man having an asthma attack, panting heavily. Inside the cab, it was even more stifling, like a can of sardines. To block the wind and sand, the windows couldn't be fully opened. Only a small crack was left. Hot air mixed with the smell of sand and dust, blending with the original smell of blood and sweat inside the truck. That sensation was intense. Rosen was driving the car, with his sleeves rolled up to his shoulders, revealing strong, bronze-colored arms covered in sweat beads that traced down the muscles. Lin Jiao sat in the middle, feeling so hot she thought she might dry out like a fish. She felt herself almost cooked, but there was still a heat source next to her. Ro too was half lying on the passenger seat, his injured arm hanging in front of his chest, while his other hand was still restless, grabbing at Lin Jiao's clothes. "Fifth brother, it's hot." Lin Jiao tried for the 10th time to pull his hand away. "No, it's not." Ro too closed his eyes, sweat on his eyelashes, his lips dry and chapped, but still looking silly and innocent. "Holding on feels better." "You're cheating," Lin Jiao said, holding a handkerchief. She fanned herself and wiped the sweat from Ro too's face at the same time. Ro too hummed comfortably, tilting his head toward her lap, not caring about the heat, just sticking close. "Just a little longer," Rosen said calmly, staring straight ahead at the bright, white road. "There's an abandoned military station about 40 kilometers ahead. We'll find a place to rest there and add some water to the tank." Just then, a strange noise came from the front of the car. Gurgle, gurgle. It was the sound of boiling water. Suddenly, white smoke shot out from a crack in the engine hood, like someone had set off a smoke bomb at the front of the car. On the dashboard, the water temperature gauge's needle had already turned black and red, pointing straight to the top. "Oh no." Rosen's face changed. He eased off the gas pedal, slowly pressed the brake, and moved the car toward a large rock on the roadside. "Second brother,
Get out and check."
As soon as the car stopped, Luo Lin jumped out of the trunk. He was holding a wrench, his usual tool for fixing cars. "It's boiling over." Luo Lin looked at the front of the car, still steaming white, and his brow furrowed tightly. This broken car's radiator already had a leak. Climbing hills and high temperatures just made it worse. Is there water? Rosen got out of the car, opening the door to let some air in.
Hard to say.
Lin adjusted his glasses and wiped some black dust off his face. Yesterday, I washed Old Five's wounds, plus everyone drinking water, so those 2 backup water barrels are already empty. The remaining pot has to be saved for emergencies and can't be used for the vehicle. Behind, Luin stuck his head out of the truck bed. His usually lively face was now sunburned and red. Second brother, is there no way to pee into it? Get lost. Lin snapped irritably. Urine has alkali. Do you think this water tank is not breaking fast enough? A few people looked worried around the smoking, old Liberation truck. Out here in the vast desert, without a vehicle, it's a dead end. Not to mention 40 kilometers, even 4 kilometers on foot with injured people, and you'll be sun-dried in no time. Jiao sat inside the truck, watching the rough men with worried brows. Her palms were sweaty. Water. Again, water. She had water in her space. Last night, among the supplies refreshed, besides some ice bricks used for preservation, there was a large 5-liter bottle of mineral water. This water was strange. It wasn't like the pure water sold outside. There were no labels, only a simple blue water droplet symbol. And this water in her space always felt cool and refreshing. Even when taken out, it didn't warm up immediately. Most importantly, there was a small note on the water. Basic fresh water not only preserves food, but also works wonders for machinery lubrication and cooling. She originally wanted to keep it for herself to drink secretly or to wash Luo's wounds later. But now, if the vehicle can't move, everyone is in trouble. Jiao clenched her teeth and reached into her yellow satchel, which was actually empty. She spoke softly, her voice quiet but enough to make the arguing men outside suddenly quiet down. She slowly pulled something out of the bag. First a round handle, then a transparent bucket body. Such a large bucket of water stretched her bag, making it look quite funny. I still have another bucket of water. Jiao hugged the bucket of water to her chest, and the coolness made her chest tremble, feeling very comfortable. Luo's son was stunned. Luolin's eyes behind his glasses narrowed. Luoyan's mouth was open wide, as if he could fit an egg inside. Wow, Jiao, is that a treasure chest? Such a big bucket of water. How did you fit it in? I was worried about getting thirsty on the way, so I took out my clothes and specially packed the water. Jiao quickly made up an excuse. Although it was a poor excuse, who would carry such a big bucket of water without spare clothes when going out? But at this moment, who cared about that? Quick! Luo's son reacted fastest, grabbing the bucket of water. It was heavy to hold and icy to the touch. In the midday heat approaching 40 degrees Celsius, this bucket of water felt like it had just come from the fridge, with droplets of condensation hanging on the sides. Luo's son looked at Jiao, his gaze deep like a well. But he said nothing. Number 2, add water. Luo's son handed the water to Luin. Luin took the bucket, and the coolness spread through his fingertips all the way through his body. He didn't speak, only looked deeply at the small woman sitting in the driver's seat, nervously lowering her head and wringing her hands. This water was unusual. How could water that had been kept in a canvas bag all morning still be so cold? And the texture of this water was overly clear, reflecting a faint blue glow under the sunlight. Even before opening the lid, a fresh, cool feeling seemed to hit him. Everyone stepped back, Luin said in a deep voice. He wrapped his hand in a thick towel and carefully unscrewed the hot water tank lid. Whoosh! A burst of hot steam shot up. After the steam dispersed, Luin lifted the fresh water bucket and poured it into the water tank. A miraculous scene happened. Normally, pouring cold water into hot metal would produce white steam and might even cause the tank to crack. But this bucket of water didn't cause any violent reaction. A soft hiss was heard, and the water tank, which had been smoking and shaking just moments before, suddenly became quiet. It was like a wild beast that had been gently tamed. The sharp metallic banging sound disappeared, replaced by a very faint, smooth sound of flowing water. Roland's hand paused. He was an expert in machinery, with ears sharper than any instrument. At the moment the water started flowing in, he seemed to hear the old engine quietly stretching and relaxing. Second brother, is it enough? Luo Yen peeked nearby. Yes, it's enough, Roland said, tossing the empty bucket back onto the car. His usual calculating face looked a bit strange now. Get in, let's try. Rosen sat back in the driver's seat and turned the key. Virum, the engine didn't cough a few times like usual. It started smoothly.
And the sound changed.
Before, the car sounded like a tractor, loud and shaking so much it hurt the ears. Now, the sound was deep, strong, and smooth, like honey spread inside the throat. The car also stopped shaking. Rosen held the steering wheel, feeling a new kind of steady feedback from his hands, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He looked into the rearview mirror at Lin Jiao Jiao sitting in the middle. Lin Jiao Jiao shrank her neck, pretending to look out the window, but her ears were red. Let's go, Rosen said, taking his eyes away and stepping on the gas. The old truck, like it had taken a powerful pill, shot forward quickly, with a strong push back in the seat. It looked nothing like the half-dead vehicle from before. He sat in the front passenger seat. Rosen moved him over and kept his eyes on the dashboard, while the injured Luo Tu lay down in the back. Although Luo Tu was reluctant, his current condition required him to lie flat. Luo Lin's eyes were fixed on the water temperature gauge. The needle stayed steadily in the middle, unmoving. Even though the sun outside was scorching enough to melt asphalt, and the car was already going 80 miles per hour, the water temperature seemed frozen in place. This was very strange. As the technical expert of the team, Luo Lin knew this car well. It was a patched-up vehicle from a scrapyard with a nearly 50-year-old engine. The radiator leaked, the gasket was worn out, and it struggled to run at 60 miles per hour. The water temperature was always near the red zone. But now, it was surprisingly good. It had a new heart. Luo Lin's gaze slowly shifted to Lin Jiao Jiao beside him. She was leaning back, dozing off. After all the recent chaos and a poor night's sleep, she was nodding off with a gentle sway of the car, her head bobbing slightly, like a little chick pecking at food. Her small face, flushed from the heat, looked pink and soft. Her lips were slightly parted, appearing defenseless. That mysterious yellow bag was clutched in her arms, her white, tender hands pressed protectively on top. What could be inside? Ice cubes, canned food, water that wouldn't change temperature, a liquid capable of reviving a broken-down car. Luo Lin adjusted his glasses on his nose, the lenses reflecting a sharp light. This girl must be hiding more secrets than the sand on this desert plain. But he had no intention of exposing her. In this ruthless world, everyone had a card to protect themselves. As long as that card was used to defend their own, it wasn't a bad thing. However, Luo Lin glanced at Rosen, who was focused on driving. Although his brother didn't speak, his fingers occasionally tapped the steering wheel, an unconscious habit when he was thinking. Clearly, the older brother also sensed it. There are also the third and fourth brothers. Although they seem carefree, no one is foolish. This barrier can't be broken, but someone must guard it to prevent outside wind from coming in. Big brother, Luo Lin suddenly spoke in a very low voice, just loud enough for Luo's son to hear, without waking Lin Jiao Jiao. This car might be a sign of fading strength. Luo's son turned to look at him, his eyes deep. Yes, Luo's son replied calmly. I understand. The road isn't good, so don't drive too fast. This is their unspoken understanding. Luo Lin was giving an excuse for the strange car situation and also telling Luo's son, I know what's going on, I will handle it. Luo's son's response was, got it, do as you say. The car continued to speed along. After about another hour, the road ahead changed. It became a jumble of rocks. They had to slow down. The bumpy ride worsened. Lin Jiao Jiao woke up groggily. Before opening her eyes, her body suddenly tilted sharply to the left as the car jolted. Be careful. A hand reached out and steadied her shoulder. It was Luo Lin. His hand was not as rough as Luo Sen's. His fingers were long, with clear joints, carrying a scholarly air, but he was quite strong. Lin Jiao Jiao leaned on his not-so-wide but sturdy shoulder. Second brother. She rubbed her eyes, her voice soft and sleepy. Are we there yet? Not yet. Luo Lin looked down at her, their faces very close. This was the first time they had such close contact with this usually smiling but meaningful second brother. Lin Jiao Jiao realized that Luo Lin was actually quite handsome. He wasn't as tough as Luo's son, nor as sunny as Luo Yan. He had a kind of gentle, handsome look, especially those eyes behind the glasses, slightly upturned at the corners, always seeming to be calculating something or sparking with energy when he looked at people. Roland withdrew his hand, but instead of pulling away, he gently brushed aside her damp hair stuck to her forehead. His movements were very natural. Is there still some water? Jiao Jiao's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, in the narrow train compartment, with the awkward closeness, she was asked the most dangerous question. Her sleepiness instantly faded away. No, no more, Jiao Jiao said, avoiding his gaze. That bucket is all gone. I poured it out. Oh, Roland nodded, seeming to believe her, or maybe not. His fingers slid along her hair and stopped at her slender neck. There was a blue vein throbbing there. Was he testing her pulse? Or was he threatening her? Jiao Jiao held her breath. That's good if it's gone. Roland suddenly smiled. The smile was gentle, but it lacked calculation and seemed more sincere. If you find such good stuff again, don't bring it out in front of everyone. Jiao Jiao's eyes widened. Roland leaned close to her ear, his warm breath making her shiver. Even among us, don't show everything. Especially that loudmouth fourth. He can't keep secrets. Good things can bring trouble in this world. Is he teaching her? Or is he trying to show kindness? Second brother, Jiao Jiao wanted to explain, but Roland pressed a finger to her lips. It was his finger, stained with a bit of machine oil from fixing the car, carrying a faint industrial smell. Rough, but strangely reassuring. Sho, Roland looked into her eyes, his voice deep and magnetic. I know you're doing this in a hurry. I appreciate your heart. In the future, if you have such dirty or hard-to-explain things, tell me quietly, and I'll handle it. At that moment, Jiao Jiao suddenly understood this man's role. If Roland is the pillar of the family, responsible for sheltering and supporting everyone, then Roland is the housekeeper and strategist, responsible for fixing leaks and eliminating all unreasonable or dangerous signs before they grow. Now, he had also included her in the circle of people who needed careful management and protection. And she became his first partner in crime in this house. Thanks, second brother, Lin Jiao Jiao whispered, truly grateful this time. Luo Lin nodded happily, adjusted his glasses, and returned to his refined but sly look. No need to thank me, we're family. But he shifted the topic, glancing at her slightly open neckline, where her skin was shining white from sweat. Although this car is fixed, the air conditioning really isn't working. If Jiao Jiao gets too hot, Luo Lin pointed to his thigh. I don't mind if you lean on me. I may not be as strong as Big Brother, but I have a solid bone structure, and it's cool. This person. He was serious for just a moment before turning inappropriate again. Lin Jiao Jiao blushed and moved closer to Luo Senator. Although Luo-san was driving, he wasn't ignoring what was happening. He snorted coldly. Second brother, I think you're feeling mischievous. Luo Lin shrugged innocently. Big brother, I just want Jiao Jiao to sit comfortably. The road is bumpy, and I don't want our wife to get hurt. Shut up. Around 4 p.m., the sun was slightly westward, but the heat was still intense. The truck finally arrived at the abandoned military station. It was just a few half-collapsed mud brick buildings, with an old dried-up well nearby, and a few half-dead poplar trees. Though desolate, it provided some shade. Stop the car, rest, Luo-san said, pressing the brake and parking under the largest poplar tree. As soon as the car stopped, Luo Yan jumped out like a monkey. I'm so exhausted, he said, ignoring the hot sand on the ground, and started bouncing around. This trip was smooth. Big brother, second brother's repair skills are amazing. I think this car can run for another 10 years. Luo Yan didn't know the full story. He just thought Luo Lin was skilled. Behind them, Luo Mu helped Luo Tu, who was injured, out of the car. Luo Tu looked pale after the bumpy ride, but he was still in good spirits. Especially when she saw Lin Jiao Jiao come out of the driver's cabin. Her eyes immediately lit up, like a spotlight. Jiao Jiao. Luo Tu opened his mouth to call her, but Luo Mu quickly stuffed a piece of dried meat into his mouth. Shut up and rest, Luo Mu said with a smile. If you shout again, I'll cut your tongue and serve it with wine. Lin Jiao Jiao got out of the car. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she felt a wave of heat rush from her soles straight to her head. It was too hot. Although there was a bucket of divine water to cool the car, she had been baking in the heat all the way. Everyone's clothes were soaked through, sticking tightly to their bodies and outlining their figures. The men were okay, used to rough work. Some even took off their shirts and let their sweat dry. But Lin Jiao Jiao couldn't do that. Her cotton shirt, soaked with sweat, became semi-transparent, revealing her small undershirt underneath. She tried to stay in the shade as much as possible, but the men's eyes kept subtly drifting toward her, especially Luo Yan, whose gaze was fixed on her, and he was swallowing hard, almost louder than the wind. Stop staring. Get to work. Luo Sun threw a dirty jacket onto Luo Yan's face, blocking his view. Luo Sun didn't look himself, but his Adam's apple moved up and down. He turned around and said to Lin Jiao Jiao, "Go rest in that room. It's an old guard post, thick walls, cooler inside." Lin Jiao Jiao felt relieved and hurried into the small, half-roofed earthen house with her bag. Inside, it was indeed cooler. She leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. Being surrounded by male hormones like this was really overwhelming. Although they protected her, their intense gazes that seemed ready to swallow her whole made her nervous. Here, suddenly a figure appeared at the door. It was Luo Mu. He carried a military-style lunchbox with a gentle, harmless smile on his face, like a gentle sheep. "What is this?" Lin Jiao Jiao asked cautiously. "It's some cold jelly." Llama came in and handed her the lunchbox. "I mixed the last bit of water and starch, added some vinegar and chili. You haven't eaten much on the way, so have some first. Cold noodles? In this desert?" Lin Jiao Jiao opened the lunchbox, and sure enough, there were pieces of clear, shiny cold noodles, with a few drops of red oil on top, looking very tempting. "Where did you get this?" "I can do magic." Llama squatted in front of her, watching her eat. "Actually, I just passed through a forest of tamarisk trees and scraped some powder. Hurry up and eat. Don't let those hungry wolves see." Lin Jiao Jiao was indeed hungry and didn't hesitate. She picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. It was sour and spicy, with a cool feeling sliding down her throat. Truly a delicious treat. "Is it good?" Llama asked. "Yes." Lin Jiao Jiao nodded, her cheeks puffed out. "Good to hear." Llama's smile deepened. He watched her eat, his gaze gradually turning dark. "Jiao Jiao, do you know? The way you eat, it's very much like the little squirrel I caught in the woods." Lin Jiao Jiao paused. "And then?" she asked. "What happened to that squirrel?" "I raised it," Llama said, gently wiping the red oil from her mouth with his finger. "It grew fat and healthy, and in the end..." He didn't finish his sentence. But the faint smell of blood on his finger, he was responsible for handling the prey, made Lin Jiao Jiao shiver. This always smiling third brother might actually be the most dangerous one. "Third brother, I want to wash up." Lin Jiao Jiao had to change the subject. She felt that if he kept staring at her like that, she might have indigestion. "I'm too sticky." Llama withdrew his hand, put his finger in his mouth and sucked on it, tasting the red oil and her scent. "All right." Llama stood up. "There's a water hole behind us. It's a bit muddy, but it's underground water that's come up. You can wash there. I'll keep watch." Lin Jiao Jiao quickly waved her hand. "I'll go by myself. You all are busy up front." "That won't do." Luo Mu raised an eyebrow. "Although there are no wolves here anymore, there might still be snakes. Besides..." He lowered his voice and leaned in a little. "Fourth just stared at your back for a long time earlier. If I don't keep watch, I'm afraid that I can't resist reaching out to peek." Lin Jiao Jiao was speechless. Is this what brotherhood means? Watching each other's wives while they bathe? In the end, Lin Jiao was still escorted by Luo Mu to the edge of the water hole. It was indeed a small water hole, hidden behind a patch of reeds. The water was a bit murky, but in this place, it was like paradise. Luo Mu stood a few meters away on a dirt slope, smoking with his back turned to her. Lin Jiao hid among the reeds, using a towel dipped in water to simply wipe her body. The cool water touched her hot skin, washing away her heat and fatigue. Just as she finished wiping her back and was about to put on her clothes. "Who's there?" Suddenly, Luo Mu shouted loudly from the slope. The cigarette in his hand was flicked out like a shooting star. Then, she heard the sound of a gun being cocked. Lin Jiao's hand trembled in fright, almost dropping her clothes into the water.
Someone?
Besides Luo's brothers, was there anyone else in this remote place? She hurriedly put on her shirt, buttons mismatched in her rush, and crouched among the reeds, afraid to move. "Don't shoot. Don't shoot. It's just someone passing by." A rough voice came from behind a small hill nearby. Soon after, two men dressed in tattered sheepskin coats, carrying long guns, stepped out with their hands raised. They looked like local herders, or perhaps poachers living in this no-man's land. Their eyes crossed Luo Mu's, greedily falling on the faint white figure among the reeds. Although they couldn't see her face clearly, her damp hair and the faint scent of bathwater in the air were enough to drive these two men, who had been stuck in the Gobi Desert for months, into a frenzy. "Hey, out here in the wild countryside, and there's such a lively woman taking a bath," one man with yellow teeth chuckled, holding a gun that was not pointed directly at Luo Mu but aimed in his direction. "Brother, share a little fire. This is a code word. Sharing fire sometimes means sharing a cigarette, and sometimes it means sharing a person."
L'uomo smile disappeared.
For the first time, his eyes, usually squinting, opened wide, revealing a fierce and threatening glare. "Mind your own business." Luo Mu flipped his wrist, and a shiny bone knife slipped from his hand. "Get lost, or you'll regret it." Lin Jiao crouched among the reeds, her fingers clutching the unbuttoned shirt, her heart pounding as if it might burst from her chest. She understood what those words meant. In this remote area, human life is worth less than grass. Luo Mu squinted his eyes and slightly crouched, like a cheetah preparing to pounce. Just as the tension between them was about to break, a calm but slightly overconfident voice came from the nearby hill. "Want a car?" The two men were startled and instinctively shrank back, quickly turning their guns. Rosen appeared there unexpectedly. He wasn't holding a gun or a knife, just a long wrench used for fixing cars. But his sturdy build and the way he leaned forward made him look like a black iron tower, radiating a fierce aura from surviving many battles. Behind him, Luo Yen peeked out, holding an old double-barreled shotgun aimed straight at the yellow-toothed man's forehead. "Big brother, what are these two guys trying to do?" Luo Yen grinned brightly, but with a wild look in his eyes. "Are they trying to give us extra snacks?" Suddenly, the situation turned around. It went from 2 against 1 to 2 against 3, and the other side clearly was tough. The man with the wrench, just his gaze alone made people feel uneasy. It was a real look of someone who had seen blood and killed before. The yellow-toothed man's face changed. His arrogant attitude was like being poured with cold water, and most of his bravado disappeared instantly. "It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding," said the yellow-toothed man, who was experienced and quick to change his expression. He threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out, raising his hands to show he meant no harm. "We're just passing through. We saw water here and wanted a drink. Since you guys are resting here too, we won't bother you." The tall, thin man looked reluctant, but knew fighting now wouldn't help. He could only grumble and put his gun back on his shoulder. "Let's go," the yellow-toothed man signaled to his companion, and they slowly started to back away. Luo Mu didn't move, still holding the knife with the blade facing outward. Luo's son didn't speak either, just kept his sharp eagle-like eyes fixed on the two people until they stepped out of the small yard. Lin Jiao let out a breath, her legs trembling, almost sitting down in the mud. "Has the danger passed?" The two men retreated about 30 meters, where their broken jeep was parked. Just before getting into the car, the yellow-toothed man suddenly stopped. He turned his head, his gaze crossing the distance of dozens of meters, precisely landing on Lin Jiao, who had just stood up from the reeds and was fixing her collar. That look was extremely disgusting. It was like a slimy snail crawling over her. His eyes lingered on her chest and hips for several seconds, then he crooked his mouth into a meaningful, lewd smile, licking his yellow teeth in a very vulgar way. He even made a gesture with his hips towards Lin Jiao. Although they were far apart and there was no sound, this insulting gesture was 100 times more offensive than shouting insults face to face. Darn it, Luin, known for his quick temper, immediately reached for his gun. But someone faster than him. Bang! It wasn't a gunshot, but the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Luosen's solid steel wrench, weighing dozens of pounds, was slammed onto a stone near his foot, sparking a shower of sparks. His normally calm face twisted into a fierce expression, like a dragon provoked beyond its limit. Veins on his forehead bulged, and the suppressed killing intent in his eyes suddenly exploded, so intense it seemed almost tangible. Big brother, Luomu was stunned. He hadn't seen his brother so angry in a long time. Usually, even when surrounded by dozens of wolves, Luo's son remained calm. Watch Jiao. Luo's son left those words behind and turned to rush over. He didn't draw his gun, nor did he pick up the wrench. He was unarmed, walking forward with big strides like an out-of-control tank, kicking up dust and showing fierce determination, heading straight for the jeep. The two men clearly noticed the approaching figure. Hurry, drive. That crazy dog is after us, the yellow-toothed man shouted, panicking as he opened the car door and jumped into the driver's seat. The jeep roared loudly, exhaust fumes billowing out, and the tires kicked up gravel as it prepared to move. Trying to run, Rosen's voice sounded like it was squeezed from between his teeth, with a fierce, bloodthirsty tone. He ran very fast, moving smoothly across the rocky desert. Just as the jeep started to speed up, he caught up. He didn't try to open the door or break the window. Instead, he ran from the side, using a running start. When the jeep slowed slightly to go over a dirt bump, he leapt like a hunting lion, landing heavily on the hood of the jeep. Bang! The loud crash made the distant spectators, including Luoyen, almost drop their guns. I can't do it anymore, Luoyen muttered. Is my big brother really going to tear that guy apart? The jeep shook violently. Behind the windshield, the yellow-toothed man saw the terrifying face suddenly appearing on the hood, and he was so scared he nearly fainted. Run him over. Run him over, the tall, thin man in the passenger seat screamed. The yellow-toothed man pressed the accelerator to the floor. The car charged wildly over the rocky terrain like a mad bull. Rosen held tightly to the windshield wiper arm with one hand, his fingers turning white from gripping so hard. With his other hand, he clenched his fist and slammed it down on the cracked, spider-webbed windshield. Bang! The glass shattered, cracks spreading out like a spider's web. Rosen didn't stop. Ignoring the sharp glass shards that cut his skin, he punched through the glass and grabbed the yellow-toothed man by his collar. Stop right now, his loud shout drowned out the engine's roar. A great force suddenly slammed the yellow-toothed man's head against the steering wheel. The car lost control, swerved sharply to the left, and finally crashed hard into a large wind-eroded rock, shutting off the engine. The world was silent for a second. Then came the sound of the car door being forcefully kicked open. Rosen, like lifting a small chick, dragged the battered yellow-toothed man out of the driver's seat and threw him onto the ground. Big brother. Leave a live one, Lin, who was rushing over from behind, shouted. He was worried that his older brother might really hurt the man to death, especially since they were near the military station. Although it was abandoned, patrols might pass by. Rosen paid no attention. He stepped on the yellow-toothed man's chest, his bloodshot eyes cold and unfeeling. Which I saw that. Rosen's voice was soft but made people feel cold inside. The yellow-toothed man, covered in blood, trembled with fear. Big brother. Mercy. I just looked for a moment. Just looked, Rosen sneered, his smile uglier than crying. If that eye is dirty, then forget it. At this moment, the tall, thin man in the front passenger seat had somehow crawled out, holding a rusty gun, trembling as he aimed it at Rosen's back. Don't move. Let go of my brother, or I'll shoot. This scene happened too quickly. Lin and Yan Yan were still dozens of meters away and couldn't help in time. Jiao Lin stood by the reed bushes, covering her mouth, her scream caught in her throat. It's over. Rosen seemed to ignore the gun pointed at his back entirely. He didn't even turn his head. Just as the tall, thin man was about to pull the trigger, a sharp gunshot broke the silence first.
Bang!
A red appeared on the man's forehead. His face froze in shock and disbelief, and he fell backward stiffly. The rusty gun dropped to the ground, and a stray bullet fired from the gun shot into the sky. Rosen slowly turned around. Several dozen meters behind him, the third brother, Luin, who always smiles and is responsible for cooking, was holding a standard shooting stance. He was holding not a knife, but the double-barreled shotgun he had just snatched from Luin. The gun still emitted a faint trail of smoke. Luin blew on the gun's barrel, still wearing that harmless, gentle smile, as if he had just killed a rabbit for dinner, not a person. I don't like others pointing guns at my family, Luin said softly. That's impolite. The echo of gunfire lingered in the empty desert for several rounds before fading away. The tall, thin man's body lay on the sand, blood flowing from the hole in his forehead, quickly soaked up by the dry soil, leaving only a dark red stain. The yellow-toothed man was completely paralyzed. That shot not only killed his accomplice, but also shattered his last bit of courage to fight back. A foul smell wafted from his groin area. He had wet himself out of fear. Don't kill me, he sobbed, desperately kowtowing on the ground. I was wrong. I am a beast. Please, spare my life. Luo's son didn't look at the corpse. His foot still pressed hard on the yellow-toothed man's chest, making his ribs creak. He bent down, his blood and oil-stained face close to the man's. What were you planning to do to her just now? Luo Sen's voice was calm, steady, without any emotion. I didn't mean to do anything. The yellow-toothed man trembled. I just wanted a thrill. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Wanted a thrill? Luo's son smirked slightly. You wanted to sleep with her. You wanted to drag her into your car, take her away, then abuse her, and leave her here in the desert to be eaten by wolves. The yellow-toothed man fell silent because Luo's son had exposed all his dirty thoughts. In this no-man's land, there really is no law. Rosen straightened up and pulled out a dagger he had hidden behind his back. So, I don't need to follow the law with you. He suddenly stabbed downward with the dagger. Swoosh! The dagger pierced sharply into the man's thigh, going straight through and sticking into the sandy ground. Ah! The man let out a loud, harsh scream, like a pig being slaughtered. This strike is for the look you gave Xiao Jiao, Rosen said as he pulled out the dagger, blood spurting out. The man with yellow teeth writhed in pain on the ground, clutching his thigh, blood pouring out. Get lost. Rosen stood up and wiped the blood off his knife on the dead man's clothes. Leave the car. Crawl and walk out of here. If you can crawl out of this 10-kilometer desert, you're lucky. If not, then it's your fate. This was even harsher than killing him directly. In this place with no water, no vehicle, and a badly injured thigh, trying to walk out of this deserted area was a foolish dream. Plus, the smell of blood would attract wolves and vultures. This was a slow, hopeless punishment. The man with yellow teeth didn't dare to speak anymore. He scrambled and crawled away, leaving a long trail of blood behind. Rosen didn't look at him again. He turned and walked toward Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao watched him approach. He carried a strong smell of blood and a fierce, violent aura from just having been violent. She instinctively stepped back, trembling slightly. This step made Rosen stop. His eyes darkened. The hand he had reached out to grab her hesitated in midair, then slowly withdrew, clenched into a fist. Are you afraid of me? Rosen asked. Xiao Jiao bit her lip and didn't speak, but her frightened eyes betrayed her. Xiao Jiao, Rosen sighed, his voice softening a little, but still cold and firm. I know you think I'm cruel, but in this place, if I don't hurt him, he will hurt us. If I don't beat him badly, he will go back and call more people, He pointed to the damaged jeep. They are repeat offenders in this area, from the Wild Wolf gang. Letting the tiger go back to the mountain. With the 5 of us plus you, none of us will survive. When that happens, your end will be worse than death. Rosen stepped closer, his tall shadow covering Lin Jiao. Remember this. Here, besides us, no one can be trusted. If anyone tries to hurt you, I will make them regret ever being born. Although his words were rough and a bit violent, every word was meant to protect her. Lin Jiao looked at this man. His face still had scratches from breaking the glass earlier, with blood seeping out, mixed with dust. That was a wound he got to chase after the person who humiliated her. He became a beast to protect her. A part of her emotional barrier broke down. She sniffed, trying to hide her fear, and reached out to hold Rosen's blood-stained hand. Big brother, your hand is bleeding. She took a handkerchief from her pocket and carefully wiped the wound on his hand. At that moment, Rosen's fierce aura seemed to be drained. His hand, which had killed without hesitation, trembled slightly. It's nothing, just a flesh wound. Rosen's voice was a little hoarse as he let her gently tend to his rough, calloused hand. We need to leave quickly. The gunfire has started. We can't stay here. Nearby, Rosen Lin and Rosen Yan were already efficiently cleaning up the scene. They were searching the corpse. This was basic in games, but in real life, watching them rummage through the dead man's pockets made Lin Jiao feel queasy. Wow, these two are pretty fat, Rosen Yan said, pulling a cloth bag from the dead man's pocket. He opened it, and his eyes lit up. A box of bullets, half a pack of dried tobacco, and a gold ring. There are more things in the car, Rosen Lin said, pulling out a greasy woven bag from the back seat of the Jeep. 2 barrels of gasoline, a bag of dried beef, and a few bottles of strong liquor. This was a big haul. Take everything. Rosen regained his calm, commanding demeanor. Second brother, go drain the gas from that Jeep and pour it into our truck. Third brother, drag the body farther away and bury it deeper. Don't attract wolves. Got it. The 3 brothers worked quickly and efficiently, their actions smooth and precise, startling to watch. Clearly, they had done this before, or perhaps it was just ingrained in them. Half an hour later, the truck started again. This time, the atmosphere inside was very heavy and quiet. No one spoke. Rosen drove, his brow furrowed. Jiao sat in the middle, still holding her yellow bag, but her eyes kept glancing at the rearview mirror, as if afraid something was coming from behind. It was fear of death, but also a new understanding of this harsh world. The sky gradually darkened. The setting sun turned the desert red, like the blood that had just spilled on the ground. Jiao, Lin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, handing her a metal water bottle. Drink some water to calm down. I mixed a little of that wine from the car with it. It will warm you up. Jiao took the bottle and took a small sip. The spicy liquid slid down her throat and burned in her stomach. The coldness that had been lingering in her heart finally eased a little. Second brother. Jiao returned the water bottle, her voice very soft. Am I really useless? If she hadn't taken a bath or run around carelessly, she wouldn't have attracted those 2 men, and her older brother wouldn't have had to kill anyone. Stop talking nonsense. Lin pushed his glasses, which reflected the sunset, hiding his emotions. You're a woman. Being clean is natural. The real fault lies with those animals who can't control themselves. But, no buts. Lin interrupted her, his tone unusually firm. Jiao, you need to understand something. In this world far from society, beauty is a sin. If we protect you, that's your blessing. And if we can protect you, that's our skill. He turned to look at Jiao, a faint smile on his lips. So, don't be afraid. As long as we are here, even if the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up. He said this while patting Rosen on the shoulder, who was driving. Rosen didn't turn around. He just tightened his grip on the steering wheel and quietly replied, The night was like a heavy black blanket covering the desert. The wind had stopped, and everything was so quiet that you could hear your own heartbeat. For safety, Rosen drove the car into a natural cave formed by wind erosion. This place is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, making it a good spot to defend but hard to attack. From outside, You can't see the fire inside. A bonfire crackled and burned, with an iron pot on top. Inside, 2 unlucky guys' dried beef was boiling. The smell of meat filled the air, covering the bloodiness of the day. Here, Jiao Jiao, this piece is the tenderest. Rosen used the tip of his knife to pick up a piece of soft beef, blew on it, and handed it to Lin Jiao Jiao's bowl. That's meat near the beef brisket, a bit chewy with some tendons. Lin Jiao Jiao held her bowl, her cheeks slightly red from the heat. After a whole afternoon of settling down, her fear had eased quite a bit. What replaced it was a tired relief and a sense of dependence after surviving a disaster. She looked at the 5 men sitting around the fire. Big brother Rosen was cleaning his gun, focused and serious. The firelight reflected on his face, and the scar that hadn't healed added a rough charm to him. Second brother Lin was flipping through an old, torn map he somehow got. He pushed his glasses up now and then, planning their route for tomorrow. Third brother Mu was cutting meat. His knife, which had once taken lives, now became the most skillful kitchen tool. Fourth brother Yen and fifth brother Tu leaned against each other. Tu's wound had been treated, and now he was staring eagerly at the meat in the pot, like 2 hungry dogs waiting to be fed. This scene strangely felt warm and peaceful. "Thank you, third brother," Lin Jiao Jiao said, taking a bite of meat. The delicious juice exploded in her mouth, making her want to cry from happiness. "If it's good, eat more." Luo Mu looked at her with a gentle smile. "You're so thin, holding you feels uncomfortable." Cough, cough. Luo's son cleared his throat loudly, interrupting Luo Mu's teasing. "You can't even keep quiet during dinner." Everyone chuckled, and the atmosphere relaxed a bit. "Jiao Jiao," Luo Yen asked vaguely while gnawing on a bone. "You haven't told us where you're from. Your accent doesn't sound like someone from the northwest, more like from the south, soft and gentle." When he said that, the brothers' movements slowed down, and they all perked up their ears. Although they had saved her and guessed she had a story, no one asked for details. After all, everyone has a past they prefer not to talk about. Lin Jiao Jiao put down her bowl, her eyes darkening. She had already prepared a story. In this time, if she didn't invent a sad background, it would be hard to explain why she was alone in this remote area with so many strange dowries. "I am running away," she said softly, her voice trembling with emotion. Her fingers unconsciously twisted her clothes. "My family arranged a marriage for me. The man is an old man in his 50s, a butcher who has lost 3 wives. My parents wanted to sell me to him to get money for my younger brother's bride price. This was a common tragedy in this era. Favoring boys over girls, selling daughters for honor." The surrounding area suddenly fell silent. Only the crackling of firewood could be heard. "I don't want to accept this fate." Lin Jiao Jiao lifted her head, tears shining in her eyes, clear in the firelight. "I ran away after dark. I wanted to find relatives in the city, but I got lost and was tricked onto a cart. They said they would take me to find work, but they left me here." By the end, she was truly crying. Although her story was made up, the fear and frustration of surviving alone in a strange world were real. A large hand reached out and clumsily patted her shoulder. It was Luo Tuesday, don't cry. Luo too was speechless, holding back for a long time before saying, "If that pig butcher dares to come, I will kill him like a pig. And your parents are not good people either," Luo Yen said angrily, throwing a bone into the fire. "Doing things like selling daughters, it's inhuman." Luo Sin didn't speak, but looked at Lin Jiao Jiao with much softer eyes. Turns out she was also a person with a hard life. No wonder she was so afraid and cautious at first. She had been deeply hurt by her own family and tricked by others. "Actually, we are all similar." Luo Lin, who had been silent, closed the map, took off his glasses and rubbed his forehead, showing tired eyes. "Jiao Jiao, do you know why we all have the last name Luo?" Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head. "Because the orphanage director's last name was Luo," Luo Lin said calmly. "The 5 of us are not real siblings. I was abandoned at the orphanage door when I was just a month old, wrapped in a blanket with a note inside, saying my family couldn't support me. I was picked up while scavenging." Luo Yen interrupted. "I was 3 then, fighting with wild dogs for food, almost bitten to death. My big brother passed by and saved me. Me and the 5th brother too." Luo Mu pointed to Luo Tu, who was smiling foolishly. There was a famine then, and everyone was rushing to the city. We lost our parents on the way, begging for food until we reached the orphanage. What about the eldest brother? Lin Jiao Jiao looked at Luo. Senator Luo's son was silent for a moment, reassembling his shining gun. I crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. Luo Sen's voice was deep, like it echoed from hell. Bandits attacked the village and everyone was killed. I hid in a cellar, eating rats and moldy sweet potatoes for half a month before I survived. Lin Jiao Jiao looked at them in shock. It turned out that these 5 fierce-looking men, who seemed so powerful, all had bloody pasts. They were rootless drifters, orphans abandoned by the world. Later, the orphanage was gone. Lin continued. We had to fend for ourselves. Back then, we were young, often bullied, beaten, and used like servants. To get food, we had to fight wild dogs and scavenge from beggars. The 5 of us vowed that if anyone ever dared to hurt one of us, we would take their whole family down. Lin said, we had no family, so we became each other's family. We had no relatives, so we depended on each other for life. He looked at each brother's face as he spoke, finally resting his gaze on Jiao Jiao. That look was one of acceptance and promise. Jiao Jiao, Lin said seriously, since you have no family now, from now on, this will also be your home. As long as we have food, we will never let you go hungry, Luo Yan promised, patting his chest. And anyone who tries to bully you, I will peel their skin and make drums out of it, Luo Mu said with a smile, saying the most brutal words in a friendly way. Jiao Jiao's heart trembled strongly. On this cold night, in a world full of lies and violence, she felt a warmth she had never known before. This warmth didn't come from blood ties but from shared scars, loneliness, and the instinct to stick together in tough times. Thank you. Jiao Jiao's tears fell more fiercely this time, moved deeply. Why are you crying? Lin looked a bit helpless. He wanted to wipe her tears, but thought his hands were too rough. We're all family, no need to say 2 words. Exactly, from now on, we are a family of 6, Luo Tu said foolishly. Jiao Jiao is our wife. Hee. 5th brother, Lin glared at him. You haven't even married her yet, stop shouting. It'll happen sooner or later. Luo Yan mumbled softly. Night fell. Everyone stopped talking, just sat around the fire, enjoying this rare moment of peace and closeness. Jiao Jiao leaned on Luo Tu's uninjured shoulder, covered with Luo Sen's coat, holding hot water handed to her by Luo Lin, with roasted sweet potatoes by her feet. She looked at the dazzling, almost unreal starry sky above her, and the heavy worry in her heart finally eased a little. Even though the future was uncertain and full of dangers, at least now, she was not fighting alone. Sleep now, Rosen said as he stood up and added a thick piece of wood to the campfire. We need to keep moving tomorrow. Once we pass this desert, there will be an oasis ahead. An oasis. That was the place of hope. Lin Jiao Jiao closed her eyes, a faint smile on her lips, and fell into a deep sleep. In her dreams, there were no wolves or bad people, only these 5 men, rough but kind-hearted, who had given her their hearts. But she didn't know that in the dark, for pairs of alert eyes had been quietly watching her sleep until dawn. Hearing his older brother's command, Luo Tu's deep-seated obedience once again took over. He mumbled sleepily, reluctantly releasing his hold, turning over to face the sky, and started snoring again. Only then could Lin Jiao Jiao get free. She sat up and stretched her sore, numb waist. Although she didn't sleep well, she had to admit that in this cold wilderness night, Luo Tu was truly a rare warmth provider. Are you awake? Luo Lin was tidying up the leftovers from last night, with a thin layer of frost on his glasses. There's some hot water in the pot. Wash your face first. Lin Jiao Jiao leaned in. The water in the pot was mixed with some ash, looking not very clean. She hesitated for a moment, then reached into her familiar yellow bag to feel around. Last night at midnight, her lucky charm refreshed on time. Today, her luck was good. Besides the usual ice, she also found a pack of cleaning wipes and a bottle of red flower oil. In this water-scarce area, wipes were almost a luxury. Second brother, use this, she said, pulling out the wipes. She deliberately tore half of the package, revealing the white non-woven fabric inside, pretending it was from a big package of loose items. "What is this?" Luin leaned over, his face still covered in mud from last night, with dirt marks all over. "Bought in the city before. They said it's imported, called wet handkerchiefs," Lin Jiao explained, handing him one. "It smells nice and can also disinfect." Luin took it, sniffed it, and exclaimed, "Wow, smells so good. Like jasmine." He randomly wiped his face a couple of times. The dirt-covered face instantly looked much cleaner, and the cool feeling made him breathe in happily. "This is really good stuff." Luin pushed up his glasses, glancing at the package in Lin Jiao's hand. "Use it sparingly. This thing is more precious than gold here. There's not much left." Lin Jiao obediently handed out a card to each person, then quickly stuffed the remaining one back into her bag, saying, "Just in time. Everyone can wipe their faces and get rid of bad luck." A few grown men held the small, fragrant, damp wipes, and their movements became surprisingly careful. Rosen held the wipe, but didn't immediately wipe his face. He looked at the delicate texture of the wipe and then at Lin Jiao, who was seriously wiping her neck. Her neck was long, and her skin was so white it was dazzling. In this dull, gray desert, she looked like a delicate flower that didn't quite belong. But this flower didn't seem so fragile. "Pack up and get ready to work," Rosen said, pocketing the wipe without using it. He stood up and gave an order. "Second and third, go dismantle that jeep. Take off all usable parts, especially the fuel tank. Don't waste a drop of oil." The wrecked jeep was still lying nearby, like a metal corpse. In this resource-scarce time, that car was a treasure chest. "Got it," Rosen said, his spirits lifted. He rolled up his sleeves and ran toward the jeep. Lin Jiao also stood up, brushing dirt off her backside. "I'll help too. Stay here and rest." Rosen immediately refused. "That kind of dirty work isn't for women. Stay on the car and don't get sunburned." "I won't." This time Lin Jiao didn't listen. She walked up to Rosen and looked up at him. Although she was much shorter, her stubbornness shone brightly in her eyes. "Big brother, since we're a family, I can't just eat and not work," she said seriously. "I can screw in bolts and pass things. And," she pointed at the jeep, "if that fuel tank leaks, your rough hands will probably spill a lot. I have a way." Rosen looked down at her. The morning light shone on her face, revealing her soft, fuzzy features clearly. She was no longer the little girl who cried and begged for mercy. She still looked soft, but inside, she seemed to have grown some strength. "Okay." Rosen's lips twitched into a slight smile. "Don't complain about being tired." It turns out that Lin Jiao really didn't complain about being tired. She took out the plastic bucket she used to carry water and a flexible hose that she had found earlier. Actually, it was a simple oil siphon that came with the recent update, but she had removed the nozzle. In the wild without proper tools, to get fuel out of a jeep's tank, people usually have to suck it out with their mouths. That taste, anyone who has done it knows, leaves a gasoline smell in the mouth that can last for days. Just as Luin was about to bend down and suck the fuel, Lin Jiao handed him the hose. "Use this," she said. She squatted down, skillfully inserted the hose into the tank opening, used the siphon principle, gave a gentle suck, then quickly aimed the hose into the plastic bucket. Golden gasoline flowed out smoothly, without spilling a drop. "Wow." Luoyan's eyes widened. Jiao, you really know how to do this?" "Back in the day. I learned it by watching my neighbor fix his tractor," Lin Jiao said casually, wiping sweat from her forehead. Luin was nearby, removing a tire, but his eyes kept flicking over. The hose was transparent and very flexible, nothing like the rubber hoses nowadays. And that plastic bucket, although old-looking, was well-sealed and thick. He didn't say anything, but his hands moved faster. An hour later, the Jeep was stripped down to just an empty frame. 2 spare tires, a whole box of gasoline, the removed generator, even the seat cushions. Luin had taken them all, claiming they would be used as beds for the injured in the truck bed. It was a complete plunder, leaving nothing behind. "Let's go." Luin carried the last barrel of fuel onto the truck, dusted off his hands. The truck started again. This time, The atmosphere inside the truck was noticeably more relaxed. With fuel, spare parts, and water, though it was from Lin Jiao Jiao's remaining bucket, this small escape team finally felt a bit more confident. Lin Jiao Jiao sat in the front passenger seat, holding a porcelain cup handed to her by Luo Senator inside. There was tea brewed from the tea leaves found in that dead man's car. Although bitter, it was very refreshing. "Are you tired?" Rosen suddenly asked while driving. "No, I'm not." Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head and handed him a jar. "Big brother, take a sip." Rosen turned his head and took a big sip from her hand. His rough lips brushed against her delicate hand, and both of them paused for a moment. Rosen's Adam's apple moved as he swallowed the tea, and he looked straight ahead, but his ears turned slightly red. "We'll be there soon," he said nervously. "About 3 more hours, and we'll see the red willow forest. That's the sign of entering the oasis. When we get there, can we finally rest properly?" Lin Jiao Jiao asked. Rosen was silent for a few seconds, tightening his grip on the steering wheel. "When we reach that place," he said in a deep voice, "it's time to really focus. There, you'll face things more difficult than wolves." Lin Jiao Jiao's heart tightened. More difficult than wolves? The sun rose higher, and the heat on the desert plain returned with full force. The dust kicked up by the wheels stretched out behind the car, forming a long tail like a dirt dragon chasing this tireless old liberation truck. Lin Jiao Jiao was so hot she didn't want to speak anymore. Although she used chilled wet wipes to wipe her face, the coolness quickly disappeared into the hot air. She leaned back in her seat, feeling sleepy as the vehicle jolted along. "What's that?" Rao Yan was leaning on the back window, suddenly pointing and shouting. Lin Jiao Jiao barely opened her eyes and looked in the direction he was pointing. At the horizon, between the endless yellow sand and gray-brown gravel, a strange splash of red suddenly appeared. It was a blood-red color. As the car approached, the red became clearer. It was a dense red willow forest. In this barren wasteland, they looked like stubborn warriors, their roots deeply embedded in the poor soil, with branches showing a dazzling purple-red hue. Hidden behind the red willow forest, a few light brown buildings could be seen faintly. The most noticeable was a tall flagpole with a string of large red lanterns hanging from it, fluttering in the wind. In broad daylight, the red lanterns looked strange, giving off an odd, dusty, and rough feeling. "Red Sisterin," Rosen said these words with a mixed tone. "Is this the supply station?" Lin Jiao Jiao sat up straight, curious as she looked around. "Sort of," Lin replied nearby, holding a small dagger and filing his nails. "This is the only place with people within 500 miles. Trucks passing by, traders dealing in furs, or even some people who don't want the police to find them, all stop here." "Who is Red Sister?" Lin Jiao Jiao quickly caught the name. "Someone who can run an inn in this remote area and still keep control must be a tough woman."
"She's
a very capable woman," Rosen said vaguely, not wanting to say more. "Remember, once you go in, don't talk much, don't run around. Just follow me." The car entered the red willow forest, and the surrounding dust seemed to lessen a bit. A dirt road, made by people, twisted forward, leading straight to a walled courtyard made of mud bricks. The yard was large, with 7 or 8 different types of vehicles parked at the entrance. There were old-fashioned trucks, jeeps, and even 2 muddy motorcycles. A few rough-looking men squatted by the wall, smoking. When they saw Rosen's car, their dull eyes immediately scanned it like radar. Lin Jiao Jiao was very familiar with that look. It was the look used to judge a target, checking the car, the cargo, and finally, seeing if the person was fat or thin. "Stay in the car and don't move." Rosen turned off the engine, not rushing to get out. He took out a special old-fashioned crowbar from under his seat, weighed it in his hand, then pushed the door open and jumped out. Behind, Luo Yan and Luo Mu also jumped down from the truck bed. Luo Yan carried a double-barrel shotgun on his back, while Luo Mu still played with a bone-cleaning knife in his hand. Even the injured Luo, too, struggled to sit up, clutching the car railing tightly with his uninjured hand, glaring fiercely at the surroundings. This is the style of the Luo family. To survive here, you need to show your strength before even entering. The men squatting at the wall exchanged glances, then sat back down, their bodies tense but not acting rashly.
Tough guys. Can't be messed with.
Hey, isn't that Luo boss? A sharp voice came from the yard. Then, a greasy man in an apron, holding a large copper pot, ran out. He was smiling, but his rat-like eyes kept glancing at the truck. Welcome. Haven't seen your truck in over half a year. What's the occasion? Coming back for making some money. Luo's son ignored his flattery and simply said coldly, add water, eat, 2 rooms. Got it. The man was quick-witted, but his eyes flickered. However, Luo boss, the rules have changed. Water prices went up and the room rates doubled. How much? A bucket of water, 5 yuan. 1 room, 10 yuan. The man held up a hand, shaking his fingers. That's extortion. Outside, 5 yuan could buy a month's worth of food for a family. Here, it only bought a bucket of muddy well water. Luo's son didn't even frown. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled stack of money, the ones he had taken from the 2 dead men earlier. He took out 2 large notes and slapped them into the man's hand.
This
isn't enough. The man pretended to be reluctant.
This is just for the room. Bang.
Luo Sen's crowbar heavily struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This is for showing respect to Sister Hong. Luo's son looked at the man, his voice quiet but cold. If it were up to me, this money would buy you 2 front teeth. The man's fake smile froze on his face. He shrank his neck and immediately changed his expression. All right. Leader Luo, please come in. Water will be delivered to the room right away. This is the survival rule in the no man's land. Money is useful, but fists are more powerful. Luosen turned back to the car and opened the door. Jiao Jiao, come down, he said, holding out his hand. Lin Jiao Jiao took a deep breath, adjusted her yellow shoulder bag, and buttoned up her collar to cover the alluring skin. She knew a tough fight was coming. When her feet hit the ground and she stepped out from behind the car, the noisy sounds around seemed to pause for a moment. Even though she was covered in dust and her hair was messy, her figure and face stood out in this rough, dusty place like a piece of white jade in a coal pile. She was too eye-catching. Countless eyes fixated on her like flies, some naked, some fierce, some with creepy, lecherous looks. Lin Jiaojiao instinctively felt scared and shrank back behind Luo's senator. A big hand rested on her shoulder. Luo Sen's arm was strong, like a steel barrier, blocking all those malicious gazes outside. Don't be afraid, he whispered in her ear. Lift your head. Here, the more you're afraid, the more people will bully you. Lin Jiaojiao bit her lip and forced herself to lift her head. She looked at the men, trying to show a cold and indifferent expression. Though her legs still trembled slightly, she refused to show weakness. Luo Lin walked on the other side, pushed up his glasses, and looked around coldly. Luo Yen and Luo Mu walked in front and behind, protecting the group. The group of 5 men and 1 woman, carrying the smell of gunpowder, marched toward the big door decorated with red lanterns. Before they entered, a strong smell of mutton, cheap tobacco, and alcohol hit their noses. The curtain was pulled aside. Inside was very dim. The hall had 7 or 8 greasy square tables, filled with all kinds of people. When Rosen and Lin Jiao stepped inside, the noisy atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze. Dozens of eyes turned to look at them all at once. Sitting on a large tiger-striped chair directly facing the door was a woman. She wore a bright red cheongsam with a slit up to her thigh, revealing a long leg in black stockings and red high heels on her feet. She held a thin lady's cigarette, and as smoke curled around her, her face painted with fiery red lips looked especially charming and dangerous. She was Sister Red. When she saw Rosen come in, her usually lazy phoenix eyes suddenly lit up. But immediately after, when her gaze fell on Lin Jiaojiao, who Rosen was holding tightly in his arms, that light turned into 2 sharp, poison blades. Yo! Sister Red exhaled a puff of smoke, her voice smoky and husky, but it sounded harsh. I wonder why the magpie isn't singing today. Turns out, Rosen brought a burden with him. When Sister Red said this, the air in the hall seemed to be drained, so quiet that only the hissing sound from the copper teapot could be heard. Burden, Rosen didn't move. He simply pressed down on Lin Jiao's shoulder, as if calming a frightened cat. He was tall, slightly lowering his head now. His eyes, which had seen blood on those two unlucky men before, now looked calmly through the swirling smoke at that dazzling face. Sister Red, your words are not very polite, Rosen said evenly, showing no emotion. This is my family. Sister Red's fingers holding the cigarette paused. She squinted, her gaze like two small hooks, sweeping from head to toe over Lin Jiao. A white shirt, though dusty, still showed good material. Her face, even without makeup, looked tender enough to squeeze water out of. In this windy, sun-baked Gobi desert where women have become men, such a look was like a living target. Red's sister chuckled softly, extinguishing her cigarette in the ashtray on the table, which was shaped like half a skull. When did Big Brother Luo start bringing his family along? That's not really your style. She stood up, her high heels clicking on the concrete floor with a sharp sound. She walked close to Luo-san, close enough that Lin Jiao could smell her strong makeup mixed with cheap perfume, making her nose itch. If you're family, you have to follow the rules here, Red Sister said, pointing at the price list on the counter with her red-painted finger. Shunzi just said the water price has gone up. Since you brought a delicate little sister, I guess you'll be using a lot of water? How much? Name a price. Luo Lin stepped forward, clicking the beads of his abacus loudly, wearing his usual polite smile. We're not rich, but we can pay for a room. Red Sister shot him a sidelong look, a teasing smile on her lips. 2 rooms, 20 yuan. Hot water costs extra, 5 yuan a bucket.
No bargaining. 20?
Luo Yen, like a cat with its tail stepped on, exploded in anger. Why don't you go rob someone? 5 yuan can buy very little meat in the city. Is this broken house made of gold? This place values water more than gold, and lives less than grass, Red Sister said calmly, adjusting her slit chong sam. Too expensive? If you think so, you can sleep outside in the Red Willow Forest. It's free, and wolves keep you company. Much more lively. Luo Yan wanted to say more, but Luo's son raised his hand to stop him. Luo's son looked at Red Sister, reached into his pocket, and pulled out 2 crumpled big union notes, along with some change. All the cash he had from the yellow-toothed man. Here's the money, Luo-san said, slamming it on the counter so hard that the sturdy wooden surface trembled. The best room, the hottest water. If anything's missing. He didn't finish, just let the crowbar he hadn't put away fall to the ground with a thud.
Thud.
That heavy sound felt like it struck right in the heart. Red Sister looked at Rosen for a few seconds, a faint look of greed and regret flashing in her eyes. She put away the money and waved to the clerk, who was still staring blankly. What are you standing there for? Take Boss Rosen upstairs to the Tianhao room. Send up that bucket of freshly boiled water. Yes. Yes. The clerk, Shunzi, was startled and quickly took the copper kettle to lead the way. Jiao, let's go. Rosen put his arm around Lin Jiao and walked straight through the hall. The gazes that had been fixed on Jiao from others quickly withdrew when they saw Rosen's broad back. Everyone here knew how to read the situation. The Rosen brothers are fierce fighters who came out of a wolf's den. It's not worth risking their lives over a woman. When they reached the second floor, the so-called Tianhao room was just a slightly larger mud brick room than downstairs. There was no bed, only a large kong, a traditional heated bed, that took up half the room. The walls were peeling in many places, exposing straw and dirt underneath. The window paper was new, but still couldn't block the outside wind. Just this one room, Rosen frowned as he looked at the clerk trying to squeeze inside. There were supposed to be 2 rooms. Shunzi put down the copper kettle, looking troubled. But Sister Red said the other one was leaking and was being repaired. This big kong is spacious enough for 6 people. Even if crowded, it should be fine. This was clearly a deliberate difficulty. They paid for 2 rooms but only got 1, and now they were expected to squeeze 5 men and 1 woman onto 1 kong. Is this how Sister Red treats guests? Rosen pushed his glasses, a cold glint flashing in his eyes behind the lenses. Second brother, forget it, Jiao suddenly spoke. She tugged at Rosen's sleeve softly. It's warm here, and I don't mind the crowd. As long as... As long as it's safe. She saw through Sister Red's plan. She wanted to cause trouble, even provoke Rosen into anger, so she could find an excuse to chase them out or raise the price. On someone else's turf, it's better to cause less trouble. Rosen looked at the large Kong that could sleep 7 or 8 people and nodded. All right. This room then. Where's the water? He's burning. Over there. Shunzi pointed to the pot of water on the ground. This one was given to us. We still need to wait for the bath water. The firewood is running low, so we have to chop some more. After saying that, he seemed worried that Luoyan might hit him, so he quickly slipped out the door like a slippery fish. Only 6 of them remained inside. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. Lin Jiao Jiao sat on the edge of the Kong, a traditional bed, where the fire was burning underneath, making it warm. This helped her relax her tense nerves a little. But the sticky feeling on her body was even more uncomfortable. Dirt, sweat, and a bit of bloodstain from before mixed together, making her feel suffocated. I'll go check, Luoyan said, tossing his hunting rifle onto the Kong and rolling up his sleeves. I don't believe it takes so long to chop firewood. I think they're just trying to delay. Fourth, come back, Luosan called him. Don't cause trouble. They're testing our limits. What should we do? Jiao Jiao's all dirty now. We're tough, so it doesn't matter, but her delicate skin can't handle this, Luoyan said irritably, scratching his head. Lin Jiao Jiao looked down at herself. Her shirt collar was stained with black and yellow sweat, and her hands were covered in dust. She not only wanted to take a bath but also wanted to wash away all this bad luck. Water. If Hongjia wouldn't give it to her, she had to find her own way. She gently tapped the strap of her yellow satchel. There were supplies inside, maybe. She could exchange them in another way? Big brother, I want to go to the bathroom, Lin Jiao Jiao said, standing up and clutching her satchel tightly. I'll go with you, Luo Mu immediately followed. No need. Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head. Just at the staircase. I saw it. You guys pack up the bedding first. I'll be back soon. Luo Sin looked at her, seeming to see through her little plan, but didn't say anything. Third, you stand guard at the door, Luo Sun ordered. Don't let anyone get close. Luo Mu nodded, leaning against the doorframe, playing with a bone-cleaving knife in his hand. Lin Jiao Jiao hugged her bag and quickly left the room. The corridor was dimly lit, with only a few yellow oil lamps. She did not go to the outhouse but instead followed the same path that Suanzi had taken earlier, reaching the back courtyard door of the kitchen. The backyard was even messier than the front. Everywhere were chopped firewood, and a large iron pot was set in the middle of the yard, with a strong fire burning underneath. White steam hissed from the gaps in the lid. A young girl, wearing a floral cotton jacket and 2 braided pigtails, was squatting in front of the stove, adding firewood. She looked young, maybe 15 or 16, but her hands were rough like old tree bark, full of cracked and swollen cuts from the cold. While adding firewood, she also wiped away tears that had been smoked into her eyes with her sleeve. There was no sign of Suanzi nearby. Clearly, the so-called helpers had gone to the main hall to slack off and drink, leaving this dirty and tiring task of boiling water to this young girl. Lin Jiao Jiao hid in the shadow of the wall and watched for a while. This was her chance. She reached into her bag, moved her mind, and the familiar feeling appeared in her palm. It was a flat, round tin box with a delicate blue background and white floral patterns, Shanghai brand snow cream. This was one of the supplies refreshed last night. She had originally planned to keep it for her own face, but now it had a bigger purpose. Cough. Lin Jiao Jiao deliberately made a little noise and walked out. The young girl was startled, jumping up like a frightened rabbit, dropping the firewood stick on the ground. Who's there? The girl's voice trembled, clearly used to being scolded. Don't be afraid. Lin Jiao Jiao slowed her steps, trying to look harmless. She stepped into the light of the fire, wearing a gentle, warm smile. I'm a guest staying upstairs in the Tianhao building. Just came to see if the water is boiling. The girl looked at her face and froze. She probably had never seen such a beautiful, clean older sister. Even though Lin Jiao Jiao looked a bit disheveled now, in this rough environment, she still seemed like a fairy descended from heaven. The water. The water is boiling, the young girl stammered as she nervously wiped her hands on her apron, trying to remove the black dirt, but instead making them dirtier.
But
Brother Shunzi said I need to first send the foot bath to the madam.
the guests.
We'll have to wait a bit longer. It was clearly a deliberate act of troublemaking. Lin Jiao Jiao sneered inwardly, but showed a worried expression on her face.
I see.
But I've been traveling all day, and I feel really uncomfortable. Little sister, could you please be flexible? Even just one bucket would help. No, the girl shook her head like a rattle. If Sister Hongjie finds out, she'll be mad at me. Lin Jiao Jiao sighed and took a few steps closer. She looked at the girl's swollen, cracked hands and softly said, Your hands must be hurting, right? The girl instinctively hid her hands behind her back and bit her lip, not speaking. In this cold winter in the Northwest, washing dishes and clothes meant burning fire, and her hands had long been damaged. Pain was normal, and no one paid attention to it. I have something good here. Lin Jiao Jiao held out a blue metal box as if performing a magic trick. Under the firelight, the box gleamed with an attractive shine. This is called snow cream, she said, opening the lid. A rich, elegant jasmine scent instantly filled the backyard, which was full of the smell of smoke and fire. It was a scent from the big city, a symbol of a refined life, and an absolute luxury that couldn't be found on this desert plain. The girl sniffed and stared intently at the box, her throat moving slightly. Is this for me? She asked, unable to believe it. As long as you help me carry 2 buckets of hot water upstairs and don't let Shunzi and the others see, Lin Jiao Jiao said, using her finger to pick a small amount of the white, creamy substance and gently applying it to the girl's cracked hand. It was cool, moisturizing, and carried a refreshing fragrance. The burning pain eased significantly. The girl looked at her hand, which had a small patch of the cream on it, and her eyes turned red. Big sister, here, I'll give you the whole box. Lin Jiao Jiao tightly screwed the lid on the box and put it into her hand. It's hidden now. Every night, apply a little. Your hands will heal quickly and become as soft as mine. This was an irresistible temptation. For this young girl, who had never owned personal belongings, this jar of snow cream was worth 100 times more than money. It represented dignity, beauty, and a small act of kindness from someone of the same gender. Okay. The girl clenched the snow cream tightly in her palm, as if holding on to her life. Sister, you go back first. I'll go down the small staircase behind to deliver it to you soon. Lin Jiao Jiao smiled and patted her head. Thank you, little sister. 10 minutes later, Rosen was sitting on the Kong cleaning his gun. Luo Lin was studying a torn map, and Luo Yan was sulking. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door 3 times. Luo Yan was about to ask, Who is it? But Rosen gave him a look, signaling him to be quiet. The door opened slightly, and Lin Jiao Jiao peeked in a little proud. Come and get it. Luo Mu reacted fastest and pushed the door open. At the door were 2 steaming wooden buckets, along with a few wet footprints left by the girl who had slipped away. Wow, Luo Yan's eyes widened. Jiao Jiao, you're amazing. Did you put some kind of magic potion on the boss lady? That's a secret. Lin Jiao Jiao closed the door and locked it. Hurry, while it's hot. For 6 people, 2 buckets of water were not much. But in these conditions, it was a great gift. Jiao Jiao, you go first, Rosen decided firmly. He pulled a curtain made from a seat cover fabric, which had been taken from a jeep earlier and was just right for this purpose. Turn around and don't look. Lin Jiao Jiao blushed, holding her change of clothes and slipping behind the curtain. The sound of water splashing echoed. In the quiet room, the sound was especially clear, like a cat's claws scratching at the hearts of the men. Ruo Yan turned away from the curtain, his face flushed red, and his eyes didn't know where to look. In the end, he could only stare intently at the crack in the wall, counting silently. Luo Lin adjusted his glasses, swallowed hard, and stopped moving the beads on his abacus. Even Luo, too, who was usually silly, looked restless now, his ears red as if filled with blood. Only Luo's son remained calm, sitting steadily, wiping his gun barrel with a cloth, slowly and carefully. His movements were much slower than usual, and his breathing was a bit heavy. Inside the small space, Steam rose and filled the air. Lin Jiao Jiao dipped a towel in hot water and carefully wiped her body. The moment hot water touched her skin, she felt so comfortable she almost hummed aloud. She washed quickly, knowing that 5 pairs of ears outside were listening. After washing, she changed into a clean, slightly wrinkled silk shirt, which carried a fresh soap scent. "I'm done washing," she said. Lin Jiao Jiao pushed aside the curtain and stepped out. At that moment, the men inside the room were all stunned. She had just finished bathing, her skin glowing pink from the steam, her wet hair clinging to her cheeks. Her shirt buttons were fastened tightly, but it only highlighted her curves more. She looked like a peeled lychee, fresh, juicy, shining in the dull, dusty house. Cough. Luo's son was the first to recover, quickly looking away. "The remaining water, everyone share it and wipe yourselves." Though he said share, it really meant the brothers took turns using the leftover water from Lin Jiao Jiao to wipe their faces and bodies. The water was a little murky, but it was her used water, carrying her warmth and scent. None of the big men minded. Instead, they eagerly grabbed the wet towel, wiping themselves more carefully than during the New Year celebrations. Night deepened. On the big bed, several old, darkened quilts were spread out. According to Luo Sen's plan, Lin Jiao Jiao slept at the innermost corner near the wall, Luo's son beside her. Then Luo Tu, Luo Yen, Luo Mu, and Luo Lin at the outer edge of the bed, keeping watch. The lights went out, and the room was plunged into darkness. Only their breathing sounds intertwined. Jiao Jiao, Lin curled up in bed. Although her body was tired, her mind was a bit excited. Because Rosen was too close to her. His hot body was right beside her, just behind a thin layer of clothing, constantly giving off heat. "Sleep now," Rosen whispered in the dark, reaching into the bed and holding her slightly cold hand. "I'm here." This sentence was more effective than any sleeping pill. Jiao Jiao, Lin closed her eyes, about to fall asleep. Suddenly, a very faint sound of footsteps came from outside the door. It was the deliberate soft step of high heels on the floor. Then, a slight movement at the door latch. Someone outside was using a blade to pry open the latch. The sound of prying the latch was very soft, like a mouse nibbling on wood. But to the highly alert men in the room, it sounded like thunder. In the darkness, 5 pairs of eyes opened almost at the same time. Roland quietly reached for the bone knife under the pillow. Roy turned over, muscles tense, ready to spring up. Only Rosen didn't move. He still lay flat, not even changing his breathing, but he suddenly tightened his grip on Jiao Jiao Lin's hand, signaling her to stay silent. Jiao Jiao Lin's heart skipped a beat. She smelled a familiar scent, cheap powder and strong perfume drifting through the door crack. It was Red Sister. So late, this flirtatious boss lady wasn't sleeping but sneaking to their door. What was she up to? She couldn't be here to check on them. The only answer was, she was after Rosen. During the day in the lobby, Red Sister's gaze on Rosen was like a hungry wolf eyeing a fat sheep. In this lawless place, as long as she liked a man, she could get him. Click. A soft sound, and the door latch was opened. The wooden door made a squeaky sound as it was pushed open slightly. A graceful figure moved against the dim yellow corridor lights, slipping in like a beautiful snake. Red Sister didn't wear shoes, walking barefoot on the floor. She had changed from a bright red cheongsam into a semi-transparent silk nightgown, and even in this cold night below zero, she didn't seem to mind the cold. It was clear she came prepared. She didn't want to disturb others, but quietly headed toward the bed, toward Rosen's spot. Old brother Rosen. Her voice was very soft, with a sweet, breathy tone, as if trying to make someone melt. The night is long. Why not find someone to chat with? She thought everyone in the room was asleep, or at least that no one would refuse such a tempting offer. Her hand reached toward Rosen's chest. Just as her finger, painted with bright red lipstick, was about to touch his collar. Ah, a sudden, frightened scream cut through the quiet night. It wasn't Red Sister who screamed, but Lin Jiao Jiao. Lin Jiao Jiao looked as if she had woken from a nightmare, suddenly sitting upright. She didn't look at the shadow standing by the bed but turned around quickly, her arms like octopus tentacles wrapping tightly around Rosen's neck, burying herself in his arms. Big brother.
Ghost.
There's a ghost. Lin Jiao Jiao cried out with a trembling voice, tears in her eyes. A shameless female ghost is trying to catch me. So much blood. It's so scary. This scream not only startled Red Sister, causing her to tremble and almost lose her balance, but also woke up Luo Yen, who had been pretending to sleep. What's going on? Where's the ghost? Luo Yen quickly sat up, lighting the oil lamp beside the bed. The dim yellow light instantly illuminated the room. The scene was very awkward. Rosen was sitting half up, holding the trembling Lin Jiao Jiao tightly in his arms. He patted her back to comfort her, while one hand pulled the blanket up to cover her thin back, revealing only her red, tearful eyes. Red Sister, wearing a sheer nightgown that could make anyone blush, awkwardly stood by the bed, her hand still hanging in midair. Wow, this female ghost has a nice figure, Luo Lin said, pushing up his glasses and leaning against the wall, looking at Red Sister with a half-smile. Is she sleepwalking? Or did she come into the wrong room? Red Sister's face turned pale and then flushed. She didn't expect to be caught so openly, nor did she expect that Lin Jiao Jiao, this silly woman, would ruin her good chance. I heard noises inside and was worried something might happen to you, so I came to check, Red Sister forced out, biting her lip. She pulled up the straps of her slip dress to hide her revealing skin, but her eyes still stubbornly stared at Luo's senator finally. Luo's son looked at her. His gaze was very cold, colder than the night wind in the desert. Thank you for your concern, Sister Red, Luo's son said coldly, tightening his arm around Lin Jiao Jiao to protect her. My wife is a bit scared and having a nightmare. Since there are no outsiders here, I won't keep Sister Red to watch the show. The phrase, no outsiders, clearly marked Red Sister as an outsider. Moreover, the way he protected Lin Jiao Jiao with such confidence and strength made it seem as if she was his precious treasure, and anyone who looked at her was disrespecting her. Lin Jiao Jiao, nestled against Luo Sen's chest, listened to his steady, strong heartbeat, a faint smile appearing on her lips. But her body still trembled slightly and she mumbled, I'm scared. Seeing their close and intimate posture, Red Sister's chest heaved with anger. She cared about her dignity. Since she had been exposed, staying would only humiliate herself further.
Fine.
Luo Lauda really is a romantic, Red Sister sneered coldly, turning to leave. Just before stepping out, she glared fiercely at Lin Jiao Jiao's back. You two better sleep well, and don't invite any unclean things in the middle of the night. Bang. The door slammed shut. The room was quiet again. Luo Yen blew out the light. Let's go. In the darkness, Luo Yen chuckled softly. Jiao Jiao, your shout was amazing. It scared that old witch away. Her face looked as green as a rotten cabbage. Shut up and go to sleep, Luo's son whispered sharply. But this time, his voice was softer, less strict, with a hint of gentle indulgence. Lin Jiao Jiao let out a small breath of relief and was about to pull away from Luo Sen's embrace. Don't move. Luo Sen suddenly held her waist, his voice low and rough. If you move again, she might hear us at the door. Lin Jiao Jiao stiffened and dared not move. She pressed her whole body against Luo's senator even through their clothes. She could feel the firm muscles and warmth of a man's body, clear and strong. Her face was close to his neck, and with each breath, she could smell the mix of tobacco, gun oil, and masculine scent on him. It felt safe but also a little dangerous. Luo's son didn't do anything inappropriate. He simply kept holding her, like a silent mountain, blocking out all the cold and malice. But in the dark, Lin Jiao Jiao could clearly feel that the warmth from his chest was growing hotter, and her heartbeat was speeding up. That was a natural response of a man. Big brother, Lin Jiao Jiao whispered softly, her voice sweet like cotton candy. Your heart is beating so fast. Luo Sen's body stiffened slightly. He opened his eyes in the dark, looking at the black ceiling above, and swallowed hard. That's because I was scared. Luo's son lied awkwardly, his voice hoarse. Next time you have a nightmare, Don't scream so loudly. Oh, Lin Jiao Jiao replied obediently, then secretly giggled in the dark. She quietly reached out and took Luo Sen's rough, calloused hand. Fingers intertwined. This time, Luo Sen didn't pull away. Instead, he held her hand back, tight, with sweaty palms. In this dangerous inn, on this crowded bed, their hearts were the closest they'd ever been. Outside the door, in the shadowy corridor, Hongjia hadn't gone far. She listened to the gradually calming sounds inside the room, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Dawn came a little late. The window paper fluttered loudly in the wind, letting in a grayish-white light that carried a lingering chill. The warmth on the calm, heated bed had long faded, but this corner felt like a steamer. Lin Jiao Jiao was awakened by the cold, and then by a feeling of being cooked. She groggily opened her eyes and found herself curled up in Rosen's arms, like a cold-fearing cat, with her legs still tangled around his slim waist. Rosen's strong arms served as a pillow, while his other hand firmly pressed her waist, holding her close. That rough, calloused hand still tightly gripped the gun from last night, which hadn't left her side. Awake! A deep, hoarse voice came from above her, carrying the lazy tone of early morning and a hint of dangerous desire. Warm breath brushed her hair, making her feel a tingling sensation. Lin Jiao Jiao moved slightly, feeling her waist ache a little. Although no one moved around her all night, the presence of these strong, fiery men and their intense masculinity made her legs feel weak. She hummed softly, her voice carrying a charming nasal tone from just waking up. Her hand instinctively searched for something to support herself in the blanket. When her palm slid, it landed directly on a hot, hard muscle as firm as iron. She even seemed to touch something else. Terrifyingly hard. Rosen stiffened all over, his breathing faltered. He quickly withdrew his hand, turned over, and sat up abruptly, causing a gust of cold air. "Get up," he said, his voice hoarse and barely audible, with suspicious redness on his ears. "The second and third are already downstairs checking the cars." Lin Jiao Jiao blushed and didn't dare ask more. She rubbed her eyes and pulled her yellow satchel over. The supplies they had refreshed last night were inside. She reached in and felt around, her fingertips touching a cold, hard cardboard box. When I looked inside, I found a box of amoxicillin capsules and 2 bottles of Yunnan Baiyao spray. In this time when medical supplies are scarce, these items are more valuable than gold. "Fourth brother, fifth brother," Lin Jiao Jiao said, waking Luo Yen and Luo Tu, who were still snoring. "First, change the wound dressing." Luo Tu blinked and sat up, his injured arms swollen badly. He smiled foolishly. "Jiao Jiao, no need to bother. This small injury, just a lick will do." "Shut up," Lin Jiao Jiao snapped, glaring at him. She took out the red and white spray and opened the capsule box. "This is anti-inflammatory medicine. It helps heal faster. And this spray is for bruises and injuries." When the neatly packaged medicine box was taken out, the men in the room all looked surprised. Luo's son turned around, his gaze stopping for a second on the OTC label. He didn't ask questions but took the medicine and handed it to Luo. "Tuesday, eat it." After tidying up, everyone went downstairs. The lobby was much quieter than last night, with only 2 or 3 tables occupied. The smell of mutton and smoke had faded, replaced by a musty, old smell. Hongjia was sitting behind the counter counting money. When she heard the noise, she looked up. Today, she was wearing a dark green cheongsam, with heavier makeup, especially her lips, which looked as red as if she had just drunk blood. Seeing Luo's son, her eyelids twitched, and she forced a fake smile. "Wow, Luo boss, you got up early. Did you sleep well last night?" Her words were sharp and carried some resentment about being scared away by Lin Jiao Jiao last night. "Thanks to Hongjia, I slept peacefully," Luo's son replied expressionlessly, then found a corner table to sit down with his people. "Shunzi."
Da.
Breakfast. Hongjia closed her ledger and shouted loudly. Soon, a waiter named Shunzi brought over a tray. There were a few bowls of thin millet porridge, a plate of pickled vegetables, and a teapot that looked barely warm. "Enjoy, everyone," Shunzi put down the items, her gaze somewhat distracted, afraid to look at Rosen's face. Jiao Jiao was about to put the bottle of Yunnan Baiyao back into her bag, but her movements slowed slightly. Red's sister had somehow come over unnoticed, holding a handkerchief in her hand, her eyes like a hawk, fixed tightly on the spray bottle. "What's this good stuff?" Red's sister's voice suddenly exploded near Jiao Jiao's ear. Jiao Jiao's hand trembled, almost dropping the bottle. "It's a bruise ointment." Rosen reached out to take the bottle, casually put it into his pocket, leaning slightly forward to block Red's sister's greedy gaze. "So, Red sister, do you also care about what the guests are taking?" Red's sister ignored Rosen's cold expression, licking her lips, her eyes shining with an intimidating brightness. "That bottle didn't look like something from our area," she chuckled, her body trembling with excitement. "And that little pill the girl just had. That's foreign stuff, right? Big brother Rosen. Out here in the wild, what we need most is this. If you're willing to share a couple of bottles with me." "No, I won't sell," Rosen said coldly and firmly. "Don't be so harsh." Red's sister lowered her body, her white chest almost close to Rosen's face. "The price is negotiable.
Or
we can trade for something else." Her painted red nails made suggestive circles on the table. "Get lost." This time it was Lin who spoke. He was playing with a chopstick, his eyes behind the glasses full of coldness. "Red sister, business is business. Don't overreach. Be careful you don't get hurt." Red sister's face instantly darkened. She had been in this area for so many years, and no one had ever dared to show her such disrespect. And she really wanted that medicine. With a high-quality anti-inflammatory drug like that, even if she got shot, she could still save her life.
Fine.
"The Rosen brothers have guts." Red's sister straightened up, sneering. "I won't bother you to eat anymore. Shunzi, refill the tea. Don't let the guest go thirsty." After saying that, she twisted her waist and walked away, her high heels pounding on the ground with a rhythmic sound. Lin Jiao Jiao looked at the teapot with a strange feeling of unease. "Eat your meal," Luosen said, picking up a bun and breaking it in half to give to Lin Jiao Jiao. Just then, the young girl who had the snow cream last night carried a basin of face wash passed by. She walked slowly, her head lowered as if she wanted to hide her face. When she passed by Lin Jiao Jiao, she stumbled, spilling a little water on her shoes. "Oh no! You careless girl, can't you see?" Susie scolded, raising her hand to hit. The girl shrank back in fear, but while bending down to wipe the water, she quickly slipped something into Lin Jiao Jiao's hand, moving her lips very fast so only Lin Jiao Jiao could hear. "Don't drink the tea.
It's
a sleeping drug." Lin Jiao Jiao's palm clenched tightly. It was a crumpled little paper with a smell like ash from the stove. Susie was still cursing, but the girl had already run away with the basin. Before leaving, she looked back at Lin Jiao Jiao, her red eyes full of fear and urgency. Lin Jiao Jiao's heart skipped a beat. She slowly put down the half-bun, gently tugged on Luo Sen's sleeve under the table. Luo Sen turned his head, looking at her pale face, his eyes suddenly sharp. "What's wrong?" he mouthed. Lin Jiao Jiao didn't speak. She just pressed the crumpled paper into Luo Sen's palm and pointed at the steaming teapot, shaking her head lightly. Luo Sen clenched his fists. He looked down at the paper in his hand, then scanned the room. The few men in the hall who had been eating and drinking had stopped, their chopsticks still on the table but stiff. Behind the counter, Sister Hong was fixing her makeup with a small mirror. The reflection showed her eyes, which were glaring sharply at the side. Sister Hong was ready to act. She didn't attack last night because she didn't know the full situation. Today, she was going to do something because those bottles of medicine had stirred her greed. In this no man's land, wealth is not displayed openly. If it is shown, it means trouble. Second brother, Rosen threw the steamed bun back onto the plate, his voice calm and steady. "This tea is good. Bring a bowl to Sister Hongjia.
just say.
Our Rosen brothers know the rules and want to treat her to morning tea." She looked at the gentle-looking man walking over in the mirror, and her heart unexpectedly skipped a beat. The few thugs who had been crouching in the corner also stood up, revealing their weapons openly, some holding stool legs, others twirling switchblades. "Sister Hongjia," Rosen placed the teacup on the counter with a sharp sound. This tea is really good. Would you like to try it? Sister Hongjia squinted her eyes, her gaze shifting between the tea and Rosen's face. Second brother Rosen, what do you mean? She tapped her eyebrow pencil on the table. Are you saying my tea isn't good enough? No, of course not. Rosen still smiled, but his smile was cold. We just think there might be some seasoning added. We're worried our stomachs can't handle it. But since Sister Hongjia has a strong body, you can keep the good stuff for yourself. This remark instantly tore the piece apart. Sister Hongjia's smile disappeared completely, revealing a fierce and angry expression. Refuse a toast only to be forced to drink poison. She stepped back and waved her hand. Since the Rosen brothers won't show respect, don't blame me for being rude. Leave the goods here. The men. Break them into pieces and feed them to the dogs. The women stay for me to entertain. At her command, 7 or 8 big men howled and rushed forward. Jiao Jiao, get down. Rosen shouted loudly. Before the men could reach them, he threw the plate. The thick ceramic plate, filled with pickled vegetables, flew like a spinning wheel, whistling through the air and hitting the frontmost thug squarely in the face. With a loud crack, the plate shattered, and the thug, blood covering his face, collapsed. Meanwhile, Luo Yen and Luo Mu also moved. Luo Yen flipped over the table. The heavy elm square table became the best shield, blocking 2 machetes coming at him. The bone-cleaning knife in Luo Mu's hand suddenly slipped into his palm. With a flash of cold light, it looked like magic. The nearest thug's wrist was cut deep enough to see the bone, and he couldn't hold his weapon anymore. You're asking for death. Luo Yen cursed. He pulled out a hidden iron rod from under the table and swung it fiercely. The hall instantly became chaotic. Lin Jiao Jiao crouched behind the overturned table, clutching her head, her heart pounding as if it would burst. Although she had seen fights like this before, being so close to the violence still made her tremble all over. Don't be afraid, Luo Tu's broad back stood in front of her. He only held a stool but swung it vigorously, like a wall, blocking all danger outside. On the other side of the counter, Hongjia saw trouble and reached to grab something from under the counter. It was a double-barreled shotgun. But just as her hand touched the stock, a cold hand grabbed her wrist. Luo Lin had somehow already jumped over the counter. His glasses on his face were crooked, but his eyes shone with a fierce, terrifying determination. Hongjia, playing with knives is enough. Using a gun, that's no fun, Luo Lin said. He twisted his wrist, and with a crisp crack, Hongjia's well-maintained wrist was broken. Hongjia let out a sharp, painful scream, her delicate face twisting in pain. Is this the medicine you wanted? Luo's son, who hadn't moved much before, now looked like a black panther. He took a few quick steps across the chaos and reached the counter. He pulled out a bottle of Yunnan Baiao spray and waved it in front of Hongjia's pale face. Want it? Luo Sen's voice was very low, like the wind from hell. Hongjia, clutching her broken hand, looked at this terrifying man and finally felt fear. Boss Luo. There was a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. She trembled and backed away. I don't want it anymore. You can take whatever is in the shop. Just let me go. Misunderstanding? Luo's son sneered, his smile carrying a hint of menace. You tried to steal my medicine and wanted my woman to entertain guests. That's what you call a misunderstanding. He grabbed Hongjia's collar and lifted her out from behind the counter, as if she were a chicken ready for slaughter. In this no-man's land, break the rules, and you must accept the punishment. Luo Sen didn't give her a chance to beg for mercy. He swiftly drove a dagger into Hongjia's chest. Thud. Blood splattered out, staining Luo Sen's clothes and the white medicine bottle nearby. Hongjia's eyes widened, her throat making choking sounds. Her body twitched a few times before going still. The hall instantly fell silent. The few thugs still resisting looked terrified when they saw their boss's wife dead. They dropped their knives with a clatter and ran, desperate to escape. Run, someone shouted, and they scrambled out, as if they wished they had more legs. Luo's son didn't chase after them. He threw Hongjia's body on the ground, took a set of keys from her waist, and picked up a hunting rifle, weighing it in his hand. Second, check the storeroom for anything useful, Luosin said, wiping blood off his hands. He looked at the overturned table. Jiao Jiao, come out. Lin Jiao Jiao peeked out from behind Luo too, her face pale. She looked at the bloodied body on the ground, her stomach churning. But she held back her nausea. She knew that if Luo-san hadn't been so ruthless, they might be the ones lying there now. Big brother, she said, her legs trembling as she stood up. Just then, the back kitchen curtain was pushed aside slightly. A young girl, trembling, stood there holding a fire poker. Seeing Hongjia dead, the girl froze in shock. Then, she suddenly seemed to lose her energy, threw down her stick, sat heavily on the ground, covered her face, and cried loudly. It wasn't fear, but a breakdown after holding back for so long. This girl, Luomu walked over and pulled her up. Stop crying. No one will hit you anymore. The young girl looked up, her face covered in dirt and tears. She looked at Lin Jiao Jiao and suddenly knelt down with a thud. Big sister, take me away, she cried, trembling. I was kidnapped. My parents are not well. They dare not come to rescue me, but I don't want to stay here anymore. I will work. I eat little. Please help me. Lin Jiao Jiao looked at her scarred hands and her small body, which was thin from long-term malnutrition. Her softest heart was painfully squeezed. Brother, Lin Jiao Jiao turned to Luo-san. Luo-san was checking the hunting rifle. When he heard the noise, he looked up at the kneeling girl and then at Lin Jiao Jiao's pleading eyes.
Trolesome, Lawson froned.
She saved us, Lin Jiao Jiao whispered. If she hadn't warned us, we might have been drugged now. Luo-san was silent for a few seconds. Is this place far from your home? He asked the girl. The girl nodded desperately. Not far. Not far. It's in the village near the northern county town. Not far from here. Okay, Luosin said, slinging the gun on his back. Get in the car. When we get there, you can go home. Thank you. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, sister. The girl bowed so hard her head hit the floor with a thud. Half an hour later, Luo's truck started again. This time, the truck bed carried a few bags of flour, 2 boxes of canned food, and a young girl. The guests in the inn never dared to show themselves the whole time. In this harsh place where the strong prey on the weak, the winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. No one would offend these fierce people over a dead person. The truck drove out of Red Willow Forest, leaving behind the string of floating red lanterns in the distance. The sunshine shone again on the desert, but it seemed a little warmer than before. The truck jolted along the bumpy road, like an old yellow ox drunk from too much wine. The cab was a bit crowded. Originally, Lin Jiao Jiao was sitting in the passenger seat and Rosen was driving. But because the back of the truck was very windy, Lin Jiao Jiao was worried that the girl who had just escaped from a dangerous situation might not handle it well. She insisted on squeezing into the small space beside the passenger seat, curling her legs up and sitting close to Rosen. The girl's name was Xiaoya. She was only 14 but had been working as a firewood girl at Hongjia Inn for 3 years. Big sister, drink water. Xiaoya took out a military-style water bottle from her pocket, a souvenir from the inn. I'm not thirsty. You drink. Lin Jiao Jiao patted her head. Xiaoya kept a small box of leftover snowflake cream in her pocket, like a treasure. Her face was still dirty, but her eyes shone with hope. Rosen held the steering wheel, focused straight ahead. But every time he shifted gears, his hand would accidentally brush against Lin Jiao Jiao's thigh. It was a warm touch. Lin Jiao Jiao didn't move away. Instead, she leaned closer to him. What's that up ahead? Luo Yen, who had been staring out the window, suddenly patted the roof of the truck. In front of them, a military green truck was parked by the roadside. A red flag was stuck in the truck bed, and the words "Serve the People" were painted in white on the side. Nearby, a group of people dressed in green military uniforms and belts gathered. Most of them were women, many with double ponytails, looking energetic and stylish. That's a vehicle from the cultural troupe, Luo, Lin called from behind. Looks like it's broken down. Rosen wanted to drive straight past. In this place, meddling could lead to trouble. But the leading officer saw Rosen's truck and immediately ran into the road, waving his hand to stop them. Fellow villagers, Help us. The vehicle is broken. Rosen stepped on the brake. The truck stopped a few meters away from the group. What's going on? Rosen rolled down the window, but didn't turn off the engine. The engine is smoking and can't run, said the officer anxiously. We are on a visit to the border patrol station for a performance. If we are delayed, it won't be good. Comrade, do you know how to fix cars? Rosen looked at the smoking truck and then at the eager female soldiers. Second, get the toolbox, Rosen said as he turned off the engine and got out of the car. When he appeared, the group of female soldiers' eyes lit up. Rosen is tall with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Although he wore an old padded coat, with some weathered skin and fresh bloodstains on his face, his rugged, wild look as a tough man was very different from the fair-skinned young men in the art troupe. That big brother looks really energetic. He looks fierce, but also very reassuring. A few female soldiers whispered to each other, their voices soft but carrying far in the open field. Lin Jiao Jiao sat in the car, without getting out. She looked through the windshield at Rosen skillfully opening the hood and tapping on the engine with a wrench. The group of female soldiers gathered around him, handing him water and towels. Big brother, wipe your sweat, said a pretty female soldier shyly, holding a brand new white towel and offering it to Rosen. Rosen's hands were covered in oil, so he didn't take it. Instead, he wiped his forehead with his arm and said, "No need. Big brother, you're really amazing." The driver tried to fix this car for a long time but couldn't, another female soldier said admiringly. Rosen didn't speak. He focused on tightening the screws. But his cold, tough face looked especially strong and heroic in the sunlight, which was quite attractive. Lin Jiao Jiao suddenly felt a surge of jealousy. She looked at her wrinkled shirt and then at the neat military uniforms of the female soldiers, feeling a sourness in her heart. Humph. She slammed the car window shut and turned her head away. Half an hour later, the car was fixed. The officer thanked them profusely and even wanted to pay. Rosen refused and only asked for 2 packs of cigarettes. Comrade, thank you so much. The female soldier who gave the towel had not left yet. She stood by the car door, staring intently at Rosen. Could you leave your name? Or an address? Maybe we'll have a chance to meet again someday. No need, Rosen interrupted her. He opened the car door and got in. Just passing by. The truck started moving again. The female soldier was still waving goodbye from behind, her red armband fluttering in the wind, very noticeable. Inside the truck, the air felt a bit low. Rosen sensed something was wrong. The little cat next to him had been close just a moment ago, but now it seemed eager to climb onto the car door, as if there was a clear boundary between them. Jiao Jiao, Rosen called softly. No response. Want some water? I'm not thirsty, she replied coldly. Rosen was a little confused. Everything was fine just now, so why was she suddenly upset? He thought back. He hadn't done much while fixing the car, and he definitely hadn't let that female soldier touch it. Maybe. She's tired, Rosen tentatively asked. Lin Jiao Jiao turned her head, her eyes a little red, showing both anger and sadness. I'm not tired, she said, looking out the window with a cold voice. Big brother is so amazing. He can fix a car into a flower. How could I be tired? Her words sounded bitter, and even Luin in the back of the truck could smell the resentment. Hey, big brother. Jiao Jiao is jealous, Luin shouted loudly, eager to cause trouble. Rosen was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood. His grip on the steering wheel tightened, but a small smile crept onto his face. Jealous? That means she cares about him. This realization made his heart feel as sweet as honey, and all the tiredness from fixing the car disappeared. But he was a rough man and didn't know how to comfort others. After driving for a while, Rosen suddenly pulled over to the side. Need to pee. He said just those words, then pushed the door open and got out, walking toward the weeds by the roadside. Jiao Jiao bit her lip, feeling even angrier inside. This man, why was he so clueless? She was already angry, yet he still had the mood to go pee. After several minutes, Rosen finally returned. He opened the car door, but didn't get in right away. A rough, calloused hand reached out to Lin Jiao Jiao. In that hand, He held a wildflower he had just pulled from the desert. It was a camel thorn flower, about the size of a fingernail, purple-pink, not very pretty, and a bit prickly. But the flower was carefully chosen. All the thorns had been removed, and it was loosely tied with a dry grass string. Here. Rosen stood outside the car, his usually cold face showing a hint of nervousness and eagerness, his ears red as if bleeding. Just now. I saw it by the roadside. It looked nice, he stammered. The soldiers. They don't have flowers like this. Lin Jiao looked at the slightly ugly but warm flower, and her anger instantly faded. This man was really silly, but his silliness was somehow charming. She reached out and took the flower, her fingertips lightly brushing Rosen's palm. From now on, only I can pick flowers for you, she said, lifting her head with bright eyes and a teasing smile. Rosen let out a breath of relief, his deep eyes full of affection. He nodded heavily, his voice low and serious. Only for you.
For a lifetime.
He got back into the car and started the engine. This time, Lin Jiao didn't hide. She placed the wildflower in the gap of the window and leaned her head on Rosen's shoulder. Rosen's hand reached over and held hers, their fingers intertwined. Outside the window, the desert wind was still cold, but the small purple-pink flower was blooming perfectly in this lonely world. And this was just a small moment in a long journey. Ahead, there was a farther road and unknown storms. Big brother.
Huh?
I want a uniform like that too. I'll get it for you. No, I'll buy it for you. And red shoes.
Got it.
Still more. All of it. As long as you want it and I have it. Even if it costs me my life, I will give it to you. The Jeep was gone. 6 people squeezed into an old truck, feeling a bit cramped. Xiaoya pointed to a narrow, winding path that only locals knew. It was full of potholes and bumps, making everyone feel sick. Beyond that small hill, you'll see a few dead poplar trees. That's our village, Xiaoya said, trembling slightly as she curled up under her seat. She didn't seem like a child eager to go home, but more like a person heading to a dangerous place. Lin Jiao looked at her and reached into her bag, pulling out a big white rabbit candy. She had bought it a few days ago, but hadn't eaten it yet. Here, take it, Lin Jiao said, stuffing the candy into Xiaoya's patched pocket. Go home and give your family a sweet treat. Xiaoya looked up, tears welling in her eyes, but she didn't dare take the candy. She just pulled her hand behind her back.
Take it.
Don't be shy, Luo's son said coldly, staring straight ahead. No more nonsense. His words were like an order, making Xiaoya shiver with fear. She quickly covered the candy, afraid it would be taken away. The truck climbed over the hill, revealing the village. It was made of dozens of mud brick houses that looked like small graves, scattered on the yellow land. The walls were built with mud and grass, with no proper fences around. A few thin, black dogs lazily lay by the roadside. When they saw the truck, they didn't even bother to bark. Luo's son stopped the truck under a large, dead willow tree at the village entrance. Get out. Xiaoya pushed open the door. As soon as her feet touched the ground, her legs felt weak. A few old farmers, wearing torn sheepskin coats and weathered from the wind, were sitting under the wall, basking in the sun. Seeing the big truck, which looked stained with blood and had bullet holes, they looked terrified, like quails seeing a hawk. They hurriedly scrambled into their houses. Xiaoya called out, her voice trembling with tears. After a long moment, a nearly broken wooden door creaked open. A middle-aged couple, both in their 60s, came out, with a small boy behind them, sniffling. Seeing Xiaoya, the woman was first stunned, then instead of crying loudly, her face turned pale as she stepped back in fear, her eyes fixed on the 5 brothers standing behind Xiaoya. This is... The man stammered, trembling, and vigorously wiped his dirty hands on his pants. Dad, these big brothers saved me. Xiaoya ran over, trying to hold her father's hand. But the man suddenly jerked away as if electrocuted and fell to his knees with a thud. Soon after, the woman also knelt down. The little boy, confused, followed and knelt, burying his face in his pants. Good gentlemen, lords, The man pressed his forehead against the hard, yellow ground, making a dull sound. Our family is poor. We have no money to buy her back. This girl, since Red Sister took her away, she's her person now. We dare not ask for her back. Please, kindly forgive us. Don't kill us. Don't take our grain. We only have half a bag of rice left. Lin Jiao Jiao stood behind Luo's son, listening to this. Her heart felt like it was being pierced. She thought it would be a touching reunion of family, but instead, Xiaoya was met with fear as if she carried a plague. In this cruel world, family love can sometimes be as fragile as paper. For these parents, a daughter who was kidnapped returning home brought not joy, but fear of bandits or losing everything. Xiaoya froze in place, her hand hanging in the air, tears falling down her face. Dad. Red Sister is dead. It was these big brothers who saved me, and they didn't ask for money. Xiaoya cried as she explained. Dead? The man suddenly looked up, his fear deepening. Red Sister is dead? That's a disaster. Girl, you've brought misfortune to our family. Rosen's brows furrowed tightly. He couldn't stand people with no backbone. Enough, Rosen interrupted impatiently. We've brought the person back. What happens next is your business. He turned to leave. Wait. Roland suddenly spoke. Pushing up his glasses, he walked over to the man still kneeling on the ground and looked down at him. We came all this way to return her, not for any reward. But this girl helped us on the road, and our family remembers that kindness. He turned to the sobbing Xiaoya, sighed, and pulled a few crumpled bills from his pocket. Money taken from Sister Hong's counter. Take it, Roland said, tossing the money to the ground. It's for her meals. Don't let her go hungry. At the sight of the money, the man's dull eyes suddenly lit up with a desperate gleam. He snatched the bills from the ground with surprising speed, muttering over and over. Thank you, kind sirs. Thank you, kind sirs. Lin Jiaojiao felt a tightness in her chest. She tugged at Rosen's sleeve. Brother, let's go. This place was suffocating. Just as Rosen opened the car door, Xiaoya suddenly ran toward them. Sister. Wait. She ran so fast that one of her shoes fell off. Reaching Lin Jiaojiao, her small, frost-bitten hands fumbled in her pocket. This is for you. It was a small triangle made from a scrap of red cloth, roughly sewn, stained with oil and ash. Old and dirty. My mother got this blessing charm from the temple, Xiaoya said, pressing the little cloth pouch into Lin Jiaojiao's hand. Her red, tear-filled eyes were full of sincerity. I don't have anything else. This one really works. Sister, you're a good person, please stay safe. Lin Jiaojiao looked down at the small, shabby charm resting in her palm. She knew this might be the most valuable thing this young girl had ever owned. It wasn't money, but a heavy feeling of kindness. Thank you. Lin Jiaojiao didn't refuse. She carefully kept the piece charm and put it in her pocket. Take care. The car started. In the rearview mirror, Xiaoya was still standing barefoot in the cold wind at the village entrance, waving desperately. Her parents were squatting on the ground counting a few coins, not even glancing at their daughter. This poor place. Luo Yen sat in the back of the truck, spitting. It's really not a good place. Luosen drove the car silently. His hand reached out and held Lin Jiaojiao's hand. His palm was rough and hot, giving a comforting strength. Jiao, yes, no matter what happens in the future, the Luo family is your home. Luo Sen's voice was low, blending with the roar of the engine, but clear enough to reach Lin Jiaojiao's ears. As long as I am alive, no one can make you kneel and beg for help. Lin Jiaojiao's nose felt a little sore. She held Luo Sen's big hand with her own and leaned her head on his shoulder. I know. Outside the window, the withered willow tree was getting farther and finally disappeared on the horizon. Ahead, there was still endless desert. It had been a whole day since they left that village. On the way, they hadn't seen a single shadow. The sparse desert plants like camel thorns and red willows that could be seen before were now completely gone. All that was visible were gray-brown gravel and rolling sand dunes. The sky looked strange. In the morning, it was a clear blue, but by noon, It looked like someone had poured a bucket of muddy water over it, turning it dull and gray. The sun was high overhead, but it didn't look like the usual blinding fireball. Instead, it had a sickly white glow, surrounded by a huge halo. The wind had stopped. This wasn't a gentle stillness, but a dead silence. The air felt like it had frozen, making it hard to breathe. Even the sound of the car wheels crushing gravel sounded very sharp. Second brother, why does it seem a little strange today? Luin leaned against the back window, and his usually restless mouth was now shut, with his eyebrows tightly furrowed. Luin said nothing. He held a slightly torn map in his hand, looked at his watch, and finally turned his gaze toward the western horizon. There, a black line was slowly thickening, as if trying to sew the sky and earth together. It's going to rain. Luin pushed up his glasses, speaking seriously. Big brother, it looks like a black storm is coming. Luosen's hands on the steering wheel tensed with visible veins. In this northwest region, wolves and bandits are dangerous, but the most frightening thing is the weather. If a huge sandstorm hits, it can truly bury people alive. Find a place to stop, Luosen decided quickly. We can't keep going. If the wind picks up, it could flip the car. Lin Jiao sat in the passenger seat, feeling as if a heavy stone was pressing on her chest. She secretly reached into her bag. When she refreshed her supplies early in the morning, besides the unchanging ice cubes, she found a few new things: a bag of 5-pound dried preserved plums and a box of cooling balm. The dried plums are sweet and sour, perfect for quenching thirst. The cooling balm is a great energizer and helps clear the mind. Big brother, have one of these. Lin Jiao peeled a plum and offered it to Luo. Senator Luosen opened his mouth to take it. The sour and salty taste exploded in his mouth, easing his tense nerves a little. Jiao, fill the water bottle, Luosen ordered. Take out all the food and share it with the second brother and others. When the wind starts, no one will be able to move. Lin Jiao nodded. She pretended to reach into her bag, but actually took out her stored compressed biscuits, canned food, and that bag of dried plums from her hidden space. The car left the main road, which was really just old tire tracks, and headed toward a low-lying area nearby. The low-lying area was surrounded on 3 sides by small hills, making it a natural shelter from the wind. Just as we parked the car steadily, the black line that had been in the sky suddenly seemed to teleport and press down overhead. The sky completely changed color. It was no longer black, but yellow, a dull, hopeless yellow. The strong wind roared like a wild beast, first a low growl, then a deafening scream that filled the air. The loose gravel on the ground started spinning wildly, hitting the car with loud claps. Get out! Quickly, Rosen shouted, pushed open the door, and jumped out. Second and third. Tear open the tarp. Fourth, secure the things in the truck bed. Jiao, go inside first. A few strong men moved quickly. Luin and Luo 2 pushed the spare parts and oil drums from the truck bed to the sides, forming a circle with an open space in the middle. Luolin and Luo Mu struggled with a heavy oilcloth, fighting against the crazy wind. The cloth fluttered loudly, like a big flag about to tear apart. Jiao, up! Rosen quickly picked up Lin Jiao and placed her in the truck bed. As she climbed up, the wind made her stumble, almost causing her to fall. She hurriedly grabbed the railing, her hair flying wildly, and sand blurred her eyes instantly. Everyone inside, Rosen directed his brothers to climb into the truck bed one by one. Finally, he and Luin worked together to cover the truck bed with a large oilcloth, tightly tying it with rough hemp ropes to the railing. Suddenly, everything went dark. The world shifted from the yellow chaos into complete blackness. Only the wind outside continued, sounding like thousands of angry spirits scratching at the cloth with their nails, making a harsh, sizzle noise. The vehicle began to shake violently. This heavy truck, weighing several tons, was like a small boat in the vast sea, at risk of tipping over at any moment. Don't panic. In the darkness, Rosen's voice rang out. Although not very big, that sense of calm was like a steady anchor. Form a circle and sit still. Jiao is in the middle. A few people fumbled and sat down in the small space surrounded by oil drums and parts. The space was too small. To avoid the wind and dust, and to lower their center of gravity, the 6 of them had to sit very close together. Lin Jiao felt like she was trapped inside a wall of flesh. On her left was Luo Lin, on her right was Luo Mu, behind her was Luo Yen, the big guy, and in front of her was Luo. Senator Luo's son sat facing her, with his long legs spread apart, wrapping her in his arms. His hand rested on the back of her head, pressing her face against his chest. "Don't lift your head," he whispered in her ear. "The sand will choke you." Even through the thick oilcloth, tiny dust particles still sneaked in everywhere. The air smelled strongly of dirt. Every breath made her feel the grinding sensation between her teeth. "This wind. Darn it, it's so fierce." Luo Yen cursed in the dark, his voice muffled. "If we hadn't stopped just now, we'd probably be flying in the sky right now. Save your strength." Luo Lin's voice was also close. "This wind will blow all night. There's not much oxygen, so speak less." As soon as he said that, the inside of the truck became silent. Only the wind and their heavy breathing could be heard. Dark, narrow, hot. The 6 people's body heat quickly built up in this enclosed space. Jiao felt a little short of breath. She pressed against Luo Sen's chest, clearly hearing his steady, strong heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Her legs intertwined with Luo Sen's. Luo Mu's arm was tightly pressed against her shoulder. Behind her, Luo Yan's breath was warm on her neck, a little ticklish. This feeling was strange. Even though outside was a disaster of apocalyptic proportions, here was a place of absolute safety and even a kind of shy, heart-pounding intimacy. "Big brother," Lin Jiao softly called out, "I'm feeling a bit hot." Rosen's hand moved in the darkness, helping her unbutton one of her collar buttons. Other than that, he made no further move. But the hand resting on her back grew increasingly warm, like a hot iron. Time seemed to lose all meaning in this small space. Outside, the wind didn't stop. It grew stronger and fiercer. The sound was no longer like ghostly wails but resembled a dull, heavy hammer pounding on the car. The big truck swayed back and forth in the sandstorm, like a cradle. With each tilt, the people inside had to squeeze closer together, relying on each other's body heat to stay balanced. The tarpaulin was not breathable. The 6 people's breathing, combined with their body heat, turned this less than 4 square meters into a hot, stuffy steamer. The air became thick and sticky, mixed with the smell of sweat, tobacco, engine oil, and a faint, warm milk scent from Lin Jiao's body, heated by her body temperature. This smell was a deadly lure in the darkness. Rosen felt his throat dry, as if he had swallowed a handful of sand. The person in his arms was soft beyond belief. Due to lack of oxygen and the heat, Lin Jiao was starting to feel faint. She instinctively looked for a cool spot, rubbing her cheek against Rosen's clothes, finally pressing her forehead against his exposed neck. That small patch of skin was cool and salty with sweat. Ugh, she whimpered uncomfortably, her hands instinctively clutching Rosen's arm. This unconscious sound seemed to ignite a fuse. Rosen's muscles tensed instantly. He could feel that Lin Jiao's and the others' breathing, even behind him, was becoming rapid. In this dark, hopeless situation, human instincts could be amplified to their extreme. The desire to survive often turns into a more primitive urge. "Drink water." Rosen muttered the words through his clenched teeth, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. He fumbled to pick up the military water bottle, unscrewed the cap, took a sip himself, then, trusting his instincts, brought the spout to Lin Jiao's lips. "Jiao, open your mouth." Obediently, Lin Jiao opened her mouth. Cool water flowed down her throat, easing some of her heat. But because she drank too quickly, some water spilled from the corner of her mouth, running down her chin, onto Rosen's hand, and into her collar. Rosen's hand trembled slightly. He didn't wipe it but kept the position until she stopped swallowing. "Second brother, get Jiao a plum." Rosen handed the water bottle to the side. A slender, cool hand reached out. That was Luo Lin's hand. His fingers carefully pinched a plum, not directly handing it to Lin Jiao but touching her lips. His fingertips gently stroked her soft lips, with a boldness and curiosity he normally wouldn't dare show. "Open your mouth." Luolin's voice was right by her ear, smiling but making her scalp tingle. Lin Jiao took the plum into her mouth, her tongue brushing against Luolin's fingertips. Luolin, as if burned, quickly withdrew his hand, but in the darkness, Lin Jiao heard him take a very light breath. It was a moment of extreme restraint. "I want one too," Luo Yen mumbled from behind, sounding a bit upset, but he leaned forward, resting his big head on Lin Jiao's shoulder. "Jiao, I feel dizzy." He was genuinely a little dizzy in this stuffy environment. He's a big, fiery guy, so it was understandable. But this action was a bit too intimate. His chest pressed against Lin Jiao's back, and through her thin clothes, she could feel his rapid heartbeat. "Fourth brother, move away," Rosen whispered sharply. "I won't." This time, Luo Yen didn't listen and instead pressed his head into Lin Jiao's neck. "Big brother, you've been holding me for so long. Why can't I lean on you for a bit? This car is making me dizzy." Luo's son didn't say anything. Maybe he was too tired to argue, or perhaps he also felt that in this moment, when everything could be buried at any time, sharing this space didn't seem so hard to accept. Lin Jiao was caught between several men, like a piece of melting candy. Her mind was foggy, her thoughts slow. She didn't know how intense the feelings of the men around her were. She only knew she was hot, very hot. She took out a box of cooling ointment from her bag. "Big brother,
Put some on me."
I have a headache," she said, handing the small metal box to Luo. Senator Luosen opened the lid. The strong mint smell immediately replaced the sweaty smell in the air. He used his finger to pick up a bit of the ointment and gently pressed it on Lin Jiao's temple, massaging softly. The cool feeling made Lin Jiao feel a little more awake. "Where else do you feel uncomfortable?" Luosen asked. "Between my lips." "I need it too," Lin Jiao said, tilting her head back. Luosen's finger traced down her nose and pressed on her acupoint. The skin there was very soft, and his rough finger caused a strange shiver. Darkness provided the best cover for everyone. No one could see anyone's expression or the fire in their eyes. Suddenly, the tarpaulin on the roof of the car made a loud tearing sound, as if it couldn't hold the weight. Rip! A strong wind carrying dust rushed in through the tear. "The tarp is torn," Luolin shouted. If they didn't block that opening, the car would soon be filled with sand, and they could all be buried alive. "Third and fourth brothers." "Hold on," Luosen suddenly let go of Lin Jiao and stood up, though he could only bend at the waist. He pressed his back firmly against the torn tarp, trying to hold it back. Luo Yen and Luo Tu immediately understood. The three of them, like three pillars, used their bodies to support the collapsing sky. Jiao, grab some tape." "It's in my bag," Luolin shouted in the dark. Lin Jiao was also startled by the sudden change. She didn't think much and quickly searched the space with her mind.
Tape.
There was no industrial tape. Only a medical zinc oxide plaster that had been refreshed earlier, and a roll of strong adhesive tape originally meant for sticking shoe soles. "Found it." Lin Jiao, in the dark, handed the tape to Luolin. Luolin took the tape and stood up on an oil drum. "Big brother, loosen a little. Let me seal the hole." The wind and sand hit her face like knives, hurting badly. Luo's son clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, holding back the strong force to give Luolin some room to work. Luolin's hands moved quickly. Even in the dark, he accurately found the crack. Rip. The tape was applied layer by layer. The wind lessened. The sand stopped pouring in. But this was only temporary. "This won't hold much longer." Luo's son panted and sat down, holding Lin Jiao tightly in his arms. "The wind is too strong. We need to reinforce it." Luolin wiped the sand off his face. "We need something to press down on it." Press down? In the truck bed, besides the people, there were only parts and oil drums. Those things were too slippery to hold anything in place. Only people. "I'll go up," Luo too, who had been silent, suddenly said. No way, Lin Jiaojiao shouted without thinking. That wind outside. You'll get blown away. It's too dangerous. I have a rope, Luo too said simply. Tie myself to the truck. I'm not afraid. Shut up, Luo's son interrupted him. No one is going outside. He held Lin Jiaojiao even tighter, as if trying to squeeze her into his bones. It's not that bad yet. Rosen's voice sounded very firm in the darkness. If I am going to die, I will die first. Stay here and accept whatever happens. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head, resting his chin on Lin Jiaojiao's head. Jiao Jiao, are you scared? Lin Jiaojiao curled up in his arms, listening to the still frightening wind outside, feeling the heat from the several hot bodies around them. With my big brother here, I am not afraid. The wind stopped. The howling that seemed like it could tear the whole world apart suddenly disappeared without warning. Then came a deathly silence. The car stopped shaking, and the stones outside no longer hit the metal. This old, worn-out truck was like a metal box swallowed by a giant beast, quietly lying in the dark. Third, turn on the light. Rosen's voice broke the suffocating silence. In the darkness, there was a rustling sound as someone fumbled around, followed by the crisp sound of a lighter. A faint flame flickered to life, illuminating Luo Mu's dusty face. He wanted to light the lamp hanging from the ceiling, but just as the flame approached, Luo Lin reached out and put it out. Don't light it, Luo Lin said calmly and quietly, his glasses reflecting no light in the dark. There isn't much air. The inside of this truck isn't fully sealed, but the outside is buried too deep. The oxygen is almost gone. We should use as little as possible. Everyone stayed silent. The truth was clear. Outside the window was pitch black, the thick sand pressing tightly against the glass. Luo Yan tried to push the door, but it wouldn't move. It seemed welded shut, with no gap to open. The space inside the truck was already small, and now it felt even more cramped. Rosen sat in the driver's seat, with Lin Jiaojiao protected in his arms. The two of them squeezed onto one seat. The back of the truck was originally open, but now was covered with a canvas and a thick layer of sand. The canvas wasn't collapsed, but it was heavy and sagging, making the space behind feel very oppressive. Everyone stay still, Rosen spoke with a commanding tone, full of undeniable authority. Breathe more slowly. Second, check how much water we still have. From the back of the truck, there was the sound of Rosen moving a water bottle. After a moment, Rosen's voice sounded a bit dry. Big brother, we've almost finished drinking up front. Only half a bottle left. Half a bottle of water for 6 people. In this dry, scorching desert, that little water wasn't enough even to soothe a sore throat. The temperature in the air started to rise. The truck's cargo area, buried in sand and dirt, felt like a big sealed container. The heat from the body couldn't escape, and with the leftover warmth from the engine, the temperature inside quickly climbed to over 30 degrees Celsius. Sweat ran down Lin Jiaojiao's neck, her clothes sticking to her, making her feel terrible. It's so hot. Lin Jiaojiao moved slightly in his arms and softly whined. Rosen's arm was stiff. He could feel the burning heat of her body against him. In this small space, they were pressed close together, almost able to feel each other's heartbeat. Hold on. Rosen lowered his head, his chin resting on her hair, and unbuttoned her collar with one hand. Don't talk, don't waste energy. Time seemed to pass very slowly in the darkness. No one knew exactly how long it had been, maybe 3 hours, maybe 5. Lack of oxygen and the high temperature made everyone feel sleepy and dizzy. This smell. Darn, it's terrible. Rosen cursed weakly from behind. A mix of foot odor and gasoline. Can you shut up and stop talking? Or we might die, Luo Lin retorted, his voice also hoarse. Lin Jiaojiao felt like her throat was on fire. She licked her cracked lips, feeling a deep thirst that seemed to come from her bones, making her want to absorb all the moisture from the air. She quietly reached into the yellow satchel. With a thought, her fingertips touched a cold, smooth object. It was a peach. It was a fresh find from last night. A small, fist-sized peach with thin skin and thick flesh, even still carrying the cold from the ice cellar. In this hot, stinky train car, this peach is like a life-saving medicine. Jiao hesitated for a moment. If she took it out now, she would definitely be noticed. But everyone was buried underground, and no one knew if they could survive. Some secrets didn't seem so important anymore. She took out the peach, quietly passing it to Rosen's mouth while hiding behind his body. "Big brother," she whispered close to his ear, weakly, "take a bite." Rosen paused. A strong, sweet peach aroma suddenly filled his nose, replacing the unpleasant smell of oil and sweat. He didn't open his mouth. He held Jiao's hand in the dark, rubbing his fingertips on the round, full peach. It was cold, with water droplets on it. "Eat it yourself," she said. "I won't," Jiao replied stubbornly. While Rosen was talking, she pressed the peach against his lips. "It's so juicy, I can't finish it. If you don't eat, I'll just throw it away." The cool peach skin pressed against his cracked lips, a tempting sight that was almost deadly. Rosen was also thirsty and desperate. His Adam's apple moved, and finally, he opened his mouth, biting down hard. Juice splashed out. Sweet, thick juice dripped down the corner of his mouth, and the cool feeling spread through his whole body. Rosen felt his pores relax, and his once foggy mind became clearer. "Share some with second brother and the others," Jiao whispered softly. Rosen was silent for a few seconds in the dark, then handed the bitten peach to the person in the back seat. "Second brother, here." Roland took the wet thing, smelled it, and his hand trembled, almost dropping it. "What is this?" "Eat," Rosen said simply. "Don't ask." Lin pushed up his glasses, said nothing, took a big bite, and then handed the peach to Luomu. One peach was passed around among 7 people, and in the end, Luo too chewed the pit clean. After eating a little, everyone felt a bit more energetic. "Big brother, I don't know how deep the sand is buried," Luo Yan said after eating the peach, feeling stronger. "We can't just wait to die. Should I use a crowbar to open the ceiling? Are you looking for trouble?" Luo Lin said coldly. "The sand on top is in a balanced state now. If you poke it, the flowing sand will pour in, and we'll really be trapped in a coffin. So what do we do? Just suffocate here?" "Wait." Luo's son leaned back in his chair and hugged Lin Jiao to his chest. "The sandstorm just passed, and the sand outside isn't settled yet. Tomorrow or the day after, when the sand is firm, we can think of a way to dig out. But what about the air?"
"Sleek," Rosen interrupted Luoyan.
"If we sleep, we won't use up the oxygen." The carriage became quiet again. Lin Jiao curled up in Luo Sen's arms. The coolness from the peach quickly faded, and the heat returned with a vengeance. But this time, because of the shared secret, everyone's sense of despair seemed a little less heavy. The next day, or maybe the third day, no one was sure. Time became blurry in the darkness. The air inside the carriage was so thick it was hard to breathe. Every breath took all their strength, and their lungs felt like broken bellows, gasping loudly. The worst part was the heat. It wasn't the scorching heat of the sun, but a humid, steaming heat like being slowly cooked in a steamer. Everyone's skin felt like it was covered in glue. When the sweat dried, it formed tiny salt crystals on the skin, causing a painful, gritty sensation. "Water, water." Luo too mumbled in the corner. This strong man was now in the worst condition of all. His injured arm was inflamed, and he was burning like a hot coal basin. Even in this high temperature, his body kept trembling, and his teeth were chattering loudly. "Old 5 can't go on," Luo Lin said, placing his hand on Luo 2's forehead. When he pulled it back, his hand was hot, and he quickly withdrew it. "His fever is too high. If we don't lower it soon, his brain might get damaged." "Where's the kettle?" Luo Sin asked. "It's empty." Luo Yan shook the lightweight military water bottle, which made no sound at all. Despair spread through the carriage like a plague. Lin Jiao leaned against Luo Sun, feeling her tongue swell and become uncomfortable in her mouth. She listened to Luo Tu's painful groans, her heart tightening. "We can't wait any longer. If we wait too long, before we can dig him out, he will die from thirst or heat." Lin Jiao moved slightly and pulled the already shriveled yellow bag close to her chest. She took a deep breath, reached into the bag. Her mind connected to the still space inside. She found the supplies just refreshed: a 5-pound bag of edible ice, 2 1.25-liter bottles of chilled cola, and a box of fever patches. That's enough. Crack. A sharp sound of plastic rubbing against itself echoed loudly in the quiet carriage. Then, a wave of freezing cold burst out from the small bag, making everyone shiver. "What's that noise?" Luin, sitting at the back, sat up straight, his ears alert. Lin Jiao ignored him. She struggled to pull out the heavy bag of ice. The bag was too heavy and too cold, causing her hands to tremble. Several pieces of ice slipped from the opening and fell onto Luosen's thigh.
Hiss, Luosen gasper fartly.
The icy, piercing sensation was more intense than any magic pill or medicine at this moment. He looked down. Though he couldn't see clearly, he could feel the water slowly melting on his leg and the continuous coldness spreading through him. Jiao. Rosen's voice trembled. What else?
Ice.
Lin Jiao tore open the bag. She grabbed a handful of clear, shining ice cubes and, without thinking, shoved them into Rosen's hands. Hurry, put them on, fifth brother. Rosen turned and handed the ice cubes to Luin. Cool him down. When Luin took the ice, his lighter slipped from his hand. He touched the cold, hard cubes with shaking fingers, his usually sharp mind freezing for a moment. Where did this come from? Fell from the sky. Rosen cut him off. Just use it. Luin stopped talking. He wrapped the ice in a towel and placed it on Luatu's burning forehead and under his arms. The rest he gently put into Luatu's dry mouth. Hiss! The ice met the heat of his mouth with a faint sound. Luatu eagerly sucked on it, letting out a low, satisfied sound from his throat. Lin Jiao then pulled 2 large bottles of cola from her bag. Open them, she said, handing one to Rosen. The fizzy drink made a pleasant pop as the cap twisted off. Rosen tilted his head back and took a gulp. The cold, sweet, sparkling liquid rushed down his throat like a rainstorm pouring over dry land. He felt as if his whole body came back to life in that moment. Here, pass it on. Rosen didn't dare drink more. He took only 2 sips before handing the bottle back. 2 bottles of cola, 1 bag of ice. The 6 of them were like fish in a desert suddenly finding rain. They passed the bottles around, chewing on ice cubes. The crisp crunch of ice echoed through the silent underground space, sounding like the most beautiful music in the world. Luoyan chewed on an ice cube, laughing with tears in his eyes. This feels amazing. I've never had ice this good in my life. If I survive and get out, I will bow 3 times to Jiao. Lin Jiao also held a piece of ice in her hand. The burning heat in her mouth faded, and her mind became clear. She leaned back in the chair, feeling a large hand reach over and hold hers. That hand was originally hot and dry, but now it was moist and cool because of the ice. Rosen held her fingers, squeezing each one gently, as if checking that she was real. Is there anything else uncomfortable? He asked in the dark. Back itches, Lin Jiao whispered. Too much sweat, sticky. Rosen paused for a moment. He grabbed a few pieces of broken ice, holding them in his palm until they melted slightly, becoming rounder and less sharp. Then he reached into Lin Jiao's back, slipping his hand under her thin shirt, slowly moving over her sweaty back. His cold hand pressed against her hot skin. Lin Jiao shivered all over, almost crying out. The mix of hot and cold made her spine tingle. Rosen moved slowly and firmly, with a strange feeling of restraint and possessiveness. It seemed like he was cooling her down, but also using this moment to release some feelings he had been holding inside for days. Is it cooler now? Rosen's voice was hoarse, his breath brushing her ear. Lin Jiao bit her lip, her body soft like a puddle of water. Behind her, Luoyan listened to the sounds and seemed to sense something, but he wisely stayed silent, chewing his ice more loudly to cover the awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, Lin Jiao's ears twitched. Listen, she said weakly, there's a sound. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing. Rosen's hand also paused at her waist. The carriage fell silent again. This time, everyone heard it. Above the thick layer of sand on the roof, a dull, rhythmic sound was faintly coming through. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like someone was hitting the ground with a heavy object. Then there was a very faint but clear gunshot.
Bang!
The gunshot sounded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Someone, Luin, was so excited he almost jumped out of the truck bed and hit his head on the canvas roof. Big brother. Someone's up there. We're saved. Stop shouting. Luin quickly covered his mouth and listened carefully. Although the sound was muffled through the thick sand layer, it was steady. 3 long, 3 short. It's a signal, Luin said, trembling with excitement. It's a communication signal from the troops. It must be those soldiers from the cultural troop. Hope flickered like a flame in the silent carriage. But then, immediate problems appeared. We buried ourselves too deep, Luin said, loosening his grip and frowning. They're knocking above, but they don't know exactly where we are. This sandy area is so big. If we don't respond, they'll leave soon. What should we do? Shout? Luin was about to yell loudly. No use. Luin shook his head. Sand absorbs sound. Even if you scream your lungs out below, they won't hear anything up there. I have an idea. Luin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. He groped in the dark and found a hard object, an empty steel pipe left over from dismantling a vehicle. We can use this, Luin said. Push the pipe up through the sand. As long as it pierces the surface, the sound can travel out. And it can breathe. Luin's eyes lit up. As long as there's a hole, we can survive. They acted immediately. But it wasn't easy. The metal roof wasn't thick, but in this narrow space, pushing the steel pipe through the sand above required a lot of strength. I'll do it, Luin said, taking the pipe. He adjusted his position and made Luo Jiao, who was in the innermost corner, move back to avoid getting hurt. Then he half-kneeled on the chair, holding a steel pipe aimed at the slightly deformed ventilation window on the roof. Help me push second and third, he said. The 3 men worked together like a human jack, pushing with all their strength. Now, Rosen growled, veins bulging on his neck. The steel pipe pressed against the metal roof, making a grating sound. The sand above was heavy and still. Each inch of movement felt like a tug-of-war with death. Lin Jiao curled up in the corner, watching Rosen's sweaty back. Because he was exerting too much force, his wound seemed to tear open again, and a faint smell of blood filled the air. She wanted to help but knew her small strength would only get in the way. She could only wrap the towel around the last few ice cubes, waiting for Rosen to loosen up a bit so she could wipe the sweat from his face. Again, Rosen gritted his teeth, eyes bloodshot. Break through. Puff. A soft muffled sound. Suddenly, the resistance in her hand disappeared. The steel pipe pierced through the last layer of sand and entered an empty space. Then, a faint, cool, sandy smell of fresh air seeped in through the thin pipe. It's open, Rosen cheered from behind. Before everyone could celebrate, Rosen quickly pressed his mouth to the pipe opening and shouted with all his might, "Someone's here." The sound traveled through the pipe. A few seconds later, there were hurried footsteps and excited shouts from above. "We hear you. Down here. Hurry. Right here." Next came the sound of shovels digging into the dirt. The noise grew closer and clearer, like a dance on everyone's heart. "We're saved." Rosen relaxed and leaned back in the chair, gasping for breath. His blood-stained, oil-covered hand firmly grasped Lin Jiao's wrist in the darkness. Jiao. He called her name, his voice filled with relief after surviving. "We made it." Tears suddenly streamed down Lin Jiao's face. These days of frustration, fear, and depression all burst out at this moment. She threw herself into Rosen's arms, ignoring how dirty and smelly he was, and held his neck tightly while crying loudly. The digging above was very fast. After about half an hour, a loud rumbling sound came from above. A bright beam of light, like a sharp sword, suddenly pierced the darkness and shone directly into the carriage.
Light.
The long-lost sunlight. Although the light hurt their eyes and made them tear up, no one wanted to close their eyes. Everyone eagerly stared at the big hole, looking at the sky that was impossibly blue and at the faces of a few people peeking out, all anxious. Fellow villagers, hold on. The rope has been thrown down. It was the same repair officer and a few female soldiers who had previously given out towels. They all looked dirty and tired, clearly having suffered a lot, but at this moment, they smiled brighter than anyone else when looking at the people below. An hour later, all 6 members of the Luo family were finally pulled up. Everyone sat down heavily on the hot sand, breathing in the warm, windy air. Although it was still the barren Gobi Desert in their eyes, this was paradise. Luo too was carried onto a stretcher, and the troop's doctor was treating his wounds. Really lucky, the doctor said while bandaging. Such serious injuries, buried for 3 days and he didn't die? And look at his wound. Although infected, it seems to have been treated? What's this cold stuff? The doctor pinched a small piece of partially melted ice from the gauze. The surrounding air fell silent for a moment. Luin adjusted his cracked glasses and calmly said, "Oh, that's water we stored before, frozen overnight. This explanation is full of holes. In such hot weather, how could water stored for 3 days still be frozen?" The doctor looked at the survivors who had narrowly escaped death, then at the girl nearby who was messy but still incredibly beautiful. In the end, he asked nothing and simply smiled meaningfully. "All right, no matter what happened, your life is saved." Not far away, the female soldier who had given Rosen a towel earlier approached. She held a military water bottle, hesitated for a moment, glanced at Rosen, then at Lin Jiao, who was leaning on Rosen and drinking water. Lin Jiao's face was dirty like a little kitten, her hair messy, and her white shirt was unrecognizable. But her eyes were bright and alert as she watched the female soldier carefully. The soldier paused, then finally came over and handed the water bottle to Lin Jiao. "Big sister-in-law, have some hot water," she said, changing her tone with a relieved smile. "You took good care of your man." The words, "big sister-in-law," stunned Lin Jiao. She looked at Rosen. Rosen was lowering his head, lighting a cigarette, his hand trembling slightly. When he heard this, he looked up. Smoke curled around him, and his deep eyes were full of smiles. He didn't argue. Instead, he boldly reached out and put his arm around Lin Jiao's shoulders, as if claiming her. "Thanks," Rosen said, taking the water bottle from her. She secretly pinched his waist, but Rosen seemed unaware. Instead, he placed his hand over hers, their fingers intertwined. In the sunlight, their shadows stretched long, intertwined with the shadows of 4 other brothers nearby, inseparable. After surviving the disaster, even the wind on this desert seemed less cold. "Let's go," Rosen said, stamping out the cigarette in the sand. He stood up, his big brother attitude returning. "The car still needs fixing, and we still have a road to catch." Lin Jiao was pulled to her feet by him. She looked back at the big pit that almost buried them, then at the men beside her. Dirty with sweat, full of foul language, but truly risking their lives for her. She touched her yellow satchel. "It seems there is something very important inside." After being pulled by the art troop's vehicle for about 40 miles, they reached a small supply station. Although called a supply station, it was just 2 mud brick houses, a sweet-water well, and a few soldiers watching over large oil tanks. "Let's take a break here," said Officer Zhao, getting out of the car and wiping the dust off his face. "We need to refill the water." "Your vehicle?" "I think the main beam is fine, but the engine has sand in it, so it needs a good cleaning." Rosen nodded and jumped down from the driver's seat. His legs still felt numb, and he wobbled a bit when he landed. Lin Jiao quickly helped him by holding his arm. "Take it slow," she whispered. Rosen glanced at her sideways. This girl, although her face was dirty like a mud monkey, her eyes looked as clear as if washed by water, so bright it made people feel uneasy. "It's okay," Rosen said, pulling his arm back, not to avoid her, but because the sand on him was uncomfortable. "You get down too. Get some fresh air." The female soldiers had already gathered around the well. Here in the desert, water is more precious than oil. But since they were part of the art troupe, The soldiers on duty specially gave them a green light, letting out a long rubber hose so they could wash up.
Wow.
It's so cool. Quick, bring my soap. My hair is full of sand. The soldiers' laughter and splashing water made the barren land seem lively. They took off their jackets, only wearing their green military shirts, rolling up their sleeves to reveal their pale arms. Meanwhile, Rosen took his brothers to borrow a metal bucket from the guard at the station, filled it with water, and carried it to the shaded wall corner. Second brother, hang the curtain. Roland and Roma moved quickly, using a torn oilcloth to create a small space in the corner of the wall. Jiao Jiao, you go first, Rosen said, carrying the bucket inside. He also found a half piece of soap, placing it on a stone next to the bucket. The water's cold, don't wash for too long. Lin Jiao Jiao looked at the simple bathroom and felt a warm feeling inside. While the other female soldiers were rushing to get to the water source, this man had made her a hidden spot where no one could see her. She slipped behind the oilcloth and took off her shirt, which was no longer white. The water was cold, coming from underground in a deep well, with a biting chill. But for Lin Jiao Jiao now, this water was like fine wine. She dipped a towel in the water and slowly wiped away the dust and sweat from her body. Her skin prickled with tiny goosebumps from the alternating hot and cold. She didn't dare use too much water, saving most for her brothers. After about 10 minutes, Lin Jiao Jiao changed into a spare floral shirt from her bag. It was old, but at least it didn't smell bad. Just as she lifted the curtain to come out, she saw Rosen standing outside, guarding. He was turned away from the curtain, like a gatekeeper, holding an unlit cigarette. Hearing the noise, Rosen turned around. His eyes briefly looked over Lin Jiao Jiao's clean face. Water droplets slid down her temples and into her collar. Her skin was so fair it looked dazzling, standing out against the dusty, yellow landscape. Rosen's throat moved as if he was swallowing. Are you finished? Yes, Lin Jiao Jiao said, handing him the towel. There's still half a bucket of water. You and the others can wash too. Rosen didn't take the towel but went straight into the oilcloth. Inside, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Lin Jiao Jiao didn't go far. She sat on the truck step, about to braid her wet hair. At that moment, the female soldier who had brought water earlier came over. She had also washed and was now wearing a clean uniform with a confident and lively look typical of city girls. Big sister, the soldier called, holding a box of snow cream. Try some of this? The wind here is strong. Lin Jiao Jiao kept her hands busy, not stopping her actions. She looked at the soldier. This girl is quite attractive, with big eyes, a high nose bridge, and most importantly, a lively spirit that is highly admired in this era. No need. Lin Jiao Jiao smiled softly with a calm tone. My man doesn't like me to have any other smell. This statement was gentle but sharp. The female soldier paused, and her smile on her face stiffened slightly. You're joking, sister-in-law, the female soldier said as she put away the snow cream, but her eyes drifted toward the cloth behind her. Brother Luo used to be in the army, right? I can see from his build and that energy. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. He's a farmer. Lin Jiao Jiao quickly made up a story, tying her braid tighter. Poor family, no chance to join the army. Farmers don't have those skills. When I was fixing the car just now, I saw he knows a lot about machinery. The female soldier clearly didn't believe her and wanted to ask more. At that moment, the curtain was pulled aside. Luo's son stepped out. He wasn't wearing a shirt. His broad shoulders, strong chest muscles, and the water droplets on his defined abs caught the eye. Most striking were the scars crisscrossing his body, some from knife wounds, others from what looked like old gunshot scars. His bronze skin added a raw, wild sense of strength. The female soldier's face suddenly turned red. She quickly looked away, but couldn't help glancing back. Luo's son seemed not to notice the lively person nearby. He walked straight to Lin Jiao Jiao and bent down. Help me wipe my back. He handed her a wet towel and turned around. There was a new wound on his back, caused earlier when a steel pipe burst through the car bed. Now, with water, it looked a little red. Lin Jiao Jiao took the towel and gently wiped his back. Why aren't you wearing clothes? She asked with a teasing tone. There are outsiders here. Who would be here? Luosun turned his head, giving a cold glance at the female soldier, then looked back at Lin Jiao, his eyes suddenly burning with heat. Hot. The word hot was spoken with a meaningful tone. The female soldier stood there, feeling like an extra light bulb with very high wattage. The natural, close atmosphere between two people couldn't be interrupted by a third person.
Well,
I won't bother you anymore, she said, biting her lip, then turned and ran away. Rosen watched her back, snorting coldly. Drawing bees and attracting butterflies, Lin Jiao pinched his soft flesh at his waist. Rosen didn't dodge. Instead, he reached out and held her hand, pressing it against his damp chest. No blame. Rosen lowered his head, his lips almost touching her ear. I just want to attract you, the butterfly. I don't look at anyone else. His palm was hot. Even after a cold shower, his body temperature was surprisingly high. Big brother, second brother, and the others are still waiting behind to wash. Lin Jiao tried to pull her hand back. Let them wait. Rosen didn't let go. Instead, he moved closer, pushing her to the car door. When we were inside bathing just now, I was thinking what? Thinking the oilcloth cover is too small. Rosen's voice became hoarse. If it were bigger, it could cover you too, and I could wash you again. Lin Jiao's face turned bright red. Rogue. Yeah, Rosen calmly accepted the label. A hungry, impatient rogue. Not far away, Rosen Yan's loud voice rang out. Big brother, are you bald now? Hurry up. I'm already spoiled. Rosen took a deep breath, releasing her hand, and the dark fire in his eyes was forcibly suppressed. I'm coming, he replied, turning around and giving Lin Jiao a deep look. We'll talk tonight. That look made Lin Jiao's heart tremble with heat. At night, the wind was strong, and the supply station was crowded with members of the cultural troop and wounded soldiers. The Rosen brothers didn't join the crowd. They set up camp in the sheltered area behind the supply station. It was still that old truck. Rosen Yan and Rosen Tu slept in the truck bed, a habit for their night watch, and to guard the supplies. The truck bed was covered with thick hay and sheepskin coats. It was a bit cold, but still quite spacious. The cab was a little cramped. But tonight, Lin and Lin wisely went to the truck bed with their blankets. I think Lao has a fever. I'll take care of him, Luo Mu said with a smile, using it as an excuse, and also pulled away Luo Yen, who was trying to crawl into the cab.
Huh.
Third brother, why are you pulling me? The cab is warm. Shut up, Luo Lin pushed his glasses up. If you want a beating, go inside. So, inside the narrow cab, only Luo's son and Lin Jiao remained. Actually, the seats in the cab weren't suitable for sleeping. The back seat had a narrow bed, but for someone as tall as Luo's son, over 1.80 meters, it was impossible to stretch out. Jiao, sleep inside, Luo's son said. He rolled out his bedding on the back seat, placing the softest quilt underneath. Lin Jiao took off her shoes and snuggled into the blanket. Outside the window, the wind howled, and sometimes they could hear distant wolf howls. A thin layer of frost covered the window glass. Luo's son locked the car doors, checked all the window gaps to make sure there were no drafts, then took off his coat and got into the blanket. The blanket wasn't very big, and with such a large person squeezing in, it instantly felt full. Is it crowded? Luo's son turned on his side, propping his head with one hand, looking at Lin Jiao curled up inside. Not crowded, she said, shrinking further in, pressing herself against the cold wall of the car. Big brother, you sleep well. You still have to drive.
Rosen frowned.
He reached out his long arm, grabbed Lin Jiao's waist, and pulled her from the corner, pressing her into his arms. Why are you sticking to the wall? Do you want to freeze like an ice lolly? His chest was like a stove, constantly radiating warmth. Lin Jiao's face pressed against his faded gray vest. Hearing his strong heartbeat, her cold toes couldn't help but wiggle into his leg gap. It's human instinct to seek warmth. Big brother, Lin Jiao whispered softly, you feel so warm. Warmth is good, Rosen said, resting his chin on her head and tightening his arms around her, holding her close. You don't have to suffer from the heat. They quietly embraced each other. After experiencing life and death moments a few days ago, this simple hug brought a comforting feeling. Gradually, Lin Jiao's breathing became steady and deep, and she fell asleep. But Rosen couldn't sleep. Holding a fragrant, soft woman who was also the person he cared about, no man could sleep peacefully. Especially today, after taking a shower, her faint scent of milk was more noticeable, drifting into his nose. Rosen closed his eyes, counting sheep to calm himself down. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 100 sheep. Suddenly, the person in his arms moved. Maybe she was uncomfortable in her sleep or dreaming. Lin Jiao turned over and faced him. Her leg unconsciously lifted and rested on Rosen's waist. Her small hand, which was on her chest, also slid down naturally, seeking a warm place to stay. Coincidentally, that hand landed right on Rosen's most sensitive area. Rosen's whole body stiffened suddenly, and he almost stopped breathing. That was the most vulnerable and bold part of a man. At this moment, the fabric there was stretched tight, like a fierce beast ready to pounce, caught between sleep and wakefulness. Lin Jiao's hand was soft and a little cool. This coolness against the hot area was intensely stimulating, almost destructive. Ugh. Lin Jiao seemed to think this warm hand was quite useful in her dream, not letting go but instinctively grabbing as if she wanted to hold on. Bang! The string of Rosen's reason snapped instantly. He took a deep breath, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. This feeling was incredibly tormenting. He wanted to move her hand away, but when he reached out, he couldn't bring himself to shift even a little. The feeling of her palm and skin, transmitted through the thin fabric, made his blood run in the opposite direction. Jiao. Rosen's voice was hoarse, like he had swallowed rough gravel. He opened his eyes in the dark, staring at the innocent-looking little woman sleeping in his arms. She slept soundly, her eyelashes casting small shadows under her eyelids, her lips slightly pouted, completely unaware that she was igniting his feelings. Rosen's breathing grew heavier. The truck bed was just behind, separated by a layer of metal and glass, where his 4 brothers were. Any slight movement would cause the vehicle to shake, and they would definitely notice. In this forbidden, secret environment, his impulse only grew stronger. He had endured for so long, from the first time he saw her, to taking her back, and through these days of life and death together. That desire to possess had grown wild in his heart like weeds. Jiao's hand moved again. This time, she seemed to feel something hard and uncomfortable in her hand, so she lightly scratched with her fingertips. That scratch was the last straw, the final push that broke the camel's back. Rosen let out a muffled sound and grabbed her rebellious hand. His grip was strong and hot, frighteningly intense. Jiao was awakened by the movement. She blinked sleepily, opening her eyes to darkness, with only a little starlight coming through the window, illuminating Rosen's startlingly bright eyes. "Big brother?" She was about to ask what was wrong when she sensed something unusual in her palm. The hardness, the heat, and the very clear shape. In an instant, Jiao became fully alert, her face flushing as if struck by an electric shock. She wanted to pull her hand back. "Don't move." Rosen held her hand down, his voice deep and terrifying, carrying a suppressed, dangerous tension. "Jiao, you were the one who first tempted me. Sorry, I can't assist with that request." Or perhaps she was also influenced by hormones. Time felt incredibly long. Rosen clenched his teeth tightly, trying not to make a sound. Sweat beads rolled down his forehead and dripped onto Lin Jiao's hand. Finally, with a muffled groan, Rosen's body seemed to lose its bones and collapsed heavily. But he quickly regained his senses. Dirty. He was a bit annoyed as he grabbed his clothes to wipe himself. "Don't use your clothes," Lin Jiao said dismissively, brushing his hand away. "Clothes are too rough." She turned around, with her back to Rosen, and reached into the yellow bag beside her pillow. With a thought, a pack of wet wipes appeared in her hand. These were cooling supplies, refreshed early yesterday morning, originally meant for face cooling, but she used the first pack for this purpose instead. She took out a wet wipe, which had a faint mint scent. "Hand over," Lin Jiao Jiao softly ordered. Rosen obediently extended his hand, like a child waiting for punishment after doing something wrong. The cool touch of the wipe made Rosen feel a little more awake, but seeing her serious, focused expression in the faint light, his love for her flooded his heart. Jiao Jiao. I want to kiss you. Before Lin Jiao Jiao could respond, he leaned in and pressed his lips to hers. This kiss was not passionate, only full of warmth and gratitude. After cleaning up, they threw the used wipes into the space to be disposed of, then lay down again. This time, Rosen didn't move around. He held Lin Jiao Jiao in his arms, gently patting her back. Sleep now. Maybe because he was tired, or perhaps the recent activity helped him sleep, Lin Jiao Jiao quickly fell asleep again. The next morning, the sun rose as usual over the desert, turning the land golden. Lian Luo stretched lazily and climbed out of the truck bed, his hair messy like a bird's nest. It's really darn cold. He yawned and jumped down. Big brother, are you awake? Time to get some food. The door to the cab opened. Luo's son stepped out. Everyone was stunned. Usually, the older brother always had a serious face in the morning, especially with a bad temper when waking up, and his eyes could freeze people. But today, Luo's son was different. He had a faint smile that he couldn't hide, his eyebrows and eyes relaxed, and he looked as refreshed as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. He seemed full of energy. Morning, Luo's son surprisingly greeted casually, his voice no longer hoarse, but smooth and magnetic. Lian Luo's eyes nearly popped out. He nudged Luo Lin beside him. Second brother, what's wrong with big brother? Is he possessed? Why is he smiling so strangely? Luo Lin was wiping his glasses. When he heard this, he paused. He looked at Luo's son, then at Lin Jiao Jiao sitting in the cab, blushing like a big apple, avoiding eye contact. As the smartest among the brothers, Luo Lin quickly understood most of it. He pushed up his glasses, a glint flashing behind the lenses, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Maybe he had just had a good meal. Good meal? Luo looked confused, touching his stomach. Last night, I only ate 2 dry buns. I ate 2, so why am I not this happy? Luo Lin ignored the fool and walked over to knock on the cab door. Jiao Jiao, come down for dinner. Hearing the voice, Lin Jiao Jiao shrank back like a startled quail. She looked through the rearview mirror and caught Luo Sen's gaze, who was sitting by the fire. That man was staring at her, breaking a dry branch with a crisp snap. He raised an eyebrow at her, his eyes full of last night's memories. Lin Jiao Jiao's face turned even redder, wishing she could hide her head in her clothes. Oh no! How will I see people again after this? Not far away, a few female soldiers from the cultural troupe who were preparing to break camp watched Rosen with admiration. They whispered to each other. Look at that man, he seems more energetic today. Yeah, he's really handsome. Only Lin Jiao Jiao stood in the wind, watching the intense gaze between her older brother and Jiao Jiao. She sighed softly, feeling a faint sense of hope. The sun was scorching, like a freshly baked fire pit hanging in the sky. It had been exactly 2 days since leaving that supply station. The road across the Gobi Desert was more like 2 deep ruts made by vehicles, surrounded by endless yellow earth and broken stones. Dust kicked up by the wheels formed a long yellow trail behind the vehicle, lingering for a long time. Inside the cab, it was stuffy, like a sealed can. Jiao Jiao held a folding fan given by the female soldiers and fanned herself absent-mindedly. The wind was hot. Fanning her face didn't cool her down, but felt like applying a hot towel. Big brother, should we let second brother drive for a while? Jiao Jiao turned her head to look at Rosen beside her. Rosen didn't reply, just shook his head. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Sweat ran down his sharp temples, gathering at his chin and dripping into his collar. His gray vest was soaked through, clinging tightly to his body, outlining his tense muscles. I'm not tired. Rosen's voice was hoarse, like he was speaking with gravel in his throat. Your face doesn't look good. Jiao Jiao reached out to touch his forehead. Rosen tilted his head to avoid her hand. The movement was quick, almost instinctive, showing a defensive reflex. Jiao Jiao's hand froze midair, surprised. Although Rosen still maintained his authority as the older brother these days, he was never guarded with her in private. She could even reach into his pants or attack his weak spots without him defending himself. Rosen looked straight ahead and pressed the accelerator a little more. This road isn't safe. It's full of quicksand pits. The second driver isn't skilled and keeps losing control. The vehicle sped up. The old Liberation truck roared under the strain, bouncing roughly on the uneven road like an angry bull charging forward. The back window was knocked. "Big brother, slow down. I'm about to be thrown out." Luin pressed his face against a glass, his features distorted from the pressure. Rosen seemed not to hear, not even glancing at the rear-view mirror. He kept his eyes fixed on the seemingly endless horizon. Jiao Jiao's unease grew like wild grass. She felt it. Rosen's body was unusually hot. Even from a few centimeters away, the intense heat radiating from him made her arms feel hot. And the smell inside the truck had changed. Besides the usual oil and sweat odors, there was a faint, sickly sweet smell, like rotting flesh. "Big brother," Jiao Jiao put away her fan and spoke seriously. "Stop the truck. We're not at a resting point yet. I told you to stop." Jiao Jiao raised her voice and reached for the gear shift. "Don't move," Rosen growled softly, grabbing her hand. The moment their hands touched, Jiao Jiao flinched from the heat. It was not the temperature a living person should have, more like touching a freshly heated iron. "You have a fever," Jiao Jiao exclaimed. "You're so hot. Is your wound on your back?" "Shut up." Rosen panted heavily, his chest rising and falling sharply. His vision blurred, the road ahead doubled, and the straight horizon began to twist and spin. But he couldn't stop. He knew this desert well. It was a known territory for wolf packs. If he stopped now and they didn't leave this basin before nightfall, everyone in the truck would be at risk of being attacked by wolves. "Hold on tight." Rosen bit his tongue and, through the sharp pain, forced himself to stay alert. 20 more miles to go. There's an abandoned signal tower ahead. "We'll rest there." Jiao Jiao looked at his face, which was flushed red, and the bulging veins on his neck. Her eyes turned red with worry. This man was as stubborn as a mule. Behind them, Luin seemed to sense something was wrong. He didn't shout or yell like Luoyen. Instead, he leaned on the front of the truck bed, peering through a small window with a serious look, watching Rosen's back. "Third, get the water bottle ready." Luin pushed up his glasses and spoke in a low voice. "And find the medicine we packed, antibiotics and such." "Second brother, what's wrong?" Luin was still rubbing his backside. "Big brother isn't acting right." Luin pointed at the cab. "Look at his shoulder." Rosen's left shoulder, the side that was injured before, was twitching slightly with each breath. It was a muscle spasm caused by extreme pain and high fever. "Is that an old injury acting up again?" Luo too asked worriedly, his face full of concern. Inside the truck, Jiao Jiao stopped trying to persuade him. She knew she couldn't change his mind. Silently, she threw her fan aside and took out a damp towel from her bag, one she hadn't dared to use these past few days. The towel was already dry and stiff from the heat. She poured the last bit of water from Rosen's nearly empty water bottle onto the towel, folded it carefully, and gently pressed it against Rosen's neck. Snip! Rosen shivered and let out a relieved sigh. But he didn't loosen his grip on the steering wheel. Instead, he clenched his jaw tighter. Time felt endless. Every second was torture. The sun began to set, turning the desert into a sea of blood-red hues. Finally, in the distance, they saw the old, abandoned signal tower. It was just a mound of earth, surrounded by a half-collapsed wall of dirt, barely enough to block the wind. "We've arrived," Rosen muttered softly. He released the accelerator and pressed his foot on the brake. The car slowly slowed down and finally stopped a few dozen meters from the beacon tower. When the engine turned off, the world became quiet. "We're here, get out." Rosen turned his head, wanting to smile at Lin Jiao Jiao to reassure her. But as soon as he tried to smile, the expression froze on his face. Suddenly, he seemed to be a mountain with its backbone pulled out, collapsing forward onto the steering wheel without warning. Bang! The dull crash made Lin Jiao Jiao's heart skip a beat. Big brother, she screamed and hurriedly ran over to hold his head. He had already fainted. His usually tough face, like hard granite, was now red with shock, but his lips were pale and bloodless, covered with cracked skin and dried blood scabs. Second brother. Come quickly, Lin Jiao Jiao shouted tearfully. Big brother has fainted. The car door was forcefully opened. Luo Lin and Luo Yan rushed over almost at the same time. Don't move his neck. Luo Lin ordered Luo Yan, who was about to pull Rosen out. Check his breathing first. Luo Lin placed his fingers under Rosen's nose to feel for breath, then checked his carotid artery. His heartbeat is too fast, over 140 beats per minute, Luo Lin said grimly. His temperature is at least 40 degrees Celsius. This looks like heat stroke combined with infection leading to early signs of blood poisoning. What disease? Luo Yan didn't understand these words, but he could see Rosen's condition clearly. Second brother, just tell us what to do. Lift him down. Luo Lin decided quickly. The cabin is too hot, like a steamer. Find a cool, shaded place. The group carefully and hurriedly lifted Rosen from the driver's seat. He was too heavy, all muscle and weight, dead weight. They carried him to the shadowed side of the broken wall near the beacon tower, the only shady spot. Luo Mu had already laid out a sheepskin mat. Rosen lay on it, eyes tightly closed, breathing heavily like a bellows. Lin Jiao Jiao knelt beside him, her hands trembling as she struggled to undo his shirt buttons. Let me, Luo Lin said, crouching down and quickly unbuttoning it, pulling off Luo Sen's shirt. When his broad chest was exposed to the air, everyone gasped sharply. That old wound, the one where a steel pipe had burst open in the truck bed before, was now swollen and raised. The skin around it looked abnormally purple-red, with yellowish fluid oozing from the middle. Even more frightening was how that purple-red color was spreading along the blood vessels outward. It's infected. Luo Lin's voice trembled slightly. Our small amount of antibiotics can't stop it. What do we do? Take him to the hospital, Luo Yan asked anxiously, pacing in circles. Where's the nearest hospital? Do we have to drive back? It's too late to go back. Luo Lin shook his head. And the car is out of fuel. Big brother was just gunning the engine all the way here and the tank is empty. A sense of despair slowly spread like the night over this desert plain. Lin Jiao Jiao looked at Luo Sen's pained face. Even in his unconscious state, his brows were tightly furrowed, as if fighting an invisible enemy. Water. Luo Sen's lips moved slightly, making a faint, incoherent sound. Hot. Water. Get some water, Lin Jiao Jiao shouted. Luo Mu handed over a water bottle. This is water that was in the truck bed all afternoon. It's a bit hot. Lin Jiao Jiao didn't care about that. She poured a little into the lid and brought it close to Luo Sen's mouth. But Luo Sen's teeth were clenched tightly, and he couldn't drink. The water dripped from his lips, mixing with the sweat on his neck. No, he won't open his mouth, Lin Jiao Jiao cried anxiously. This won't do. He might get a fever and damage his brain. We need to cool him down. Luo Lin looked at Luo Sen's red, swollen chest. We have to physically lower his temperature. Rosen lay on a sheepskin mat, breathing heavily and fearfully. His normally bronzed chest now looked sickly purple-red, and the infected wound rose and fell slightly with each difficult breath. Water is here. Luo Yan jumped down from the truck bed, holding a military water bottle. He ran so fast that the small stones beneath his feet flew everywhere, almost causing him to trip. Hurry and give it to Big Brother. Luo Yan handed the water bottle to Luo Lin. His usually carefree face was now covered in sweat and fear. Second brother, hurry. Luo Lin did not take the bottle. He crouched beside Rosen, reaching out to feel the wall of the bottle. It was hot to the touch. The bottle had been exposed to the sun in the back of the truck all day, and the water inside was at least 50 or 60 degrees Celsius. For someone with a high fever of 40 degrees, this was not life-saving water, but a warning sign. This water won't do. Luo Lin pushed up his glasses, his voice dry and rough like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. It's too hot. Drinking it will only make the fever worse. What should we do? Luo Yan's eyes turned red with worry. There's no cold water here. No well, no river. Are we just going to watch Big Brother burn up? Luo Mu stood silently nearby, holding a folding fan and desperately fanning Rosen. But all the wind was hot, and as sweat appeared on Rosen's forehead, it dried instantly. His skin was so hot it looked like it might crack. Fifth brother, Luo Lin turned to Luo Tu, who was standing guard nearby. Go dig some sand under the truck. The sand down there might be cooler. Wrap it in a wet cloth and place it on Big Brother's major arteries. Luo Tu didn't hesitate. He grabbed a military shovel and started digging. He could only use one hand, but his movements were quick and frantic. Soon, a pile of moist, deep-layer sand was dug out. Luo Lin tore off a piece of his clothing, wrapped the sand, and carefully placed it on Rosen's neck and armpits. Shoo! It sounded like the steam of heat rising. Rosen's body did not calm down because of this small chill. Instead, it started to shake violently. This was a sign of a high fever seizure. His jaw clenched tightly, the muscles in his strong face bulged, and he let out a low growl like a trapped beast.
Ugh.
Cold. He was crying out about feeling cold. This was the worst situation. His body temperature was too high, causing the temperature regulation center to malfunction. Even though he was burning up, he felt like he was in an icy cellar. Big brother, Luo Yen rushed forward to hold down Rosen's restless legs. Big brother, don't move. I'm the fourth. Look at me. Rosen couldn't hear him at all. He suddenly struggled with great force, knocking Luo Yen back with a stumble. Then, he frantically scratched at his chest with both hands, as if countless ants were crawling on him, trying to tear off the burning skin. Hold him down, Luo Lin shouted. Don't let him hurt his wound. 3 strong men hurriedly pounced on him, holding Rosen's limbs tightly. The scene looked both cruel and hopeless. Lin Jiao Jiao had been kneeling beside Rosen's head. She looked at this man who, just a few days ago, had protected her in his arms and had once forcefully asked her to help put out the fire. Now, he was like a fish out of water, struggling on the edge of life and death. Her heart felt like it was being tightly squeezed. Everyone, step back. Lin Jiao Jiao suddenly spoke. Her voice was soft, even a little hoarse from dryness, but in the chaos of the burning signal tower, it carried a strange, piercing strength. Luo Yen was stunned for a moment and turned to look at her. Jiao Jiao, what are you saying? We can't let go now. Big brother is too strong. I said step back. Lin Jiao Jiao raised her head. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes no longer showed their usual softness, but instead reflected a firm, calm resolve. She pulled the yellow bag to her front and reached inside with one hand. Yours holding him like that will only make him more agitated. Lin Jiao Jiao looked at Luo Lin. Second brother, move the people back a little. Leave some space for him to breathe. Luo Lin looked at her. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes behind his glasses, but seeing Lin Jiao Jiao's determined expression, he finally nodded. Fourth and fifth, let go. But, let go. Luo Lin raised his voice. The others slowly released their hold. Luo's son was no longer restrained, but his body did not immediately calm down. He was still twitching, his lips cracked and bleeding, his chest rising and falling violently. Every breath seemed to pull at everyone's nerves. Lin Jiao Jiao took a deep breath. Turn around. She looked at the men still trying to come closer and said firmly, turn your backs. I want to try an old remedy for Big Brother. It's a family secret, only for women. Once you see it, it won't work anymore. This was a weak excuse. Normally, Luo Lin would have sneered and called her out, and Luo Yen would have loudly doubted her. But now, these men had been pushed to the brink of despair. As long as they could save Big Brother, they wouldn't hesitate, even if it meant jumping into a fire pit. Luo Lin looked at her deeply, a mix of curiosity and a heavy sense of trust, as if he was entrusting his life to her. Everyone turn around, Luo Lin said, turning his back to them. Stand at the wind's edge, so the wind and sand don't blow on Big Brother. Luo Yen and Luo Tu obediently turned away, standing like walls to block the wind. Lin Jiao Jiao took out a bag of ice. The plastic bag was already frosted over. She tore it open, and a burst of cold air hit her face, making her shiver. She pinched a piece of ice. The ice was about the size of a thumb, sharp-edged, sparkling like a diamond in the sunset glow. Big brother. Lin Jiao Jiao bent down, supporting Luosen's hot head with one hand and holding the ice close to his mouth with the other. Open your mouth. Rosen kept his eyes tightly closed, his jaw clenched so hard he couldn't hear anything. Jiao Jiao tried to pry his jaw open with her fingers, but his biting strength was so fierce that she almost bit her finger off. It's so hot. So hot. Rosen whimpered painfully in his throat. There was nothing she could do. Jiao Jiao looked at the melting ice cube in her hand, watched the water flow down her fingers, and drip onto Rosen's dry lips. Even a little bit of cool water made his body shiver as if he had been in a long drought and suddenly found rain. She put the ice cube into her mouth. Ugh, it was too cold. The icy sensation instantly numbed her tongue and the inside of her mouth, making her head ache. She endured the discomfort and leaned down, slowly and steadily pressing her lips to Rosen's, under the watchful ears of the two listening devices behind them. The moment their lips touched, Jiao Jiao felt like she was kissing a hot coal. Rosen's lips were dry, rough, and surprisingly hot. The ice in her mouth became the only bridge between these two extreme temperatures. Jiao Jiao held the ice, her tongue touching one corner of it, and tentatively tried to push open Rosen's tightly closed teeth. Cold water seeped in through the narrow gap between their lips. That bone-chilling cold was an unprecedented thrill for Rosen, who was currently in a kind of hell. His teeth, which had been clenched tightly, instinctively loosened a little when they touched this life-saving coolness. Now was the moment. Jiao Jiao pressed her tongue firmly, pushing the small, partially melted ice cube into Rosen's mouth. Swallow. Rosen's Adam's apple moved up and down. The ice spun inside his mouth, and the intense cold made him shiver all over. His previously furrowed brow relaxed a little, but that was not enough. A piece of ice, for such a large and hot-bodied man, was almost useless. Before it could melt in his throat, it turned into a small sip of warm water. Lin Jiao Jiao straightened up and took deep breaths. Her lips were red and shiny from the cold, while Rosen's lips also had a glistening water stain, making them look less dry and frightening. Rosen, who was turned away, couldn't hold back. He moved his ears as if he heard the sound of swallowing water. Jiao Jiao, how is Big Brother? I hear some noise. Don't look back, Lin Jiao Jiao shouted, her voice tinged with nervousness and guilt, but mostly with firm seriousness. At this critical moment, anyone who looks back will harm Big Brother. Rosen's head, which was about to turn, froze in midair and then shrank back sadly. Second brother, you should control Jiao Jiao. She's so jumpy. Luin didn't say anything. He stood at the wind's edge, pushed up his glasses. Although he was turned away, his senses were greatly heightened at this moment. He heard it. It was the faint crack of ice hitting teeth, the swallowing sound of water passing down the throat, and that moist, smacking sound that only happens during very close intimacy. Luolin's fingers clenched inside his sleeves. He was smart. Many possibilities flashed through his mind, but he finally settled on the most absurd, yet most reasonable one. Where was the cold water coming from? Where was this noise coming from? Unless... Luolin's throat went dry. He instinctively licked his lips, his gaze darkening with suspicion. Lin Jiao Jiao didn't care about what the others behind her were thinking. Rosen was still calling for warmth. She reached into her bag and grabbed a handful of ice cubes. This time, she didn't feed them one by one. She stuffed two into her mouth, and the extreme cold almost made her tears fall. She bent down again. This time, Rosen seemed to taste something sweet. When his cold, soft lips pressed against hers, he instinctively opened his mouth and eagerly chased the cool sensation. His tongue was hot and roughly swept away the ice in Lin Jiao Jiao's mouth, while also catching her tongue. Startled by his sudden action, Lin Jiao Jiao pushed against his chest to get up, but Rosen held her back by the back of her head. In his unconscious state, he was acting purely on instinct, seeking more. His wild, sucking motion made Lin Jiao Jiao feel like she might be swallowed whole. The ice cubes clashed and melted in their mouths, with cold water spilling out from the corners of their lips, flowing down Rosen's strong jawline into his neck. Cough, cough. He choked from swallowing too quickly and finally loosened his grip. But he was still not fully awake. His breathing, which had been rapid like drumbeats, seemed to slow down a little. More. Rosen muttered hoarsely, his voice heartbreaking. His large hand flailed in the air before grabbing Lin Jiao's wrist and pulling her toward him. His desire was not just for water, but for her as a person. Lin Jiao looked at the half bag of ice left in her hand. Relying only on her mouth to cool him was too slow. His body still felt like a furnace, radiating heat from deep inside, so hot it was even through his clothes. They needed to cool him down over a large area physically.
But
Lin Jiao glanced at the group of people blocking the way. It was impossible to ask them to step aside now. Rosen needed someone to watch over him constantly, in case he fainted and bit his tongue. Plus, taking out too much ice would make it hard to explain that home remedy. Forget it. Lin Jiao clenched her teeth. Second brother, third brother, she called, her voice trembling slightly. Turn around.
Help me.
Help me undo all of Big Brother's clothes. A few people quickly turned around. When they saw Rosena's lips wet with water and Lin Jiao's mouth swollen and looking a bit strange, the tense atmosphere suddenly became eerie. Luo Yan's eyes widened as he looked back and forth between their lips, and his Adam's apple moved up and down sharply. Stop talking nonsense, Lin Jiao interrupted him, not wanting to give them time to think. She revealed the ice cube still melting in her hand. All attention was drawn to the coldness emanating from it. Hurry, loosen his waistband. Lin Jiao held the ice cube tightly, her palm turning red from the cold. Just wiping the upper body isn't enough. The main arteries are below. Her words were very direct, even a little embarrassing. But at this moment, it was a matter of life and death. Luo Lin took a deep breath, stepped forward, and trembling slightly, unfastened Rosena's belt. Jiao, are you planning to wash him? Lin Jiao knelt between Rosena's legs, clutching the two largest ice cubes tightly. Hold his hands and feet. The alternating hot and cold will be very painful, even make him go crazy. You must hold him down. Luo Lin didn't ask more. He, Luo Yan, Luo Mu, and Luo Tu quickly took their positions again, holding Rosena's limbs. This time, they couldn't avoid their gaze. They would witness this baptism of ice and fire with their own eyes. The sunset had completely disappeared, and the light on the Gobi Desert grew dim and mysterious. Lin Jiao's hand was very white, the ice in her hand was bright, and Rosena's chest was very hot. These three very different colors and temperatures collided at this moment. Hold on, big brother. Lin Jiao softly comforted, then without hesitation pressed the ice cube against Rosena's left chest. The intense cold directly touched the hot skin, like a knife cutting into it. His muscles instantly tensed up, hard like solid rock. Tiny hairs stood on end, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on his skin. Hold it, Lin Jiao shouted. Luo Yan clenched his teeth, tightly pressing down on Luo Sen's thigh, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Jiao's hand. The ice in Lin Jiao's hand melted quickly between her palm and Luo Sen's chest. The water flowed down in streams, following the curves of the muscles, passing over the chest muscles cleft, sliding across the abs grooves, and finally gathering in the navel or flowing into deeper, hidden places. Lin Jiao didn't stop. She held the shrinking piece of ice and drew circles on Luo Sen's body. Starting from the collarbone, she moved over the hot side arteries of the neck, then to his broad, strong chest. She avoided the inflamed wound, gently circling around the swollen area, trying to take away the heat there. Luo Yan's breathing grew heavier and heavier. The scene was very shocking. The older brother was shirtless, soaked with a mixture of sweat and cold water. He struggled in pain, twisting with strength, while Lin Jiao's delicate hands moved over his body. Luo Lin pushed his glasses up, fog forming on the lenses. He saw Lin Jiao's fingers turn red from the cold, but still tirelessly caressing Luo Sen. Sometimes, the ice was too slippery and slipped from her hand onto Luo Sen's abs. Lin Jiao Jiao would bend down to pick it up. Her hair fell, brushing against Luo Sen's skin. Her breath brushed over his abdomen. At that moment, Luo Sen's abs would tense sharply, and his whole body would tremble, as if electrocuted. Not enough. Lin Jiao Jiao felt the ice in her hand melting too quickly. This temperature can't go down. Luo Sen's body was like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing all the coolness, then instantly turning back into a hot stove. Lin Jiao Jiao clenched her teeth and grabbed the last handful of ice cubes. This time, she didn't hold them with her hands. She poured the ice directly onto Rosen's chest. Then, she bent down and used her palm, even her forearm, to push the ice away, spreading it over a larger area. Her body had to get closer. Close enough that Luo Yan could see a hint of white at her neckline, and close enough that Luo Lin could smell the mix of sweat and a gentle, sweet scent on her. Hot. Rosen's mind seemed to clear a little. He no longer struggled violently, but instinctively chased the coolness. When Lin Jiao Jiao's arm brushed past his side, Rosen suddenly loosened his tight fist and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Don't go." His voice was hoarse, full of fragile dependence and vulnerability. "Cool. Don't go." He buried his face in Lin Jiao Jiao's embrace, his hot forehead pressed against her soft body, like a traveler who found water in the desert, unwilling to let go even in death. Lin Jiao Jiao froze. She stayed in that half-leaning position on him, still holding a melting piece of ice. The surrounding silence was like death. Only the sound of the wind and a few heavy breaths from the men. Luo Yan's hand was still on Rosen's leg, but he felt his palms sweating. A restless emotion was rushing inside him, making him wish he were the one lying there. Even if he was sick or had a high fever, being treated like this by her, it would be worth it even in death. Third brother, Luo too, an honest man but also a man, swallowed and quietly asked Luo Mu beside him, "How much longer do we have to hold on?" Luo Mu didn't answer. His always smiling eyes opened, but there was no smile. Only a deep, dark look that seemed bottomless. He looked at Lin Jiao Jiao's face, slightly red from exertion, and at her damp hair sticking to her neck. At this moment, envy felt like a poisonous snake, biting hard into everyone's hearts. "Let go." Finally, Roland spoke. His voice sounded a bit faint. "Big brother. It seems like it's not fighting anymore. A few people seem to be electrocuted and release their hold." Sure enough, Rosen quieted down. The cooling effect of the ice worked. Although his body temperature was still high, the dangerous convulsions had stopped. He held Jingjiao tightly. His breathing was still heavy, but much more regular. Jingjiao tried to sit up, but Rosen's arm was like a steel band, and she couldn't break free. "Let him hold her." Roland turned around, looking a bit embarrassed. At a time like this, he's her protector. After saying that, he strode into the dark Gobi Desert. "I'm going to gather some firewood." "I'll go too." Luo Yan followed quickly, running faster than a rabbit, as if there was some great danger behind him. Luo Mu and Luo Tu exchanged glances and silently moved to the other side of the beacon tower. This small space was now only for the two people tangled together. Jingjiao lay on Rosen's chest, listening to his steadying heartbeat. She looked at the piece of ice in her hand, which had melted down to just the size of a fingernail, and let out a long breath. Their lives were saved. Night fell like a heavy black pot, covering the Gobi Desert completely. The remains of the beacon tower blocked most of the wind and sand, but couldn't stop the restless feeling that seeped into their bones. Rosen was asleep. His breathing was still a bit heavy, but no longer as rapid and shallow as before, close to the point of stopping. His body temperature had dropped a little, and the frightening purple-red spot on his chest no longer spread. Jingjiao sat slumped beside the sheepskin mat, looking as if she had just been pulled out of water. Her shirt was soaked through, sticking tightly to her back. It was sweat from the heat, mixed with water from when she used ice to cool Rosen. She was still holding the empty plastic bag, her fingertips red and stiff from the cold, trembling slightly. "Jiao Jiao," a gentle voice called from behind. The voice was soft and friendly, with a hint of the usual smile, but in this silent wilderness, It made her spine tingle. Lin Jiao turned around. Luomu had come over quietly, holding a military water bottle in one hand and a half-dried compressed biscuit in the other. He moved silently, like a cat sneaking through the night. Third brother. Jiao wanted to stand up, but her legs had gone numb, and her body wobbled. Luomu quickly reached out and supported her arm. His hand was warm, contrasting sharply with her cold skin. But he didn't let go immediately. Instead, he crouched down and looked closely at her face. In the faint glow of the campfire nearby, Luomu examined her carefully. And at that moment, his smile started to fade. Jiao looked too tempting now. Her hair was a bit messy, with a few damp strands sticking to her cheeks. Most striking were her lips. Because she had just been biting ice to feed Rosen, and Rosen had unconsciously kissed her roughly, her lips were swollen and red, shining with a thin layer of water, like a ripe, crushed peach. The marks of someone loving her fiercely couldn't be hidden. Luomu squinted. "Good job," he said softly, lowering his voice as he handed her the water bottle. "Drink some water to soothe your throat." Jiao was really thirsty. She took the bottle and tilted her head back, drinking a big gulp. Water dripped from the corner of her mouth, slid down her chin, and fell onto her collarbone. Luomu watched that drop of water, his throat moving slightly. "How's big brother?" he asked, but his eyes didn't look toward Rosen. "The fever has gone down a bit." Jiao wiped her mouth. "As long as it doesn't rise again tonight, it should be." She didn't finish her sentence. "Sorry, I can't assist with that request." The smell of men's sweat and tobacco instantly surrounded Lin Jiao. He was tasting her, tasting the coolness left in her mouth. Swallow. Not far away, a sound of someone swallowing could be heard. The sound was quiet, but in the silent night, it was very clear. Luoyen stood a few meters away, holding a bundle of dry branches he had just picked up. That bundle of firewood had already fallen to the ground without him noticing. He opened his mouth wide, his eyes round with surprise, watching the two figures tangled at the base of the wall. The flickering firelight cast their shadows on the wall, stretching, twisting, and merging together. Luoyen felt like something in his mind exploded. Was that his third brother? The third brother who always smiled, spoke softly, and only moved around the stove? Luoyen's gaze fell on Lin Jiao's slightly raised neck after the kiss, her cheeks flushed from lack of oxygen, and her small hand weakly clutching Luomu's clothes. A bitter, jealous, and almost crazy feeling grew wildly in his heart, like poisonous weeds. He also wanted. He also longed. Why could his older brother, his third brother, do it, but he still couldn't? Luoyen's throat went dry, and he instinctively took a step forward, crushing a piece of dried cow dung under his shoe. Crack! That sharp sound finally broke the tension. Lin Jiao, like a cat with its tail stepped on, pushed Luomu away with all her might. She gasped heavily, her chest rising and falling violently, wiping her lips with the back of her hand, her eyes filled with fear and tears. Luomu was pushed back slightly, but he was not angry. He slowly stood up, wiped his mouth with his hand, and licked his upper lip with a lingering tongue. His usually gentle face now showed a shocking sense of satisfaction and a hint of raw provocation. "What are you looking at?" Luomu's voice was a bit hoarse but confident. Jiao's lips are too cold. "I'm helping her warm up. It gets cold at night on this desert, and if she gets sick, there's no doctor around. Warm her up." Luoyen squeezed out these words from between his teeth, his eyes wide like bells. His gaze flicked back and forth between Luomu's always smiling face and Lin Jiao's lips that were almost blood red. "Third brother, your way of warming her up, isn't it a bit too much?" He wanted to say, too mean, or too shameless, but the words got stuck in his throat. Since Luomu was his older brother who had raised him since childhood, he held back, leaving only a sour taste in his mouth that seemed to flavor the air around them. Luomu slowly adjusted his collar. The moment of losing control and being aggressive just now seemed like a mistake. He returned to his gentle, refined self, like a polished jade chef. "But," Luomu said calmly, Reaching to pick up the firewood Luin had thrown on the ground and adding a stick to the fire, Jiao Jiao's body is weak. She can't handle the cold at night. Fourth brother, if you think my method isn't good, why didn't you think of putting that sheepskin coat you're wearing on her just now? His words felt like a soft but sharp prick, making Luin pause. He looked down at his open-fronted sheepskin coat, then at Jiao Jiao, who was shivering in her thin shirt. His anger immediately eased, replaced by regret.
I
was just out gathering firewood. I just got back. Luin anxiously scratched his head, messing up his hair into a messy nest. But I can't do mouth-to-mouth. Enough. Luin, who had been standing silently in the shadows, stepped forward. He pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a faint red glow, making it hard to see his emotions.
What are you arguing about?
Not enough chaos already. Luin's voice was quiet but cold. Big brother isn't awake yet, and you're putting on a show here? Aren't you tired? Luin, as if his neck was being squeezed, suddenly fell silent. But he still wasn't convinced. He glared fiercely at Luo Mu and angrily walked to the other side, sat down heavily, and turned his back, sulking in silence. Lin Jiao Jiao stood at the foot of the wall, feeling like a bean caught between two millstones. Her face was still hot, and the numb feeling on her lips reminded her of what had just happened. She didn't dare look at Luo Mu or Luin. Instead, she lowered her head and quickly walked over to Luo's son and knelt beside him. I'll go see Big Brother, she said with a weak excuse to escape the tense scene. Luo's son was still sleeping. Probably because of the ice earlier, his breathing was still heavy, but the loud, wheezy sound like a bellows had become much softer. Lin Jiao Jiao reached out carefully and touched his forehead. The skin was still a little warm, but no longer shockingly hot. It was a temperature close to a high fever slowly decreasing. It's gone down, Lin Jiao Jiao sighed in relief. Her heart, which had been hanging in her throat, finally settled back into her chest. She took out a bottle of mineral water from her bag, actually from her space, and poured some into Luo Sen's military-style water bottle. This was supplies she had stockpiled before crossing over, and she had never dared to drink it until now. Water. Just then, Luo's son, lying on the sheepskin mat, suddenly moved. His voice was very low and hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against a table, but in the quiet atmosphere, it sounded especially clear. Big brother. Lin Jiao Jiao exclaimed happily. You're awake? The other brothers, still arguing, suddenly jumped up like springs and gathered around quickly. Big brother, can you hear me? Luo's voice was the loudest, and he was the closest. Luo Sen's eyelids twitched a few times, as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. He struggled to open a slit, his vision blurry. All he could see were a few swaying figures and the flickering flames. His throat felt dry, as if a handful of hot coals were stuck inside, and swallowing brought a tearing pain. Water, he repeated again. Coming right up, Lin Jiao Jiao quickly brought the kettle to his mouth, supporting his neck with one hand. Big brother, drink slowly. Rosen instinctively opened his mouth. Cool water flowed down his throat, and the long mist sensation made his whole body shiver. He greedily swallowed, his Adam's apple moving up and down, drinking half a small jar in one go. With the water's relief, his mind slowly started to clear. His vision gradually became sharper. The first thing he saw was that small face closest to him. Lin Jiao Jiao looked at him with worry, her eyes shining brightly in the firelight. Because she had been busy just now, her forehead was covered with tiny beads of sweat, and a few strands of hair stuck to her cheeks, making her look a bit messy, but also adorable. Rosen's gaze fixed on her face for a few seconds, then slowly moved downward. Finally, it settled on her lips. Those two lips, normally pink and soft, were now swollen and red, even a little bloodshot, with glistening water droplets on them. Any grown man would know that such marks could only be caused by some intense experience. Rosen's pupils contracted slightly. Although he was feverish and fuzzy, some memories were still clear. He remembered the burning heat of near death, the coolness that pulled him back from the brink, and the soft touch. That was someone feeding him with their mouth. Rosen's fingers twitched. He wanted to reach out and touch her face, but his arm was too heavy to lift. Big brother, how do you feel? Luo Yan's big head pushed into his line of sight. You scared me. Second brother said you almost became that. Barbecue disease. Heat stroke. Luo Lin corrected, pushing Luo Yan's head away. Big brother just woke up, don't bother him. Rosen closed his eyes briefly, gathering strength, then slowly opened them again. His gaze crossed Lin Jiao Jiao and looked at Luo Mu standing behind. Luo Mu still held the branch he was using to add fire. When Luo Sun looked over, he showed his usual gentle smile, but there was a complex mix of guilt and challenge in that smile. Third brother, Luo Sun spoke, his voice hoarse and barely audible. Big brother, Luo Mu replied. Just now, Luo Sun's eyes shifted back to Lin Jiao Jiao's swollen lips, becoming a bit deep and mysterious. Was it you? These two seemingly random words were understood by everyone present. Lin Jiao Jiao's heart skipped a beat, and she almost dropped the water bottle in her hand. Luo Yan's breath caught, and he nervously watched the two brothers. Only Luo Mu's smile remained unchanged, even deepening slightly. He broke the branch in his hand and threw it into the fire, making a soft crackling sound. Big brother is asking who cooled you down just now, Luo Mu said naturally. It was Jiao Jiao. We, the big men, are clumsy and afraid of hurting you. Thanks to Jiao Jiao, who thought of a simple method to help you lower the fever. He avoided mentioning the lips directly but paused slightly on the words, simple method. Luo Sun looked at him, then at Lin Jiao Jiao, who was lowering her head and dared not speak. Luo Sun responded, propping himself up with his arms, trying to sit up. Jiao Jiao, help me up. Lin Jiao Jiao quickly reached out to support him. Luo Sun's large hand grasped her slender arm. His grip was not as strong as usual, but still warm and hot. In the moment he used her for leverage, his thumb intentionally or unintentionally rubbed a small, tender patch of skin on her inner wrist. The rough pad of his thumb brushed her delicate skin, causing her to shiver. Lin Jiao Jiao trembled and looked up at Luo Sun. Just then, her eyes met his, like two dark fires burning inside. Rosen looked at her, his lips moving slightly. His voice was deep and hoarse, and each word sounded like it was chewed and then spoken out. Wait until Big Brother is better. I will thank you properly. The night wind in the desert was like a whistle, howling as it blew into the half-collapsed beacon tower. The campfire hadn't gone out yet. The faint red glow flickered in the wind, casting shadows on people's faces that looked dark and unclear. Rosen drank some water. His breathing steadied, and he finally felt like he could sleep peacefully. Lamu sat at the other end of the fire, idly drawing circles on the ground with a stick. His small smile made people feel a little uneasy. Jiao Jiao hid behind Rosen, wrapped in a sheepskin coat that Rosen had thrown over her earlier. The coat was big, with a strong smell of men's sweat and a faint hint of tobacco. It kept her warm and covered her completely, leaving only her small face visible. She was really tired. Her nerves had been tense all day. Now that she relaxed a little, her eyelids kept drooping. But someone didn't want her to sleep. A series of soft footsteps, deliberately heavy and stubborn, stopped in front of her. Jiao Jiao blinked sleepily and looked up along the dirt-stained big shoes. Her eyes met Rosen's brother, Luo Yan's, bright and startling in the dark. Fourth brother, Jiao Jiao's voice was soft and sleepy, even yawning a little. Aren't you on watch? Luo Yan didn't answer. He stood there like a black iron tower, blocking the little remaining firelight, casting a shadow over Jiao Jiao. He stared at her. He looked at her face, which looked even whiter inside the sheepskin collar, her big, watery peach blossom eyes, and finally, his gaze fixed on her slightly red and swollen lips. The moisture on her lips had dried, but the bright red color remained, like a stubborn mark. That was left by her older brother, and also by the smiling face of the third brother, just now. Luo Yan felt like there was a fire burning inside his chest, making his throat dry and his breathing heavy. Jiao Jiao, Luo Yan finally spoke, his voice deep and muffled, as if coming from deep within his chest. Are you cold? Lin Jiao Jiao hesitated for a moment, tightening her leather jacket. I'm not cold. Fourth brother's jacket is pretty warm. That jacket is useless for warmth, Luin snorted and squatted down. When he squatted, the intense heat and pressure grew stronger. He reached out a rough finger and poked the fur collar of Lin Jiao's jacket, his tone full of sour, sad feelings. This is just a thing. What did third brother say earlier? He said he was just helping you warm up. Lin Jiao's face suddenly turned red. She didn't expect this simple-minded guy to remember things so clearly when holding a grudge.
That
was just a joke from third brother, she said, shrinking back and pressing her back against the cold earthen wall. I don't think he was joking, Luin said, pressing his large hand against the wall beside her, trapping her in a small space between himself and the wall. He almost grinned his face off. What's the matter? Big brother is injured and needs water, I get it. But what about third brother? Does the cook have special privileges? Lin Jiao was caught between his rapid-fire questions, feeling both amused and helpless. This wasn't about coming to scold her. It was more like a big, clumsy dog whining because it didn't get the bone. Looking into Luoyan's eyes, full of defiance and determination, her heart suddenly softened. Throughout this journey, Luoyan had done the most. He fixed the broken cart, pushed through rough roads, and always was the first to face danger, protecting her from behind. Now, seeing her brothers all enjoying some sweetness, that big, silly guy must be feeling uncomfortable inside. Fourth brother, Lin Jiao softly called him. What? Luoyan was still pretending to be focused, turning his head away and revealing a dark, sturdy neck. Are you thirsty too? She asked. Lian Yan's Adam's apple moved sharply. He suddenly turned his head, staring at Lin Jiao. I'm so thirsty. I'm dying of thirst. My throat feels like it's on fire. As he spoke, he leaned forward a little more, his eyes fixed on her lips. I also want to feel cool. Jiao, you can't be biased. Lin Jiao bit her lower lip. She knew that since she was with these 5 brothers, she would have to face something sooner or later. Moreover, her heart was not made of stone. Then, be gentle. Lin Jiao's voice was so soft it was almost a whisper. My mouth hurts. That sentence was like pouring oil on a fire about to explode. Lian Yan's eyes instantly lit up, bright, as if they wanted to swallow her whole. He didn't have the patience to play the slow game like Mu Luo, nor the mind for foreplay. He reached out with a big hand, grabbing the back of her head and pulling her into his arms. Forget it. Before he finished speaking, his rough lips pressed down on hers. There was no technique, only emotion. Lian Yan's kiss was as rough and direct as he was, full of force. His dry, coarse lips rubbed against Lin Jiao's delicate skin, a little painful, but mostly filled with an undeniable passion. Lin Jiao was pushed against the wall, her head hitting it softly. Though his big hand supported her, she still felt dizzy. Lian Yan had no idea what moderation meant. He only felt like a parched land finally getting rain, eager to swallow every bit of sweetness, skin and all. His tongue clumsily pushed past her teeth, rushing inside and sweeping over every inch without any order. That aggressive, male energy instantly filled Lin Jiao's nose. She felt like a small boat caught in a storm, clutching tightly to his dampened shirt as he moved. Fourth brother. I can't breathe. Lin Jiao finally found a moment to breathe heavily, her face flushed like a cooked shrimp. Luoyan then relaxed a little. He was sweating all over, his eyes red from excitement. He looked at Lin Jiao's lips, which had become even more swollen and red from his rough treatment. The feeling of satisfaction replaced the earlier tension. Sweet, Luoyan said with a silly smile, wiping his mouth with his thumb. Really darn sweet. Even better than sugar water. Lin Jiao rolled her eyes at him and hit his chest lightly. Fool. Hurry up and keep watch. If a wolf comes, it might carry you away. If a wolf comes, I'll punch it. Luoyan felt full of energy now. Not just wolves, even tigers wouldn't scare him. He stood up and gently adjusted Lin Jiao's sheepskin coat. His movements were still rough, but he was clearly more careful. Go to sleep, Luoyan said with a big grin that couldn't close his mouth. Fourth brother will watch over you. Not even a mosquito can get in. After saying that, he turned around proudly and walked away. Not far off, Luin, who was cleaning his glasses by the firelight, looked at Luo Yan's proud figure and then at Lin Jiao Jiao, who was curled up in the corner. A cold smile appeared on his lips. There are 2 more, he silently counted in his mind. The next morning, the wind stopped. The sunrise over the Gobi Desert was so spectacular it was hard to look at directly. The golden-red light covered the entire wasteland, drawing out all the romantic secrets of the night. Luo's son had mostly recovered. Though still weak, he was a tough man. After eating some porridge, he could barely stand and walk. Everyone started packing up to leave. They couldn't stay here much longer. There was no water or fuel, so they had to reach the next abandoned military station before dark to try their luck. Luin seemed to be full of energy, carrying 2 heavy bags of supplies to the truck while humming a little tune. Lumu was tidying up the dishes, wearing a mysterious smile that was hard to read. Only Lu Tu remained silent. He had only one good hand. His other arm had been injured for a while. To avoid affecting his recovery, he usually tried not to use it during work. Although he was usually just as capable as others, and his healthy arm was even more flexible than most people's 2 hands, in situations where time was tight and he had to load the truck quickly, he sometimes felt a bit powerless. He was struggling to lift a bucket of water onto the truck bed. The bucket was heavy. Normally, he could lift it with one hand easily, but today the truck bed was too high, and last night he had been digging sand very hard, causing his arm to shake. Crash! The bucket hit the side of the truck, spilling a little water that was immediately absorbed by the dry, sandy ground. Lu Tu clenched his teeth, with veins bulging on his forehead. His usually expressionless face showed a flicker of frustration and self-doubt. He instinctively looked at Lin Jiao Jiao, who was nearby handing things to Luin. His expression darkened instantly. Big brother had Jiao Jiao to feed him water, third brother kept Jiao Jiao warm, and fourth brother had also enjoyed some happiness last night. And he was just a useless person. Just as he was about to grit his teeth and try again, a pair of fair, small hands reached out and grasped the handle of the bucket. Fifth brother, let me help you. Lin Jiao Jiao had come over without him noticing. She was wearing a faded military green shirt, with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing 2 small, lotus root-like arms. No need, Lu Tu said in a muffled voice, stepping aside. It's heavy. Don't press on you. We're family, no need to divide, Lin Jiao Jiao said, not letting go but instead giving a little tug. 1, 2, 3, lift. Together, they carefully placed the bucket into the truck bed. Lin Jiao Jiao patted the dust off her hands, then turned to look at Lu Tuesday. This is when I realized that this honest man was lowering his head, staring tightly at his broken arm, like a child who had done something wrong. What's wrong? Lin Jiao Jiao moved closer, her tone softer. Does your arm hurt? Lu Tu shook his head and took a step back, seeming afraid that his sweat smell might bother her. Then what's the matter? Lin Jiao Jiao insisted, reaching out to hold his injured hand. Lu Tu's body stiffened, not daring to pull his sleeve back. He looked up, and his usually dull eyes were now filled with complicated feelings, envy, disappointment, and a deep, unspoken longing hidden in his heart. Jiao Jiao. Lu Tu's voice was very low, with a roughness that came from not speaking for a long time. Am I really useless? Stop talking nonsense. Lin Jiao Jiao frowned a little angry and pinched his sleeve. You got hurt protecting me. And it's not serious anymore. If you hadn't dug deep into the sand yesterday to cool down Big Brother, he wouldn't have recovered so quickly. You are a hero in our family. But Lu Tu glanced at Luo Yan, who was like a fighting rooster on the roof, and Luo's son, who was trying to start the engine inside the cab. The other 2 weren't looking this way. The truck's shadow just covered this corner. Lower your head, Lin Jiao Jiao softly ordered. Lu Tu was stunned for a moment, but instinctively obeyed her command, slowly lowering his usually spirited, but now somewhat drooping head. Lin Jiao Jiao tiptoed. This time, she was proactive, with a tone of comfort and reward, unlike how she was passive with Luo Yan or desperate to save herself with Luo Senator the Soft, warm lips gently pressed against Luo Tu's cracked and dry lips. Very light, very gentle, like a feather falling onto rough rocks. Luo Tu froze completely. He even forgot to breathe, his eyes wide as he looked at the face so close to him. That feeling was so unreal, with a faint milky scent slipping straight into his heart, sweeping away his insecurities and gloom. Lin Jiao didn't go deep, only stayed for 2 or 3 seconds before pulling back. Who said you're useless? Lin Jiao looked at his dazed expression, a beautiful smile on her lips. Brother Wu's hands are the steadier, and you'll need to hold me with that hand in the future. Luo Tu's face instantly turned bright red, his neck also flushing. His single arm clenched into a fist at his side, then relaxed, finally nervously wiping sweat from his palm on his pants. I can hold you, Luo Tu stammered confidently. Even with just one hand, I can hold you. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll fight them. Lin Jiao smiled and helped him straighten his collar. All right, go get to work. Everyone's waiting to leave. Luo Tu nodded heavily. In that moment, he seemed to be filled with some endless strength. He turned to carry the remaining supplies, his steps light and almost like he could fly. This time, he lifted a 100-pound bag with one hand, without even catching his breath. Inside the driver's cabin, Luo-san watched the scene through the rearview mirror. He sighed softly, rubbing his hand on the steering wheel, a faint smile on his face. This girl really knows how to win people's hearts. But the sour smell lingering in the car probably wouldn't go away anytime soon, because there was still one stubborn person sitting in the passenger seat, coldly wiping his glasses. Finally, the car started. The old Jeep roared loudly, like an aging beast regaining its strength, crushing over the gravel road and continuing westward. Because Rosen was still not fully recovered, the driving was left to Lin. The inside of the vehicle was stuffy. Although the windows were open, all that came in was hot air and dust. Rosen sat on the back bed, closing his eyes to rest. Jiao wanted to go to the back of the truck to get some fresh air but was told by Lin, there's enough space in front and the back is bumpy, so she stayed in the passenger seat. The atmosphere inside the vehicle felt a bit strange. Lin drove steadily, unlike Luo Yan, who was more impatient. But he didn't speak. That silence was like a dull knife, slowly grinding in the air. Jiao held a folding fan, fanning it lazily. She sensed that Lin kept glancing at her from the corner of his eye. Although she couldn't see clearly through his glasses, that feeling of being watched made her uncomfortable. Jiao. Finally, as the vehicle crossed a bumpy sand dune, Lin spoke. Hey, second brother. Jiao quickly responded, stopping her fan. Help me look at the map, Lin said, eyes fixed ahead, his long fingers tapping gently on the steering wheel. There's a fork in the road ahead, and I'm not sure which way to go. Jiao picked up the crumpled military map from the dashboard. The lines on it were dense, and she didn't understand them well, but she had to try. I don't really understand it, she admitted honestly. Give it to me. I'll teach you, Lin said, slowing down the car and finally pulling over to the side. This place was remote, with no village or shop nearby, just empty, desolate Gobi desert all around. Rosen seemed to be asleep in the back, breathing evenly. Lin turned slightly, leaning over the gear shift, and moved closer to Jiao. The narrow space suddenly felt even tighter. He pointed a finger and drew a line on the map she held. We're here now. To the north is uninhabited land, and to the south is an abandoned mine. We need to take the hidden path in the middle. His voice was right next to Lin Jiao's ear, and his breath brushed her face and neck, carrying a faint scholarly air and a man's unique sense of dominance. Lin Jiao wanted to move closer to the car door but found that the handle had been locked somehow. Second brother, I understand. We'll go through the middle. Lin Jiao closed the map, wanting to end this overly intimate posture. But Luo Lin didn't move. He still leaned forward, one hand resting on the back of the chair behind Lin Jiao, the other on the steering wheel, wrapping her in his arms. Jiao. Luo Lin pushed up his glasses, and the sharp eyes behind the lenses narrowed slightly, flashing a glint. Don't you think something's off in this team? What do you mean? Something's off. Lin Jiao's heart skipped a beat. Boss, third, fourth, and fifth all got your praise, Luin said calmly, as if analyzing a situation. Only second brother seems like an outsider. Lin Jiao didn't expect that her most rational and calm second brother would suddenly bring up old issues. Second brother. You're a scholar. How come you're like them? Lin Jiao blushed, trying to cover up with this excuse. Scholars are also human. Luin chuckled softly, removing his gold-rimmed glasses. Without the glasses, the aggressive look in his eyes was instantly clear. It was a wolfishness hidden beneath his refined appearance, more overwhelming than Luo Yan's straightforwardness, more unsettling than Luo Mu's softness. And scholars value fairness the most. Luin casually placed his glasses on the dashboard and grabbed Lin Jiao's chin. If a wife worries about inequality rather than scarcity, her husband won't be happy. He was using lofty words to pressure her. Every word sounded noble, but his true intention was painfully obvious. Lin Jiao looked at his handsome face, so close to hers. Luin looks the most refined among the 5 brothers. Usually, he appears cold and distant, but right now, the fire in his eyes is just as intense as Rosen's.
Then,
what do you want to do? Second brother, Lin Jiao asks nervously, her voice trembling. I want fairness, Luin replies softly. After saying that, he lowers his head. His kiss is gentle, unlike Luo Yan's roughness or Luo Tu's cautiousness. It carries a strong sense of control and skill. He first softly traces her lips, as if admiring a delicate piece of porcelain, then slowly, insistently, deepens the kiss. His tongue moves skillfully, each touch feeling like he wants to draw her soul out. Lin Jiao feels like she's caught in a tight net. No matter how she struggles, she remains under his control. This is no longer a scholar. He's like a cunning fox who has become a master of tricks. After a long moment, Luin finally releases her. He looks at her now more flushed and beautiful lips, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He picks up his glasses from the dashboard, slowly puts them on, and resumes his refined, devilish appearance. Now everything's balanced. Luin's voice turns cold again, with a hint of pleasure. Sit properly. Fasten your seatbelt. The road ahead is rough. Lin Jiao slumps in her seat, gasping heavily, glaring at him with annoyance. The car starts moving again. Just as Lao Jiefeng accelerates, preparing to go over the small hill ahead, bang! A sharp gunshot suddenly erupts in the open desert. The car jolts violently. Luin's face changes, and he slams on the brakes. Get down, Rosen, who had been pretending to sleep in the back seat, jumps up instantly at the sound of gunfire, holding a wrench in his hand, his eyes sharp as a blade. It's coming from the direction of that signal fire tower ahead, Rosen growls. Someone's blocking the road. Lin pressed the brake very hard. The old truck's wheels gouged deep furrows into the gravel desert, making a loud screeching sound. The vehicle shook violently, and Jing Jiao was thrown uncontrollably against the windshield. A large hand reached over. Lin's arm blocked her chest. Because he pushed too hard, his originally slender, fair hand, which usually held a pen, now had bulging veins and was pressed tightly between the dashboard and her soft body.
Hold on.
Lin's voice lost its flirtatious tone and sounded cold, like ice that hadn't melted. He quickly shifted into reverse. The steering wheel spun rapidly in his hands, and before the vehicle stopped, it was already backing toward the shadow of a sand dune. Big brother. Jing Jiao was still shaken. She clutched Lin's arm tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Don't panic, came Luo Sen's steady voice from behind. Though his voice was still weak and hoarse from illness, it was like a steady anchor, calming the panic inside the car. Luo Sen had already sat upright without anyone noticing. His stern face showed no emotion. He held a heavy pipe wrench in one hand, and with the other, he supported himself on the seat back. He looked like a tiger ready to pounce, observing outside through the crack in the window. For a clock, Luo Sen squinted. Behind the hill, 3 people, 2 rifles. Jing Jiao curled up in the narrow corner of the passenger seat, her heart pounding as if it might jump out of her throat. She looked out through the gap in Lin's arm and saw faint shadows moving behind a collapsed beacon tower. This is an encounter with road eaters. Luin pushed his glasses up his nose, his eyes cold and fierce. Get out of the car, Luo's son ordered. We're sitting ducks inside. The car door was pushed open. Outside, the hot wind mixed with dust hit her face. There was also a lot of noise from the back of the truck. Luin had already stuck his head out from behind the pile of burlap sacks, holding a metal bar used for prying tires. His fierce eyes were full of anger. Who dares to block my way? Luin shouted loudly, his voice like a bell, making the dust around tremble. Shut up, lie down. Luo grabbed his waistband and forcefully dragged him back into the truck bed. Luo too curled up beside the water bucket, clutching the lid tightly to protect the water inside. Even at this moment, he remembered what was most important to their team. As Lin Jiao's foot just touched the ground, Luo's son pulled her back suddenly. Where are you going? Luo's chest pressed against her back, his hot body heat passing through her thin shirt. I want to hide under the car. Lin Jiao's voice trembled. The area under the car isn't safe. That's the fuel tank, Luosin said, wrapping his arm around her waist with firm strength. Follow me. Ignoring his own injuries, he half-dragged, half-carried Lin Jiao to behind the tire on the other side of the car's front. This spot was out of sight. The thick rubber tire and steel plate could block bullets from the gunman. Squat down, Luo's son pressed her onto the sandy ground, then knelt beside her, using his broad back to hide everything outside. No matter what you hear, don't look up. Lin Jiao curled into a small ball, hugging her knees. She looked at Luo's big foot in old military boots on the sand, at the water stains and blood on his pants that hadn't dried yet. This man, even though he was almost unable to stand, was still protecting her. Second brother, Lin Jiao suddenly remembered something. She reached into her yellow shoulder bag and felt around. Luin was crouched on the other side, observing the terrain, and turned when he heard the noise. In her palm, Lin Jiao held a few heavy iron lumps. They were cans, beef, luncheon meat, with shiny metal packaging reflecting the sunlight. If we could talk, then don't fight, Lin Jiao said as she pushed a can into Luo's hand, her eyes full of pleading. Big brother's still not fully recovered, and fifth brother's hand isn't steady. We're almost there, just 3 days left. Don't risk your life here. Luin looked at the can in his hand and then at Lin Jiao's pale face. The cold, hard line at the corner of his mouth suddenly softened a little. This girl, she was so scared she almost cried, but her mind was clearer than anyone else's. Right now, fighting wouldn't help. Since these bandits are only after survival, this is the best way to pay for safe passage. Smart, Luin said with a small praise, gently patting her cold hand. Stay here and cover your ears. After saying that, he weighed the can in his hand, then stood up and walked out. Luo's son still kept his guard, looking down at Lin Jiao. Are you afraid? He asked quietly. Lin Jiao nodded and rubbed against his leg, like a small cat seeking protection. I'm afraid they'll hurt you. Luo's Adam's apple moved. He reached out his rough hand, pressing Lin Jiao's head against his thigh, his movement firm but with a faint, gentle touch. If you're scared, just close your eyes. Luo's voice came from above, calm and reassuring. I'm not dead yet and the sky won't fall. Luin raised his hands and slowly stepped out from behind the car. He wasn't holding any weapons, only clutching 2 rusty cans. The sunlight reflected off them, dazzling and blinding. Who are those friends over there? Luin's voice was soft but carried far in the open space, polite but firm. We're just passing through, carrying some scrap metal. It's hot today, no need to get angry. There was no movement behind the small hill. After a long moment, a head wrapped in a dirty sheepskin coat appeared, holding a rough gun pointed directly at Luin's chest. That person's voice sounded rough and hoarse, like sand had worn out his throat. Leave water, leave food, or I'll smash your broken car, Roland smiled. That smile revealed his cleverness and scheming from deep inside. He pushed up his glasses and didn't move forward. Instead, he raised the can of food high. Water. We don't even have enough for ourselves, Roland said calmly. But food, we can share a little. This is hard currency, beef. We can trade it for something else, right? The bandit hesitated for a moment. Beef, canned food. In this remote desert, this stuff is more valuable than gold. Throw it over, the bandit shouted, clearly tempted but still cautious. If you try anything funny, I'll shoot you. Roland didn't rush to throw it. He looked back toward the rear of the vehicle. Roland and Luo Mu were standing there. Luo Yan held a metal rod tightly, while Luo Mu, with a sly smile in his eyes, had a bone knife hidden in his sleeve, ready in both hands. Second brother, they're giving us face, Luo Yan muttered angrily. Only 3 of them. Our 5 brothers aren't afraid of these guys. Shut up, Roland said without turning around, just waving his hand behind him. Big brother is still hurt. We should avoid fighting if we can. He turned around, flicking his wrist. The 2 cans flew through the air in a perfect arc and landed on the small hill, just a few steps from the bandit. Keep going. The bandit, desperate from hunger, saw the cans land. Despite being cautious, his eyes couldn't help but look at them. As he bent down to pick them up, his gun's barrel lowered slightly. Let's go. Rosen's voice rang out sharply from the front of the vehicle. That single word sounded like a starting gun. Roland moved quickly, crouching low and slipping back into the driver's cabin like a slippery fish. Luo Yan and Luo Mu worked together smoothly. Like agile monkeys, they flipped onto the truck bed in a flash. The old engine of the Jeep roared like a beast, and black smoke billowed from the exhaust pipe. Roland shifted gears, released the clutch, and pressed the accelerator smoothly and quickly, moving so fast it was dizzying. The car suddenly sped forward.
Bang!
Another gunshot sounded behind them. This time, it clearly missed, with the bullet hitting the metal back panel of the car, sparking a few tiny flames. It sounded scary, but it didn't scratch the paint much. Hold on tight, Roland shouted. The car sped wildly across the desert, bouncing so hard it seemed like it might fall apart. Lin Jiao Jiao was still curled up on the floor in the passenger seat. Earlier, Rosen had hurriedly pulled her in and shoved her into that small space. Now, her head was just between Rosten's legs. This position was very awkward. Rosen sat in the seat, legs wide apart. To keep steady, his knees pressed hard against the dashboard in front of him. Meanwhile, Lin Jiao Jiao was caught in this masculine, tense space. As the car shook violently, her face inevitably bumped into Rosten's thigh. The muscles there were hard like stone, but also hot like a stove.
Ugh.
Lin Jiao Jiao felt dizzy from the bump and let out a soft moan. Rosen stiffened suddenly. He looked down at the small woman curled between his legs. Her hair was messy, and her face, pale from fear, was smudged with dirt from the bump. She looked pitiful and in need of help. Her big, expressive eyes looked at him with a pleading, helpless gaze. Rosen felt a surge of forbidden desire rise again. The pain from his wound seemed less sharp now, replaced by an even more unbearable heat. Don't move around, Rosten's voice was hoarse. One hand pressed against her back of her head, holding her in place. The road is rough. Lin Jiao Jiao didn't dare to move. She could feel the change in this man. A sense of danger lingered at the tip of her nose, mixed with the smell of gasoline and dust inside the car, making her feel dizzy. Big brother. How much longer? She whispered, her voice trembling. The warm breath she exhaled seeped through her thin pants, touching Rosen's most sensitive skin. Rosen took a deep breath. He suddenly tightened the hand resting on his knee, veins bulging on the back of his hand, his knuckles turning white. Almost there, Rosen gritted his teeth, trying to hold back something. Just get through this stretch. The driver, Roland, glanced over briefly. He saw the ambiguous posture of the two, the pained yet satisfied expression on his older brother's face, and his fingers clenched tighter on the steering wheel. Big brother, if you're uncomfortable, I can shift gears, Roland said coolly, with a hint of understanding only men would get. This road is bumpy. Don't ruin your wound. Rosen looked up, his deep eyes warning sharply as he shot Roland a fierce glare. Drive your car, Roland chuckled softly, saying nothing more. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, making the old car roar across the wilderness with the might of 1,000 armies. The bandits behind had already been left so far behind that their shadows were gone. Those two cans had finally reached safety. But the atmosphere inside the car was even more tense than during the gunfire and chaos earlier. The desire to vent after walking on the edge of life and death, the ambiguous intimacy born in the enclosed space, like an invisible net, tightly binding these three people together. As night fell, they finally stopped under a windshielding cliff. They were about 100 kilometers away from the place of chaos. The surroundings were so quiet that only the whistling wind through eroded rock holes could be heard, like countless restless spirits crying. No one felt like talking. The day's journey had been exhausting. The mental strain and physical fatigue made these tough men show signs of weariness. Luo silently went to gather firewood. Luo Mu set up the camping stove, and Luo Yan climbed onto the roof to keep watch. When Lin Jiao got off the vehicle, her legs felt weak. She had been curled up in that tight space for too long, and after the exhausting position just now, she almost lost her balance and knelt on the sandy ground. "Be careful." A pair of hands supported her waist from behind. It was Luo Lin. He had just checked the vehicle and his hands were still covered in dark engine oil. But he didn't mind. His dirty hand rested openly on Lin Jiao's slender waist, even inching a little closer. "Your legs are numb?" Luo Lin whispered in her ear, his voice deep, with a hint of lingering smoke smell. "You kept moving on the vehicle earlier." Lin Jiao's face suddenly turned bright red. Of course, she knew what he was talking about. Earlier, Luo's son had used a lot of force to hold her steady on the vehicle. And with all the bumps, her face had pressed into. "Second brother, don't say anything." Lin Jiao wanted to break free from his hand, but found her strength was no match for him. "Go wash your hands. I'll help third brother cook." Luo Lin looked at her shy and annoyed expression, seeming in a good mood. He released her and gently patted her waist, acting as naturally as if she were his own possession. "Go ahead. Make something good. We need to make up for it tonight." Lin Jiao hurried over to Luo Mu's side. Luo Mu was slicing dried meat. His knife skills were excellent, and thin slices of meat fluttered under his blade, shining in the light. Seeing Lin Jiao approach, his smile deepened, but his eyes flicked toward Luo Lin with a look of scrutiny and a hint of envy that was hard to notice. Jiao, bring me that bag of flour," Luo Mu ordered. "Tonight, I'll make some dumpling soup for Big Brother, easy to digest." Lin Jiao obediently handed over the bag of flour. While Luo Mu was kneading the dough, she quietly reached into her bag. With a thought, the small supply storage in the space opened. The supplies were fresh today, had not been touched. There were 2 peeled boiled eggs and a small packet of sugar. In this era of shortages, these are truly treasures. Lin Jiao looked around. Luo Yan was on the roof of the car. Luo Tu was in the distance. Luo Lin was cleaning the car, and Luo's son was leaning against the rock wall, resting with his eyes closed, looking a bit pale. She quickly crushed the 2 eggs and threw them into the boiling meat soup, then poured the entire packet of sugar in. "Third brother." Lin Jiao lowered her voice, leaning close to Luo Mu. "I just found some good stuff I hid before I put it in the pot." Luo Mu was surprised and looked into the pot. The originally plain and watery noodle soup now had tiny egg drops floating in it, and a sweet aroma filled the air. He turned to look at Lin Jiao. Under the firelight, her face showed a somewhat shy smile, and her eyes sparkled like they held stars. "Is this for Big Brother?" Luo Mu asked, his tone neutral. "For all of us," Lin Jiao hurried to explain, worried that her smile might be misunderstood. "Everyone has worked hard and needs to restock. Especially Big Brother, his injury isn't fully healed, and he's been busy all day." Luo Mu looked at her for a moment, then suddenly reached out and gently scraped her nose with a flour-covered finger. "You're considerate." The meal was ready. Steaming bowls of noodle soup were served in several military-style lunchboxes. Because of the sugar and eggs, the aroma was so strong it seemed to fill the nose. "Let's take this to Big Brother first," Luo Mu said, filling the thickest bowl and handing it to Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao Jiao carefully carried the lunchbox and tiptoed over to Luo-sun. Big brother, mealtime. Luo-sun opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp as a knife for a moment, but once he saw it was her, his expression softened instantly. He wanted to sit up straight, but a slight movement made his brows furrow tightly. Does your wound hurt? Lin Jiao Jiao placed the lunchbox on the ground and reached out to unbutton his shirt. Is it torn? Let me check. It's fine, Rosen said, grabbing her hand. His palm was dry and hot, completely covering her small hand. Eat first. No, I need to see the injury first, Lin Jiao Jiao said firmly, pulling her hand away and unbuttoning his shirt without argument. Under the firelight, she saw that the wound, which had already scabbed over, was bleeding again at the edges due to today's intense activity. The skin around it was red and swollen. Her heart clenched. This man, even if he were made of steel, couldn't withstand such rough treatment. Does it hurt? She asked softly, her finger hovering above the wound, afraid to touch. Rosen looked at her worried face and slightly curved his lips. It doesn't hurt, he said honestly. The injury was nothing to him. As long as he saw her busying around him, that small pain was overshadowed by a stronger feeling of satisfaction. Liar. Lin Jiao Jiao sniffed, her eyes a little red. She picked up the lunchbox from the ground, scooped a spoonful of thick soup, blew on it, and brought it to his mouth. Open your mouth. Rosen looked at the spoonful of soup, then at her lips glowing in the firelight, especially tempting. He opened his mouth and took the spoon. It was sweet. That sweet, eggy flavor exploded in his mouth, warming all the way down his throat to his stomach. Is it tasty? Lin Jiao Jiao looked at him expectantly. Rosen swallowed the food, his gaze deeply fixed on her face. Sweet. Not only was the soup sweet, but she was even sweeter. Not far away, Luo Lin held his lunchbox, eating slowly. He tasted the sweetness in the soup and saw the scene of feeding her. He pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Third brother, Luo Lin suddenly spoke, his voice quiet but clear enough for all the brothers to hear. We have 3 days left on the road. The journey will be tough, so we need to take turns guarding our big brother. Of course, Luo Yen shouted on the roof, still chewing on a piece of food, and said, Big brother is our main support. Who dares not to do their best? I mean, Luo Lin swallowed the last bit of soup, glanced around at Lin Jiao Jiao over there, and finally focused on Luo Sen's firm face. Jiao Jiao is also tired. Tonight, taking care of big brother, shouldn't it be our brothers taking turns? We don't want to wear her out. As soon as he said this, the air fell silent for a few seconds. Everyone could understand what it meant. It was a fight for the right to stay with big brother tonight. They said it was about caring for big brother, but really, who wouldn't want to get closer to that delicate girl? Luo's son said nothing. He just took another sip of the sweet dumpling soup from Lin Jiao Jiao's hand, then looked up. His fierce eyes swept over each brother present. Finally, his gaze settled back on Lin Jiao Jiao. Third brother needs to prepare food for tomorrow morning and clean the dishes. Lin Luo put his glasses back on, glancing around at Lin Jiao Jiao, and finally settling his gaze on Luo-sun. Big brother's injury isn't fully healed, so he needs rest. Fifth brother has been moving things all day, and his hands are trembling. His words made everyone else fall silent, leaving only himself. So, I will stay on guard tonight, Luo Lin said, standing up and brushing dirt off his pants. His tone was firm. By the way, I need to discuss tomorrow's plan with Jiao Jiao. Luo's son looked at him but said nothing. He just tightened his sheepskin coat and closed his eyes. Everyone found a sheltered spot to lie down. Although Luo Yen was unhappy inside, he knew his second brother's words could make anyone listen. Talking sense to him was pointless, so he grumbled and rolled into his torn quilt, moving to sit by the wheel. Lin Jiao Jiao sat nervously on the sheepskin mat. This was a dead corner from the wind, and also the warmest part of the camp. Second brother, she looked at Luo Lin walking over, and shrank back a little. Luo Lin wasn't carrying a weapon and didn't go to the high watch point. He walked straight to Lin Jiao Jiao, and sat down beside her with a long stride. Are you cold? He asked softly, as if afraid to disturb the night wind. Not too bad, Lin Jiao Jiao lied. In truth, Her toes were numb from the cold. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert could really wear a person out. Lying is a bad habit, Luin said, reaching out and holding her hand on her lap. His hand was cold, with long, dry fingers, and his palm wasn't very warm. When their cold hands touched, Jiao shivered. Second brother, you're cold too. She wanted to pull her hand back. Yes, I am. Luin didn't let her go. Instead, he gently put her hand into his chest pocket, pressing it against his thin shirt. So, we need to think of a way to help each other out. What kind of help? Jiao's heart was pounding. In physics, heat can be transferred, Lin said seriously, but he honestly fell back, lying on his side next to Jiao. Two people squeezing together is better than one freezing alone. It's for survival, Jiao. Don't get the wrong idea. He spoke so grandly, but his actions were very clear. He reached out his long arm and directly wrapped Jiao and the blanket into his arms. Jiao was completely surrounded by his scent. There was no strong smell of sweat like Luo Yan, nor the oily smell of smoke like Luo Mu. Instead, it was a faint scent, like old book pages mixed with cold, dry wind. It was very clean and very cold. Although Luolin's embrace was cold at first, soon their body temperatures warmed and mixed in this small space. That warmth wasn't from a blazing fire, but a gentle, slow, comfortable heat. Jiao. Luolin's voice came from above, with a lazy, hoarse tone. Yes, I saw you feeding the big brother today. Jiao stiffened. Luolin's fingers gently stroked her waist, tapping rhythmically through her military green shirt fabric, like playing piano. That spoon was used by you, and big brother didn't mind. That egg was hidden by you, and he didn't ask. That's because you have feelings for him, Luin interrupted calmly, like stating a fact. That's normal. The big brother is the alpha wolf. Following the wolf means having food and feeling safe. Jiao couldn't tell if his words were praise or criticism, so she kept silent. But Jiao, Luolin's tone shifted, tightening his hold on her arm and pressing her more firmly against his chest. Wolves are most useful when hunting. In daily life, you need to use your brain. He lowered his head, his lips close to Jiao's ear. His warm breath slipped into her ear, causing a fine shiver. This road still has several days to go. Having strength alone is not enough. Someone needs to plan and think for you. Luolin's voice was seductive. Although second brother isn't as strong as the eldest, he knows which path is easier and how to make your life more comfortable in this strange place. Jiao looked up, using the faint starlight to see his face close to hers. Luin wasn't wearing glasses, and his eyes were clear of their usual concealment, now filled with raw desire and possessiveness. He was no longer the gentle scholar, but more like a fox patiently stalking its prey. Second brother, what do you want to say? Jiao asked. Luin smiled. The smile was soft but reached his eyes. I want to say, he adjusted his position slightly, making her back press more tightly against his chest and stomach. It's too cold in this bed. Jiao, can you help second brother? Warm his hands. Before she could react, his hand, which was resting on her waist, moved like a quick snake slipping through the gap in her clothes. His fingertips touched her warm, delicate skin, and Luin let out a satisfied sigh. Don't. Jiao cried out in surprise, trying to hold his hand. Sure, Luin whispered in her ear. Don't wake up the big brother. If you make a sound and they see us like this, it will be more embarrassing for me. Jiao bit her lip, tears in her eyes, staring at him. His hand didn't move wildly. It stayed on her stomach. The coolness made her tremble all over, but soon her skin's warmth eased the chill. Sleep, Luin said softly, as if he was just trying to keep her warm. Second brother will watch over you. No one can bother you tonight. Though his words sounded kind, he was the one making moves. Jiao felt wronged inside, but in this warm embrace and under his firm hold, her exhaustion from the past days flooded over her like a tide. The wind howled in her ears, and Luolin's steady heartbeat pounded on her back, strong and reassuring. In the darkness nearby, Luo Yan turned over, causing the pile of hay to creak loudly. Luosen's breathing remained steady and deep, as if he was unaware of everything around him. Only Luomu, after finishing cleaning the last bowl, looked over here. He smirked with a meaningful smile and put the bone knife back into his boot. That second fox is quick to act, he thought, then also wrapped himself in clothes and lay down. That night seemed peaceful on the surface, but danger was lurking beneath. When the first rays of dawn broke the horizon, Lin Jiao woke up in Luo Lin's arms. She found herself wrapped around Luo Lin like an octopus, her face buried in his neck, and one leg awkwardly draped over his waist. Luo Lin, with his eyes open, looked at her with a half-smile. "Good morning, Jiao," he said in a husky voice, still a bit sleepy. "It seems you've been using my stove quite comfortably all night." Roland adjusted his glasses and frowned slightly. "The vegetation here is denser than before. Look at how well the tamarisk and camel thorn are growing. The underground water level is high. Is there water?" Luomu, who had been dozing nearby, immediately opened his eyes. As a cook, he was very sensitive to water. In this desert, water is life, more precious than gold. The vehicle turned into a U-shaped canyon. The rocks on both sides looked strangely dark red, as if blood was soaked into the stones. The road became narrower and narrower, until even a tough off-road vehicle like the old Liberation had to stop. "No road ahead," Luo Yen said, pressing the brake. The front of the car was only half a meter from a pile of loose stones. "Get out and walk," Luo's son ordered. His face looked much better than yesterday. The sickly pallor had faded, and he looked a bit more like his usual cold self. They all got out of the car. The temperature here seemed higher than outside, and there was a faint smell in the air, like rotten eggs. "Sulfur smell," Roland sniffed, and his eyes lit up. "There's geothermal activity here." They carefully stepped deeper into the canyon. After passing a huge rock wall, everyone froze in surprise. In the middle of this desolate pile of rocks, there was a small, clear green pond. The water wasn't very big, about the size of half a basketball court, but it was crystal clear, revealing white sand and colorful pebbles at the bottom. The most amazing thing was a thin layer of white mist floating on the water's surface. It swayed gently in the wind, like a veil covering the water. "It's hot." Luo Yen was the first to rush over. He reached into the water and exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother, it's hot water. Truly hot water." This was like a gift from heaven. After days of travel and the wind and sand of the desert, everyone's bodies were covered in thick dirt mixed with sweat, smelling terrible. Even Luo Lin, who was usually very clean, and Luo Yen, who didn't care much about tidiness, felt itchy and uncomfortable now. "Wash up," Luo Sun said simply, making a decision. Once this decision was made, the eyes of several men lit up. Luo Yen was the quickest. He quickly unfastened his belt, showing off his tanned muscles. Luo Mu, though more reserved, also began slowly unbuttoning his clothes. Luo too stood at the back, somewhat nervous, covering his injured arm. Lin Jiao stood on the shore, blushing like the red stones on the cliff face.
"Well,
"You guys go ahead and wash. I'll wait in the car." She turned to run. This place was so small with a bunch of grown men like this, and she was just a girl. How could she stay here? "Stop right there," Luo Sen's voice came from behind. Lin Jiao paused and turned around. Luo Sun was looking at her, holding a bar of soap he had taken out of his bag. "You should wash too," Luo Sun said firmly. "This natural hot spring has minerals that can keep you warm and dry. You've been scared and cold these days, so soaking will help your body." But Lin Jiao glanced at the men who were taking off their clothes, unsure where to look.
this
"Isn't convenient." "What's inconvenient about it?" Luo Yen had already stripped down to just his boxers and jumped into the water with a splash, splattering water everywhere. "We're all brothers here. No one will laugh at anyone." "Fourth, shut up," Luo Lin scolded. He stepped beside Lin Jiao, blocking the somewhat embarrassing scene. "Jiao, turn around," Luo Lin's voice softened. "You can wear your clothes while soaking. The water vapor is thick, so you can't see clearly. Plus, we're all in the water. If you're on the shore or in shallow water, no one will dare to bother you. Lin Jiao Jiao hesitated. The sticky feeling was really uncomfortable, especially her hair, which felt like it was about to tangle. And this natural hot spring was a rare find. Once she left this village, she might not find another like it. Go ahead. Luomu also came over, smiling warmly, and handed her a clean, large towel. I just checked the water temperature, and it's just right. If you don't wash, you'll smell bad all over, and you might end up crying later. This sentence hit Lin Jiao Jiao's soft spot. She is very clean, and these past few days, she has been holding back her frustration.
Then,
You all must not look back, Lin Jiao Jiao said, biting her lip, offering a condition that wasn't very convincing. Don't worry, Luosin said, already taking off his shirt, revealing his strong, scarred muscles. He went into the water first. His tall body quickly disturbed the calm surface, and he ordered, "Everyone turn around." The older brother spoke, and no one dared disobey. A few men turned their backs to the shore, only hearing the rustling of shoes being taken off and the gentle, tentative footsteps in the water. Lin Jiao Jiao didn't dare take off her shirt. It was her last line of defense. She wore a loose military green shirt and long pants, carefully stepping into the water. The water was just the right temperature, like a gentle hand, quickly wrapping around her cold feet, then flowing over her calves, thighs, and waist. That long-lost warmth and comfort made Lin Jiao Jiao let out a soft, satisfied sigh. The sound was quiet, but in this quiet, open mountain valley, it felt like a hook. The few men in front stiffened slightly. Mist floated around. Because they were wearing clothes, the fabric soaked up water and became heavy, sticking tightly to their bodies. The originally loose shirt now clung like a second skin, outlining her delicate curves. Her slender waist and the rising and falling of her chest with each breath were faintly visible through the semi-transparent, wet fabric. This hazy, forbidden allure was much more tempting than outright nudity. Luo Yan secretly turned his head underwater, trying to sneak a peek. But he just happened to see Lin Jiao Jiao's blushing face, flushed from the heat, with wet black hair sticking to her cheeks. Glug. This time, the sound of swallowing was so loud it drowned out the water noise. A misty fog spread over the water surface, like a veil hiding something, but it couldn't hide the dark currents beneath. Lin Jiao Jiao sat by a smooth, round rock in the shallow water. The warm water covered her shoulders, leaving only her long neck and small head visible. The water rippled, and her wet shirt moved with the flow. The white fabric under the army green cloth looked especially bright and eye-catching. The men were all in the deep water area. But for these fierce-looking men, that distance was hardly noticeable. "Jiao Jiao, let me wash your hair," Luo Mu said first, quietly approaching from behind like a fish swimming silently. He held a precious soap in his hand, wearing his usual innocent smile. "No need. I can do it myself," Jiao Jiao said nervously, trying to move away. "How can you wash it yourself?" Luo Mu said firmly, supporting her head with one hand, making her long hair float on the water. "Your hair is tangled, and pulling it will hurt your scalp." His fingers moved skillfully, like someone used to handling knives and vegetables. Gently massaging her scalp with moderate pressure, a tingling feeling spread from her crown down. Jiao Jiao closed her eyes comfortably, and what she wanted to say turned into a soft hum. Luo Mu lathered the soap, creating lots of foam. His gaze followed her wet hair downward. The soaked neckline slightly opened due to buoyancy, revealing a white collarbone and faint curves underneath. His eyes darkened a little, but his hands kept moving, sliding slightly lower, with his fingertips brushing her behind her ear and the side of her neck, near the main artery. "Third brother. Feels itchy," Jiao Jiao said softly, shrinking her neck as if coquettishly. "That's a good sign, means you're getting clean," Luo Mu said with a gentle, slightly husky voice. Hey, third brother, don't just wash your hair." Luo Yan's loud voice suddenly burst out. He couldn't hold back anymore and pounced like a water buffalo. "Jiao Jiao, fourth brother is strong. I'll give you a back massage. Your back must be full of dirt." This silly guy didn't understand what romantic mood was. He simply placed his rough hands on Lin Jiao Jiao's shoulders.
"Oh."
"Fourth brother, be gentle," Jiao Jiao almost cried out as he squeezed her. Are you giving me a massage or killing a pig? I'm just worried I won't wash you clean enough. Luoyan looked a bit helpless, staring at his rough, calloused hands and then at Jiao Jiao's delicate skin, which was as soft as tofu. For a moment, he didn't dare to move.
Clumsy.
Luolin gave a cold comment. He walked over from the other side, water rippling across his chest. He pushed up his non-existent glasses, taken off during the shower, and his gaze fell on the skin Luo-Yen was massaging, which was already red. Step aside. Luolin pushed Luo-Yen away. There are many acupoints on the back, and applying too much force could hurt her. He reached out and took over Luo-Yan's place. Luolin's long, strong fingers had a precise, scholarly feel. He pressed into the gaps between Jiao Jiao's shoulder blades and gently kneaded. Does it hurt here? He asked.
Yes.
It hurts, Jiao Jiao honestly replied. Sitting in the car these days, her bones felt like they were falling apart. That's muscle tension, Luolin said with professional terminology, sliding his palm down her spine. Relax. Second brother will help loosen your muscles. His palm was pressed against the damp fabric, feeling slippery and strange. Luolin's breathing grew a little heavier. His hands weren't just massaging, they seemed to be measuring her butterfly bones, measuring her slim waist. The feeling of being surrounded by several hands at once made Jiao Jiao feel a bit short of breath. Above her, Luo Mu was gently washing her hair, behind her Luolin was professionally massaging, and nearby Luo-Yen was watching eagerly, ready to jump in at any moment. Fifth brother. Lin Jiao Jiao wanted to find someone a little more safe to ask for help, so her gaze fell on Luo Tu in the distance. Luo Tu was standing in the water, only his head visible. His healthy arm was supporting the other injured arm. He looked at the lively scene nearby, with envy in his eyes. When he heard Lin Jiao Jiao call him, Luo Tu shivered. Come here, Lin Jiao Jiao said, reaching out a hand and patting the water surface. Help me hold that soapbox. This was just an excuse. Luo Tu knew, but he still obediently swam over. He held the soapbox with his good hand, as if he was holding a precious treasure. Fifth brother, can you help me hold this stone? It's a bit slippery, Lin Jiao Jiao said. She was actually sitting steadily, but she didn't want Luo Tu to feel like an outsider. Luo Tu supported himself on the stone with his one arm, making their space smaller. He was very close enough to smell her sweet, soap-scented body. His face turned red, and he was breathing quickly, but he tried hard not to look at things he shouldn't. The water temperature seemed to rise, or maybe the atmosphere was getting hotter. The men's actions started to change in a way that was less innocent. Luo Mu's fingers no longer just touched her scalp but slid down to her neck. Luo Lin's palm lingered at her waist, and he even tried to reach inside her clothes a few times. Luo Yen was so anxious he scratched his head and ears, and finally, he grabbed one of Lin Jiao Jiao's feet, saying he wanted to press her foot. Ugh. Lin Jiao Jiao felt overwhelmed by this all-around service, her body going soft, almost slipping into the water. This overload of sensory stimulation made her brain go blank, leaving only her instinct to breathe. At that moment, a broad, rough hand with irresistible strength grabbed her waist. Water splashed everywhere. The brothers who had been busy with her suddenly froze. Luo's son didn't know when he had come closer. He is like a silent mountain, never speaking, but once he acts, he declares absolute authority. He reached from behind and lifted Lin Jiao Jiao up, letting her lean against his broad, hard chest. That chest was hot, and although the scar was scabbed over, it still felt rough. The wild, masculine energy instantly overshadowed all the soap scent. Have you finished making trouble? Luo Sen's voice was deep and commanding, like a thunderclap on the water. His younger brothers looked like guilty students, although reluctant. They slowly let go. Big brother, we're just helping our wife clean up, Luo Yen whispered, still glancing at Lin Jiao Jiao. Luo's son ignored him. He lowered his head, his chin resting on Lin Jiao Jiao's damp hair. Are you clean now? He asked the person in his arms. Lin Jiao Jiao was trembling all over. The heat from behind was too intense, making her anxious. She could feel Luo Sen's body changing, a very dangerous sign.
Yes.
I'm clean, she stammered. Then go up, Luo Sen said, his arm across her chest a little tight, as if trying to hold back something. If you stay in longer, your skin will wrinkle. His voice was cold and firm, but his big hand on her waist, especially his thumb, was gently, possessively stroking that soft flesh. Lin Jiao Jiao felt like she was saved, and she scrambled onto the shore with her hands and feet. She dared not look back, grabbed a large towel to cover herself, and ran to hide behind a rock to change clothes. In the water pool behind her, the men still soaked in the water. No one spoke. Only heavy breathing echoed in the quiet valley. Luo Sen watched her hurriedly fleeing figure, a fire burning in his eyes hotter than the hot spring. He scooped up some water and splashed it hard on his face. Everyone get back now. Rosen coldly surveyed his brothers. Anyone who dares cause trouble at this critical moment, don't blame me for not recognizing them as brothers. The atmosphere inside the carriage became a bit strange. Since taking a bath at Shui Yunjian, the sour, foul smell of sweat was gone, replaced by a faint soap scent. But this scent on a group of rough men felt off, especially in such a small, enclosed space. The so-called hormones seemed to be overflowing. Lin Jiao Jiao sat in the front passenger seat, holding an old folding fan, occasionally fanning herself. She felt like a piece of freshly cooked white tofu, being stared at by a few green-eyed men around her, ready to be picked at any moment. Fourth brother, can you stop bouncing your legs? Lin Jiao Jiao couldn't help but speak. You're about to shake the car apart. Zui Yan, driving the car, chuckled, but his thigh muscles kept twitching. Jiao Jiao, I'm just happy. You don't know, that last stop washed away all the dirt of this life. Now I feel as light as a feather. If I weren't holding the steering wheel, I might just fly away. You're just skinning yourself thin. Luo Lin from the back seat said coolly, still holding that torn map, glasses reflecting light. If you keep going, fourth brother, you'll turn into the white-boned spirit from Journey to the West. Second brother, did your mouth get blessed or something? Luo Yan, daring only to be angry but not speak out, could only vent his frustration on the gas pedal. The old Liberation truck roared as it sped up a dirt hill, suddenly opening up the view ahead. In the distance, on the vast Gobi Desert, a yellowish building complex suddenly rose up. It was more like a collection of broken houses made of yellow mud and stones, surrounded by a barbed wire fence. Several old, abandoned truck shells were haphazardly blocking the road at the entrance, serving as makeshift barriers. Is this the military station? Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes widened. This is way too primitive, isn't it? It's been abandoned for 20 years, Rosen said calmly from the back corner shadow. It used to be for guarding against spies, but no one took care of it anymore. Now, it's known as the Ghost Gate in this no-man's land. Speedsters, smugglers, and runaways all rest here. Jiao Jiao swallowed nervously. This place wasn't a rest stop, it was clearly a bandit hideout. Before the car even got close, a few rough-looking men with old guns stood at the broken gate. They wore mismatched clothes, some in sheepskin coats, others shirtless. The only thing they shared was their sharp eyes, watching passing cars like they were looking at fat sheep. Jiao Jiao, Rosen suddenly spoke. Yes, big brother. Jiao Jiao quickly turned around. Let your hair down to cover your face, Rosen said seriously. Button your shirt all the way up. No matter what you see or hear, stay silent. Don't get out of the car unless I tell you to. Jiao Jiao obediently followed his instructions. She tousled her hair to hide most of her face and buttoned her collar up to above her collarbone. Although it was scorching hot, she knew that in the eyes of these hungry wolves, women like her were more precious than gold, especially ones who looked decent. She mentally checked her supplies. She remembered her absolute fresh mini supply cache. 1. Wanglaji herbal tea, iced canned, X52. Powerful wolf repellent spray, X13. White rabbit milk candies, X1 pack. A smile appeared inside her heart. That wolf repellent spray was a real lifesaver. Even though her brothers could fight, having an extra tool was always good. She quietly clenched the small spray bottle in her hand and slipped it into her pocket. As for the herbal tea, pulling it out now would be too obvious. She'd wait for the right moment. The car slowly entered through the gate. Stop. Which way are you headed? A one-eyed man blocked the car, tapping his torch on the door. Rosen didn't speak. He just looked coldly ahead. The passenger window rolled down halfway, revealing Rosen's stern face. He didn't say anything, just took out a pack of unopened Diqianmen, cigarettes, and a box of matches, then casually threw them out. The one-eyed dragon caught the cigarettes, sniffed them under his nose, and a glint of sharpness flashed in his eye. He looked at the people inside the car, his gaze briefly resting on Lin Jiao, but it was quickly pushed away by Luo Sen's fierce stare. Go inside. Just follow the rules. The one-eyed dragon waved his hand. The car rolled over gravel and entered what was called the market. It looked even messier inside than outside. On both sides, various tents and stalls were set up, selling all kinds of things. Rusty parts, fake antiques, dried animal skins, and even blackened steamed buns. The air was thick with the smell of dry tobacco, cheap alcohol, and the foul odor of people who hadn't bathed in a long time. Oh my God! Lin Jiao peeked through her hair and felt like her values were being challenged. This is like a poor version of Dragonin. Look less, listen more, Luo Lin reminded her from behind. Half the people here are liars, the other half are bandits. A few are just waiting to die. The car stopped in a slightly open corner. Get out. Luo Sen pushed open the door, his military boots hitting the ground with a fierce sound. Old 4 watches the car. Old 2, Old 3, and Old 5 surround Jiao. We go deliver the goods. Luo Yen looked unwilling. Big brother, I want to look around too. I heard they sell wolf teeth here. Watch the car, Luo Sen repeated with no room for argument. If a screw falls off the car, I'll take out your wolf tooth and fix it. Luo Yen shrank back and behaved himself. As soon as Lin Jiao got out of the car, she felt at least a dozen pairs of eyes scanning her like spotlights. Even though she was dressed very carefully, her exposed white wrist in this rough place was like a firefly in the night. Lin walked to her left, and that tall, slim figure just blocked most of her view. Luo Mu stood smiling on the right, playing with his favorite bone knife, the blade flickering at his fingertips, shining silver, as if silently warning. Luo too silently followed behind, his injured arm hanging by his side, the healthy hand clenched into a fist, glaring fiercely at anyone who dared come close. This is what safety feels like. Jiao was caught in the middle. Although the environment around her was harsh, like hell, she felt very safe inside. She quietly reached out and grabbed Luo Lin's sleeve. Luo Lin paused slightly, then turned and held her wrist without saying a word, pulling her closer to himself. Let's go. Luo Sen led the way at the front, like an alpha wolf patrolling its territory, clearing a path through the muddy crowd. At the center of the market was an open space, surrounded by old oil drums. In the middle stood a large tent with a shaky sign hanging at the entrance, Old Ghost General Store. This was the place where they had to deliver their goods. Luo Sen led his team to the tent entrance. Before entering, they were stopped by 2 burly men. These 2 looked like 2 mountains of flesh, shirtless, with dragon tattoos that looked like worms on their chests. What do you want? One of the big men asked gruffly, his small green eyes scanning Jiao. Then he gave a lecherous smile. Oh, this little girl looks lively. Is she a product too? Jiao's heart tightened, and she instinctively stepped back behind Luo Lin. Bang! A crisp sound. No one saw how Luo Sen moved his hand, only saw the big man cover his face and step back 2 steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Watch your mouth. Luo Sen's voice was quiet but icy. This is my wife. The air instantly fell silent. Everyone watching held their breath. Fighting here was a big taboo, but as long as your fists were strong enough, rules were just nonsense. The tall man was clearly stunned. Just as he was about to react, he saw Luo Mu smiling as he took a step forward. With a quick motion, he stabbed the bone-cleaning knife into a nearby oil drum filled with water. A stream of water gushed out along the knife's edge. Everyone, it's hot outside. Don't get angry, Luo Mu said kindly, but his tone was cold and threatening. This knife is freshly sharpened. It cuts meat as easily as tofu. I don't know if it's your necks that are tough or my knife that's fast. The tall man looked at the trembling knife, swallowed hard, and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Go in. The old ghost is waiting inside. Lin Jiao Jiao let out a breath, her palms sweaty. This wasn't a simple delivery. It felt like risking her life. They entered the tent, which was dimly lit. In the middle sat a thin old man smoking dry tobacco. His face was hidden in the smoke. Big Luo, a special guest. The old man's voice was rough, like sandpaper rubbing glass. I heard you brought something good this time? Luo's son didn't waste words. He threw the canvas bag he carried onto the table with a heavy thud. The deal was 10 parts. In exchange for that message, he said. The old ghost picked up the bag, opened it, and looked inside. His cloudy eyes flashed with greed. He counted the parts and chuckled. The items are correct.
But
the market has gone up. This much stuff can only buy half a message now. Raising prices? Luo Lin pushed up his glasses and interrupted. Old ghost, honesty is important in business. If your reputation is ruined, who will still send goods here? Reputation? In this ghost town, can reputation feed you? The old ghost tapped his tobacco pipe and glanced at Lin Jiao Jiao. If you really have no goods, I think this girl is good. Leave her with me as a goddaughter. I'll give you the message for free, and I'll even give you 2 barrels of oil. Lin Jiao Jiao felt a cold shiver run from her feet to her head. This old man, half buried in the ground, still dreaming of such a wonderful deal. Do you want to die?
Luo Mu suddenly spoke.
He usually acts like a mute, but at this moment, he looks like a wild lone wolf. He took a step forward. With one arm injured, the fierce aura of his determination to fight to the end actually surprised even the old ghost. Hey, don't be impulsive, Lin Luo said, reaching out to stop Tu Luo. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Old ghost, since you want to settle the score, let's do it properly. Lin Luo took out a small notebook from his pocket, where he had been keeping track of everything on the way. This batch of parts is originally from the Soviet Union. Now, with the border closed, you can't buy them even if you have money. On the market, one of these bearings can be exchanged for 3 pounds of gold. There are 10 here. If this bad news is worth 30 pounds of gold, then your tongue must be embedded with diamonds, right? Lin Luo spoke slowly but precisely, leaving the old ghost speechless. Moreover, Lin Luo closed the notebook. Did you recently get robbed of a batch of medicine by those bandits? If you don't want that bad leg to be useless. The old ghost's face changed. He instinctively touched his left leg, wrapped in thick bandages, faintly emanating black energy. How do you know? I'm a scholar and also half a doctor, Lin Luo said casually, though he actually smelled the rotten flesh on the old ghost when he entered. If this wound isn't treated with anti-inflammatory medicine, you'll need to have your leg amputated within 3 days. The old ghost clenched his teeth, weighing his options. In this place, losing a leg means death. Deal. The old ghost threw a crumpled piece of paper onto the table. You're ruthless. The Luo family wolves really are not vegetarians. Rosen picked up the paper, looked at it briefly, put it in his pocket, and turned to leave. Jiao Jiao, stay close. Outside the tent, the sunlight was so bright it hurt to open your eyes. Second brother, are you really good at treating legs? Lin Jiao Jiao asked softly, looking at Lin Luo with admiration. I'm not, Lin Luo said calmly, pushing up his glasses. But I know he's afraid of dying. Psychological tactics are also part of the strategy. Then, what if he really asks you to treat it? Then that's up to the third brother. Lin Rong pointed to the wooden stick. Just cut off that rotten meat. It won't kill you anyway. Jiao Jiao felt speechless for a moment. These men had more tricks up their sleeves than the sand on this desert. Just as they were about to get back into the car, Jiao Jiao suddenly felt her throat dry and burning. While the others weren't paying attention, she quietly took out a can of the newly refreshed Wang Lao Ji from her pocket and pulled the tab. The bubbles in the drink weren't very noticeable in the noisy environment. She quickly took a sip. The cold liquid went down her throat, feeling like a life-saving potion. What flavor is that? Luo Yen, who had sneaked over at some point, sniffed like a dog. Sweet, but also has a medicinal smell? Jiao Jiao was startled and hurriedly hid the can in her arms.
It's
Nothing much. Just a bottle of cough syrup I found in my bag. Cough syrup? Luo Yan's eyes lit up. I'm about to cough up my lungs. Let me try a sip. Go away. Luo's son slapped Luo Yan on the back of his head. That's Jiao Jiao's. What are you getting involved for? Luo Yan pouted, covering his head. I just want to smell it. Why is this syrup still cold? Luo Yan's eyes nearly popped out of his head into the red can. On this desert, if you said there was water, it was only some slightly cleaner mud soup. If there was sweet water, it was something offered during the New Year to ancestors. And now this thing appeared. And it was cold? Are you a dog or what? Luo's son scolded, but didn't really hit his brother's head. Instead, he kept his big hand hanging in the air like a trap ready to fall. Jiao Jiao hiding some private stuff? That's for you to drink. Luo Yan shrank his neck, but kept his eyes glued to the bright red color on Jiao Jiao's hand, unable to tear his gaze away. Brother, I just want to lick. Luo Yan swallowed, his Adam's apple moving like a piston. Really, I just want to taste it. This throat feels like it's smoking. Lin Jiao Jiao looked at these men. Although Rosen was cursing the fourth brother, he kept glancing over here. Luo Lin, slow to push up his glasses, seemed to be thinking about the so-called syrup. Luo Mu, holding a bone-cleaning knife, stopped moving it and smiled warmly at her, as if waiting to be fed. As for Tu Luo, he looked eagerly, with dry lips that had turned white. All right, Lin Jiao Jiao sighed, lifting the jar and shaking it. The liquid inside hit the metal, making a clear sound. It's not some precious medicine, just iced tea from home, wrapped in several layers of clothes. It hasn't been in the sun, so it's still a bit cold. This excuse sounded pretty weak. The temperature inside the truck bed was so high it could cook eggs, and no matter how many layers of clothes were wrapped around it, it couldn't keep things fresh. But at this moment, no one cared whether the excuse was reasonable. Here, Lin Jiao Jiao handed the jar to Luo Yan, who was closest. Drink less, everyone gets some. Luo Yan took the red jar carefully, as if receiving an important message. The cold sensation from the jar passed through his calloused palms, making him shiver. It's really cold, Luo Yan exclaimed, tilting his head back and pouring it down. Fourth brother, Luo Lin called out from behind, shivering. Save some. Luo Yan froze, stopping the big sip just before it reached his mouth. He only licked the metal opening with his tongue and took a small sip. His expression was priceless at that moment. The sweet herbal flavor mixed with the icy chill, sliding down his throat like a timely rain for his dry organs. Like divine water, Luo Yan mumbled, looking enchanted. Way better than the soda I had in town. He reluctantly handed the jar back to Luo Lin. Luo Lin didn't rush to drink. He first ran his finger over the tiny water droplets on the jar, a clear sign of condensation, proof that it was very cold. Since this is Jiao Jiao's heartfelt gift, I won't hold back. Luo Lin tilted his head and took a sip. He drank politely, with only a slight movement of his Adam's apple, but his relaxed brow revealed his happiness at the moment. Next was Luo Mu. This cheerful but sly man took the can, but didn't drink directly. Instead, he used his thumb to wipe the rim of the can, which had been touched by Luo Yan and Luo Lin. Jiao Jiao probably didn't drink much either, Luo Mu said softly, handing the can back to Lin Jiao Jiao's mouth. You go first, Lin Jiao. Jiao blushed. The can had been passed around among these men, and now it was returned. What does this mean? It was more than just an indirect kiss. It was a special moment. I'm not thirsty. Be good, Luo Mu said firmly, bringing the can closer. You're our little treasure, and we want to take good care of you. Under the intense gazes of these men, Lin Jiao Jiao had no choice but to nervously take a small sip from the edge of the can, following Luo Mu's hand. It was the same familiar flavor, the same taste. Save the rest for Brother Wu and Big Brother. Lin Jiao Jiao quickly pushed the can away. Luo too took the can, took a small sip, and finally, the can ended up in Luo Sen's hand. There was probably a little bit left inside. Luo Sen looked at the red can, then at the blushing Lin Jiao Jiao beside him. Without hesitation, He squeezed the can flat with his big hand and tilted his head back to drink the last bit of sweet water. He drank the fastest, with a strong, commanding style that seemed to want to erase everyone's mark. Crack. The empty can was crushed into a metal disc in his hand. "This stays in my stomach," Luo-sun said, pocketing the metal disc. His gaze swept over his brothers, and his tone returned to its serious, commanding tone. "If outsiders find out about this good stuff, we won't need to leave this station. Do you all understand?" "Yes, big brother." Luo Yen wiped his mouth, still savoring the sweet taste. "All right, let's get to work," Luo-sun said, straightening his collar to hide half his face. "Fourth, check the cars. The second and third brothers, follow me to the trading area." "Jiao Jiao." He paused, looking at the small woman wrapped up like a rice dumpling. "Follow the fifth brother and wander around nearby. Don't go far. If you see anything small and interesting, let fifth brother hold it. Remember, don't show off your wealth." After saying that, Luo-sun led the two smartest younger brothers toward the biggest, most dilapidated tent. That was the main trading area of the camp and also the messiest place. Meanwhile, Lin Jiao Jiao, with her most obedient dog-like companion Luo Tu, started exploring the so-called market. Her mind became more active. That cool tea was just a distraction. Since this place is short on water, food, and supplies, maybe the junk that refreshes daily in her space could be turned into something useful. This market is just a name. In reality, it's just a bunch of people setting up stalls in a dirt hole. They lay down torn sheepskins on the ground, with moldy bread, rusty bullets, or old military coats taken from some dead person. The smell in the air is like fermented fish and rotten lamb meat mixed together for 3 days and nights. Lin Jiao Jiao pinched her nose, her brows furrowing so tightly she could kill a fly. "Jiao Jiao, it's dirty here." Luo Tu, walking on her side, pushed back a drunken man trying to come closer. His face, usually expressionless, was full of caution, like a guard dog protecting its food. "Should we go back to the car? Let's look around a bit more." Jiao Jiao shook her head. Her eyes scanned the stalls. With a thought, the transparent display panel reappeared before her eyes. Ultra-fresh mini supply container stocked items. 1. Plastic lighter, the cheap kind, a bit leaky, X32. Hard fruit candies, loose, stuck together, X1 bunch 3. Compressed biscuits, slightly worn packaging, X24. Brand name canned luncheon meat, near expiration, X1. These things are here. Jiao Jiao saw a stall surrounded by several people. The stall owner was an old man with crooked teeth, holding a half-used, oil-free lighter, pressing it with a click. Occasionally, sparks flew out, and people around gasped in surprise. "See that? That's a Western fire," the old man spat. "No matches needed, just press and fire. I found this under a Soviet truck. It's a treasure. Without $2 big, no one can touch it. $2 big? Or maybe just a broken lighter." Lin Jiao Jiao's heart skipped twice. She touched the newly bought plastic lighter in her pocket, still full of gas. This wasn't just a lighter, it was like a gold bar. "Fifth brother," Lin Jiao Jiao whispered, pulling Luo Tu's sleeve softly. "Let's go see over there." She wasn't talking about the lighter stall but a small, unremarkable booth in the corner. There sat a man in traditional Tibetan robes, with a dark face and a serious look. In front of him, there was only a cloth with some stones that looked like rocks and a dirty little cloth bag. But Lin Jiao Jiao's senses were tingling. It was a gentle vibration, like a heartbeat. Detected upgrade materials. High-quality saffron/uncut Hetian jade seed material. Suggestion. Use current resources to trade equally, as seen by the other person. Lin Jiao Jiao took a deep breath. She acted casually, crouching in front of the booth. Luo Tu immediately stood behind her, his tall figure blocking most of the view. "Boss, how much for this stone?" Lin Jiao Jiao reached out and picked up the grayish stone. It felt heavy, with a rough surface, looking like a common rock from the desert. The dark-faced man looked up, glanced at Lin Jiao Jiao, and spoke in awkward Mandarin. "Not a stone, it's jade. Brought from home, for medicine or food exchange. Jade." Lin Jiao Jiao smiled and put the stone down. "It doesn't look like it." Moreover, everyone here is starving. Who would want these unedible, undrinkable stones? The man didn't argue. He just lowered his head, clearly knowing these things had no market here. But then Lin Jiao Jiao changed the subject and pointed to the dirty cloth bag beside her. I think this bag is pretty sturdy. If you're willing, I'll take the stones and what's inside the bag. Just as a favor for you. The man was surprised. He opened the cloth bag. Inside was a bunch of dried grass that smelled like special medicine. This is saffron for women, the man said nervously. Good stuff. It helps blood flow. Okay, good stuff, Lin Jiao Jiao said without arguing. She reached into her shoulder bag and took out some snacks. I don't have much, just these candies. Do you think it's okay? In her palm, there were colorful fruit-flavored candies and a plastic lighter. The man's eyes widened instantly. Candy. Under the sunlight, the wrapped candies sparkled, more tempting than diamonds. There was also a clear red plastic container filled with liquid. This is, the man stammered. Matchstick lighter, Lin Jiao Jiao said, picking up the lighter and pressing the button gently. Snap. A bright, steady blue flame flickered to life, swaying in the wind but never going out. A few onlookers nearby, who had been secretly watching, stared with wide eyes. The dark-faced man was so excited his hands trembled. On this highland and desert, starting a fire was a top priority. With this, they had fire and life. Deal. The man quickly grabbed the lighter, stuffing the stones and the saffron into Lin Jiao Jiao's arms as if afraid she would change her mind. Is that a deal? Lin Jiao Jiao put the items into her bag and handed the candies to the man. Take these for your kids to enjoy. The man held the candies, looked at the lighter, and his eyes turned red. He bowed deeply to Lin Jiao Jiao, murmuring something in Tibetan that she couldn't understand, probably words of blessing. Lin Jiao Jiao stood up, feeling the weight of her shoulder bag. This deal was a huge win. Saffron was as valuable as gold, and if that stone really was high-quality jade, it could be worth as much as a house. And all she had given in return were a cheap plastic lighter and a few candies. Go, Luo Tu suddenly said in a low voice. He sensed danger. The one-eyed man who had been watching them walked over with two others, blocking their way. Hey, little girl, you're pretty good at business, the one-eyed man said, his gaze fixed greedily on Lin Jiao Jiao's bag. Got any more of those lighters? Give me one to play with. The air grew tense. Luo Tu's good hand moved toward the knife at his waist. His body leaned forward slightly, like a drawn bow ready to strike. Move, Luo Tu said, his voice heavy like stone. Oh, protecting your girl, huh? The one-eyed man sneered. Behind him stood 4 or 5 thugs holding iron rods and old guns. Around here, they acted like they owned the place. I like that bag and the girl too. Leave them, and I'll let you walk away unharmed. As he spoke, his dirty hand reached for Lin Jiao Jiao's bag. Smack! A sharp sound broke the silence. It wasn't a slap. It was the sound of something heavy hitting the one-eyed man's wrist. He screamed in pain, clutching his arm and jumping back. A rusty nut rolled on the ground, stained with a few drops of fresh blood. Everyone turned to look. By the tent not far away, Luo Sin calmly lowered his hand after throwing the nut. Behind him stood Luo Lin and Luo Mu, the three of them walking forward in a triangle formation, their presence as heavy as moving mountains. My woman, do you think you can touch her? The one-eyed man, clutching his wrist, jumped up like a startled wildcat. In his already not-so-healthy one-eyed eye, now there were all red blood vessels, caused by pain and anger. Who dares to cause trouble here? The one-eyed dragon shouted loudly, like a broken drum. Brothers, surround him. Cut the man into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Leave the woman alive. His shout attracted more people rather than scaring them away. Instead of dispersing, the crowd gathered closer, attracted by the excitement. Fighting and quarrels were common in this broken-down military station on the desert. Suddenly, 7 or 8 men emerged from nearby tents and broken carts. They held various weapons, rusty iron pipes, shiny wrenches, and one man carried what looked like a homemade hunting gun. Although the gun's barrel was wrapped in tape and looked like it might explode at any moment, it was a real weapon. Lin Jiao's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively tightened her bag strap, which held her new treasures and a bottle of pepper spray. "Don't be afraid." These words floated down from above. Luo too stood like a wall, blocking her. His injured arm hung limply, but his healthy hand had already pulled out half of a short knife from his waist. The blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. This usually quiet guy was now calmer than anyone else. Luo Sun stood at the front, empty-handed. He stood confidently, his military boots crushing the gravel beneath, making a grating sound. Cut into pieces. Luo Sun looked like he was hearing a huge joke, a sneer curling his lips. "You think you can do that with a few rotten vegetables? Crazy. Darn crazy." The one-eyed dragon was in pain, trembling, pointing at Luo Sun's nose. "Don't be shameless.
Attack.
Take down this big guy first." The gang members cheered and rushed forward. "Fourth, protect the back," Luo Sun ordered without turning his head. "Got it." Luo Yen had been waiting impatiently. He had been cooped up in the car for days, almost feeling like his bones were rusting. He chuckled softly, moved his neck, and made a crisp cracking sound, like a hungry wolf seeing meat. Jiao, watch this. Fourth brother will show you a hand-torn ghost attack." The fight started without any fancy moves. The thug in front, holding an iron pipe, hadn't even seen what was happening before Rosen kicked him right in the chest. That kick was quick, accurate, and fierce. The thug flew backward like a broken kite, crashing into a stall selling moldy buns nearby, kicking up dust. He didn't even grunt before passing out. "Too slow," Rosen said casually, without even taking h's hand out of his pocket. At this moment, two men on the side, holding wrenches, tried a sneak attack. A flash of silver appeared. It was Rosenmu's bone-cutting knife. He didn't move from his spot. With a flick of his wrist, the knife shot past one attacker's head, cutting a strand of hair and pinning it to a wooden post behind him. "Oops, slipped," Rosenmu said with a gentle smile, looking like a kind older brother. His tone, however, sent a chill down the spine. "Next time I might slip and cut an artery. It's so hot today, my palms sweat." The two attackers froze in place, touching their scalps and trembling. "Good-for-nothings," the one-eyed dragon roared in anger, furious that his men had been knocked down before even touching the opponent's clothes. He drew a small shotgun from his waist, aiming it directly at Rosen. "Move. If you move again, I'll blow your brains out." Suddenly, everything went quiet. In this area, fists are the law, but guns hold the real power. Jiao's heart was pounding like it wanted to jump out. That was a gun. "Big brother." Rosen Yen was anxious and ready to rush forward. "Don't move." Rosen's voice remained calm. Even his eyebrows didn't lift. He looked at the dark barrel of the gun, showing no fear, only a cold indifference, as if he was looking at a dead man. "With this shot, you might kill me." Luo stepped forward, close to the gun's barrel, and said, "But my brothers will make you regret being born into this world." Luo Lin stood to the side, pushed up his glasses, and calmly took out a pocket watch from his coat to check the time. "This gun is an old-fashioned homemade smoothbore, with a range of 20 meters and very poor accuracy," Luo Lin explained in a calm tone, as if teaching a student. "And with rust on the barrel and tape wrapped around it, there's a 40% chance it will explode. If you pull the trigger, it's likely your hand will get hurt first, or the bullet might miss and hit the sheepskin seller over there." The sheepskin seller, watching nearby, was so scared he cried out and curled up under his cart. The one-eyed man's hand started to shake. He was just trying to scare people. If he actually shot, he wouldn't have the courage. The Luo brothers looked dangerous, especially the one with glasses. His words could cut sharper than knives.
"So?
Are you afraid?" Luo stepped even closer, almost pressing his chest against the gun's barrel. "I'll count to 3. If you don't shoot, this gun belongs to me."
1.
Cold sweat ran down the one-eyed man's forehead, dripping from his blind eye, making him feel sharp pain.
2.
Luo's voice was heavy, like a hammer pounding on the tense nerves of the one-eyed man. Lin Jiao hid behind Luo too, clutching her pepper spray so tightly that it was almost water. She bit her lip and stared fiercely, at the one-eyed man's finger. If he dared to move, she would risk everything to spray him dead. 3. As soon as he finished counting, Luo moved. No one saw his action clearly. He suddenly shot out his left hand like lightning, grabbing the gun barrel and lifting it up. His right fist then slammed hard into the one-eyed man's ribs. Crack. It was the sound of a rib breaking. The one-eyed man screamed in pain, and the gun in his hand was now in Luo's grip. Luo played with the broken gun with one hand, then casually bent it, removing the barrel and stepping on it. Rosen gave a cold snort and turned to look at the group of thugs who were already frozen in fear. Anyone else want to try? The place fell completely silent. Luo Yan came over, looking disappointed. Big brother, you were too fast. I just finished warming up and didn't even break a sweat. Luo Mu walked over, pulled the knife out of the post, and wiped it on his clothes. Good, now I don't have to clean it. The smell of blood is too strong. Jiao Jiao might not like it. The few of them chatted casually, as if the injured men on the ground didn't exist. Lin Jiao Jiao let out a long breath. Her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. Luckily, Luo Tu reacted quickly and caught her by the waist. It's okay now, Luo Tu said softly, his voice awkward but comforting. Big brother is really strong. Lin Jiaojiao nodded. Yes, he was too strong. The sense of safety was overwhelming. Let's go. Rosen picked up the shoulder bag from the ground, patted off the dust, and handed it to Lin Jiaojiao. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, deal with them directly. No need to report to me. Just when everyone thought the fight was over, something unexpected happened. The one-eyed man with broken ribs was still groaning on the ground, but his backer, the old ghost who had made a deal with Rosen earlier in the tent, finally came out, his face dark and cold. Old Ghost leaned on a cane, followed by 4 strong men in military coats. They were clearly different from the earlier thugs. Their eyes were sharp and cold, and the bulges at their waists showed they were trained fighters, maybe even retired soldiers. Boss Luo, Old Ghost said in a chilling tone, you beat up my men on my turf and think you can just walk away? Isn't that a bit disrespectful to me? Rosen stopped and turned around, his brows furrowing tightly. Your men attacked first. I just taught them a lesson. Rosen moved Lin Jiaojiao behind him, his eyes locking with Old Ghost's like sparks in the air.
What?
You want to stand up for them? This girl took something she shouldn't have. Old Ghost pointed to Lin Jiaojiao's bag, his cloudy eyes full of scheming. The dark-faced man who exchanged items with Lin Jiaojiao earlier clearly caught his attention. The saffron was not a big deal, but the key was the lighter. That thing could fetch a high price here. Plus, Lin Jiaojiao's generous display earlier made Old Ghost suspect there were more valuable items on these people. Business is business. Mutual consent. Luo Lin stepped forward, adjusting his glasses. Old Ghost, are you planning to cheat? So, what if I do? Old Ghost sneered, waving his hand. Men get their legs broken, women taken into the tent. I want that lighter. For burly men in military coats immediately surrounded them. Their movements were coordinated, almost tactical, flanking from both sides and rushing forward. Darn. This is the way of the regular army. Luo Yan cursed, hiding his playful smile. Brother, this is getting tricky. Old 4 and Old 5 protect Jiao Jiao and retreat to the car. Old 2nd and Old 3rd, hold your ground with me. Luo Xin shouted angrily, rushing toward the 2 strongest men in the middle. Suddenly, the scene turned chaotic. These 4 bodyguards were really tough, solid in boxing and kicking, and knew how to use hidden strength. Luo Yan was at a disadvantage from the start, hit in the shoulder with a punch and winced in pain. Darn, he's got some real power. Luo Yan got angry and charged back like a wild bull, fighting with the opponent. Luo Mu's knife was fast, but the other side was clearly prepared for weapons, wielding a kind of engineering shovel, swinging it fiercely. Luo Mu couldn't get close for a while. Luo Xin fought 2 enemies alone, not losing but also being restrained. At this moment, the one-eyed dragon, hiding in the back, surprisingly managed to crawl up despite the pain. This guy was sneaky. Taking advantage of the chaos, he grabbed a sharp stone from the ground, crouched low, and quietly circled behind Luo Tuesday. Luo, too, was fully focused on the fight ahead, trying to protect Lin Jiao Jiao, and his field of vision was too limited. Fifth brother, watch out behind you. Lin Jiao Jiao kept her eyes on the scene and immediately spotted the sneaky one-eyed man. As she shouted, her body reacted faster than her mind. At that moment, she forgot about fear and weakness. All she knew was that these people wanted to hurt her man and steal her things. Lin Jiao Jiao slipped out from behind Luo too, already removing the safety cap from her powerful anti-attack spray. The one-eyed man sneered and raised a stone, ready to hit Luo too on the back of the head. Try this, Lin Jiao Jiao shouted loudly, aiming the spray nozzle at the man's face and pressing down hard. A thick, spicy, and pungent mist shot out like a high-pressure water jet. This was a powerful spray from the system, strong enough to stun even an elephant. The one-eyed man's face was covered in the red mist. There was a brief pause. Then, a terrible scream echoed through the entire station. Ah! My eyes! My face! It's on fire! It's on fire! The one-eyed man threw the stone away, covering his face with both hands and rolling on the ground wildly. The burning sensation was not ordinary. It felt like 1,000 fire ants were biting his eyes and nasal membranes. He rolled and howled, tears, snot, and saliva mixing together, looking worse than a ghost. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. The few fighting people slowed down for a moment. The red mist drifted slightly with the wind, and the closest soldier in a heavy coat inhaled a breath. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. The soldier immediately started coughing as if he was about to cough out his lungs, tears streaming down his face. His fighting spirit vanished instantly, and he crouched on the ground, just wanting his mother. What kind of biological weapon is this? Luo Yan stared in shock at the scene, forgetting the pain on his shoulder. Luo Lin was farther away and unaffected, but his eyes changed when he looked at Lin Jiao Jiao. This girl actually had such a deadly weapon in her hand? Poison gas. This woman is using poison gas. The remaining 3 bodyguards saw this and turned pale with fear. In these times, there is a natural fear of such invisible, intangible, poison gases. No one dared to step forward. If that thing drifted over, they would suffer a fate worse than death, just like the one-eyed man. The old ghost was even more frightened, leaning on his cane and retreating backward. His legs no longer hurt, and he ran faster than a rabbit. Stop. Stop. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Seizing the chance to escape, Rosen took a few big steps back to Lin Jiao Jiao's side. He looked at the rolling one-eyed man on the ground, and then at the small red iron can in Lin Jiao Jiao's hand. A flash of shock appeared in his eyes, followed by an uncontrollable joy. What kind of secret weapon is this? Do you want a lighter? Lin Jiao Jiao held up the small can. Although her hands were still trembling, her tone was fierce. There's more than half a bottle inside, enough for all of you to wash your faces. The old ghost's face twitched as he kept waving his hands. No, no. Miss, please put away that magic tool. Let's go. Let's go. The old ghost ran faster than his injured subordinates. The spicy red mist in the air hadn't completely dispersed. The one-eyed man on the ground was still twitching and groaning, his voice hoarse, sounding like a broken wind-up toy. The bystanders around, who had been eager to see how the Rosen family's wolves would be dealt with, now looked as if they had seen a ghost. They covered their mouths and noses and backed away, creating a clear circle about 20 meters in diameter. No one wanted to try that toxic smoke that could make people cough out their lungs. Are we leaving now? Rosen still held a broken brick in his hand. He was ready to fight, but the situation left him confused. He hadn't expected this turn of events. He sniffed and was about to speak when the lingering smell made him sneeze loudly. Achoo! What is this stuff? It's really strong. Rosen ignored the fool and kept his deep black eyes fixed on the direction where the old ghost disappeared. He was sure that old man wouldn't dare look back, and only then did he finally breathe a little easier. He turned around and roughly grabbed Lin Jiao's wrist. His movement was not gentle, even a bit frightening. "Give me your hand." Lin Jiao was startled by his forceful attitude and obediently opened her palm. In her smooth, white hand, she tightly clenched a small red metal can, her knuckles turning white from the grip. Luosin took the small can and looked at it carefully twice, his eyebrows furrowing tightly. "Just this one bottle?" Lin Jiao blinked. "There's still more than half a bottle. I'm asking if you have anything else." Luo's son irritably shoved the small can back into her pocket and zipped it up tightly, even patting it to make sure it wouldn't fall out. This kind of life-saving item should be kept hidden. Today, it's just these simple folks who don't know better. If we run into real troublemakers, this could cause big problems. Big brother is right. Luo Lin suddenly came over. His glasses, which had almost been knocked crooked earlier, were now straightened. Behind the lenses, his sharp eyes sparkled. He glanced at the one-eyed dragon still rolling on the ground, cleared his throat, and suddenly raised his voice so that the nearby people, who hadn't left yet, could hear. Jiao, put away that 7 steps heartbreaking smoke." Luo Lin spoke seriously, with a creepy smile on his face. "This stuff was taken from a Soviet biochemical lab. It's very valuable. We just accidentally sprayed a little too much earlier. If you don't wash your eyes within 3 hours after using it, they might rot in their sockets." A series of synchronized gasps came from the crowd. 7 steps heartbreaking smoke. Soviet lab? In this remote, closed-off desert, such grand-sounding words sounded more deadly than bullets. "Second brother, you..." Lin Jiao wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. Luo Lin's talent for making up stories on the spot was truly impressive. "Sure." Luo Lin raised a finger to his lips. "This is psychological warfare. Right now, in their eyes, we're not easy targets. We're like hedgehogs covered in spikes and poison. That's how we can walk the next path more safely." Rosen snorted, clearly unimpressed by his younger brother's antics, but he didn't expose him. He lifted his head, and his commanding presence, as the eldest brother spread out again. His cold eyes swept around the area. "Have you seen enough? Do you want to keep practicing?" No one dared to reply. The boss who had just tried to cause trouble was now shrinking back, afraid that the poison smoke might come his way too. "Gather your things and go to the old man's tent," Rosen said decisively. "The deal isn't finished yet. If he tries to cheat us, we will make him pay the price." "Are we really going?" Lin Jiao asked nervously. "What if he won't dare?" Luo too spoke up this time. He had been standing quietly behind Lin Jiao, holding his knife, which he had already put away. This quiet man rarely spoke, but every word hit the mark. People afraid of death only think about it. As Luo too said, the old man who had spent most of his life risking his neck was most afraid of the unknown and tricky tricks. When Rosen and his brothers swaggered back into the main tent area, the guards at the entrance didn't even try to stop them. They even moved aside, their eyes wide with fear, staring at Lin Jiao, or more precisely, at her bag. Their eyes looked as if her bag contained not just pepper spray, but a bomb ready to explode at any moment. Inside the tent, the old man sat in a grand chair, with his injured leg resting on his lap. 2 of his men trembled as they poured water for him. When Rosen entered, the old man's hand trembled, spilling water all over his lap. Rosen, the old man forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. "It's a misunderstanding. It was just my men not knowing better." "Stop talking nonsense," Rosen said without sitting down. He walked straight to the table, leaning forward with both hands on it, pressing down like a mountain. "The previous deal changed the message. Now we want more money." More what?" Old Ghost swallowed hard. Rosen didn't speak. Instead, he pointed to a few oil drums stacked in the corner of the tent. 2 drums of diesel," Rosen said, holding up 2 fingers. "Full." 2 drums? Old Ghost's face twisted with pain. "In this place, oil is like blood. 2 drums could buy him several guns." "Boss Rosen, that's really unfair." "So, you can't agree?" Rosen smiled and stepped forward, casually gesturing toward Lin Jiao. "Little sister, show your treasure," to Old Ghost. "I think his eyes are a bit old and cloudy. Maybe a little red mist will help him see better." Lin Jiao Jiao cooperatively reached into her pocket.
Here.
I'll give it to you. Old Ghost almost jumped out of his chair. 2 drums of oil. Move them now. Quickly. Don't take anything out. Miss, please don't take anything out. Old Ghost moved quickly. The 2 heavy drums of diesel were lifted onto the back of the truck. In this desert, oil is like flowing gold. Once loaded, Roshan's face finally looked a little better. All right, go back to the truck and rest, Rosen said, leading Lin Jiao Jiao toward the front of the vehicle. He took big steps but deliberately slowed down so she could keep up. Lin Jiao Jiao felt happy inside. The spray she used was worth it. Not only did it protect her treasure, but it also saved her from big trouble with those rough men. She walked on the gravel road, her small shoes squeaking happily. When they reached the truck, 4th brother Luin was already waiting by the wheels, scratching his head. Big brother, how did it go? Did Old Ghost give you a hard time? Luin immediately saw the extra oil drums in the truck bed and brightened up. Wow, you really got the oil? Or is it because of your skills? That's because Jiao Jiao is capable, Luin said with a smile, holding a recently tucked-away bone knife, which he wiped on his clothes. You didn't see how Jiao Jiao made those guys from Old Ghost's gang all scared and cowering. Luin widened his eyes as he looked at Lin Jiao Jiao, who was standing beside Luo's son, obedient and as cute as a glutinous rice ball. What can she do? Sing a song for those troublemakers. Your mouth will get you into trouble someday, Luin said from the back, pushing up his glasses. The lenses glinted in the sunlight, making Luin squint. Just now, Jiao Jiao was like a fairy scattering flowers, and she made that one-eyed guy admit defeat right then and there. Luin too silently stood behind Lin Jiao Jiao, reaching out to take the bulging bag she was holding. His voice was low, only she could hear. Are you tired? Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head, her face flushed from excitement just moments ago. Everyone get in the car. It's too hot here. Let's check out the good stuff we just traded for, Lin Jiao Jiao said, acting like a careful housekeeper, leading a few big men toward the driver's cabin. Although the military station was run down, there was at least a truck shed to shield them from the sun. The 5 big men and a delicate young girl packed the narrow cabin tightly. Jiao Jiao, what exactly did you spray earlier? Luin sat at the edge of his seat, half his body hanging out, but his curiosity was undiminished. I could smell that stuff from far away, and it felt like my nose was going to explode, he said. Lin Jiao Jiao took out a small jar from her pocket, still not empty, and waved it in front of Luin. This is my family's evil spirit repellent water, specially made to deal with those nasty, dirty things, she said smoothly, not blinking once. Just press it against your eye, and even a fairy will beg for mercy. Wow, this little thing is so powerful. Luin reached out to grab it, but Luo's son slapped his hand away. Look at your car. Stop moving around, Luo's son said sternly, though the tension in his eyes had already eased. Instead, he looked at her with a mysterious curiosity. Jiao Jiao, show us what you just traded for. The people here are tricky. Don't let anyone cheat you out of your treasure with junk. At this moment, Lin Jiao Jiao was also trying to figure out the quality of that stone. She handed the bag of saffron to Luomu. 3rd brother, look at this. The uncle said it's a good thing for blood health. Luomu took it, sniffed it close to his nose, then carefully examined a small handful. It's saffron and of good quality, he said, a bit surprised. His eyes changed as he looked at Lin Jiao Jiao. This stuff is extremely valuable outside. You traded a few candies and a lighter for this big bag? Jiao Jiao, your business skills are so good that even I, your older brother, want to learn from you. That's just Jiao Jiao's good luck, she said with a charming smile. She then struggled to pull out a dull, grayish heavy stone from her bag, which looked like a simple roadside pebble. And this, 2nd brother, you're well-traveled. Help me judge. Do you think this is real jade? She placed the stone on a cushion, kicking up a thin layer of dust. Luin leaned over to look, and immediately he chuckled. His loud voice filled the small carriage. Ha, Jiao Jiao, you really think this is a treasure? I could pick up a bag of these on the Gobi Desert every day. That dark-faced man probably saw your fare and tried to fool you with this. If it's jade, I swear I'll bite the steering wheel off. Lin Jiao ignored him, just staring eagerly at Luin. Luin didn't rush to speak. He extended his long, slender, knobby hand and first wiped the dust off the stone. The rough surface, rubbed in his palm, faintly revealed a very fine oily sheen. He adjusted his glasses and paused, staring at a tiny crack on the stone surface. Jiao, your hand is really precise, Luin said softly with a playful tone. What's wrong, second brother? Can this stone be edible? Luin teased. Luin ignored him and instead asked Luo's son for the lighter he had just taken back. With a click, he shined a light into the crack. A faint glow seeped through the narrow fissure. The dull, grayish stone suddenly reflected a gentle, rich white light, as if something alive inside was breathing within the stone. Roland turned off the fire calmly, but a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. This is white jade from Hetian, top-quality sheep fat grade. With this size, in the old neighborhoods of the capital, it could exchange for half a street of courtyard houses. What? Luoyan was so shocked he nearly fell out of the car door, then scrambled back inside, crawling in. Half a street? Second brother, are you joking? This thing? You don't understand anything, Luo's son said. Though he wasn't very familiar with antiques, he trusted Roland's judgment. He looked at the jade piece, then at Lin Jiao's small face, no bigger than his palm, and his throat moved involuntarily. Who is this girl really? Which kind of divine being was born into her? She casually pulls out a miracle medicine, casually exchanges it for a national treasure. Right now, Lin Jiao was overjoyed. She could feel that the moment that jade was taken out, the panel in her mind was flashing with green light wildly. High-quality energy source detected. Supply chamber expansion program activating. Current progress. 15%.30%. Second brother, is this thing really that valuable? Lin Jiao pretended to be innocent, her big eyes shining brightly at Roland. I just thought that uncle was pitiful, probably had no food at home, so I traded with him. You really are lucky despite being simple, Luomu said tenderly, rubbing her head gently as if afraid of breaking her. If we weren't watching over you with your personality, someone might swallow you whole, skin and all. I have you guys. Lin Jiao said happily, her bright eyes sweeping over the five of them. Her voice was sweet enough to make one's teeth ache. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother. You'll definitely protect me, right? Luoyan chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. Of course. Anyone dares to hurt you, Luoyan, will be the first to tear them apart. Luo too sat in the back, his gaze never leaving the back of Lin Jiao's head. He muttered quietly, I'll tear them apart too. Rosen sat aside, watching Lin Jiao's slightly pouting lips as she acted cute. His suppressed anger was starting to rise again. Enough, keep your valuables hidden and put them away, Rosen's deep voice said. Third, also hide the saffron. This stuff can help Jiao improve her health later. Yes, I'll put it away. Luomu quickly packed everything back into his bag. At that moment, Lin Jiao suddenly felt her throat dry and uncomfortable. Although the sun outside was blocked, the hot, steamy air still seeped in everywhere. She looked at the men, each of them sweating beads the size of soybeans on their foreheads. Especially Rosen, whose army green vest was soaked with sweat, clinging to his body and outlining his impressive chest muscles. I think I still have something cool in my bag. Lin Jiao pretended to search inside her purse, but she was actually using her mind to scan her space. On the display panel, among the supplies refreshed today, besides the pepper sprays she used earlier, there were 2 new items. Cool Survival Pack. 1. Chilled Beiji Bingyang Soda, large glass bottle, X2. 2. Disposable Cold Packs X5. In this remote, power-out, iceless, air conditioner-less Gobi desert of 1976, these 2 items felt like divine gifts. Oh, this is something I brought from the city. I haven't used it yet. Lin Jiao pretended to struggle as she pulled out 2 shiny green glass bottles from her bag. The bottles even had tiny beads of water condensed on the outside, giving off a sharp, cooling feeling. Ice-cold water? I will not fight. Whoever tries to take it from me, I get angry. Luo Yan hugs the bottle as if it were his newborn child, handling it gently and even pressing his face against the cold glass to sniff it.
Oh, wow.
Dear mother, this soda is really real. Wow. Luo Yan can't wait and bites open the cap. With a soft pop, white smoke escapes from the bottle opening, and a unique orange scent mixed with bubbles quickly fills the entire carriage. This smell, for these rough men who have been eating sand in the desert for days, is even more intoxicating than the strongest liquor. Here, big brother, have a sip first. Although craving it badly, Luo Yan swallows and hands the open bottle to Luo. Senator Luo Sin doesn't hesitate.
He's really thirsty and dry.
He takes the bottle and drinks a big gulp. The orange-colored liquid slides down his throat, with tiny bubbles bursting along the way. The cold, sharp sensation feels like an electric shock, instantly refreshing his mind. Luo's son, usually calm, can't help but exhale after drinking. The anger and exhaustion on his face seem to fade a lot with this sip. Good stuff, Luo's son says, passing the bottle to Luo Lin. Second brother, try it. Luo Lin takes the bottle, pushes up his glasses, and looks curious. He drinks politely, but the way his throat moves shows he's eager. This temperature must be around 0 degrees, Luo Lin says, tasting the sweetness on his lips and looking deeply at Lin Jiao Jiao. Luo Mu takes a big sip, then hands the last bit at the bottom of the bottle to Luo Tuesday, fifth brother, all cleaned out. 2 bottles of soda, 5 men, and each has only a few sips left. Luo Yan licks his lips, still wanting more, not even letting go of the tiny bit of sweet residue on the bottle. It's gone? I just started to taste it. Jiao Jiao, do you still have more in your bag? At this question, the atmosphere in the carriage suddenly becomes tense. 6 eyes, 10 gazes, all focused on Lin Jiao Jiao's small military green shoulder bag. Lin Jiao Jiao had been pretending all along, knowing her older brothers didn't want to expose her. Now she decided not to hide anymore. She simply reached into her bag. Actually, she mentally entered the space inside and grabbed a few disposable ice packs. Brother Luo Yan, isn't your shoulder swollen? Lin Jiao Jiao took out the white bags and squeezed them hard in front of everyone. With a soft crack, the water inside the bag burst, causing an instant chemical reaction. The bag, which was at room temperature, quickly turned icy cold. What is this? Luo Yan's eyes widened, as if he were seeing something amazing. Put it on, Lin Jiao Jiao said, pressing the ice pack against Luo Yan's purple shoulder. Wow, so cool. Luo Yan shivered from the cold, but then looked very pleased. This thing is amazing. It was burning hot just now, but now it feels so comfortable. Lin Jiao Jiao squeezed 2 more ice packs and handed them to Luo's son and Luo Tuesday. Big brother, you just fought that one-eyed guy, and your wrist is probably sprained. Here, put this on. Fifth brother, you've been holding me, so your arm must be tired. This is for you. Luo too took the ice pack, and a faint blush appeared on his usually expressionless face. He didn't put it on his arm but carefully pressed it against his face. The one-eyed gaze fixed on Lin Jiao Jiao, shining brightly. Luo's son held the ice pack, feeling the cold spread in his hand. He didn't immediately use it but kept his intense eyes on Lin Jiao Jiao. There was no suspicion in his gaze, only a sense of understanding and gentle tolerance after seeing through everything. Jiao Jiao, Luo Sen's voice was deep and magnetic, echoing in the enclosed space. Let's roll up the car windows. Lin Jiao Jiao was surprised. It's already hot. Won't it get stuffy if we roll them up? Just do it. Lin Ran added softly beside her, reaching out to tightly close the car window. Some words, even if the wind hears them, aren't safe. With the window shut, the noisy outside world was cut off instantly. Inside the car, only the sound of a few breaths and Luo Yan's occasional hiss could be heard. Luo's son leaned forward, his tall figure almost casting a shadow over Lin Jiao Jiao. Now there are no outsiders, Luo Sin said, pointing to the mysterious bag. On the way, we saw buckets and ice, but we didn't ask. Now, can we tell the truth? Is this bag a legendary treasure chest? Lin Jiao Jiao's heart tightened, and she instinctively clenched her sleeve. Although she knew she couldn't hide it forever, She still felt nervous about revealing the truth. In this era, supernatural powers could be deadly. Lin Jiao Jiao bit her lip, blinking her big eyes, looking a little pitiful. Don't be afraid. Luo Mu, who had been silent, suddenly reached out. His warm hand covered hers gently and patted it. No matter what you say, or what's inside that bag, whether it's a plane or a cannon, once we step out of this car, we're all silent. We'll pretend we don't know anything. Exactly. Luo Yen, who had been quiet, now pressed an ice pack into his armpit, looking serious. Anyone who talks too much, I'll chew their tongue and swallow it. Seeing these 5 honest faces, Lin Jiao Jiao's defenses instantly crumbled. Actually, Lin Jiao Jiao took a deep breath, speaking softly. This isn't an ordinary bag.
I have
a special skill. Every night when it's midnight, I can make things appear from here. She pointed to her head and then to the bag. Sometimes it's food, sometimes it's tools. Like the soda and spray earlier, they just appeared this morning. The air froze for 3 seconds. Lin Jiao Jiao held her breath, nervous she might be seen as a monster. But surprisingly, there was no shock or fear. Luo Lin simply calmly pushed up his glasses and said lightly, "Oh, so that's how it is." Luo Sin picked up the empty soda bottle, nodded thoughtfully, and said, "Refreshing every day. That phrase is new. Is it like us queuing at the supply store for meat, with a daily limit?" Luo Yen leaned in excitedly. "Can we get braised pork tomorrow? Or even big pig's trotters?" "Jiao Jiao, can you ask that? That heavenly guy to help us get some meat." Lin Jiao Jiao was confused.
You.
"Aren't you surprised? Don't you think I'm a monster, huh?" Luo Lin sneered, looking sharp and clever. "Jiao Jiao, your bag is only so big. When we carried you into the car that day, it was so flat that it couldn't even hide a piece of paper. These days, it's got water buckets, ice, medicine, and wolf spray. If we weren't pretending to be blind, do you think you could hide all that until now?" Luo's son watched her dazed look and couldn't help but smile. He reached out his rough, calloused hand and gave her a firm pat on the head. "Silly girl. We're in this line of work, so our eyes are sharp. Your little tricks only fool yourself." But then, Luo Sen's face suddenly turned serious, and his tough, commanding aura appeared instantly. "Since we're talking openly, let's set a rule." He looked around at his 4 brothers, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Jiao Jiao's skills are a gift from heaven and a lifesaver for our Luo family.
But this is too strange.
If it gets out, it's a death sentence. From today on, whatever Jiao Jiao brings out, no matter how rare, must be cleaned thoroughly after use. Anyone who dares to leak even a word outside, even if it's just a dream. Don't worry, big brother." The 4 brothers spoke in unison, their voices steady and fierce. "All right." Luo's son withdrew his gaze and looked back at Lin Jiao Jiao, softening his tone. "If you're missing anything, don't try to tough it out alone. If showing the item is inconvenient or hard to explain, just give a subtle signal to the second brother or me. We will help you cover it up." Jiao Jiao's eyes reddened, feeling warm inside. "Yes," she nodded firmly. "Jiao Jiao." Luo Lin suddenly leaned forward, his sly eyes behind the glasses gleaming with a plan. "Bring out the stone you just swapped." "Stone?" Luo Yen casually shifted the ice pack from his left shoulder to his right, then lazily pouted. "Second brother, are you really interested in that broken piece of rock? Weren't you just saying it was a treasure to make Jiao Jiao happy? That thing looks dull and dusty. Even if it's jade, it's probably only worth a couple of buckets of oil money." 2 buckets of oil. Luo Lin didn't rush to reply. Instead, he slowly took off his glasses, took out a slightly cleaner cloth from his pocket, and wiped them. Without glasses, his narrow eyes looked sharper, like a freshly unsheathed knife. "Fourth brother, your eyesight is only good enough to pick up cow dung in the desert." Luo Lin put his glasses back on, then turned to look at Jiao Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, bring out that broken stone again. There were too many people watching earlier, so I didn't get a good look. Now that we're just family behind closed doors, let's carefully examine this." Jiao Jiao obediently brought out the heavy piece of raw jade and placed it on Luo Sen's thigh, since only his broad and steady thigh could serve as a table. This piece of jade was about the size of a baby's head, still covered with a rough outer shell. But on the corner Luo Lin had just wiped, The glossy white part seemed to glow like it had its own light, shining so brightly that it was hard to look away. Luo's son felt a weight on his thigh. He looked down at the stone, frowning slightly. Second brother, give me a clear answer. What's the quality of this thing? Luo Lin didn't speak. He reached into Luo Sen's pocket to take out a lighter, then dug out a small file used for car repairs from under the car seat. Jiao Jiao, it might chip a little. Do you feel sad? Luo Lin asked. No, I don't mind. Brother, you can do whatever you want, Lin Jiao Jiao said generously. Anyway, this thing was a lucky find. As long as it didn't break, it was fine. Luo Lin nodded, pinched one corner of the stone, and carefully used a file to scrape a few times on the shell. Sha 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 sha. With a faint scratching sound, a thin layer of stone skin peeled off. Everyone held their breath. In the small area that was scraped open, a delicate, white, warm-looking flesh appeared, like solidified sheep fat. That whiteness was not pale or dull, but a warm, lively white that seemed to have life flowing through it. Even Luo, too, who didn't know much about jade, couldn't help but reach out and gently poke that piece of flesh. Soft, Luo, too, asked quietly. It looks soft, but it's actually very hard. Luo Lin's voice trembled slightly with excitement. This is called glutinous quality. This level of white jade is known in the trade as sheep fat grade. And this big piece has no cracks or impurities. It's a whole piece. Stop talking fancy. Luo Yan was anxious, scratching his head. Just tell me, how much pig meat can I exchange for this? Could I get a new truck? Luo Lin looked at him as if he were an idiot, took a deep breath, and extended one finger. 1,000. Luo Yan's eyes widened. That's amazing. We could eat well for years with that. 1,000. Luo Lin sneered. You couldn't sell it for less than that. If this was in the friendship store in the capital, sold to foreigners, the price would be at least that much. Luo Lin waved his finger and announced a number that made the entire carriage fall into dead silence. 10,000. How much? How much? Luo Yan's ice pack dropped to the ground with a loud thud, and his eyes nearly popped out. This is a conservative estimate, the bottom price for a rare item with no market. Lin Jiao Jiao's luck was so good it seemed to change her fate completely. If they could bring it back to the mainland, find a skilled craftsman to carve it into a decoration, or cut it into a sign or bracelet, and wait a few years for the hype to die down, they could exchange it for a whole street of courtyard houses in Beijing. That was how valuable it was. There was a dead silence. Only the flame of the lighter kept flickering, reflecting the faces of the 5 brothers, some blank, some ecstatic, some in disbelief. In a time when a worker's monthly wage was only a few dozen yuan, what was 10,000? It was an enormous fortune, a mountain of gold. And this mountain of gold was traded for a few cents worth of candies and a 50-cent lighter. This darn it. Luo Sen's throat was moving violently, and he had forgotten how to curse properly. His usually steady hand, which was as firm as a rock, was trembling slightly as he pressed it on that stone. He had thought Lin Jiao Jiao was lucky, a good fortune. But he never imagined her luck could be so extraordinary, almost changing her destiny. This wasn't just finding a little wife. It was like bringing back a living god of wealth. Jiao Jiao. Luo Sen suddenly looked up, his eyes shining fiercely, like 2 burning flames, staring directly at Lin Jiao Jiao. Lin Jiao Jiao felt nervous under his intense gaze, and instinctively stepped back. Big brother, if you don't like it, we can sell it to get some food. Like it? I love it to death. Luo Sen suddenly grabbed the back of Lin Jiao Jiao's head, his movements forceful and irresistible. Before Lin Jiao Jiao could react, a pair of lips, filled with masculine energy and a faint tobacco smell, pressed down suddenly and fiercely. Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes widened. This wasn't a gentle kiss. It was full of release, gratitude, joy, and long-suppressed possessiveness. Luo Sen's kissing was rough but fierce, like a traveler in the desert who had been thirsty for 3 days finally finding spring, eager to swallow her whole. His rough tongue forcefully pried open her teeth, invading her territory. The strength was so intense that Lin Jiao Jiao felt her whole body go soft. Big. big brother. Lin Jiao Jiao was so overwhelmed by the kiss, she couldn't breathe. Her hands weakly pressed against his hard, iron-like chest, like an ant trying to shake a tree. In the narrow train carriage, the sounds of water and intimacy were clearly heard. The other four brothers were completely stunned. Luo Yan's mouth was open so wide it could fit an egg, and the ice pack in his hand had melted into a puddle of water. Luo Lin's glasses slipped down his nose, and for the first time, his sharp eyes showed clear surprise, quickly replaced by a feeling called jealousy. Luo Mu almost dropped the bone knife in his hand, his smile on his face stiff as a mask, and his eyes suddenly deep and intense. Luo too silently lowered his head, but his only hand tightly gripped the edge of the seat, his knuckles turning white. After half a minute, Luo Xin finally released Lin Jiao Jiao, still feeling unsatisfied.
Huff.
Huff. Lin Jiao Jiao's face was flushed, her lips swollen and red from the kiss, shining with water, her eyes dreamy like a spring pond. She leaned back softly, as if all her bones had been taken out. Luo Sun panted heavily, roughly wiping the silver strands at her mouth with his thumb. His eyes still held lingering desire, but more than that, a fierce determination to leave a deep mark. This piece of jade will be our Luo family's heirloom from now on. Luo Sen's voice was hoarse, like he was biting on gravel. No one is allowed to sell it. Jiao Jiao earned this life for us, big brother. Luo Yan finally came to his senses, whining with jealousy. Well, we kissed and hugged. Since this jade is a family treasure, shouldn't we also? Should what? Luo's son coldly shot him a look. Drive the car. No, big brother, you're being too selfish. Luo Yan was about to cry, feeling wronged. I also want to thank Jiao Jiao. My shoulder still hurts, and I need Jiao Jiao's comfort too. Get lost. Rosen scolded unhappily, but his large hand never left Lin Jiao Jiao's waist. Instead, he held her tighter. When you manage to bring back 10,000 yuan, I'll let you kiss me enough. Second brother. Luo Yan turned to ask for help. Please judge fairly. Luo Lin pushed up his glasses and returned to his refined, scoundrel look. He glanced at Lin Jiao Jiao, who was still dazed, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No rush, Luo Lin said slowly, his gaze lingering on Lin Jiao Jiao's swollen lips for a second. There's still a long way to go. The flirtatious atmosphere in the carriage hadn't completely faded, but real problems arose. What should we do with these 2 empty bottles of North Ice Ocean soda? In these times, when even a fly's leg needs to be squeezed for a little oil, these thick-bottomed glass bottles with clear industrial marks, fine craftsmanship, and no scratches are almost too hot to handle. These can't be kept. Rosen turned back into the intimidating older brother. He pinched the neck of the bottle still covered with water droplets with 2 fingers. The writing on it says North Ice Ocean and has a snow mountain logo. Where in this vast northwest Gobi desert did we get such a Beijing product? Break it. Luo Yan looked pained, clutching the empty bottle tightly. To outsiders, it looked like his lucky charm. Big brother, this bottle looks so sturdy. It's good for holding water or even as a night pot. Shut up. A vein on Rosen's temple twitched. Do you want everyone to know we have suspicious items in the car? Do you want to be taken away for analysis? With that heavy accusation, Luo Yan immediately shrank back. Give it to me, Luo Tu said in a muffled voice. He took the 2 glass bottles without hesitation, as if crushing 2 ants. His rough hand wrapped around the bottles, but he didn't seem to squeeze hard. The thick glass made a sharp, crack sound in his palm. In just a few quick moves, the 2 beautiful glass bottles turned into a pile of shiny glass shards. Luo Tu found a torn cloth somewhere, carefully wrapped the broken pieces, then pushed open the car door. Taking advantage of the strong wind and dust, he casually tossed the bundle into the vast desert. As the wind blew and the sand covered everything, even a fairy couldn't find it. All done, covering our tracks. Luo's son started the car again. The old truck, like a wheezing old ox, huffed and puffed before finally moving along the rough road. Everyone sit tight. The road ahead is tough, and we need to reach the Red Willow Plate before dark. The window was already rolled down, and the hot wind outside kept pouring in without charge. Although there were no ice or cold drinks anymore, everyone's mood was clearly different from before. They felt more confident and hopeful. Luin sat in the front passenger seat. Everyone had squeezed into the back earlier to talk, but now he was back in his seat, holding a torn notebook, writing and drawing. Jiao Jiao was squeezed between three men in the back seat. On her left was Luo Mu, as muscular as a stone, and on her right was Luo Yen, who always carried a pleasant tobacco smell. Behind her was the quiet but reliable Luo too, sitting on the bed seat with long legs that had no place to rest, just leaning against her as a backrest. This treatment was almost like being a queen. "Second brother, what are you writing?" Jiao Jiao leaned forward to look. "Calculating accounts," Luo Lin replied without turning his head, his pen flying across the paper. "The cargo we're delivering this time is urgently needed drilling equipment for the construction corps. Normally, once we deliver it to the transfer point at Red Willow Plate, our job is done. But I think it might not be that simple. Why not?" Luo Yen casually crossed his legs. "Who dares stop Luo Ye's truck? I'll just give them a punch and knock their brains out. All you know is fighting." Luo Lin pushed his glasses and looked at Luo Yen through the rearview mirror. "Some losses in this world are meant to be accepted with a smile. Some knives are hidden behind a friendly face. During this delivery, I felt that the dispatcher's eyes looked strange. Just now, Jiao Jiao gave me an idea, so I rechecked the terms on the handover sheet." Lin Jiao Jiao was confused but caught the main point. "Second brother, are you saying someone wants to cheat us?" "Not just cheat, but they're already on the way to cheat us," Luo Lin said with a cold smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "But since we know, let's see who can dig the deeper trap." The vehicle jostled along the road. By around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the sun was setting, but the heat was still intense. In the distance, there was a row of small, mud brick houses. A red flag, faded by sand and wind, fluttered on the roof. The flag had blurry writing that said Red Willow Large Material Transfer Station. This place was called a transfer station, but it was really just a bigger rest stop with a few open-air storage yards. As soon as the vehicle stopped, several people in gray work uniforms with red armbands approached. The leader was a chubby man, so big that it looked like he was carrying twins at 8 months, and he was breathing heavily as he walked. "Hey, isn't that Luo Lauda?" The chubby man smiled greasy, and his small green eyes scanned the truck bed, finally settling on the 2 layers of oilcloth. "You're pretty quick this time." Luo Sin got out of the car loudly, slamming the door to make a loud noise, not bothering to hide his annoyance. "Lu Fatty, stop with the sarcasm. The goods are here. Where's the acceptance form? Sign it, and we'll leave." "Oh, no need to rush," Lu Fatty said lazily, pulling out a pack of cigarettes to offer Luo Sun, who didn't take it. Lu Fatty wasn't embarrassed and lit his own cigarette. "This time, things are a bit special. The higher-ups just issued a new order to strictly check for material loss. Your journey was bumpy, and if those delicate drilling parts got damaged, we can't take responsibility." "So?" Luo Lin came down from the other side of the car, holding a worn notebook, wearing a fake smile that looked like a scheming villain's.
"So?"
Lu Fatty exhaled a smoke ring, eyes full of scheming. "We need to unload the truck and do a full inspection. Check each item carefully." "A full inspection?" When Luo Yen heard those 2 words, he exploded with anger. His hot temper was like a lit firecracker. He jumped down from the car and stood in front of Lu Pengzi, towering over him at about 1.8 meters. His shadow completely covered Lu Pengzi. "Lu Pengzi, are you deliberately looking for trouble? This whole truck is filled with heavy iron lumps weighing hundreds of pounds. Unloading takes half a day, and loading takes another half. Do you want us brothers to spend the night here in the desert, drinking the northwest wind?" Lu Pengzi was startled by Luo Yan's shout and took a step back. His face trembled a little, but he was prepared and not very afraid. "Oh, old Luo, why are you shouting? This is official business." Lu Pengzi pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his briefcase, stamped with a red seal. "See that? It's a notice just issued by the Revolutionary Committee, additional regulations on strengthening border construction material quality control. If I don't do a full inspection and something goes wrong, you'll have to take the blame. Luo's son frowned and reached out to grab the paper. Lu Pengzi quickly pulled back his hand, showing a proud smile. Look at that, don't tear it. This is a royal decree. Just then, Luo Lin strolled over slowly. He didn't look at the paper but instead adjusted his glasses, which reflected a cold gleam in the sunset. Lu Pengzi was stunned, a hint of confusion flashing in his small eyes. Huh? What fees? I've been here for 3 years and I've never heard of such rules. That's because you're busy and didn't read the details carefully, Luo Lin said with an even brighter smile, waving the worn booklet. Here, I'll read it to you. Jiao Jiao sat inside the car, leaning by the window, watching the scene unfold. Seeing her second brother so confident, her admiration grew like a small flame burning brighter. This is not about reasoning. It's clearly about digging a grave for Lu Pengzi. Luo Lin didn't actually read the document. He was just making things up casually. But nowadays, information is limited. Most people struggle to read, let alone memorize transportation rules that are longer than foot-binding cloth. Luo Lin's scholarly aura, combined with his gold-rimmed glasses, made him look authoritative. According to the regulations, if a full inspection causes transport vehicles to be delayed over 4 hours, the receiver must pay a compensation of 5 yuan per hour for lost work and cover the crew's food and lodging. Also, if any damage to the goods occurs during inspection due to reasons other than transportation, the receiver must pay full compensation. Luo Lin closed his notebook, looking sincerely at Lu Pengzi. This shipment will take at least 10 hours to unload and reload. Director Lu, do you think the 50 yuan for lost work, plus our group's dinner and the ladies' meal in the truck, can be arranged first? We want braised pork, just a little, 2 jin per person. Lu Pengzi's face turned green. 50 yuan? He wouldn't sell himself for 50 yuan. How much does a strong worker earn in a month these days? Why you? You're extorting us, Lu Pengzi shouted, stomping his feet. There's no such rule. Who are you trying to fool? Fooling me? Luo Lin wasn't angry. He turned to Luo's son and said, Big brother, since Director Lu doesn't believe us, let's not unload the truck. We'll drive straight to the military group and ask Commander Li to judge. We'll say that Director Lu is holding a fake official document, blocking essential supplies and trying to extort us. This trick is a powerful weapon in this era. When Lu Pengzi heard Commander Li, his legs started to tremble. Everyone knew that Commander Li was hot-tempered. If he found out supplies were stuck at this level, he'd come with a gun and shut down this transport station. Stop, stop. Let's talk nicely. Sweat broke out on Lu Pengzi's forehead. He quickly gave up pretending to be tough. Luo's second brother, you're too ruthless. I just wanted to check a little. I didn't say I would deduct goods. A little check. Lin raised an eyebrow. All right then. But since we're not doing a full inspection, shouldn't Director Lu fulfill the express transfer bonus we agreed on in the contract? What bonus? Fat Lu was confused again. He felt like he had fallen into a web of trouble everywhere today. When we took the order, the dispatcher said that if we delivered a day early, the transfer station would give us an extra 200 liters of diesel vouchers, Lin said casually, without blushing or feeling guilty. We worked hard, running day and night. Now it's 2 days early. Shouldn't we get double? 400 liters. 400 liters. Fat Lu let out a loud, pig-like squeal. Are you robbing us? That's impossible, is it? Lin sighed regretfully, pretending to climb back into the truck. Forget it, brother. Let's go see Commander Li. We said we ran out of fuel on the road trying to hurry, and now we arrive empty-handed, and people suspect us of stealing. It's so frustrating. No. Ancestors. Everyone. Fat Lu completely broke down. He originally wanted to delay these rough guys a bit to get some cigarettes and alcohol money, but instead, he found himself being held hostage. Here. I'll pay you back. Isn't that enough? Fat Lu gritted his teeth, feeling like his heart was bleeding. But I only have 300 liters worth of vouchers. Not a single one more. Take it or leave it. 300 liters of fuel vouchers. In these times when even money might not buy fuel easily, these thin pieces of paper are real currency, like a second currency in the world. Fat Lu tremblingly counted out a few vouchers from a locked drawer with 3 locks. When he handed them to Lin, He was reluctant to let go, as if glued. Lin didn't bother to be polite. With 2 long fingers, he gently pinched the vouchers, then squeezed a little harder, pulling the stack over. He flicked it in his hand, making a crisp, pop sound. "Director Liu, you're so generous." Roland pocketed the money, and his fake smile instantly became more genuine. "So, this acceptance form. Sign it." "I'll sign it right now." Lu Pengzi didn't want to look at these troublemakers and quickly grabbed a pen, scribbling some random marks on the form. Then he shoved it into Roland's chest. "Hurry up and go. Don't come to me for anything else. Seeing you guys gives me a headache." "All right, I wish Director Liu good health and a smooth rise in his career." Roland still looked polite. As he turned to leave, he adjusted his glasses. His elegant appearance made him look very refined, but in Lu Pengzi's eyes, he was like a ruthless devil who eats people without leaving bones. When the vehicle left the transfer station and entered the dark night, the atmosphere inside the car was extremely lively. Ha ha ha. That was so satisfying. Truly satisfying. Roland was tapping the steering wheel and laughing so hard that tears came out. Did you see Lu Pengzi's face just now? Like he ate something bad. 300 pounds of fuel vouchers. Second brother, how did your mouth work? You just told that old guy's whole story in a few words. Although Roland's brother, Roland, didn't laugh loudly, a smile was still on his face. He looked at Roland through the rearview mirror with admiration. Second brother, that trick of making something out of nothing was brilliant. Lu Pengzi probably won't understand until tomorrow which rule made him hand over that money. That's the power of knowledge, Roland said calmly, while holding a water bottle and taking a sip. His tone was relaxed, but the slight lift of his eyebrows showed he was in a good mood. When dealing with someone who only reads documents but has no real substance, the most important thing is to show strength. The more you quote classics, the more they feel guilty. In the back seat, Lin Jiao was leaning on the front seat's headrest, resting her chin on her hands, with big, bright eyes staring at Roland's head from behind. Her admiration was obvious and unhidden. Second brother, you're so amazing. Lin Jiao's voice was soft and sweet, with a teasing tone. You looked so cool just now. So handsome. Roland, who was drinking water, paused and almost choked. He turned his head and just happened to meet Lin Jiao's eyes, full of starry excitement. Cough. It's okay. Luin pushed up his glasses, trying to keep his cool image, but his ears turned red uncontrollably. Just normal stuff. That's not true at all. Lin Jiao kept praising him enthusiastically. That chubby Lu looks so fierce. Even big brother and second brother wanted to fight him, but he wasn't afraid. Yet you only said a few words and made him want to cry. This is called laughing and joking. The enemy's ships turned to dust. Second brother, your brain is just so attractive. Attractive? This word was a bit too bold for rough men, but with Lin Jiao's tone and expression, any man could understand it was a huge compliment. Luin felt a rush of heat from his feet straight to his head. It was even more exciting than when he tricked Liu into giving him 300 pounds of oil coupons earlier. His normally sharp mind suddenly felt a bit stuck. Cough cough, Luo's son was unhappy and coughed heavily twice. Jiao, just praise him a little. Second brother is just joking around. If there's real danger, we still need to rely on fists. Big brother is jealous? Luoyan, who loved to watch the fun, turned around and made a funny face at Lin Jiao. Jiao, quickly praise Big Brother, or else he'll crush the steering wheel tonight. Of course Big Brother is also amazing. Lin Jiao responded quickly, full of survival instinct. Big Brother is like a stabilizing force. As long as he's there, we feel safe. Without him holding the scene, second brother wouldn't have a chance to show off. Her words were flawless. Luo Sen's face visibly softened, and he snorted. Sit still, don't move around. The road ahead is bumpy. Luo Lin turned around and looked out at the dark Gobi Desert. A big smile finally spread across his face. In the reflection of the glass, he saw his slightly proud expression and silently thought, this girl is pretty good at flattering people. But being called brain is beautiful, that feeling, was really nice. The car continued moving forward in the darkness, like a tireless beast. With these 300 gene of oil coupons, their journey became much easier. More importantly, after these 2 days of hardship, the 6 of them had truly become united as one. In this desolate and harsh Gobi desert, they were each other's strongest armor. "Hey, I'm hungry," Luo Yen rubbed his stomach. Earlier, second brother lied to Lu Pengzi about wanting to eat braised pork, and it made me crave it too. "Just wait, fourth brother. Tonight, I'll show you what real heavenly days are." Just then, her system panel lit up again in her mind. Because of team cohesion improvement and victory in clever strategy, the space unexpectedly gave a small extra reward. It was a big pot of steaming, oily pork stew with vermicelli. When Jiao Jiao brought out the pork stew with vermicelli, the stale smell of sweat and smoke in the carriage was instantly replaced by an overwhelming, irresistible aroma. This was no ordinary meat smell. It carried a rich soy sauce color, sizzling with oil at high heat, and the vermicelli soaked in the broth emitted a top-quality fragrance that could make anyone's mouth water from the soles of their feet. Luo Yen sniffed twice like a dog, then let out a loud gulp, and even his hands on the steering wheel trembled. "Am I hallucinating from hunger?" Luo Yen dared not turn his eyes, afraid that the smell would disappear if he did. "It smells like the pot of pork my mom used to cook for her birthday feast." "Open the window halfway." Luo's son reacted immediately, voice tense.
"Quick."
Luo Lin and Luo Mu hurriedly rolled the window back up most of the way, leaving only a small gap. If this smell escaped outside, even in this remote wilderness, it could attract wolves, whether four-legged or two-legged. Lin Jiao Jiao proudly uncovered the aluminum lunchbox lid. Steam rose from it. Inside, there are large, bright red pieces of pork belly, with a good mix of fat and lean meat, trembling slightly. The wide rice noodles are clear and shiny, soaking in thick broth, with a few flavorful cabbage stalks sprinkled in. In this time when even noodles are carefully rationed, a full box of oily, rich food feels like a powerful surprise. "Don't just stare." Lin Jiao Jiao pushed the box to the center. Her small, white hands were a bit pink from the heat. "Eat while it's hot." The system. What heaven just rewarded us with. If it cools down, it might get boring. 5 pairs of eyes stared at the box. None of them moved first. "Eat," Luo's son said, pulling out a small folding knife he usually used for fixing cars, wiping it clean. "This is the life Jiao Jiao fought for us." Not eating it would be too picky. They didn't have chopsticks, but that didn't stop these rough men. Luo Mu took out 2 clean sticks of wood from his bag. He had carved them casually during a break, originally to pick his teeth, but now they served as shared chopsticks. He picked up a piece of oily pork belly, not to eat himself, but first offered it to Lin Jiao Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, you eat first." Luo Mu's face, usually smiling, was now serious. "You are the hero." I don't eat fatty meat." Lin Jiao Jiao looked at the trembling piece of pork, instinctively wanting to hide, but seeing Luo Mu's expectant eyes, she opened her small cherry mouth and took a small bite of the lean part. Luo Mu didn't hesitate with the remaining fatty piece, directly stuffing it into his mouth. Luo Mu closed his eyes, looking like he was in heaven. "It melts. This meat melts in your mouth." Once he started, the others couldn't hold back anymore. "Save some for me. Save some for me." Luo Yen stopped the car, parked by the roadside, and turned around to rush back. "Second brother, be a bit more refined. Don't pick such big pieces. All depends on skill." Luo Lin, wearing glasses and looking gentle, was surprisingly quick. He pinched a piece of meat with 2 fingers, not afraid of the heat, and threw it into his mouth. This soy sauce flavor is just right, probably simmered for 2 hours." Luo too sat at the back, holding a piece of meat with crunchy bones that Luo Yen had given him. He didn't speak, just chewed quietly, his cheeks puffed out, and his eyes shone with a kind of happiness he had never shown before. 5 minutes. All the soup, meat, and even the tiny bit of oil on the edge of the lunchbox were cleaned up by these 5 grown men using dry bread. Burp. Luo Yen leaned back in the driver's seat and let out a loud, ungraceful burp, looking dreamy. It was worth it in this life. Even if I had to meet the king of hell now, I could proudly say I died full. Shut your mouth, Luosin said, clearly in a good mood. The long-held tension in his nerves finally eased a little after this hearty meal. He glanced at Lin Jiao, who was wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, and his eyes showed a kind of gentle affection. It's getting dark, Luo-sun said, looking outside. Ahead is that wind erosion land, called the Devil's City by locals. We have to go through it, or it'll take us 2 more days to go around. Let's go. Luo Yan pressed the accelerator, and the truck roared like it had just eaten meat, full of energy. With this full stomach, I dare to go through the Devil's City, even the palace of the King of Hell. The vehicle left the smooth gravel road and turned into a wild plain full of strange rocks. The hills here had been blown by the wind for thousands of years, growing into strange shapes. Some looked like castles, some like fierce beasts, and others like old people crying by the roadside. When the wind blew, it sounded like thousands of ghosts screaming, woo-woo, as they tried to squeeze into the car. The sky darkened, and the setting sun cast a blood-red glow on the hills, stretching long, twisted shadows. Jiao, are you scared? Luo Yan looked at Lin Jiao through the rearview mirror while steering. A little. Lin Jiao looked at the jagged shadows outside the window and instinctively shrank closer to Luo. Senator, this place had a very strange atmosphere, and she always felt like eyes were hiding in the cracks of the rocks. Hey, are you really scared? Luo Yan's mouth started talking again. Let me tell you, this Devil's City is famous. According to the local old herdsman, this place used to be an ancient battlefield. Old Fourth, Luo Sun warned. It's okay, big brother. Just practicing courage for Jiao, Luo Yan said with a mischievous smile. Legend has it that during these half-light, half-dark times, shadow soldiers underground come out to cross the road. If you're unlucky, you might hear the sound of marching footsteps and clanking armor. Click, click. As he spoke, he deliberately tapped his fingers on the steering wheel to keep rhythm. Lin Jiao's hair stood on end. And there's more. Luo Yan got more excited, lowering his voice. The most spooky story is about a bride. It's said that a wedding procession passing through here was caught in a big wind. After a gust of yellow dust, the wedding sedan was still there, but the bride was gone. Later, anyone passing by at night can see a woman in a red wedding dress standing on the highest mound, waving and asking, "Have you seen my red veil?" Ugh. Just then, a strong wind blew outside, and the sound was sharp, like a woman's scream. Lin Jiao screamed in fright, like a startled rabbit, suddenly burrowing into Luo Sun's arms. She held tightly to his slim waist, her face buried in his sturdy military uniform buttons, trembling. Stop talking. Fourth brother, stop, soft and warm in his arms. Luo Sun stiffened all over. In that moment, he clearly felt the softness and trembling of her body, and the sweet scent like milk candy, which was especially noticeable in the sweaty-smelling car. His hand paused in midair for a second, then slowly lowered, his large palm resting gently on her thin back, giving a light pat. Old Fourth, Luo Sun's voice grew cold, with a chilling tone. If you're bored with talking, you can get out and chat with those stones outside. From the rearview mirror, Luo Yan saw his older brother's fierce gaze and immediately shrank back. I won't say anything anymore, is that okay? It's just a joke. Joke? Luo Lin pushed up his glasses and sneered. If you scare Jiao so badly that she gets hurt, you'll sleep on the roof tonight. Jiao was still trembling, and her fear was real, not just acting. This place was already oppressive, and combined with Luo Yan's vivid ghost stories, she was genuinely afraid that a pale face might suddenly appear outside the window. Don't be afraid. Luo Sun lowered his head, resting his chin on her head. His voice was deep and strong, like distant thunder rolling past. With Big Brother here, all monsters and ghosts will stay away. His steady heartbeat sounded through his chest into Jiao's ears, calm and reassuring. Luo Mu watched the two hugging, a dark, unclear light flickering in his eyes. He was playing with an empty lunchbox, his fingers turning white from gripping it tightly. Drink some water to calm down. Luo Mu offered the military water bottle. His tone was gentle, but his actions were firm, directly placing it between them. Big brother, Jiao is timid. Don't squeeze her too hard. This interruption made Jiao Jiao come back to her senses. Her face turned red like a monkey's, but she quickly slipped out of Luosen's arms and took a small sip from the water bottle. I'm not afraid anymore, she mumbled softly, but she still pressed close to Luosen's arm, not planning to move away. Luosen glanced at Luomu. Their eyes met in the air, neither speaking, but the tension was thicker than the smell of cooked meat earlier. The car continued bouncing in the dark, but no one noticed that the shadows outside the window seemed to be slowly moving. The car jolted through the rocky forest like it was doing a lightning dance. Besides the engines we come, Luo Yan's mouth kept chattering without closing. Oh my. The one on the right looks even scarier, like a ghost sticking out its tongue. Luo Yan was driving and shouting at the same time, losing all his courage in the process. Shut up, Luo's son, sitting in the passenger seat, said stiffly, holding an unlit cigarette. Stop scaring yourself. That's just a stone. In the back seat, Lin Jiao Jiao was squeezed between three big men. It was already hot, but hearing the wind outside made her get goosebumps. She leaned closer to Luo Mu on the left, but felt his hard muscles like iron. She then looked at Luo Lin, who was studying a map, hoping for help. Second brother, how much longer do we have to go? Lin Jiao Jiao asked softly, trembling a little. It's almost completely dark. Luo Lin frowned so hard it looked like he could crush a fly. He was holding a military compass, frozen in place for a long time. Second brother. Luo Sin noticed something was wrong. He turned his head. Why aren't you talking? Is the road wrong? Luo Lin raised the compass, pushed up his glasses, and said with rare frustration, Big brother, I think even heaven doesn't want us to go this way. Everyone leaned in to look.
Wow.
The compass needle was spinning wildly, like it had taken a drug, spinning in circles and refusing to settle on any letter. Wow. Luo Yan slammed the brakes, and the car gouged two deep furrows in the sand. This is a ghostly maze. Second brother, is this what they call a ghost maze? I knew this place was creepy. What ghost maze? Ignorance is scary, Luo Lin said, putting away the compass. His face was still smiling, but the smile looked more like crying. There's probably strong magnetic or underground. The magnetic field is messed up, so the compass is broken. That's science, understand? Science my ass, Luo Yan pointed outside the window. Explain that shadow moving over there. The last rays of sunset spilled over the ground like blood. The wind-eroded soil pillars cast long, twisted shadows on the horizon. As the light dimmed, the shadows seemed to come alive, slowly stretching and changing shape until they formed a dark, solid wall blocking the road ahead completely. Jiao Jiaolin's face turned very pale with fear. She grabbed Rosen's arm from the front seat, her nails almost digging into his skin. Big brother, she called softly, her voice trembling with tears, making everyone's heart ache. Rosen held her cold little hand in his. His rough, calloused palm brushed against her back of her hand, sending a tingling shock through her. It's okay, Rosen said in a steady voice, like a calm anchor. If there's really a ghost, I'll be the first to fight it off. But what if we lose our way? Jiao Jiao looked at the dark outside, feeling like countless eyes were watching them. Lao Lin sighed and closed his book. If we have no way out, we can only look at the stars. But right now, the clouds are too thick, and even the Big Dipper is hiding. We're like blind people riding blind horses, late at night near a dangerous pond. Second brother, can you stop using fancy words? Luo Mu said calmly from the side, gently pulling Jiao Jiao into his arms to warm her with his body heat. Just tell us what to do. Just stay calm, Lao Lin said with a shrug. Stop the car. Turn off the engine. We'll stay here for the night. Here. Luo Yan raised his voice, so loudly, it almost shook the car roof. Second brother, are you trying to get us killed? This is the Devil City. There are really ghosts crying at night. What do we do if we stop? Rosen looked at him coldly. Keep driving? If we drive into a quicksand pit, we won't even see the bride's face before we sink and become her dowry. Luo Yan suddenly fell silent, shrinking back and not daring to speak. The car completely stopped. The surrounding silence was so heavy it felt like death itself pressing down. Then, the wind grew louder. It was a sharp, piercing whistle, coming through countless holes, as if 1,000 women were howling outside the window. Ugh, 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 bring her back. Bring her back, mommy. Lin Jiao Jiao buried her head in Luo Mu's chest, trembling. Someone is really crying. Is she calling for her? What? Luo Yan was trembling there, teeth chattering. Still her head. Or her child. Forget her crazy nonsense. Luo's son slapped Luo Yan on the forehead. That's just the wind passing through the rocks. Acoustic principles. Can't you be a bit more sensible? Although he said that, Luo's son subtly reached for the handle of his knife at his waist. Even if scientifically explained, the eerie feeling here was very real. Jiao Jiao, don't be afraid. Luo Lin turned around, the faint light reflecting off his glasses, a teasing smile on his face. If there really is a ghost girl, she's probably after our fourth brother's muscles. You, with your delicate skin, wouldn't be interesting to her. Second brother, Lin Jiao Jiao stomped her foot in anger, but her fear eased a little. Enough, Luo's son said. Second and fifth brothers stay in front to guard. Third and fourth, watch the sides of the windows. Jiao Jiao, he paused, his gaze burning brightly in the darkness. Jiao Jiao, sit on my lap. Luo's son patted his thigh, his tone firm. No refusing. The back is crowded, the front is spacious. Huh. Lin Jiao Jiao blushed. There were so many people in the car. What do you mean? Huh. Luo Xin stretched out his arm and gently lifted her like a child onto the front seat. This place is full of negative energy. Big brother has strong positive energy. Let me clear it for you. Luo Yan muttered sourly nearby. Big brother, I also have negative energy. Can you clear it for me too? Get lost. Although the inside of the car was still dark, the teasing words eased the suffocating fear a little. But no one noticed that, despite joking, Luo Lin's eyes behind his glasses were fixed tightly on a certain direction outside the window, and his hand was rapidly turning the scalpel he held. The car's engine stopped, and the freezing cold that could make your bones feel like they were going to crack immediately took over. The temperature difference between day and night in the Gobi Desert can be so extreme that it makes you doubt everything. During the day, it's like a fiery mountain. At night, it's like the cold palace. Just now, the car was hot enough to sweat, but now it's like a huge ice cellar. Plus, outside, the wind howls like ghosts and wolves, sounding like it's sending someone off. Ashu. Lin Jiao Jiao snuggled in Rosen's arms, but still couldn't help shivering. Rosen frowned, his two big hands like iron tongs tightening her in his arms. His muscles were hard as stone, but his body temperature was surprisingly hot. Cold? His voice was hoarse, like he was biting on gravel. Yeah. This wind makes my bones ache, Lin Jiao Jiao sniffed, her big deer-like eyes shiny and trembling. Big brother, why does the outside sound get louder and louder? The wind outside is howling perfectly, sharp like nails scratching a blackboard, or like a woman crying at a grave. Luo Yan, sitting in the front, shivered with his arms crossed, teeth chattering. Second brother, you said that sound was the wind passing through the stone's eye? I don't believe it. It's the vengeful spirits calling for justice. Shut up, Luo Lin, also at the front, said, not in a good mood. He raised his collar to block the wind, his glasses fogged up. If you keep talking, I'll throw you out to be the bride's bodyguard. Stop arguing. Luo Mu squeezed over from behind and reached out to feel Lin Jiao Jiao's forehead. It's too cold for you. Jiao Jiao's body is weak. Don't let her freeze to death before dawn. Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes flicked around. She quietly reached her hand into that magical satchel and thought hard. The bag, which had deflated a little earlier, suddenly puffed up again. I brought some warm things, Lin Jiao Jiao whispered, struggling to pull things out of the bag. First, there was a thick military green wool blanket, then another one, and finally, a few warm packs that were still warm were pulled out. Blanket? Luo Yan's eyes widened. Ignoring whether there was enough space in front, he turned around and reached out to grab it. Luo's son was quick and grabbed the largest blanket, wrapping Lin Jiao Jiao into a cocoon, leaving only her small, pale face visible. Luo's son glared at Luo Yan. If you're cold, hug the engine and go to sleep. Big brother is so biased. Luo Yen pouted in grievance, but he wasn't idle. He snatched the remaining blanket and tugged with Luo Mu, saying, "Third brother, give me some. My butt's frozen numb. Don't fight." 1/2 each. Luo Mu smiled and pulled hard, covering most of the blanket over his legs. "Fourth brother, you're thick-skinned and can resist the cold." Lin Jiao Jiao pressed against Luo Sen's chest, with a warm pack on her stomach, wrapped in the wool blanket. The coldness was instantly driven away. She looked up at Luo Sen's strong chin, and her fear was somewhat eased by his masculine aura. "Big brother, aren't you cold?" Luo Sen looked down, his deep eyes shining brightly in the dark. "I have fire," he said meaningfully. His large hand under the blanket was resting on her soft waist, the warmth of his palm feeling very hot. "What fire?" Lin Jiao Jiao was still surprised. Luo Sen's lips curled into a mischievous smile, a smile only a man would understand. He leaned close to her ear, and his warm breath brushed her ear. "What do you think? Holding such a soft, fragrant wife, if I still felt cold, wouldn't I be a real man?" Suddenly, her face turned red. The heat was even more effective than the warm pack. "Big brother, you're a rogue." "I'm a rogue," Luo Sen chuckled, his chest vibrating, making Lin Jiao Jiao's back tingle. "That's because you've never seen a real rogue. A real rogue wouldn't just be holding you now." The front seat passenger, Luo Yen, was still arguing with Luo Mu over the blanket, while Luo Tu sat motionless like a sculpture, staring out the window. Luo Lin was adjusting his glasses, lost in thought. No one noticed the small, nervous movements happening in the corner at the back. Suddenly, the wind outside howled louder, like a sharp scream bursting against the window. Lin Jiao Jiao shivered in fear and instinctively burrowed into Luo Sen's arms, clutching his shirt tightly. "Are you scared?" Luo Sen's large hand gently stroked her back. "Don't listen to that noise. Just pretend it's the wind blowing." Lin Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh. "Big brother, you're so crude." "Crudeness works," Luo Sen replied calmly. "In this place, the more refined you are, the faster you'll die. The scientific theories of the second brother don't help much here compared to my tough skin." Just then, Luo Lin, who had been silent, suddenly turned his head, his glasses catching a faint star-like glow. "Big brother, Jiao Jiao," Luo Lin's voice sounded a bit distant. "This wind doesn't feel right. What's wrong with it?" Luo Yen wrapped the blanket around his head, only showing his eyes. "Second brother, don't scare me. Didn't you say it's just acoustics?" "Acoustics are a daytime thing." Luo Lin pointed to the gap in the window. "Listen, doesn't the wind sound like it's mixed with something else?" The car suddenly fell silent. Everyone held their breath and listened carefully. The wind was still howling fiercely, but amid the fluctuating whistle, faint and intermittent sounds could be heard. Ding ding, ding ding. Clear, distant, like the sound of metal striking something.
Camel.
Camel bells?
Lomwe smilla froze.
In the middle of the night, where's the camel caravan coming from? "It's not camel bells." Luo, too, sitting at the very back, suddenly spoke in a deep voice. His single eye was fixed on the dark, chaotic pile of rocks outside, and his voice sounded like it was pulled from an icy cavern. "It's the soul-calling bell." Royan's loud shout nearly lifted the car roof off. He looked like he had been struck by lightning, suddenly jumping up from his seat and hitting his head hard against the metal ceiling. The pain made him grimace, but he dared not shout. "Brother 5. You usually don't talk much, but when you do, it's deadly." Royan covered his head and curled up. "What's that soul-summoning bell?" "That's just superstitious nonsense." Luo too ignored him and simply raised his hand, pointing stiffly at the small hill shaped like a skull in the front left. "That place." Everyone looked where he pointed. In the dark night, behind that hill, faint greenish lights seemed to appear out of nowhere. Rosen didn't turn his head, his sharp eyes fixed on the faint green lights in the distance, never blinking. "Did you see clearly?" "How many?" Luo, too, sitting in the back corner, moved slightly. He placed his unsheathed knife across his knees. His single eye looked like a lone wolf hunting in the dark, cold and steady. 7. Luo Tu's voice was rough, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, dry but firm. The alpha is on the big rock to the left. Sitting down. Wolves. Luo Yen finally stopped trembling. He jumped up from his seat and hit his head on the car roof. Is that a wolf pack?
Darn.
That's more trouble than meeting ghosts. Ghosts just scare people, but wolves really eat meat. Shut up, Luo Lin, sitting in the front passenger seat, scolded. His surgical knife reflected a faint light. Wolves fear fire, light, and loud noises. If you howl again, you'll just tell them there's a big, fresh, 180-pound meal right here. Luo Yen immediately covered his mouth, eyes wide with fear, speaking softly. What should we do? The car windows are shaking, and if those claws hit, they'll break. As long as you don't open the door, they can't get in. Luo Lin pushed up his glasses. His tone was still calm, but his hand gripping the armrest was tense, veins bulging. These desert wolves are big, strong biters, but they haven't learned to open Jeep doors yet. At this moment, the wind outside seemed to die down a little, replaced by a more terrifying sound. Howl. Oh. A wolf's cry, sharp and long, as if tearing the night apart. Then, the green lights seemed to receive a signal and started to move slowly. Not floating, but jumping in a rhythmic pattern like animals running. Jiao Jiao, trembling all over, clung to Rosen like an octopus. Her thin legs wrapped around his waist, as if she wanted to merge into his bones and blood. Big brother. They are coming. If this were normal times, Rosen would be teasing her until she got flustered, but right now, his muscles were tense like steel, all on alert. Third brother, take out your bone-cleaving knife, Rosen said, one hand protecting the delicate person in his arms, the other gripping the handle tightly. Fourth brother, go to the back and find that iron bar you used to pry tires. Fifth brother, guard the back window. Got it. Although Luo Yen was scared, when it was a life-or-death situation, his fighting spirit came out. He used his hands and feet to crawl to the back seat, rummaging through a pile of junk to find a solid iron crowbar. It was a leftover tool from when they built railroads, strong enough to smash a cow's skull with one strike. Come on, you brats! Luo Yen held the tool, feeling braver. If you want to eat Uncle Luo's meat, you better have some real teeth. The green lights grew closer, and under the faint starlight, their shapes finally became clear. It was a few gaunt, fierce-looking gray wolves, baring their teeth, drooling down their chins. On this desolate Gobi desert, they looked like death's sentinels. Don't panic, Luo Lin's voice was calculating. They're testing us. Wolves are clever. They don't attack unless they see prey. As long as we stay calm, this iron lump will be just a tough shell for them. They're surrounding the car, Luo Tu suddenly said coldly. They're going to attack. Just as he finished, there was a loud bang. An impatient male wolf charged with a run-up and rammed into the car door on the driver's side. The old car shook, and the metal door squeaked painfully. Ah, Lin Jiao Jiao screamed softly, her voice thin and gentle, making everyone's heart tighten. Rosen's eyes sharpened, and his fierce energy burst out instantly. He slammed the steering wheel and pressed the horn. Beep! The shrill horn echoed loudly across the silent wilderness, more frightening than thunder. The wolf that hit the door was so scared it shivered and backed away several steps, tail between its legs. Fourth brother. Shine the light at them, Rosen shouted. Rosen quickly grabbed his flashlight and shone it outside the window, flashing around wildly. The bright light made the green eyes blink instinctively. Hey, it works. These guys are afraid of light, Rosen cheered, waving the flashlight like a performer. Come on, let me show you the light. Don't just play around. Rosen felt the trembling of the girl in his arms, and his anger turned into a protective feeling. Jiao Jiao, don't be afraid. As long as Big Brother is here, even if the King of Heaven comes, he has to ask if I agree first. Lin Jiao Jiao looked up, tears still on her cheeks. Seeing Rosen's strong jaw and prominent Adam's apple, she felt a wave of safety. She sniffed, and her wet eyes showed trust. I'm not afraid. Big Brother is the strongest. This soft praise made a few brothers nearby feel uncomfortable. Cough. Rosen pushed up his glasses. Jiao Jiao, Brother Second's analysis of the wolves was very scientific, right? Scientific. Brother second is the smartest. Jiao Jiao quickly responded, clutching her water cup tightly, holding her thigh close. Just when everyone thought they could breathe for a moment, Luo Tu suddenly spoke again. Something's wrong. Luo Tu pressed his face against the cold car window. The light in his one eye was colder than the wolves outside. Those wolves haven't left. They're waiting. There's something behind. And more. Rosen frowned. What else? Luo Tu didn't answer. He just pointed behind the skull-shaped dirt mound. The darkness there seemed to move and swirl, as if alive. Then, more than 10 pairs of greenish eyes lit up, dense and bright, like a forest of ghostly fire. Darn! Yao Yan almost dropped his flashlight. Did they call all the aunts and uncles too? Hold on tight, Rosen shouted loudly, louder than the howling wolves outside. Before Lin Jiao could react, the jeep beneath her, like an old ox kicked hard, let out a frantic roar and suddenly lunged forward.
Bang!
Lin Jiao was thrown up from Rosen's arms, nearly hitting her head on the roof of the car. Luckily, a big hand had already caught her. Fourth brother, are you going to fly away? Lin Jiao looked terrified, her face pale. She grabbed at anything she could, finally clutching Rosen's arm, which was as solid as an iron pole. I'm not flying, and if I don't, we'll be wolf dinner. Luo Yan stomped on the gas pedal so hard it felt like he was trying to push the gas into the tank. He frantically turned the steering wheel and yelled, "These beasts are too fast." The alpha wolf almost jumped onto the pedal just now. Outside the window, the wind mixed with the scratching sound of wolf claws on gravel, making people's scalps tingle. Suddenly, there was a loud thud from the back of the car, as if something heavy had hit the metal. Fifth brother, Rosen didn't turn around, speaking quickly. What's happening behind us? We can't shake them off. Luo Tu's voice came from the back, calm and steady, almost like a live broadcast. Two of them are hanging on the spare tire rack, chewing on the canvas. Chewing on the canvas? Their teeth are strong, and they're not afraid of breaking them. Luo Lin, sitting in the passenger seat, held the armrest with one hand and kept the water bottle close with the other to prevent it from flying out. Fourth brother, turn left. The terrain there is higher, with lots of gravel. The wolf claws might get stuck. Second brother, are you still giving me geography lessons now? Luo Yan complained but still turned the steering wheel sharply to the left. The car tilted violently, and Lin Jiao was thrown uncontrollably to the right, crashing into Rosen's hard chest.
Ugh.
The impact was strong, and Lin Jiao felt pain, tears welling up in her eyes. Luo's son looked down, his usually mischievous eyes now filled with anxiety. He firmly rubbed her back twice. Did you hurt yourself? It's okay. Lin Jiao bit her lip and buried her face in his chest. Listening to his pounding heartbeat, her sudden dizziness just slightly eased. Big brother, are those wolves still there? Yes, Luo's son didn't hide it from her. He held her tighter with one arm, letting her ear rest against his hot chest. Did you hear that? The sound of nails scraping metal. That means they're trying to come up. Lin Jiao quickly covered her ears. I don't want to hear it. Fourth, don't go straight. Luo's son looked ahead at the dark, rocky forest. Follow the S-shaped path, or we'll slip. Got it. I know this move well. Back in the army, the squad leader called it drunken walk. Luo Yan shouted loudly and turned the steering wheel left 3 times, then right 3 times. This heavy old truck, weighing several tons, surprisingly looked like a race car as he drove it over the rugged desert terrain, bouncing and dancing like a disco. The 2 wolves hanging on the spare tire didn't expect the truck to twist like that. They couldn't hold on for 2 minutes before one of them let out a loud yelp and fell to the ground. It fell off, Luo Tu reported. A few wolves are still chasing, but they're falling behind. Keep running. Don't stop. Luo Sen's eyes shone like a torch. Wolves hold grudges. Once they target you, unless you leave their territory, you're in trouble. Luo Yan pressed the accelerator and didn't let go. The car sped wildly through the darkness. After a while, the wind outside seemed to lessen and the suffocating pressure gradually eased. Luo Yan glanced in the rearview mirror. The faint green flickering lights were finally gone. Phew! Luo Yan let out a long breath, his tense shoulders relaxing. "Oh my goodness, I almost kissed that wolf just now." "Second brother, did you see? That wolf had a patch of white hair between its eyebrows. It looked really fierce." "That was a wolf." Roland pushed his glasses, which slid down his nose, and his voice carried a hint of barely noticeable tiredness. "Usually in a wolf pack this size, the alpha is the most experienced old wolf. Since we shook them off, we should be safe for now." The car gradually slowed down. At this moment, Lin Jiao finally dared to peek out from Rosen's arms. Her small face was very pale, and her forehead was covered with tiny cold sweat. "Did I scare myself silly?" Rosen roughly wiped the sweat from her forehead with his thumb. His tone was firm, but his actions showed he was being careful. "Weren't you pretty brave just now? You even said you wanted to protect Big Brother." That was a strategic retreat," Lin Jiao said stubbornly, but she honestly shrank into his arms, soaking up his warmth. "Big Brother, where are we now?" This question made the slightly relaxed atmosphere inside the car freeze again. Lin Yan turned his head to look outside. All he saw was darkness and the jagged shadows of rocks. "Probably still inside the Devil City." Lin Yan scratched his head uncertainly. "We were just running around blindly earlier, not paying attention to the road. But this place all looks the same, so it's not really about getting lost. As long as we keep heading north, we should find our way out." "North." Roland snorted and waved the still unsteady compass in his hand. "Can you tell which way is north now?" "That's easy." Lin Yan pointed at the windshield. "Isn't the front of the car facing north?" "Illiterate," Roland said lazily, ignoring him, and turned to look out the window. The car chugged along for about 10 more minutes. The surroundings were quiet, only the engine's wheezing roar like someone with asthma. "Something's wrong," Romu suddenly said. He usually didn't talk much, mostly just worried if Lin Jiao was hungry. But now, his usually smiling face was serious, without a trace of a smile. "What's wrong?" "Third brother." "Don't scare me. Are the wolves back?" Lin Yan nervously asked. "It's not wolves." Roma pointed to the right side of the window. "That rock, have we seen it before?" Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. A few dozen meters ahead on the right, there was a large wind-eroded rock. The shape of the rock was strange, wide at the bottom, narrow at the top, with a hollow in the middle and 2 protrusions at the top, making it look like a kneeling camel with 2 humps. However, the camel's head seemed to be cut in half, which looked a bit creepy. "Isn't this the stone camel from earlier?" Luo Yen widened his eyes. "I remember almost crashing into it when we were fleeing. I barely dodged it with a quick move."
"How?"
"How did it get ahead of us?" "It's not that it got ahead." Luo Lin's voice turned cold, like ice. "It's that we turned back." "Turned back?" "Impossible." Luo Yen was anxious, pounding on the steering wheel. "I've been holding the wheel. Even though we haven't gone straight, we definitely didn't turn around. The road is straight. The road is straight, but your sense of direction is off." Luo Lin closed his notebook with a soft snap. "In this strong magnetic field area, people's senses can be affected. You think you're going straight, but actually you're veering left or right. That's what people call being caught in a confusing loop. Being caught in a loop." Lin Jiao's voice trembled as she tightly grabbed Luo Sen's collar. "Second brother, are you saying we've been going in circles?" "Yes." Luo Lin nodded. He didn't try to comfort her, but analyzed more logically. "Based on our speed and the time, we've been going around a pretty big circle about 5 kilometers in diameter. Now that we're back where we started, it shows this terrain has trapped us. So what do we do?" Luo Yen was really panicked now. "We can't keep going in circles. The fuel in the tank can't last that long. We burned at least 2 liters just now during that crazy driving." "Stop the car," Luo Sen suddenly said. "Huh? Brother, stop here?" Luo Yen turned around, looking reluctant. "This stone camel looks really spooky. Can't we find another place to stop?" Roasting raised his voice, and the undeniable pressure instantly filled the entire carriage. "While we still haven't completely lost our way, let's get out and see if there are any tire tracks. If we can find the road we came on, maybe we can turn back." Luo Yen had no choice but to slowly stop the car beside that huge stone camel. As soon as the car stopped, before turning off the engine, there was a muffled bang from under the hood, followed by a strong smell of burning. "Wow," Luoyan shouted and quickly turned the key, but the engine was like a dead ox, making only 2 clicking sounds and then nothing. The car lights flickered twice and then went out. Suddenly, the whole world was plunged into complete darkness. Only the wind was still blowing, making a howling sound, as if mocking these humans who had foolishly entered a forbidden zone. "It's over," Luoyan slapped his forehead, voice trembling with tears. "This is really the end. This broken car, it let us down at the worst moment."